Previous year's question. Comparative Politics. Unit -1. Nature, Scope and Major Approaches. Previous year's questions. Discuss the main limitations to the comparative methods to the study of political science. 2022. Discuss the political economy approach to the comparative analysis of politics. 2021. Discuss the subject matter of comparative politics. Outline the limitations of comparative political analysis. 2020. Examine the significance of the comparative method in political analysis. Discuss its limitations. 2019. Describe the changing nature of comparative politics. Briefly explain the political economy approach to the study of comparative politics. 2018. Explain the political sociological approach in the field of comparative politics and discuss its limitations. 2017. Critically examine the Marxist aspect of political economy approach to the study of comparative politics. 2016. Which are the major approaches of comparative politics? Explain in brief the political economy approach to the study of comparative inquiry. 2015. Discuss David Easton's model of systems analysis. 2015. Liat are the crucial functions of empirical political theory in comparative politics? 2023. What are the difficulties faced by a political theorist in comparing the states? 2023. Background / Comparative government and politics is an important subfield of the discipline of political science. Comparative study of politics is about comparing political phenomena. Its primary goal is to encompass the major political similarities and differences between countries around the world. Within the field of political science, we do engage in the activity of comparing different political systems, institutions, process, activities, etc. across countries. For example, we say that China is economically stronger than India, or that US president is stronger than the Indian president, or that Pakistan is less democratic and secular than India. We are using the comparative method. Standard introductions IGWA. Comparative politics is the study of the forms of political organizations. There. According to M. G. Smith, properties, correlations, variations, and modes of change. According to E. A. Freeman, comparative politics is comparative analysis of the various forms of government and diverse political institutions. According to M. Curtis, comparative politics is concerned with significant regularities, similarities, and differences in the working of political institutions and political behavior. All these definitions provide a basis for the study of comparative governments in its contemporary term. It involves a comparative study of the institutional and mechanistic arrangements along with the empirical and scientific analysis of non-institutionalized and non-political determinants of political behavior. Threefold functions of comparative politics. Analysis of political system to identify problem areas, develop a pool of verifiable knowledge, prediction of institutional and behavioral trend. Nature and scope of comparative politics. While comparative government deals with an extensive study of different political systems with special emphasis on their institutions and functions, comparative politics has a much broader scope. It covers all that which comes under the SMDY of the latter, along with the SMDY of non-state politics. Hence, comparative politics covers a much wider area in the SMDY of politics. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 1. Comparative politics is engaged in the study of. Comparative politics is a dynamic field of study that seeks to understand and analyze political phenomena across different countries and regions. By comparing and contrasting diverse cases, comparative politics provides valuable insights into the complexities of governance, political processes, and societal dynamics. At its core, comparative politics focuses on investigating a wide range of topics like 1. Regime types, comparing and categorizing political systems based on their institutional characteristics, such as democracies, authoritarian regimes, and hybrid regimes. 2. Institutions, analyzing the formal and informal rules, structures, and organizations that shape political behavior and decision-making, such as constitutions, parliaments, courts, and interest groups. 3. Political culture, examining the shared beliefs, values, norms, and attitudes of a society that influence political behavior and shape political institutions. 4. Comparative method, employing systematic and rigorous comparative analysis to identify patterns, causal relationships, and generalizations across cases. Democratization and authoritarianism, exploring the processes and factors that contribute to transitions to democracy or the persistence of autocratic rule. 6. Political economy, investigating the interactions between politics and economics, including the role of institutions, policies, and socio-economic factors in shaping political outcomes. Evolution and historical overview of the comparative politics. Comparative politics has a long intellectual pedigree, going back to Aristotle and continued by thinkers like Niccolò Machiavelli, Jolyon Locke, and Max Weber, etc. Greek philosopher Aristotle studied the constitutions of 150 states and classified them into a typology of regimes. He not only described and classified regimes and political systems in terms of their types, e.g., democracy, aristocracy, monarchy, etc., but also distinguished them on the basis of certain norms of good governance. Machiavelli compared different types of principalities, hereditary, new, mixed and ecclesiastic ones, and republics to arrive the most successful ways to govern them. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, comparative studies taken up were Eurocentric. Because the rest of the world of Asia, Africa, and Latin America were either European colonies or under their sphere of influence as ex-colonies. Studies were largely concerned with a comparative study of institutions, the distribution of power, and the relationship between the different layers of government. It may thus be said that these studies were in fact not genuinely comparative in the sense that they excluded from their analysis a large number of countries. Behavioral movement. After the Second World War, a powerful critique of the institutional approach emerged. In the middle of 1950s, the critique had its roots in behavioralism, which Liad emerged as a new movement in the discipline of politics, aiming to provide scientific rigor to elite discipline and develop a science of politics. Different approaches to study comparative politics. Political investigators employ various approaches and tools to enhance their understanding of politics. In the field of comparative politics, two major approaches have emerged: the traditional approach and the modem approach. The traditional approach to the study of comparative politics focuses on the analysis of political systems, institutions, and structures. It emphasizes the examination of historical context, cultural factors, and legal frameworks to understand political phenomena. This approach often relies on qualitative methods, such as case studies and historical analysis, to gain insights into the similarities and differences among political systems. Modern approach to comparative politics adopts a more quantitative and scientific approach. It emphasizes the use of statistical analysis, surveys, and data-driven methodologies to study political phenomena. This approach seeks to establish generalizable theories and principles by systematically comparing large sets of data across different countries and regions. Traditional comparative politics. The traditional approach to political science was broadly predominant till the occurrence of the Second World War. These approaches were mainly associated with the traditional outlook of politics, which underlined the study of the state and government. Consequently, traditional approaches are principally concerned with the study of the organization and activities of the state and principles and the ideas which motivate political organizations and activities. PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part. Shunya IAS. Characteristics of traditional approaches. The traditional approaches to the study of comparative politics are characterized by certain key features. Normative focus. Traditional approaches emphasize the values and ethics of politics, evaluating political phenomena based on subjective judgments. Study of formal political structures. Traditional approaches analyze formal political structures like institutions, constitutions, and legal frameworks to understand their roles and interactions. Limited theory research linkage. Traditional approaches have been criticized for their limited integration of theoretical concepts with empirical research. Subjectivity in political science. Traditional approaches acknowledge the influence of subjective factors and values in the study of politics. There are many types of traditional approaches that are as follows. 1. Philosophical approach. This approach is the oldest approach to the study of politics. Many Greek philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle were main proponents of this approach. Philosophical approach tries to explore the truth of political incidents or events. It discovers the objective of political writings or the purpose of political writer. Application of the philosophical approach in political science focuses on the great ideas, values, and doctrines of politics. Critics of Tly's approach argued that it is based on the idealism. Critics argued that idealism itself is quite good, but when its practical application arises, it appears to be a myth. As an academic discipline, philosophical approach is appropriate, but in practical guide for action, it has barely any importance. 2. Historical approach. Historical approach to the comparative politics tries to analyze the things from the past events. The approach assumes that the history provides the best materials upon which theory and principles of political science are built. History communicates researchers how government, political parties, and many other institutions worked then. From these, they receive lessons which guide them in determining the future course of action, successes and failures. And critics to this approach. Alan Ball has also criticized the historical approach. He debated that past evidence does leave alarming gaps, and political history is often simply a record of great men and great events rather than a comprehensive account of total political activity. The dual nature of the history. History has two faces. One is documentation of facts, which is quite naive, and the other is construal of facts and phenomena. So the construction of the fact can change the real analysis of the political phenomena. 3. Institutional approach. These approaches mainly deals with the formal aspects of government and politics. This approach focuses on the rules of the political system, the powers of the various institutions, the legislative bodies, and how the Constitution worked. The proponents of this approach have argued that institutions have shaped political behavior and social change. These authors have taken an institutionalist's approach, which treats institutions as independent variables. Critics to this approach disregard of the informal aspects of politics, such as individual norms, social beliefs, cultural values, groups' attitudes, personality, and the processes. Too narrow. Institutional approach is also criticized for being too narrow. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya page 3. Shunya IAS. 4. Legal approach. This approach is associated with the legal process, legal bodies or institutions, and judiciary. It considers the state as the central organization for the creation and enforcement of laws. In this approach, the study of politics is mixed with legal processes and institutions. The supporters of this approach are Hobbes, John Austin, Dicey, and Henry Maine. Critics of lightest approach this approach is narrow. Law include only one aspect of people's life. It cannot cover entire behavior of political action. Overall analysis of the traditional approach's previous year's questions. Discuss the main limitations to comparative methods to the study of political science. 2022. The traditional approach to political science was broadly predominant till light occurrence of the Second World War. These approaches were mainly associated with the traditional outlook of politics which underlined the study of the state and government. Main body. Roy Macreadis, author of Modem Political Regimes, has criticized the traditional approaches essentially as non-comparative, descriptive, parochial, static, and monographic. It has been also criticized on the various grounds like ethnocentric in nature. It included just the study of the constitutions of the Western world. Since rest of the countries were colonies and had no independent political systems, the traditional approaches considered the Western institutions as model and other outside that as barbarians. Static in nature because the focus of elite traditional approach was more on the study of constitution rather than changing political dynamics. Parochial in nature, traditional comparative politics was very narrow in its nature and scope. It is assumed that traditional analysis is inappropriate for all types of political systems, both Western and non-Western. Textual in nature because of the focus on institutions rather than the political process. Neglecting the role of individuals, the traditional approaches have gloomily unsuccessful to identify the role of the individuals who are important in molding and remolding the shape and nature of politics. Speculative in nature, elect scientific approach in the absence of scientific method, theories were speculative. Or armchair theories in absence of scientific approach, political scholars were normative, prescriptive, did not adhere to the norm of value neutrality. Significance/conclusion of the traditional comparative politics. The traditional approach in comparative politics has played a crucial role in shaping the discipline. It has provided a methodological framework, contributed to theory development, emphasized the importance of comparative case studies, focused on institutional analysis, and maintained policy relevance. These contributions have laid the groundwork for the later development and continued relevance of comparative politics as a discipline. Comparative politics cannot ignore the institutional approach which has helped in developing structural functional approach. In recent times also we are witnessing the revival of institutional approach with the idea of bringing the state back. Modem approaches to the comparative politics development of the modern approach. The emergence of modem approaches to the study of comparative politics can be attributed to two significant developments, decolonization and the behavioral movements that followed World War II. These approaches are seen as a response to the limitations of traditional approaches and aim to bring a more scientific perspective to the study of politics. Decolonization, the process through which colonies gained independence from colonial powers, challenged the Eurocentric perspective of traditional approaches. It highlighted the need for a more inclusive and diverse understandings of political systems, taking into account the experiences and perspectives of formerly colonized nations. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. The behavioral movements which gained momentum after World War II emphasized the use of scientific methods and empirical analysis in political research. Scholars sought to apply systematic approaches such as quantitative methods and statistical analysis to study political phenomena. The focus shifted from subjective judgments to objective observations and data-driven research. Characteristics of modern approaches. Empirical basis, reliance on empirical data for drawing conclusions. Beyond political structures, exploration of factors beyond political structures and historical analysis. Interdisciplinary study, emphasis on integrating various social sciences for a comprehensive understanding. Scientific orientation, use of scientific methods and principles to draw scientific conclusions in political science. There are various approaches under the modern comparative politics like 1. Systems approach. After the Second World War, the social scientists claimed for the amalgamation of sciences for which they took the help of the systems theory. 2. This approach describes the relationship of political life with other aspects of social life. The idea of a system was initially borrowed from biology by Talcott Parsons, who first promoted the concept of social system. Later on, David Easton further developed the concept of a political system. 3. In the decade of 60s, the systems theory became an important tool to evaluate and investigate key factors in political science. Among political scientists, David Easton has been the first to apply this theory to political analysis. 4. This approach signified that a political system operates within the social environment. Consequently, it is not possible to analyze political events in isolation from other aspects of the society. To put in other way, influences from the society, be it economic, religious, or otherwise, do shape the political process. Environment. Feedback. Environment. System theory of the David Easton works the input-output model. In this model, the demand comes from the environment, which can be for fulfilling particular demand of the public. Both demand and support has been considered as input. It has been mainly classified in 4 parts and corresponding output of the input. Demand, support, output. Demand for allocation of goods and material support extraction, E.G, payment of taxes fee, etc. Services demand for regulation of behavior obedience to the law regulation of behavior demand for participation support by participation allocation of goods and services demand for communication and support by paying attention symbolic respect national flag anthem. Participation. Because of the system theory presently, the term political system has been chosen to the term state or government because it includes both formal and informal political instructions and processes those continue to exist in a society. Significance of the systems approach. It helped in addressing fundamental weakness of traditional comparative politics of being static non-comparative normative system approach helped in giving a systematic approach to the political system which was seen in very narrow perspective as the comparison of the government and institution. It also addressed to some extent the drawbacks of the traditional approaches of being Eurocentric. It can also be used to understand the developing areas. Paper 2, PSIR optional subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 5. Shunya IAS. It became a model for the later approaches like structural functional approaches. Critics of the systems approach the general systems theory has been criticized for failing to sufficiently provide for concepts such as political power and influence or to handle mass behavioral aspects such as voting. It is of limited utility in studies of political policymaking. Critics also refer to the problems of empirical operation when applied to social sciences. It is also pointed out that the entire approach is ingrained in conservatism and reaction. No fully developed attempt has yet been made to apply the theory of political analysis. Concluding line for systems approach. Although system approach suffers from certain limitations, yet we need to acknowledge the urge to make study of politics scientific. System approach shows the need to go beyond the study of constitutional and to understand the environmental factors shaping the political system. Structural functional approach. According to this approach, the society is a single interrelated system where each part of the system has a definite and distinct role to play. The structural functional approach may be considered as an offshoot of the system analysis. These approaches accentuate the structures and functions. Gabriel Amand was an advocate of this approach. He described political systems as a special system of interaction that exists in all societies performing certain functions. According to him, the main attributes of a political system are comprehensiveness, interdependence, and existence of boundaries. Like Easton, Amand also believes that all political systems perform input and output functions. Input functions of political systems are political socialization and recruitment, interest articulation, interest aggression, political communication. Amand makes threefold classifications of governmental output functions relating to policy making and implementation. These output functions are rule making, rule application, rule adjudication. Therefore, Amand believes that a stable and efficient political system converts inputs into outputs. The above input and output can be represented through the diagram like PSIR optional paper 2 part a Shunya IAS. Advantages of the structural functional approach over the systems approach. It emphasizes that certain structures that are found in developed administrative systems may not have their counterparts in developing nations, yet administrative functions are common in both. It takes into the view that different political systems are at different stages of development, suitable for both developed and developing countries. It gave the more detailed view of the structure and function as well as input and output addressing the shortcomings of the systems approach. It is systemic in nature, looking at interactions and interrelationships among various structures. Limitations of the structural functional approach. Scholars have identified several limitations of the structural functional approach in political science. It often takes a static and conservative view, focusing on stability and equilibrium. It oversimplifies complex political realities by emphasizing institutional functions. It downplays the role of individual agency and behavior in political outcomes. It has limited explanatory power for understanding political change and conflict. It tends to neglect the influence of broader societal factors on political systems. It lacks a normative analysis, failing to evaluate ethical and democratic dimensions. Concluding line for the structural functional approach -X. Structural functional approach takes the more dynamic and more encompassing view of the political system. It offers a new vision to look at the diversity in the nature, scope, performance, and impact of political systems in a comparative context. Political economy approach. 1. What is political economy? Political economy is the intersection of economics and politics. Political economy refers to a specific way of understanding social and political phenomena whereby economics and politics are not seen as separate domains. It affirms that there exists a relationship between politics and economics and that this relationship works and makes itself manifest in several ways. 2. Basic premise of the approach (3 prx £IZ? At JU it is based on certain premise that there exists a relationship between the political and economy. The assumption that this relationship unfolds in multifarious ways. Policy implications. The approach aims to inform policymaking by examining the political and economic factors that shape policy outcomes. 3. Proponents of the political economy approach. As far as East is concerned, political economy is not new. Political economy goes back to Kautilva's Arthashastra. It can be treated as first text on political economy. According to him, the most obligation of the state is to secure the material well-being of its people. In modern time or West, Adam Smith, called as father of political economy, defined political economy as science of statesmen. David Ricardo he advanced Smith's philosophies. His work with reference to comparative advantage, which postulated that states should produce and export only those goods that they can generate at a lower cost than other nations and import those goods that other countries can produce more efficiently. Marxist scholars, it can be found most notably in works of Max Weber, Karl Marx, and Friedrich Engels. Marx never defined political economy, but Engels did. Political economy, according to the latter, studies the laws governing the production and exchange of the material means of subsistence. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 7. Sunyao's Major Perspectives to the Political Economy Approaches. Liberals Adam Smith, he has been called as the father of modern political economy. He called political economy as science of statesmen to bring prosperity to the nation. He was the critic of the mercantilism and supporter of the laissez-faire state. 2. Marxist school views are primarily a critique of the liberal view of political economy. Marx, he was the critique of P. of Adam Smith. He held that it will bring wealth only to few and not nation. As a whole, structural Marxist Hamza Lavi, he has studied the political economy of Pakistan. Structuralist school, represented by Hamza Alvi, is utilized for the analysis of the states in South Asia. Neo-Marxist added new approaches which can be used for the analysis of post-colonial societies. The instrumentalist approach, known as dependency school led by A.G. Frank, has been utilized to study the states in Latin America, Africa, and Middle East. 3. Amartya Sen, he has analyzed the relationship between the political issues like democracy and economic development. He praised the Chinese investment in human capital, but he believed that development needs to be democratized. Appraisal of the political economy approach. 1. Significance. The approach has both academic and practical significance. Practical utility. The approach can provide guidance to agencies how to channelize the aid in different fields and countries. Political economy has become an increasingly popular part of the working at the World Bank and other development agencies. *V. Milan Vaishnav. Good economics leads to good politics, helpful in shaping developmental discourse. It can also be utilized for determining the flaws in development strategy and shaping the development discourse. It is useful approach because it has qualities of being quantitative and descriptive. The approach has been found useful in study of developing nations. Political economy approach helps in understanding the flaws of the development model and making prescriptions. The approach is useful in studying political science in more comprehensive manner. The approach finds utility in other social sciences as well. Limitations of the political economy approach. It focuses too much on economics, which can lead to economic reductionism, and only one approach is not sufficient as politics is too complex. This approach employs quantitative techniques which require specialized knowledge. Resource intensive. Since it involves data collection, it needs more resources for research. It is highly prescriptive in nature. It is a value-based approach. Its focus is limited to the economic policies, hence it may not give the comprehensive picture. Hence multiple approaches and combination have to be used. Concluding line for political economy approach. Importance of political economy approach can be judged by the fact that the famous book Why Nations Fail points out poor economic institutions as one of the key reasons of a nation's failure. Previous year questions -2018. Describe the changing nature of comparative politics. Briefly explain the political economy approach to the study of comparative polities. Introduction. Comparative politics is concerned with significant regularities, similarities, and differences in the working of political institutions and political behavior. It is the study of the forms of political organizations, their properties, correlations, variations, and modes of change. PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya's main body, THC field has undergone numerous adjustments over the years. The process of comparison was primarily non-native and philosophical until the middle of the 18th century. A blueprint and recommendations for the state's future were produced as a result of the study. The study of constitutions and laws has been more important since democracies were established in the West starting in the 18th century. Legal institutional approach. Since the rest of the world was made up of colonies and without an independent government, it was solely concerned with Western nations. Many new countries, formerly colonies, were founded after the Second World War. There was a distinction between theory and practice in these regimes as well as between text and context. In these states, social structure was important and understanding the constitution was insufficient. The legal institutional strategy was deemed ineffective. This inspired a lot of contemporary comparative methodologies. Among these, political sociology and political economy are well known. Political economy approach. Political economy refers to a specific way of understanding social and political phenomena whereby economics and politics are not seen as separate domains. It affirms that there exists a relationship in politics and economics and that this relationship works and makes itself manifest in several ways. It benefits from being both prescriptive and quantitative. Political economy also comes in a wide variety. Marxist scholars propose common ownership of the means of production, whereas liberal scholars such as Adam Smith favor the laissez-faire economic model. The political economy approach has the drawback that it only considers economics and can't be employed on its own. For a deeper and more comprehensive knowledge, it should be combined with other methods. But the approach has been helpful in shaping developmental discourse for determining the flaws in development strategy and shaping the development discourse. Political sociology approach. LN basic term, political sociology explores to understand the process of interaction between government and society, decision-making authorities, and conflicting social forces and interests. It believes in a two-way relationship between sociology and political science, giving equal importance on social and political variables. Political sociologist researches in areas of caste, class, religion, ethnicity, elite structure, political parties, and pressure groups. Revolution, social change, culture, and civil society. Defining political sociology. Akamakopadhyaya, political sociology is the child from the marriage between sociology and political science and as in human issues cannot be solely characterized by its parental qualities alone. Robert E. Dowse and John A. Hughes, political sociology is the study of political behavior within a sociological perspective of framework. Michael Rush and Philip Althoff, political sociology is the interactions and linkages between society and polity, between social structure and political structure, and between social behavior and political behavior. Smelser N. J. Political sociology is study of the interrelationship between society and polity, between social structures and political institutions. Political sociology is not solely the study of the social factors condition the political order. Development of political sociology approach. Aristotle is considered as father of political sociology. He explained first the sociological factors like rising inequalities and analyzing the causes of the revolution. Machiavelli, he also connected the society to the government. He believed that form of the government depends on the nature of society. It and him also advised the prince to devise his policy based on the nature of the people. Karl Marx has been called as the father of modern political sociology. Karl Marx suggested that to understand the politics we have to understand the basic structure of the society. PS approaches were further enriched by behavioral studies and methods. Even scholars like David Easton that instead of institutional approach, politics should be studied with systemic perspective, which means nature of society and culture. It is said that especially in the case of developing areas, the study of the Constitution will not suffice. One needs to understand socio-cultural environment. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 9. Shunyas. There are two major approaches to political sociology. 1. Marxist school. Marxist scholars analyze class structure of the society, nature of state, revolution, protest, etc. Marx, he held that to understand politics we need to first understand the basic structure of the society, that is economy. Instrumentalist school suggests that state is an instrument of dominant class. Structuralist school suggests that in some situations state gains relative autonomy. Gramsci has highlighted the role of civil society through his concept of integral state. 2. Weberian school. Max Weber was a critic of Karl Marx and a supporter of capitalism. He has challenged the following assumptions of Marx. Economic structure is a determinant of all that happens in superstructure. Weber criticized it as a monocausal explanation. Weber does not believe in Marx's concept of class antagonism and his division of society into haves and have-nots. On the contrary, he believes that there will be proliferation of classes, growth of middle class. Weber was an admirer of capitalism unlike Marx and considered it most rational. 3. Max Weber has contributed significantly through the concepts like method of ideal types, the concept of authority, theory of bureaucracy, and the concept of political parties. Political sociology in Indian case. In the Indian context, several prominent scholars have utilized political sociology to analyze various aspects of society and politics. André Batil, Christophe Jaffrelot with a focus on the RSS, Paul Brass exploring religion and communal riots, and Yogendra Yadav studying electoral behavior are notable examples of scholars who have applied political sociology in their works. However, due to its specific focus on society, political sociology alone may not provide a comprehensive understanding of political phenomena. Therefore, it is beneficial to complement the insights from political sociology with other approaches in comparative politics, such as political economy and the political approach. By combining multiple perspectives, researchers can gain a more holistic and nuanced understanding of the complex dynamics of politics and society in Indian context. Appraisal of the political sociology approach. 1. Relevance of the political sociology approach. The relevance of the political sociology has been analyzed by Maurice Duverger in detail. The approach ends isolated study of politics and locates it in broad spectrum of social phenomena. It emphasizes on essential unity of social sciences. It broadened the understanding of political phenomena. It has opened new frontiers of research. Highlights that politics doesn't take place only in government institutions. 2. Limitations of the political sociology approach. Sartori, we have to establish autonomy of politics. We cannot ignore how politics shapes society. Threat to autonomy of political science as discipline. Danger of political science losing its autonomy and getting submerged in sociology. It is resource-intensive and cumbersome process. It requires empirical study, collection of data, field work, etc. Undermining role of political institutions. It undermines the role political institutions. These institutions are the main factor which affects the power relations, is a complex interaction of various actors, and it is difficult to compare societies as unlike institutions. Society and constitutions, it is not definite. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya's current status of political sociology. In the initial times, the political sociology have attracted the attention of many scholars, but in the later phase it has been highlighted by the scholars that for the sake of connecting politics to the sociology, it has been threatened to lose its autonomy as a discipline. But there was effort by the scholars to bring back the status of political science. Theta Skocpol bringing the state back in. There was effort by the Theta Skocpol to arrest the decline and establishing itself as autonomous discipline. She held that it true that society impacts politics, but politics also equally impacts society. Thus she suggested to bring the state back in and uphold the centrality of state in the discipline of political science. Conclusion for political sociology. Political sociologists contributed towards expanding the scope of politics. They introduced new concepts like political culture, governability, and then contributed in big way towards strengthening of transdisciplinary nature of politics. Consequently, political sociologue at present itself has developed as interdisciplinary or hybrid discipline. Political development approach. Political development as the political prerequisite of economic development. Political development as the politics typical of industrial society. Some scholars like W. W. Rostov try to identify the process of political development as the politics of typical industrial society. It has been understood differently by different scholars. Political development as political modernization. The scholars like James S. Coleman, Carl Deutsch, and S.M. Lipset defined political development as the crucial character of political modernization, characteristics of modern societies. Political development as the operations of nation-state. A good number of social theorists like K. H. Silvert, Edward A. Shills, and William McCord have pointed out that political development consists of the organization of political life and the performance of political functions in accordance with the standards expected of a modern nation-state. Political development as administrative and legal development. Scholars and thinkers like Max Weber, Talcott, Parsons, and Joseph La Palambra have laid stress on the point that political development is intricately linked to the legal and administrative order of a community. A. Political development as mobilization and participation. Political development has been defined as mass mobilization and participation. It involves new standards of loyalties and entire involvement of the citizens. Political development as the building of democracy. The thinkers like Joseph La Palambra and J. Ronald Pennock are of the view that political development is the building of democracy and inculcating values of democratic order in the minds of people. Political development as mobilization and power. James S. Coleman, G. A. Almond, and Talcott Parsons have taken the view that entire concept of political development can be evaluated in terms of the level or degree of absolute power which the system is able to mobilize. Political development as stability or orderly change. Carl Dudish and F. W. Riggs have laid stress on the point that political development is a process that ensures stability and orderly change. Political development as one aspect of a multi-dimensional process of social change. Max F. Millikan, Donald L. M. Blackmer, and Daniel Lerner argued that it is unnecessary and inappropriate to try to isolate completely political development from other forms of development. Lucian Pye. Political development. According to Lucian Pye, political development could be traced at 3 different levels. With respect to the population as a whole, with respect to the level of the governmental and general systemic performance, and page 11. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes. With respect to the organization of the polity, Lucian Pye has given 3 parameters of political development at these 3 levels. Equality. The subjects of political development do suggest mass participation and popular involvement in political activities. Participation may be either democratic or in a form of totalitarian mobilization, but the key consideration is that subjects should become active citizens, i.e., increasing participation of people in the political system means the political equalities. Capacity. It refers to the capacity of a political system by which it can give outputs and extent to which it can affect the rest of the society and economy. It also associates with governmental performance and the conditions that directly or indirectly influence such performance, i.e., state's capacity, the capacity of the state to enforce the law. Differentiation. Differentiation is diffusion of specialization. It is the specialization of structure resulting in functional specificity of various political roles within the system. The offices and agencies tend to have their distinct and increased limited functions, i.e., the functional specialization of the state. Gabriel Almond. Political development is characterized by specialization and secularization. He categorized it under primitive, traditional, transitional, and modem. According to Almond, a structurally differentiated system with secularized political culture will have increased capability to shape domestic and international environments. Critical appraisal of the political development approach. Definition. The definition of political development is biased. It is defining development in the line of Western liberal democracies too. Riggs called this concept of development trap because of the imbalance between the levels of development of different parameters of political development. 3. Samuel P. Huntington has added the concept of political decay, i.e., a mismatch in the level of political participation and political institutionalization. In his book, Political Order in Changing Society, Huntington explains that if political participation increases but complexity, autonomy, adaptability, coherence of the society's political institution do not increase, then it will result into political decay. Political decay will result in violence and political instability. Significance/relevance. Since the late 1970s, a significant wave of democratization, commonly known as the third wave of democratization, has swept across the globe. This wave of democratization has had a profound impact on developing countries in the post-colonial world as well as on communist and authoritarian regimes. As a result, there has been a renewed interest in the political development approach. Overall, the third wave of democratization has reignited scholarly attention on the political development approach as researchers seek to comprehend and promote the complex dynamics of democratic transitions in diverse contexts. Conclusion. Resultant of democratic transition today, there is a broad consensus that the economic environment in which political development occurs, whether it originates from internal sources, social, cultural, or political, or external sources, is a crucial explanatory factor for the emergence of various political forms, including political democracy. Political modernization approach. Defining political modernization. The concept of political modernization, one like political development, is very vague. Different scholars have defined it differently. Most of the Western political scientists regarded modernization as westernization. Political development approach became controversial because it projected political system of Western countries as an ideal type biased towards liberal democracy, except all countries to move in that direction. Shunya IAS. Political modernization approach attempts to be more neutral. Scholars suggested not to give too much importance to the type of political system but to study the level of modernization. The idea is to compare modernization. 2. Basic premises. The assumption is if any society will go for modernization, it will automatically result in the growth of functional specialization, consciousness, and development. Close relationship between economic development and political modernization. Need for institutional transformation to accommodate societal changes. 3. What is modernization? To avoid the biased nature of the approach, scholars devised certain parameters which were not related to political. Rather, they held that it is an economic category and gave new parameters of modernization. According to them, the 4 parameters of modernization are industrialization, urbanization, rationalization, secularization. Proponents of the approach. 1. David Apter. According to Apter, the process of political modernization passes through 4 stages, viz. contact and control, reaction and counterreaction, contradiction and reaction, search for a new generative solution. His model is in line with process of colonization and decolonization. 2. Edward Shills postulated 5 models of political modernizations. At the outset, he divided all the existing political systems into 2 groups, democracy and oligarchy. Democracy is again subdivided into political and tutelary democracy, and oligarchy into modernization, totalitarian and traditional oligarchy. 3. Samuel P. Huntington. Modernization indicates industrialization, turbanization plus secularization plus expansion of modem education plus development of mass communication network plus spread of democracy. Modernization is described as the increasing capacity of man to control his environment. According to Samuel P. Huntington, there are 5 consequences of modernization. O. Increase in social mobilization, which signifies increase in competition for political and economic resources. O. Demand for functional differentiation. For X, modernization resulted in the separation of executive and judicial power in Britain. O. Rationalization of authority governed by rational law rather than religious laws. O. Increased participation in politics. O. All these things culminate in nation-building process. It itself required democratization. Criticisms of political modernization. 1. Inadequacy for studying socialist countries. Critics argue that the tools and frameworks used in the concept are not suitable for analyzing political systems in socialist countries like China and Russia. The concept tends to promote westernization and overlook the unique political experiences and systems of non-Western nations. 2. One-sided and politically motivated. The concept of political modernization has been accused of being one-sided, distorted, and politically motivated. It is seen as a means to impose Western values and ideologies on other societies, disregarding their own cultural and historical contexts. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 13. Shunya IAS. 3. Ambiguity and manipulation. The tools used in the concept of political modernization have been criticized for being ambiguous and open to manipulation. Critics suggest that these tools serve the interests of neocolonial powers, allowing them to maintain their dominance and exploit resources in other countries. 4. Neglecting non-WCS-DCRN perspectives. The concept is viewed as a manifestation of Western-centric biases, ignoring the diverse perspectives and alternative models of political development found in non-WCS-DCRN societies. Conclusion. The concept of political modernization has certain weaknesses. In spite of all the weaknesses, they contribute much for the study of political system. The concept are said to be more relevant. Almond and Powell praise the concept for the dynamism generated by them. Thus, the concept holds an important place in modern political analysis. Political culture approach. It was developed by Gabriel Almond and Sidney Verba, which was reflected in their book Civiculture 5 Foot. Political culture approach can also be useful for the study of developing countries and comparisons. Hat is culture. Culture is a set of value, attitude, beliefs which form a way of life. Culture is a long-term phenomenon. Since it is a long-term trend, we can develop a methodology based on the comparison between culture. What is political culture? Political culture is a subset of Culture 5. We can study attitudes of people and their orientations towards the political systems. Almond and Verba. They have presented various ideal types of political cultures. Have applied Easton's input and output approach and Max Weber's methodology of ideal types. Types of political cultures. Parochial political culture. Situation where people do not associate themselves with the political system. They prefer to live under their community rules or local rules. No role in input and output. Subject political culture, where people act as a subject rather than citizens. They do not feel that they have the capacity to influence the input, they simply obey the output. For X culture in most of the Southeast countries whose guided democracy exists. Asia participant political culture. Here, citizens play an active role both in input as well as output for long political culture in Western countries. Lias bin a participanbit, they have also witnessed the decline of social capital. India, highly participant culture is emerging. *F. In CI/IC culture, according to Almond and Verba, civic culture is best for democracy. Civic culture means a situation where the majority has participant culture, but some people also have parochial and subject political culture. Limitations of the political culture approach. It often oversimplifies cultural beliefs, overlooking diversity. Measuring political culture is challenging and subject to biases. Causal relationships between political culture and outcomes are difficult to establish. Individual agency is neglected in favor of collective beliefs. The approach may struggle with cross-cultural applicability and overlook cultural nuances. Political culture is dynamic and evolves over time, posing challenges for the approach's ability to capture and adapt to these changes. Relevance. The post-Cold War era has witnessed the upsurge of ethnic and national differences among the nations as well as within the nations. This testifies that relevance to cultural components to be taken into account to make sense of such upsurges and political realities. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. The post-Cold War era has witnessed the upsurge of ethnic and national differences among the nations as well as within the nations. This testifies that relevance to cultural components to be taken into account to make sense of such upsurges and political realities. Difficulties faced by a political theorists in comparing states. Lack of standard and precise definition of various units of comparison, as there is subjectivity among scholars. To study comparative politics. For example, Easton preferred the concept of power instead of state due latter's variety of meaning and the resultant confusion. 2. Interconnection between norms, institutions, and behavior. There are difficulties arising from the connection between norms, institutions, and behavior, which is evident from the fact that some governments exist naturally and others are imposed. For example, in case of United States, government is bombed from revolution, based on democracy, values, rule of law. In contrast, governments under Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq was imposed upon population through force or external influence. 3. Information deficit. That arises from hurdles in accessing data. Public information is often not complete and can be filtered by the state agencies. For example, totalitarian countries like North Korea do not release any information or refuse access to much information, and on the other hand, countries like China have a strong control over what comes out. Also, most of the open countries does operate limited and have indirect censorship on numerous processes. 4. Vast range of variables. Analyzing a political system involves considering many factors, like economics, society, climate, and geography. These variables are used to explain how a country's norms, institutions, and behaviors develop. Since there are so many variables, it's impossible to study them all in detail. For example, Arab Spring uprising in 2010 was a result of vast range of variables from economic disparities, social discontent to climate-related factors, and geographic proximity influencing political changes in Middle East. Diversity in institutions, like parliaments, judiciaries, or executive branches in countries with similar political. 5. System also acts as a difficulty for political theorists, and hence the comparative outcome can be biased. There is also the issue with methods of gathering and analyzing the data. For instance, survey method that can work in one country might not be suitable for another due to cultural or linguistic differences. For example, Comparative analysis of parliamentary systems in UK and India can give different analysis, as UK has parliamentary sovereignty and India follows federal system with bicameral legislature. Dynamic nature of politics. Politics is an aspect of human behavior and like all other aspects of human 6. Behavior, it is also highly dynamic. Further, a big gap is present in the theory and practice of all political systems. This always acts as a big hindrance in the way of every realistic study of politics. For example, in Russia, the gap between democratic principles in its constitution and the centralization of power exemplifies the dynamic and complex nature of political systems. 7. Stability of state. Much of the study of state is concerned with the issues of stability and maintenance of state due to the assumption that power is always conservative. Hence, it fails to take radical changes into account. The recent military coup in Myanmar is an example in this regard. Conclusion. The civic culture is thus a Goldilocks concept, a means to overcome the fragility of democracy through a scientific inquiry. Presently, the concept is undergoing a renaissance in the current situation of growing political apathy in many countries. Civic culture is considered to be relevant, not only for the stability of any democratic regime, but also for its quality. Paper 2, PSIR optional subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 15. Unit 2 State in Comparative Perspective. Previous year's questions. Describe the changing nature of the slate in the developing societies in the context of inclusive growth in the 21st century. 2018. A combination of internal pressures, ethnic and regional forces, and external threats, EU, UN, TNC, global market, etc., has produced what is commonly referred to as a crisis of the nation-state. Elaborate. 2016. Do you subscribe to die view that the modern constructs of the state and politics are preeminently Eurocentric and not indigenous and appropriate for the analysis of non-Western societies? 2015. The struggle for democracy has been marked by bitter strife and tribulations? Examine the statement, illustrating the cases of Pakistan, Nepal, and Myanmar. 2015. A minimal state ensures a maximum of individual liberty. Examine the concept of minimal state. 2013. Standard introductions. According to Garner, political science begins and ends with the state. Thus, state is the core concept, but it still remains contested. Irrespective of the society we live in, be it liberal, capitalist, or socialist, the state is the dominant political institution standing above all other institutions, which has an influence in politics, economy, culture, and almost all aspects of the contemporary society. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we begin and end our lives within the confines and jurisdiction of the state. The rise and evolution of the state needs to be understood as a long drawn-out and uneven process in different time and space, like advanced industrial, socialist, and the developing countries. Characteristic and changing nature of the state in capitalist societies. Capitalist societies. Capitalist societies are characterized by an economic system where the means of production, such as factories and businesses, are privately owned and operated for profit. Examples of capitalist societies include countries like the United States, Germany, Britain, and France. In these societies, individuals and corporations engage in market transactions and competition, and the allocation of resources is primarily determined by market forces. Shunya. Changing nature of state in capitalist societies. The characteristics and evolving role of the state in capitalist societies can be analyzed from various perspectives. Different theories and viewpoints offer insights into the relationship between the state and the capitalist economy. The nature and functions of the state in capitalist societies are subject to ongoing debates and can vary across different countries and historical contexts. The nature and functions of the state in capitalist societies are subject to ongoing debates and can vary across different countries and historical contexts. Liberal and neo-liberal perspective. 1. For liberals, state is created by man to remove inconveniences present in the stale of nature. John Locke. State is regarded as instrument of utility. Bentham. According to liberals, the state is neutral arbiter of conflicting interest. 2. Welfare state. Initially, in capitalist societies, we find the idea of laissez-faire state or night watchman state. However, after economic depression, laissez-faire states have been replaced by welfare state, i.e., state making positive intervention in the economy for the disadvantaged sections. 3. Neoliberalism. And post-1970s, we see the idea of rolling back of the state or emergence of neoliberalism. It emerged as welfare state became unsustainable. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. 4. Social liberals. Again, there was revival of welfare state by social liberals, but the focus was not direct intervention but rather capacity building. And since the beginning of 21st century, these states are oscillating between the idea of night watchman state to welfare state. For example, in USA, the Republicans support the neoliberal policies while Democrats base their policies on social liberalism. 5. Volatile phase. Since the 2008 financial crisis, liberal states are going through another phase, which Habermas calls volatile phase. When capitalism is in crisis, it leads to rise of left or rise of the right. In Greece and Canada, we see rise of left, while in Britain and USA, there's rise of right. Neoliberal ideas in extreme form results in neo-fascism, and Brexit and US first are apt examples. Marxist perspective. Marxist theory challenges the notion that the state is a neutral arbiter and instead argues that the state is a class institution. According to Marxism, the state is not an impartial entity that represents the interests of society as a whole, but rather a tool used by the ruling class to maintain its dominance and protect its economic interests. Marxists believe that in capitalist societies, the state serves the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class that owns and controls entire means of production. The state is seen as a means for the bourgeoisie to enforce and uphold the capitalist system, including the protection of private property rights, maintenance of social order, and preservation of exploitative class relations. Laws, policies, and institutions are shaped in a way that benefits the bourgeoisie and reinforces the capitalist mode of production. Within Marxist perspective, there are two main perspectives. Instrumentalist. According to this perspective, state is executive committee of the bourgeoisie class. Karl Marx. Ralph Miliband has analyzed the nature of state in post-capitalist societies in a study titled The State in Capitalist Societies. States remain the instrument of capitalist class. Economic power remains, according to him, even welfare concentrated, and the class that controls economic power also controls political power. Habermas predicts that welfare states will also suffer from legitimation crisis. Relative autonomy or structuralist. Nikos Palantzas notes that in specific situations, state gains relative autonomy, i.e. it no longer acts as instrument. This idea has been drawn from the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. According to it, state begins to appear as neutral or as equilibrium maker. However, in times of crisis, it becomes difficult to maintain this autonomy or neutrality, and ultimately, state comes in support of the dominant class. Elitist perspective. C. Wright Mills notes that democracy in capitalist nations is governed by political elites. Power is in hands of corporate groups, federal politicians, and top leaders of military. For instance, the decision to use nuclear weapon on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not taken by people but by power elites. Pluralist perspective. According to pluralist, power is not concentrated in hands of elites but is distributed among various interest groups. Thus, for Robert Dahl, capitalist nations are not oligarchies but polyarchy. However, Robert Dahl and Charles Lindblom modified this stand and suggest that power is tilted towards corporate groups. Thus, polyarchy is defund polyarchy. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 17. Shunya IAS. Changing trend. Nature of state in capitalist countries is shaped by the changing requirements of capitalism itself. Initiation as laissez-faire state started as laissez-faire states on the ideas of John Locke, Adam Smith, and Malthus. Ricardo. Changing nature as welfare state. The laissez-faire state got its nature changed to welfare state to protect capital. Arm from socialist revolution. Welfare state based on the ideas of scholars like John Rawls, Dworkin, Keynes, etc. Rolling back of the state. The welfare state concept dominated till 1970s. Then started rolling back of state in the form of Reaganism and Thatcherism. Now they swing between social liberalism and neoliberalism like Democrats vs Republicans in USA, similarly Labour versus Conservatives in UK. Advanced industrial economies is not a homogeneous idea, as East European economies still continues to follow socialist mode of economy. Scandinavian countries continue to follow welfare state model. Since 2008 financial crisis, these countries are facing economic and political crisis with the rise of neo-rightist, anti-refugee movement, Brexit, etc. Liberalism is being rolled back and states are following the protectionist and nationalist policies. Characteristic and changing nature of the state in socialist societies. Socialist nations are based on ideas of Marx, Lenin, and Mao. The first socialist economy was in Russia/USSR. The other examples of socialist nations are formed Yugoslavia, China, North Korea, Cuba. These countries started with the hope that stale will wither away, but some of these countries have withered away. However, after communists' revolution, very powerful stales came into existence. In place of dictatorship of proletariat, these states became dictatorship of communist parties. As far as Europe and East Europe is concerned, communism collapsed in countries that adopted democracy. This was explained by Samuel P. Huntington as third wave of democracy. However, the transition from authoritarianism to democracy remains far-fetched dream. Many have gone back to path of authoritarianism and semi-authoritarianism. Russia, Central Asia, Eastern Europe nations also neo-fascist authoritarian trends. In China, we see tightening of communist parties hold over people. There is no change in dictatorial trend in North Korea. Cuba continues to be one-party state, but it is not as exploitative as other nations. There has been a rise in socialist parties in Latin American countries like Venezuela, Bolivia. Venezuela is facing severe crisis for external and internal reasons. Characteristics and changing nature of socialist societies can also be understood from different perspectives. Marxist/socialist perspective. According to Marxist perspective, socialist societies are people's democracy. In contrast to them, capitalist states are bourgeoisie democracies or dictatorships of the bourgeoisie, and socialist states are dictatorships of proletariat. Others' perspective. Hannah Arendt and Karl Popper, prominent Western scholars, have labeled socialist societies as totalitarian. They argue that these societies are characterized by the dominance of the Communist Party, which they view as a form of dictatorship. According to their analysis, socialist states suppress individual freedoms, limit political pluralism, and exert control over various aspects of society, including the economy and civil liberties. Arendt and Popper highlight the concentration of power in the ruling party, the suppression of dissent, and the absence of democratic processes as key features of these societies. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya. Elitist scholars. They believe that oligarchy is iron law, but Raymond Aron stated that situation in Western liberal nations is better than in socialist states. This is because in capitalist nations the elite structure is fractured. But in socialist nations there is monolithic elite. In the Western capitalist societies, people at least have a choice among different elites, which is not present in socialist nations. When one looks at the constitutions of socialist nations, there are no enforceable civil and political rights but only enforceable duties. Changing recent trends. Communist states started collapsing and replaced by democratic states after the fall of USSR, which Huntington described as third wave of democracy. Collapse of economy as seen in Venezuela and Greece due to excessive welfare policies. The economy of even so-called communist states like Russia and China is based on capitalism. Characteristic and changing nature of developing state. Developing countries are post-colonial societies known as Global South. They suffer from colonial legacy in administration and economy. They face problem of mass poverty and deprivation. The study of developing area has been area of study by modern comparative politics. The nature and changing trend can be understood through different perspectives. Behavioral and post-behavioral perspective. It can be understood by utilizing techniques developed in comparative politics primarily for these societies. If we apply political developmental approach, these countries can be called as prismatic courtiers in the words of Riggs. In the words of Riggs, they are under development trap. Gunnar Myrdal has given the concept of soft state for India and Indonesia. If we apply the idea of Huntington, most of these states have witnessed political decay. Marxists' perspective. 1. Neo-Marxists. The neo-Marxist of dependency school call these states as periphery states. They remark that ruling class of developing states act as instrument of the bourgeoisie of the metropolis. A.G. Frank calls such states as puppet regimes. A.G. Frank and Samir Amin say these states suffer from underdevelopment. 2. Structuralist. Another Marxist perspective is by Hamza Alvi, who uses the structuralist approach and calls developing nations overdeveloped. He notes that there is mismatch between economic development and political development. Changing trend. This region has been in the state of transition. They adopted democracy, but it did not sustain and were replaced by authoritarian regimes with the exception of India. Many countries also adopted communist model. Since 1990s, most shifted to the model of liberal democracy with exception of Cuba, Israel, China, and North Korean. With the exception of India, democracy becomes fragile and most states remain authoritarian or semi-authoritarian. The developing states are not unaffected by global trends. Around the globe, there is decline of liberal world order and there is rise of right and left. Even in third world countries, we see the rise of rightist parties and authoritarian leaders. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 19. Shunya. Previous year question -2018 describe the changing nature of state in the developing societies in the context of inclusive growth in the 21st century. 2018. Introduction. Developing countries or post-colonial societies known as Global South. They suffer from colonial legacy in administration and economy. They face problem of mass poverty and deprivation. Main body. A prospective path for the evolution of these societies has been demonstrated by many developmental scholars. Prismatic societies are a concept introduced by F.W. Riggs. Transitioning from being traditional societies to becoming ideal contemporary capitalist democracies, developing societies are in this stage. Samir Amin, on the other hand, advocates for removing the periphery nations from the development plans and demands of the core nations. The Western nations have evolved into their current states over many years and democracy has grown naturally. The challenge of nation building, state building, participation, and distributive justice, however, fell squarely on the shoulders of the developing nations. Majority of nations first opted for communism or socialism but later switched to liberalism. China, a powerful nation, launched its economy while concurrently claiming to be communist. India began with a mixed economy and is now rising to become a business hub, but it continues to support state's beneficial role and uphold its fundamental goal of creating a welfare society. Conclusion. Thus, unlike the advanced industrial state and their nature of laissez-faire, the state in developing countries have been protecting the interest of the vulnerable section, successfully promoting the inclusive growth. Even during the COVID-19, the state in developing nations has been more responsive to the pandemic and better protected the health and security of their people. Characteristic and changing nature of advanced industrial societies. 1. Who are advanced industrial states? Advanced industrial states are those countries where industries dominate mode of production. Industrial revolution was first to take place in these countries, e.g. Russia, UK, France, USA, Canada, Germany, and some East European countries. They are called as Global North or the OECD countries. As per Marxist terminology, they are core countries, and from Marxist perspective, the drain of wealth is continuing. 2. Features of the advanced industrial states. They have been the powers in the past. They continue to have dominance in politics, economic, cultural, and ideological sphere even after the formal end of decolonization. 3. Changing nature of the state. Till the end of Cold War, advanced industrial states were divided into two blocks, capitalist and socialist. Socialist bloc countries could not survive. With the collapse of USSR, they adopted the Western model of politics and economy. Since the end of Cold War. Since the end of Cold War till the beginning of the 213th century, Western countries had been in dominant position. Most of them are now developing countries despite having the industrial base. However, since 2001 onwards, there is a decline in the hegemony of the West marked by the rise of the East. The center of gravity started shifting towards Asia-Pacific from Atlantic. BRICS countries started giving challenge to these countries in different sectors. Most affected sector in these countries is manufacturing. The most affected section is low-skilled workers. Since 2000, there is decline in hegemony of West marked by rise of the rest BRICS. The center of gravity shifted from Atlantic to Asia-Pacific. BRICS countries started challenging these countries in different sectors. Most affected sector is manufacturing and most affected section are low-skilled workers. Since 2008, there is financial crisis. These countries are not only facing economic crisis but also political crisis. Whether in Western Europe or USA, there is a rise of neo-rightist and neo-fascists. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya's rise of neo-rightist in these countries. People have become susceptible to political agenda of populist parties. Populist parties got lease of life due to combination of economic crisis, migrant crisis, transnational terrorism, and Islamophobia. The victory of right started in Poland, Hungary, reaching to France, Germany, Netherlands, and Sweden. Some say that this is also the case with USA. These countries are also in the state of transition. COVID-19 and advanced industrial states. With the advent of globalization, we see the further rolling back of state and increased role of private sector and greater liberalization or opening up of these economies of these countries. COVID-19 and growing state centrality. COVID crisis has been interpreted by some scholars as a move towards deglobalization. After crisis, the state has regained the centrality. People have realized the importance of public sector, so COVID crisis has strengthened the state. The trend is that whenever the crisis comes like war or pandemic, people start looking towards the state because state is the only institution which can mobilize the resources during crisis even by using coercive power. However, it is also feared that state will try to grab power because of COVID. Certain scholars has pointed towards rise of surveillance state and impact towards informational privacy. It is believed that if enhanced state retained limited to crisis period, it is better, but it should not become the normal because once states increases its power, it become difficult to roll back it. Rolling back of state may become all the way problematic because of the growing tendencies of protectionisms and neo-fascism and growing tendencies of rightist trend in politics, and it is believed that in the long-term state-led economic model may not be that much conducive for the economic growth. Standard conclusions v. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused a global shock and directed a spotlight on the rapidly changing role of the state. It has resulted into expansion and reach of the state and the centralization of power all over the world. The pandemic's aftermath will test whether different version of states is capable of systemic changes to ensure better and equitable governance. State does not operate in vacuum, so the nature of state gets influenced by internal and external circumstances. It has been the result of multiple subsystems at interplay with each other. Historical peculiarity and nature of society also impact the nature of state. Nature of state is changing fast with the change in the emerging world order in the era of complex interdependence. In the recent decades, the state is confronted with new challenges. Externally, these challenges are arising from the rise of a number of non-state actors on the international stage. Internally, there has been a growing assertion of identity by several groups which shapes the nature of the state in contemporary world. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 21. Shunya IAS. Unit -3 Politics of Representation and Participation. Previous year's questions. Discuss the role of social movements in strengthening the democratic process in developing countries. 2022, political parties and pressure groups are sine qua non of democracy. Comment. 2021, explain the impact of electoral systems and cleavages in shaping party system with reference to developing countries. 2021, write an essay on new social movements in developing countries. 2019, comment on the decline of political parties and examine whether new social movements shall be alternative strategy for establishing link between government and society. 2016, do interest groups help to promote democracy or to undermine it? Give your opinion. 2016, what is the difference between interest groups and pressure groups? Are the pressure groups in India in a position to fully protect or promote the interests of their members? 2015, party system in India is neither Western nor indigenous. Explain. 2014, is the rise of social movement a sign of opening up of popular space in political process or decline of representative politics? Examine. 2013, how did struggle for representation increase the level and quality of democracy in the industrial societies? 2012, political parties. Political parties are indispensable to any democratic system and play the most crucial role in the electoral process in setting up candidates and conducting election campaigns. Political parties are the essential components of representative democracy. They are the umbilical cord that links citizens to their governments. Standard definitions/introductions. 1. Political party is a group of people that seeks to get its candidates elected to public offices by supplying them with a label, a party identification by which they are known to the electorate. 1. Edmund Burke had defined political parties in 1770 as a body of men united for promoting, by their joint endeavors, the national interest upon some particular principles in which they are all agreed. 3. Max Weber has called political parties as powerhouses. 4. Harold Joseph Lasky defines political parties as big or small groups of people which are organized to establish their legitimate control over the government of the country through the process of elections. 5. Zoya Hasoji, party is a keystone political institution in representative regime, and parties regularly fulfill 3 crucial functions. Nominating candidates for public offices. Formulating and setting the agenda for public. Mobilizing support for candidates and policies in an election. Different view on political parties. Scholars from various schools of political science offer diverse perspectives on political parties, shedding light on their functions, dynamics, and impacts. 1. Pluralist perspective emphasizes parties as essential for representing diverse interests and facilitating democratic participation, allowing for healthy competition and mediating between government and the public. 2. Elitist perspective highlights the influence of powerful elites within parties, suggesting that parties primarily serve their interests rather than representing the broader public, with power and money shaping party politics. 3. Constructivist perspective focuses on the social and cultural aspects of parties, exploring how collective identities, ideologies, and shared understandings shape party goals, strategies, and interactions. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 4. Behavioral perspective analyzes individual and group behavior within party systems, studying factors like party identification, political socialization, and patterns of support to understand party dynamics. 5. Feminist perspective examines parties through a gender lens, studying the representation of women, promotion of women's rights, and gender dynamics within parties. 6. Comparative perspective compares parties across countries and regions to identify patterns, similarities, and differences, exploring contextual factors that shape party politics. 7. Marxist view. According to the Marxist view, parties represent classes. The situation of exploitation can be remedied only with the successful completion of class struggle resulting in the victory of proletariat. The bourgeois parties do not represent true democratic process. Therefore, they must be eliminated. The party that represents the working people alone has the right to exist. 8. Lenin on political parties. Lenin in What is to be Done has given the theory of Communist Party based on structure of a pyramid. According to Vladimir I. Lenin, a party, i.e., the Communist Party, is a well-organized group of chosen elite, intellectuals, and political activists. The Communist Party, therefore, is said to be a chosen group of intellectuals in the sense that their knowledge of Marxism maintains purity of Marxian principles and ideology and shows the correct path to the party. Communist Party are the pyramidal organizations, broad-based and filled with local units which are called as cells. People in cells decide the program and communicate their aspirations to the top leader. In Tlai's way, it is democratic. Leaders convert people's aspirations into the practical program of actions. Once the program is decided, it has to be implemented by all. In this way, there is a centralization. By Maurice Duverger. Maurice Duverger has classified political parties as 1. Elitist or traditional parties. The parties which are not cadre-based and do not have their support among the masses may be described as elitist or traditional parties. // These parties do not throw their doors open to one and all. They are selective in admitting members. 2. Mass parties -2 Section 1 v. The Communist parties based on the ideology of Marx and Lenin seek close contacts with the masses. After 1924, they were reorganized on the directions of Communist International headquartered in Moscow. They follow the pattern of Soviet Communist Party. The communist parties everywhere are much better organized and disciplined as compared to other parties. These parties attract workers and peasants. But, unlike other parties, their local units are generally not regional. In nature, they are organized at places of work. 3. Intermediary parties. According to Maurice Duverger, there is a third category of political parties that may be described as the intermediate type. These are different from both elitist and mass parties, yet they are closer to the mass parties. These are called indirect parties or intermediate parties. There is one problem with this classification of Duverger. At times it becomes difficult to distinguish one from the other. In his own words, in all mass parties, the leaders form a group quite distinct from the rest of the membership and from the party militants. This inner circle resembles somewhat the leadership of traditional parties submerged, as it were, in the heart of a mass organization. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 23. Shunya IAS. Party system. Duverker's law, relationship between electoral system and party system. First law of Duverker, plurality. Electoral rules tend to produce two-party systems. If a country has the simple majoritarian, FPTP, type of system, then it will lead to two-party systems. Second law, proportional representation tends to produce multi-party systems if the country has proportional representation equal to development of multi-party system. India as an exception to Duvrakir's law. A relative exception to this rule is India. Here, the party system is quite diverse. But the increasing tendency of parties to be part of two opposing and large coalitions has functionally brought India's case closer to Duvrakir's law. States like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar used to buck the trend with a high number of effective political parties, but even these, especially Bihar, have moved closer to becoming a two-coalition system. Maurice Duvrakir's classification 1. One-party system. One-party system implies the existence of only one party in a country. The country is committed to certain ideologies such as Marxism or fascism. In one-party systems there is no opposition. Parties other than the ruling party are either constitutionally debarred or they are crushed by the rulers. Communist Party of the USSR after the Bolshevik Mustafa Kemal Pasha's one-party rule in Turkey was claimed to be democratic. Fascist Party in Italy, 1922-43, and Hitler's Nazi rule in Germany, 193-3-45. Two-party systems 2. In modern democracies, there are two or more competitive parties. There are, obviously, at least two parties. None of these is more stable or powerful than the other on a permanent basis. However, one party remains in power for long period of time and the other continues to occupy opposition benches, then it becomes a dominant party system. In the two-party system, there is constant competition between the two parties for securing majority of popular votes and seats in the legislature. Both the parties keep on occupying either treasury benches or sit in the opposition, though this may not always be alternate. There may be presence of smaller parties, but smaller parties neither come to power nor do they normally influence the outcome of elections. At times, a third emerging party may even compete with the major parties, as was done in 1970s by the Liberal Democratic Party in Britain. 3. Multi-party system. There are several countries that have developed a system of having many parties. Technically, the existence of three or more big parties may be described as multi-party system. In Europe, France, Italy, and Switzerland are some of the examples of the system. India has over 40 political parties, big or small, represented in the Lok Sabha. In a multi-party system, 3, 4, or more parties may get together at any point of time to form coalition governments. Governments generally adopt a common minimum program for governance as they do not have commitment to any one ideology. The coalition governments generally do not last long, but there can always be exceptions. In a general election, voters have a wide choice of candidates. Many of them may belong to smaller parties committed to regional or sectarian interests. The winning candidates may not necessarily secure even half of the total votes cast. PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part Sunya's Classification of Electoral System, Joseph L. N. Palambra and Myron Weimers. They have classified party system on three basis of electoral systems. 1. Competitive. A competitive electoral system can give rise to turnover and hegemonic parties. Hegemonic partixo ideological, BJP to some extent. O. Pragmatic, Inc. till 1967. Other parties can't displace turnover. O. Ideological equals British. O. Pragmatic equals USA. 2. Non-competitive political parties in developed countries. There are three major models have evolved. 1. US model, turnover pragmatic. 2. Party system. 2. British model, two-party system but at times coalition government. Also exists. Turnover ideological. 3. Continental Europe. Multi-party system and coalition governments with the exceptions of Italy. Other countries have mature coalition culture. Italy's coalition culture is very similar to India's culture. Political parties in third world countries. Politics in the third world is characterized by its multidimensional nature. According to Duvrakir, political parties in undeveloped countries can be described in various ways. In some developing countries, parties follow the patterns seen in the United Kingdom or the United States, while in others one party is established based on the Soviet model. KITR. These parties often revolve around factors such as caste, religion, class, language, and ethnicity, lacking internal democracy. They tend to be built around charismatic leaders, and when these leaders exit the political scene, the parties often lose their momentum. The presence of dynasty systems is prevalent in many South Asian countries, where political power is concentrated within specific families. In some African countries, two parties are formed, each with its own unique style. These parties are often described as intermediate types, as they are still in the process of being fully organized as disciplined political entities. Comparing parties in developed and developing countries. Developed as well as developing world internally heterogeneous. Comparisons can be done at a very generalist level. Parties in developed countries. Party in developing countries. 1. Institutionalized democracy. 1. Non-institutionalized democracy. 2. Parties mostly on class line. 2. Identities like religion and caste has been dominant. 3. Western political has been one-dimensional. 3. In developing countries, parties has been multi-dimensional. 4. Western parties are internally democratic and transparent. 4. There has been lack of internal democracy in the developing countries. 5. There is clear distinction between parties and the government. 5. No clear distinction between the parties and the government. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 25. Shunya's previous year's question. Explain the impact of electoral systems and cleavages in shaping party system with reference to developing countries, 2021. Party system is not shaped in the vacuum. Party system is shaped by the complex interpretation of the various systems. Politics in the developing country is more complex and multi-dimensional. They reflect paradoxical features. Parties are modem in nature, however they are traditional in their functioning, which represents the uniqueness of prismatic societies. Impact of electoral system on party system. Electoral system is one of the most important aspects of the representative democracy. Thus it has the greater impact on shaping the party system. As per Doverker law, the FBTP first past the post system or the majoritarian system results into two-party systems, or the plurality/majority systems generally revolves around the two parties, often gravitating towards a party on the left and one on the right, alternating in power. It gives rise to a single-party government and to a coherent opposition party. Dial means the effective two-party system. On the other hand, proportional representation results into the multi-party system and coalition governments. Proportional representation systems promote the creation of several political parties that often reflect societal policy, ideology, or leadership differences. India as an exception. Ideally, India's majoritarian system should have stabilized the two-party systems, but we see the trend: either the system settles for one-party dominant system, be it Congress system or BJP system, or it goes for the multi-party system or the coalition government. Thus we can hold that as electoral system will influence how the political party system evolves, the actual political party system in place also influences electoral system. Impact of social cleavages on political parties. Scott C. Flanagan defines cleavage as potential lines of division within any given society. Social cleavages, according to Douglas, divide the members of a community or sub-community into groups with important political differences. They can be based on caste, religion, ethnicity, or ideology. Impact of social cleavages on the party system. Since developing countries are represented as prismatic society, social cleavages are bound to play the role in shaping the party system and the politics. Atul Kohli held that democracy in traditional society leads to mobilization on ethnic lines. The traditional elites, fearful of losing their privilege, try to mobilize people on ethnic lines. Similarly, Rajni Kothari also held that in traditional society, mobilization of the people of identity like religion and caste is natural. In the developing countries, the prime social cleavages are the religion and caste. For example, in India, different political parties can be associated with a particular caste and religion. In fact, situation is not very different as far as national parties are also concerned. The role of social cleavages has also been considered to be a tool towards the strengthening of democracies, and it has been held as an important factor for the success of democracies in these third world countries where it was expected/destined to fail. Conclusion. Thus we can say that various factors together working in complex interdependence defines the party system in the developing countries. In the heterogeneous country like India becomes more important where various factors come at play together, including identity, leadership, and electoral system. PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya IAS. Pressure groups. Pressure groups are voluntary associations of people who have common interests to promote and protect. These interests may be economic, social, cultural, linguistic, or religious. They do not have any political characteristics which differentiates them from political parties. There are certain essential features of the pressure groups. These are: pressure groups are part of the political process of a country. They attempt either to strengthen or change the direction of government policy. They do not seek as pressure groups to directly capture political power and run the government. In modem democracies, pressure groups are considered as the vital for democracy. Democratic countries gave not only freedom of speech and expression but freedom to form associations also. Gabriel Almond classification of pressure groups. 1. Institutional I. Formed by people who are part of the government like interest group of civil servants, bank employees, army. Welfare association. These are most powerful because they operate within the system and can influence the policy making directly, with least struggle. 2. Associational. These groups mostly are interest-based. For example, trade union, business union, etc. In comparative terms, they are more prominent in Western countries. The reason being the domination of. 3. Non-associational. Rationality. Society is driven by interest. These pressure groups are community-based or based on some identity. For example, some caste organizations like Jat Sava, etc. 4. Anomic. These denote the ad hoc approach. They are least institutionalized, informal, and short-term. These are most prominent in developing countries because of lack of institutionalization of democracy. Jean Blondel classification. To address the shortcoming of the Almond's classification of being static, Jean Blondel have reclassified the pressure groups which is more dynamic. 1. Community interest groups JTIJ. Customary groups institutional groups. 2. Associational groups protective groups. Promotive groups according to Blondel as society moves from the developing to developed community-based pressure groups gives way. Associational. Similarly from protective pressure groups society moves towards promotional pressure groups. Pressure groups in developed and developing countries. 1. In developed countries, pressure groups tend to be more interest-based and influential, particularly in countries like the United States. Corporate lobbies and other elite groups often wield significant power and influence over the political process. C. Wright Mills, a prominent sociologist, argued that these elitist groups play a central role in shaping the politics of developed countries. Their ability to mobilize resources and advocate for their specific interests can have a substantial impact on policy decisions and the overall direction of government actions. 2. In developing countries, the landscape of pressure groups is often different. Non-associational and anomic groups are more prevalent, representing diverse interests and causes. These groups may lack formal organization and structure but can still exert influence through various means, such as protests, demonstrations, or grassroots mobilization. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 27. According to post-colonial structural Marxist scholar Hamza Alvi, in countries like Pakistan, the state itself can be considered the most powerful pressure group due to its overdeveloped nature and control over resources. In countries like India, there is a mix of interest-based groups like the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry (F1CC1), alongside traditional non-associational groups like the Kamisena, which represent specific regional, caste, or cultural interests. Difference in developed and developing countries. Pressure groups in developed countries. Pressure groups in developing countries. 1. Primarily class-based pressure groups. 1. Based on identity and ethnicity. 2. Less interest in higher issues like foreign policy. 2. They take part in most part of the state, including foreign policy. 3. Centered on the vote bank politics. 3. Mostly centered around the economic and business interest. 4. They are well recognized by the state. 4. They are not well recognized by the state. Sometime have to face wrath of the state. 5. Mostly apolitical in nature. 5. Divided on political lines. Standard conclusion for the pressure groups. Pressure groups help in making democracies deliberative and participative through communicative action in public sphere. Through their activities, pressure groups help foster a vibrant and engaged civil society, encouraging active citizen participation and strengthening democratic governance. Political parties and pressure groups are sine qua non of democracy. Comment 2021. Pressure groups and political parties are considered as legitimate institutions of liberal democracy. Political parties are indispensable for the working of representative democracy. At the same time, pressure groups has been considered as vital for making democracy participatory in nature. Political parties and pressure groups have been accorded the significant place to the political parties in the success of representative democracy. Political parties and pressure group has been playing significant role in making democracy more participatory and deliberative. J.S. Mill, who is seen as a champion of democracy, has not only suggested the importance of freedom of speech and expression but even freedom to form association like pressure groups and political parties for effective articulation of interest of the people. In modern times, scholars like Robert Dahl and Charles Lindblom in their pluralist theory of democracy highlight role of pressure group in American democracy. Considering role of pressure group, Robert Dahl pressure to call American democracy as polyarchy or deformed polyarchy. In Indian case, for example, the Congress Party inclusive nature and it's allowed for representation from every sections covering all social groups across religious, linguistic, caste lines, which is important for strengthening democracy in a diverse country like India. Even Constitution of India recognizes freedom to form association with reasonable restriction as fundamental right, which gives the legitimacy to these institutions. Thus we can say that there can be certain pressure group which may undermine the security of the country and the democratic nature of the state as highlighted by various agencies, and there can be certain political parties also who work for the narrow interest and divide the society. Yet pressure groups and political parties certainly help in making democracy consociational, deliberative, and the more participator, which sine qua non for a healthy democracy. PSIR optional. Paper 2 Part A. Sunya's social movements. Social movements are universal, found in all societies in the past and present. Their nature, scope, and frequency vary. In the early period of political formation, social movements shaped the state, its functions, responsibilities, as well as accountability, and also its political boundary. Social movements involve collective struggle aimed at bringing social transformation, questioning prevailing order, power relations, and struggle for justice, etc. Standard introductions/definitions. Paul Wilkinson defines social movement as a deliberate collective endeavor to promote change in any direction, and by any means not excluding violence, illegality, revolution, or withdrawal into utopian community. According to Herbert Buhner, social movements can be viewed as collective enterprises to establish a new order of life. For Doug McAdam, social movements are those organized efforts on the part of excluded groups to promote or resist changes in the structure of society that involve recourse to non-institutional forms of participation. Political. Sidney Tarot, collective challenges based on common purposes and social solidarities in sustained interaction with elites, opponents, and authorities. Thus the above definitions of the social movements encompasses 3 elements. Collective action. Social movements involve coordinated efforts by a group of individuals to address a specific issue or pursue a cause. They mobilize people through protests, demonstrations, boycotts, and other forms. Collective action. Of social change. Social movements aim to bring about transformative changes in society. They challenge existing Power structures, norms, or policies, and advocate for alternative visions or the resolution of social injustices. Common purpose. Social movements are united by a shared goal or common purpose. Participants work together towards achieving this objective, whether it is advocating for civil rights, environmental protection, gender equality, or any other social issue. Social movements in developed and developing countries. 1. Social movement in developed countries. 1/L. Old social movements. Old social movement in developed countries were mostly working class movement. Because of industrialization being started in Western world, the movement started with issues like alleviating the working conditions of the working class. New social movements. Unlike old ones that talked of basic necessities of life, the new social movements focus on the quality of life. These movements exhibit plural ideas and values and hence difficult to compartmentalize as socialist, capitalist, right or left. Post-materialist movements. Post-materialist movements focused more on developmental issues like sustainable development, disarmament, LGBT, social media movements like Me Too. 2. Social movements in developing countries. In the developing countries there was not clear distinction between the old and new movements. In developing world, considering the prismatic nature of the society, old and new social movements are not entirely distinct. They are overlapping. For example, in India we see movements against corruption along with working class movements. Indian environmental movement is a mix of old and new. As an old social movement, it deals with the livelihood concerns of the tribal, poor, but as a new social movement, it takes up the issues like protection of environment. New social movements. New social movements. New social movements are primarily sociocultural as elaborated by Habermas, who called it new politics concerned with human emancipation and individual self-realization as opposed to old politics focus on economic and political security. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 29. Shunya IAS. New social movements offer an alternative social imaginary to both capitalism and socialism as they were both the systems to be retaining the elements of domination and unfairness. Taking a cue from Foucault and Lasky, they argue that social power can no longer be seen as centrally located in the state or the economy, but instead it is exercised as well as resisted at the societal level. Some examples of the new social movements. Occupy Wall Street movement in USA, Yellow Vest movement in France, recent protests in Hong Kong, Algeria, Sudan, India against corruption, #MeToo, environmental movement like Tuticorin, Tamil Nadu, recent protests in Kazakhstan due to high inflation. Difference between old and new social movements. Basis. Old social movements. New social movements. 1. Aims/objectives. It deals with the subsistence issues. IL deals with above the subsistence and goes to quality of life. 2. Composition of the people. Lower classes like working class, middle class and upper middle class. 3. Leadership. Leadership always from the upper class. Leadership from the upper class only. 4. Techniques. Political techniques like protest and demonstration. Modern techniques like use of art, literature, social media, etc. 5. Ideology. Old movements were mostly related to materialistic demands of bread and butter issues. New social movements are post-materialistic. Butter issues. Previous year's questions 2023. How does democratic politics construct citizenship? Democratic politics is a political system in which supreme power is vested in the citizens and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation involving periodic free elections. Democratic politics construct citizenship via active participation of citizen. Amund and Verba in their work The Civic Culture, 1963, gave the concept of participant culture. A participant political culture is one in which citizens pay close attention to politics and regard popular participation as being both desirable and effective. Catriona McKinnon in her work Issues in Political Theory gives 2 types of citizenships, unitary and differentiated. In democratic politics, citizens themselves construct aspects of citizenship via active political participation. According to Hannah Arendt, the importance of active participation of citizens in the political sphere is essential to construct citizenship. She believed that political engagement and active citizenship were vital components of a healthy and functioning democracy. Further, Aristotle had made significant contributions to political thought and has given perspective on citizenship within the context of democratic politics. In his work Politics 1, Aristotle discussed the concept of citizenship and its role in the construction of democratic societies. Citizenship, according to Aristotle, involved active participation in the political life of the polis, city-state. Additionally, Catriona McKinnon in Issues in Political Theory observed that there are 2 prominent forms of citizenship prevalent in democracies, i.e., unitary and differentiated. The former assumes that the rights and duties are the same for all citizens over the course of their lives. However, the democratic politics has led a few democracies such as the USA, Canada, and to some extent India to transgress the unitary citizenship and adopt differentiated citizenship. Strong multiculturalist theorist, Will PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya IAS. Kamlicka has argued for group differentiated citizenship which takes various forms such as polyethnic rights, special representation rights, and self-government rights. Moreover, scholars like Th. Marshall have highlighted how democratic politics has expanded the scope of rights conferred on citizens. Especially in social democracies such as Sweden and other Nordic countries, along with civil and political rights, even the social rights are provided to ensure economic security and resources. In today's context, India, as the world's largest democracy, has constructed citizenship through democratic politics by granting equal rights to all its citizens regardless of caste, religion, or gender. Also, South Africa's transition from apartheid to democracy is a remarkable example of citizenship construction. The democratic process played a pivotal role in dismantling racial discrimination. Democratic politics is a dynamic force in shaping citizenship, emphasizing inclusivity, equality, and active participation. It can be said that the idea of citizenship has been undergoing significant changes due to the forces of globalization, wherein the norms are increasingly diluted. However, challenges persist. There has been ongoing efforts to ensure full citizenship construction within democratic societies. Standard conclusion for overall social movement. The new social movements are indicators of the pulse of the people that they are no longer ready to accept the developmental paradigms that keep them out and preclude their participation. Social movements bring otherwise divided humans on one platform around a single issue and mobilize them to struggle for one cause, which is the defense of all living beings, born and unborn. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 31. Shunya US. Globalization, responses from Unit 4. Developed and developing societies. Previous year's questions. What are the main challenges faced by the developing countries in the era of globalization? 2022. What is globalization? Why is there an intense debate about globalization and its consequences? 2021. Critically examine the impact of globalization from the perspective of the countries of the Global South. 2020. Critically examine globalization in the past 25 years from the perspective of the Western world. 2017. Discuss the impact of globalization on the internal functioning of the state. 2016. How is it that economic and neoliberal globalization is being interrogated from the inside even in developed countries? What are the economic consequences of such globalization? 2015. Is globalization essentially a process of the universalization of capitalist modernity? 2015. What is a global village? Elaborate on its main characteristics and also the factors that contributed to its growth. 2014. How would you describe the contemporary worlds beyond the languages of North/South and developed/developing? Is the present transformation driven by domestic compulsions or an external overall crisis of the global economy? 2012. Examine the nature and dynamics of contemporary globalization. 2011. Critically examine globalization from a third world perspective. 2010. Critically examine the impact of globalization on the developing countries of the world. 2023. Standard introductions. Anthony Giddens Jaws defined globalization as the world becoming compressed in terms of space and time. Globalization refers to the increasing interconnectedness and integration of the world's economies, cultures, and societies. Globalization is a term used to describe how trade and technology have made the world into a more connected and interdependent place. Globalization also captures in its scope the economic and social changes that have come about as a result. What is globalization? Globalization is a process of increasing interconnectedness and integration among individuals, businesses, and countries around the world, which has resulted in a more interconnected and interdependent global economy. It involves the increased flow of goods, services, capital, and people across national borders, facilitated by advancements in technology, transportation, and communication. Globalization has led to the creation of a global market, which has increased competition and allowed companies to operate on a larger scale. It has also resulted in the sharing of information and ideas across borders, and the spread of culture and values on a global scale. Modern globalized economy. The modern globalized economy came into existence in the second half of the 20th century. It was a product of two phases. The first phase, which lasted from the end of World War II to the early 1970s, was characterized by new arrangements for the management of the international financial system in the post-war period, which became known as the Bretton Woods system. Through a system of fixed exchange rates, regulation, and support, Bretton Woods aimed to prevent a return to the beggar thy neighbor economic policies that had contributed to the Great Depression of the 1930s and, in the process, helped to fuel political extremism and aggression. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Nevertheless, early collapse of Bretton Woods in the 1970s allow ing major currencies to float instead of staying fixed, initiated the second phase in the development of globalized capitalism. This economic interconnectedness achieved truly global science in the 1990s thanks to the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe and elsewhere and the opening up of the Chinese economy. Meaning of globalization according to scholars. Anthony Giddens. According to Giddens, globalization refers to the intensification of worldwide social relations, which link distant localities in such a way that local happenings are shaped by events occurring many miles away. He also refers to it as the world becoming compressed in terms of space and time. Joseph Stiglitz. Stiglitz defines globalization as the closer integration of the countries and peoples of the world. which has been brought about by the enormous reduction of costs of transportation and communication, and the breaking down of artificial barriers to the flows of goods, services, capital, knowledge, and, to a lesser extent, people across borders. David Held sees globalization as the widening, deepening, and speeding up off-worldwide interconnectedness in all aspects of contemporary social life, from the economic to the cultural. Thomas Friedman views globalization as a process of the inexorable integration of markets, nation-states, and technologies to a degree never witnessed before, in a way that is enabling individuals, corporations, and nation-states to reach around the world farther, faster, deeper, and cheaper than ever before. Immanuel Wallerstein argues that globalization is the result of the expansion of capitalism on a global scale, leading to the creation of a global economic system in which the rich countries exploit the poor countries. Marshall McLuhan, the world becoming a global village. Kenichi Ohame, the process of creating a borderless world. Features of globalization. Increased international trade. Globalization has led to an increase in international trade as barriers to trade, such as tariffs and quotas, have been reduced. Greater mobility of capital. There is now greater mobility of capital across borders, allowing businesses to invest in new markets and take advantage of cheaper labor and resources. Increased migration. Globalization has led to an increase in the movement of people across borders for work, study, and other purposes. Advances in technology. Advances in technology have made it easier and cheaper to communicate and conduct business across borders. Standardization of products and services. As companies expand globally, they often standardize their products and services to meet the needs of consumers in different markets. Cultural exchange. Globalization has led to greater cultural exchange between countries, allowing people to share ideas, values, and traditions. Growing importance of multinational corporations. Multinational corporations now play a significant role in the global economy, with many operating in multiple countries and having a significant impact on local economies. Increased competition. Globalization has led to increased competition between businesses as they compete for customers in a global marketplace. Theories of globalization. Theories of globalization provide different perspectives on globalization, ranging from the role of nation-states and the impact of economic forces to the dynamics of capitalism and its consequences on global power structures and social inequalities. 1. Mercantilist theory. Rejects the concept of economic globalization and emphasizes intensified economic interdependence. Believes nation-states maintain their sovereign and independent status. Views nation-states as strengthened by advanced technology, regulating internal and external relations. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya TCO page 33. Shunya IAS. Competition among donor states reduces hegemony in aid and technology transfer. 2. Economic theory. Based on neoliberal market economy principles. Believes capitalism promotes prosperity, welfare, and opportunities. Argues that global capitalism creates more opportunities and benefits. Emphasizes the importance of nation-state participation in globalization for economic progress. Considers economic forces, nation-state interdependence, ideology 7, and the North-South division. 3. Marxist theory. Focuses on the cosmopolitization of capitalism. Views economic globalization as an extension of capitalist dynamics. Analyzes the power relations and exploitation within global capitalism. Highlights the impact of globalization on labor, class struggles, and social inequalities. Critiques the dominance of multinational corporations and the perpetuation of economic disparities. Evolution of globalization. Globalization has evolved over time, and it has gone through several phases. Some of the key phases in the evolution of globalization. Pre-modern globalization. This phase of globalization began in the ancient world, with the expansion of empires and the establishment of trade routes. Examples include the Silk Road, which connected China and Europe, and the Arab-Islamic trade network, which connected Africa, Asia, and Europe. Modern globalization. Modern globalization. This phase of globalization began in the 19th century with the rise of industrialization and the development of new transportation technologies, such as steamships and railroads. This enabled the movement of goods and people across borders on a scale that was previously impossible. Post-World War II. This phase of globalization began after World War II with the creation of international institutions like the United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. These institutions aim to promote economic cooperation and development among nations. Neoliberal globalization. This phase of globalization began in the 1980s and was characterized by the adoption of neoliberal economic policies such as free trade, deregulation, and privatization. This led to a surge in international trade and investment, but also resulted in greater income inequality and environmental degradation. Although the policies were first adopted by the US and UK, the major beneficiaries of this phase have been India and China, along with other emerging economies. Digital globalization. This phase of globalization began in the 1990s with the widespread adoption of the internet and digital technologies. This has led to greater connectivity and the emergence of new business models such as e-commerce and the gig economy. Lada related to globalization. Global trade has grown significantly between 1990 and 2019. World merchandise trade grew at an average annual rate of 3.4%. In 2019, the value of world merchandise trade was $19.5 trillion. Foreign direct investment (FDI) has increased between 1990 and 2019. Global FDI inflows increased from SI 95 billion IO $1.5 trillion. However, FDI flows have been volatile in recent years with a decline in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Globalization has increased economic growth. According to the World Bank, globalization has helped to lift millions of people out of poverty and has contributed to global economic growth. Between 1990 and 2019, global GDP grew at an average annual rate of 2.7%. Emerging markets have become more important. Since 1990, emerging market economies, particularly in Asia, have grown rapidly and have become more integrated into the global economy. In 2019, emerging markets accounted for nearly 60% of global GDP growth. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. International migration (IAS) increased. Between 1990 and 2020, the number of international migrants increased from 150 million to 281 million. International migration has become a key driver of demographic and economic change in many countries. Global inequality has increased. Despite the overall benefits of globalization, it has also contributed to growing income inequality within and between countries. According to the World Inequality Database, the share of income held by the top 1% increased from 16% in 1980 to 20% in 2016. Global responses towards globalization. XT*P*R*V/ Happy Face QV. Responses from the developed world. Although it is the policies of the developed world led by US and Western Europe that lay the origins of modern globalization, their responses towards globalization can be understood in various phases. Initial phase post-World War II. Formation of international institutions. The establishment of international institutions such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, helped to promote economic cooperation and facilitate international trade. Reduction of trade barriers. Governments of developed countries worked to reduce barriers to trade, such as tariffs and quotas, to promote the growth of global trade. Growth of multinational corporations. Multinational corporations grew in size and number during this period, as they took advantage of new opportunities for international trade and investment. Expansion of global markets. The growth of international trade and investment created new opportunities for businesses to expand into global markets. This led to increased competition among firms as well as greater consumer choice. Limited to developed world. This phase of globalization was limited to US, Canada, and Western Europe, or the liberal West and First World countries. India and China remained closed economies focusing on developing their indigenous markets, while the communist world led by USSR focused on domestic strength. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 35. Shunya's intermediate phases 1980-1990s. Rise of regionalism. High the 1980s and 1990s, some developed countries began to criticize the negative effects of globalization on domestic industries and workers as well as the impact on the environment and social welfare. This led to a shift towards regionalism, with countries forming economic blocs such as the European Union and NAFTA to protect their domestic industries and reduce their dependence on global markets. Rise of emerging economics. In the 1990s and 2000s, many developed countries saw globalization as a means of promoting development and reducing poverty in developing countries. This led to the establishment of the Millennium Development Goals and a focus on promoting free trade and investment in developing countries. This period also saw the end of communism and extension of markets for the developed nations in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and South Asia. Current phases 2000 onwards. 1. Competition from developing. In recent years, there has been a backlash against globalization in some developed countries, particularly in the United States and Europe. This has been fueled by concerns about job losses, income inequality, and cultural homogenization, as well as the perception that globalization has benefited multinational corporations at the expense of workers and local communities. 2. Decline. Events like the 9/11 and 2008 financial crisis also led to the rise of skepticism in the neoliberal concept of globalization. The following events also triggered a global backlash from the developing world. Rise of China. This made Western manufacturing redundant, causing job losses in the developed economies due to the cheap Chinese labor cost and high exports. Climate crisis. Climate change debate also challenged the rampant spree of development at the cost of environmental degradation. War on terror. This made the cross-border movement of people more difficult and thus making globalization limited. Rise of protectionism through the rise of right-wing governments and notions of uplifting the indigenous economies. Example: Brexit, Make America Great Again policies. COVID pandemic. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted global supply chains and highlighted the vulnerabilities of the global economic system. Afferent approaches to globalization. Hyperglobalism is an approach to globalization that views it as a central and irreversible process, with traditional nation-states becoming less relevant in a global economy. It emphasizes the emergence of international civil society and superstate governance as replacements for nation-states. Hyperglobalists argue that globalization fundamentally reconfigures human action and leads to a more complex distribution of economic, political, and social power. Skeptics, on the other hand, criticize hyperglobalism as a myth and emphasize the continued political power of states. They argue that national governments play a crucial role in regulating economic activity and shaping the global system. Skeptics point out the regionalization of the world economy and the persistence of inequalities between the North and the South. They also highlight the re-emergence of local identities and the dominance of Western interests in the process of globalization. A balanced view is provided by transformationalists who see globalization as a transformative force driving social, political, and economic changes. They acknowledge the contradictions and uncertainties of globalization but emphasize its long-term historical process. Transformationalists focus on the complex relationship between sovereignty, territoriality, and state power in the contemporary world, challenging the notion of a fixed ideal type of globalization. Responses from the developing world. 1. Positive. Emerging nations of the developing world like China and India have favored the globalization scene since 1991. The fall of the Soviet Union had compelled China and India to undertake economic liberalization policies, opening up their economies to the global market. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Coupled with the increase in MNC investment and FDI inflows, these nations benefited from the overall globalization, especially due to their cheap labor rates and growing services sectors. This also led to the outsourcing of work towards India and China, increasing jobs and reducing poverty levels. Data, globalization has helped to reduce poverty in India, with the poverty rate declining from around 45% in the early 1990s to around 22% in 2011-12. India's trade with the world has increased significantly since globalization, with exports growing from around $19 billion in 1990 to over $300 billion in 2019. 2. Negative. Unequal distribution of benefits. While globalization has brought about economic growth and increased trade, the benefits of globalization have not been distributed evenly. Many developing countries feel that they have not received their fair share of the benefits and that globalization has primarily benefited developed countries. Dependency on developed countries. Developing countries often rely on developed countries for imports and exports. This can create a dependency relationship where developing countries become vulnerable to economic fluctuations in developed countries. For example, a decrease in demand for a particular commodity in a developed country can have severe consequences on the economy of a developing country that relies on that commodity for its exports. Cultural hegemony. Globalization can also have cultural consequences as Western values and ideas are promoted through media and advertising. Some people in developing countries may feel that globalization is leading to the loss of their traditional culture and values. Example, the most critical argument against globalization comes from the Islamic world, which has inherently felt threatened by the Western values replacing the traditional norms. Discuss the impact of globalization on the internal functioning of the state. 2015. The impact of globalization on the internal functioning of the state has been widely debated among scholars. Some scholars argue that globalization has led to a decline in the power of the state, while others believe that globalization has reinforced the power of the state. Additionally, some scholars suggest that globalization has created a more complex and interconnected international system that requires a new form of statecraft. One view is that globalization has led to a decline in the power of the state. According to Susan Strange, globalization has resulted in the decline of the state as the state loses its ability to control its own economy and protect its citizens. The rise of multinational corporations and international financial institutions has limited the ability of the state to regulate economic activity, and the growth of international trade has made it difficult for the state to control the flow of goods and services across borders. However, other scholars argue that globalization has reinforced the power of the state. According to Jagdish Bhagwati, globalization has led to an increase in economic growth, which has enabled countries to invest in areas such as education and healthcare. States that can offer a favorable investment climate, stable political environment, and efficient infrastructure can attract foreign investors and gain a competitive advantage in the global economy. In this way, globalization has given states greater economic power and leverage in international affairs. Additionally, some scholars suggest that globalization has created a more complex and interconnected international system that requires a new form of statecraft. According to Robert Cohane and Joseph Nye, states must adopt a complex interdependence approach that emphasizes cooperation and collaboration among states to address global issues. States must also work together to regulate the activities of multinational corporations and international financial institutions to ensure that they operate in the best interest of the public. In conclusion, the impact of globalization on the internal functioning of the state is complex and multifaceted. While some scholars argue that globalization has led to a decline in the power of the state, others suggest that globalization has reinforced the power of the state. Additionally, some scholars argue that globalization has created a more complex and interconnected international system that requires a new form of statecraft. Ultimately, the impact of globalization on the state will continue to be debated as the global economy and international system continue to evolve. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 37. Shunya. Globalization, reality or myth? Globalization as a reality. Increase in cross-border trade, investment, and international treaties. Communication revolution has compressed time and space. Growth of cosmopolitan cultures in metropolitan areas. Emergence of global threats. Globalization as a myth. Marxist scholars view globalization as a self-serving myth to promote Western capitalism and U.S. hegemony. Critics like Arundhati Roy argue that globalization is a mutated form of colonialism controlled by remote digital operations. Hurst and Thompson argue that the international economy is less open compared to the past and genuine. Transnational companies are limited. Flow of trade and investment is concentrated in specific regions and there is regionalization rather than true global integration. Debate on the consequences of globalization is considered more fertile than debating its existence. Views of scholars those in favor of globalization. Jagdish Bhagwati. Globalization, when properly managed, can bring many benefits to people around the world, particularly those living in developing countries. International trade, which has increased due to globalization, has created many jobs and helped to lift millions of people out of poverty. Globalization has led to an increase in economic growth, which has enabled countries to invest in areas such as education and healthcare. Globalization has contributed to the spread of technology and innovation around the world, leading to new products and services. Bhagwati has argued that protectionist policies, such as tariffs and trade barriers, are counterproductive and can harm both domestic and international economies. Bhagwati has also emphasized the importance of properly regulating globalization to ensure that workers are protected and that the environment is not harmed. Amartya Sen, he has agreed that those nations that have been globalized have had better economic results in terms of growth and development than those who have not been integrated within globalization. However, he also held that globalization has increased inequality in many areas. C. Rangarajan. Rangarajan acknowledges that globalization can have some negative consequences, particularly in terms of job displacement and income inequality. However, he believes that these challenges can be addressed through policies that promote education and training, as well as through safety nets for workers who are adversely affected by economic changes. 2. Those against globalization. Immanuel Wallerstein, Marxist view. He represents the dependency school of Marxism. According to him, there is no difference between globalization and the capitalist exploitation that emerged during the colonial times. According to him, globalization has created haves and have-nots where the developed countries have made the developing countries dependencies. Example, the developing countries are the net exporters of raw materials. For this they are dependent on buyers from the developed nations, whereas developing nations are net exporters of finished goods to the same nations which have to buy it at higher costs. Wallerstein believes that globalization has led to cultural homogenization with the spread of Western cultural values and practices at the expense of local cultures. He argues that this homogenization is eroding cultural diversity and is contributing to the marginalization of non-Western cultures. PSIR optional. Paper 2 part Shunya IAS. Happy face, happy face, happy face, happy face, happy face, happy face, happy face. Noam Chomsky, in his book Profit Over People, he has been highly critical of globalization. He argues that globalization has led to the concentration of power in the hands of transnational corporations and financial institutions which have been able to weaken democracy and undermine social welfare programs. He also argues that globalization has contributed to income inequality, environmental degradation, and the erosion of labor standards. Naomi Klein, she has been critical of what she calls disaster capitalism, the idea that corporations and governments use crises and disasters as opportunities to push through policies that benefit the rich and powerful. She argues that globalization has facilitated this process and has allowed corporations to exploit workers and natural resources in developing countries with little regard for social or environmental consequences. Vandana Shiva, she has been critical of the way that globalization has impacted agriculture and food systems. She argues that the rise of corporate agriculture has led to the displacement of small farmers, the degradation of soil and water resources, and the loss of biodiversity. She also argues that globalization has led to the spread of genetically modified crops, which she sees as a threat to food sovereignty and public health. Joseph Stiglitz. In his book Globalization and Its Discontents, Stiglitz is highly critical of the way that globalization has been managed, arguing that it has contributed to inequality, poverty, and social unrest. He argues that the policies promoted by international financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank have been misguided and have often made the problems they were intended to solve worse. In his book Making Globalization Work. In this book, Stiglitz argues that globalization can be a force for good, but only if it is managed in a way that promotes social welfare and equality. He advocates for greater democratic accountability in international institutions, arguing that these institutions have often been dominated by wealthy countries and multinational corporations, to the detriment of poorer countries and marginalized communities. He believes that globalization can be made to work better for all people through policies that support social welfare, labor standards, environmental protection, and human rights. He argues that a more equitable and sustainable form of globalization is both possible and necessary. Pratap Mehta, in general, maybe that's been critical of the way that globalization has been managed, particularly in India. He has argued that globalization has led to economic growth and modernization, but that it has also exacerbated inequality, eroded traditional cultures, and weakened democratic institutions. 3. Those taking the middle path /im// Raghuram Rajan, he has argued that globalization has led to a significant increase in global economic growth, which has helped to reduce poverty and improve living standards in many countries. He has also acknowledged that globalization has contributed to rising inequality within and between countries. He believes that this inequality needs to be addressed through policies that promote inclusive growth, such as investment in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Danny Roderick is an economist and professor at Harvard University who has written extensively on globalization. He argues that globalization can be a force for good, but that it needs to be managed carefully to ensure that its benefits are shared more equitably. He has called for a trilemma approach to globalization, which emphasizes the need to balance economic globalization with national sovereignty and social solidarity. Globalization and its current challenges. 1. COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant disruptions to globalization, including travel restrictions, supply. 1. COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused significant disruptions to globalization, including travel restrictions, supply chain disruptions, and changes in consumer behavior. It has also pushed nations to boost their own domestic productions and rely less on global supply chains, thus impacting globalization. 2. Protectionism. Some countries are implementing protectionist policies such as tariffs, quotas, and subsidies to protect their domestic industries, which can limit the benefits of globalization. 3. Environmental concerns. Climate change and environmental issues require global cooperation to address, but some countries may prioritize their own economic interests over global environmental concerns. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya TSOO page 39. Shunya IAS. 4. Economic slowdown. The global economy is expected to grow at a slower rate, with the World Bank projecting a growth rate of 2.4% in 2024. This slow growth is influenced by factors like inflation, high interest rates, and reduced investment due to uncertainty. 5. Changes in tech. Rapid advancements in technology, particularly in AI, have introduced new challenges such as the spread of misinformation and cyber threats. These issues undermine trust in global systems and require robust governance frameworks. Example, automated factories and supply chains could replace traditional manufacturing jobs in developing countries, reducing their competitiveness in the global economy. At the same time, companies in developed countries that invest in automation could become more self-sufficient and less reliant on global supply chains, reducing their need to import goods from other countries. 6. Decline in multilateralism. There is a trend towards regionalization and fragmentation in global cooperation. Countries and regions are becoming more inward-looking, focusing on local resilience rather than global integration, which can reduce the effectiveness of collective global responses to crises. 7. Geopolitical tensions. Tensions between major powers such as the US, China, and Russia can create uncertainty and disrupt global economic relationships. Example, 1 year after Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, global economy is still enduring the consequences: crunched supplies of grain, fertilizer, and energy, along with more inflation and economic uncertainty in a world that was already contending with too much of both. Impact of globalization on state sovereignty. The impact of globalization on state sovereignty has been a topic of much debate and discussion among scholars and policymakers. While some argue that globalization has eroded state sovereignty, others contend that states are still the primary actors in global affairs. Here are some ways in which globalization has impacted state sovereignty. Economic globalization. Economic globalization has led to the growth of global trade and investment, making it easier for corporations to move capital and production across national borders. This has limited the ability of states to control their own economies, as they must compete in a global marketplace. For example, countries may be pressured to lower labor and environmental standards to attract foreign investment. International institutions. The rise of international institutions such as the United Nations, World Trade Organization, and International Monetary Fund has limited the sovereignty of states. These institutions have the power to set global standards and regulations that states must adhere to. For example, the WTO can force countries to open their markets to foreign goods and SNDs. Migration. The movement of people across national borders has challenged state sovereignty. This can lead to tensions between states and the people who live within them. For example, the influx of refugees into Europe has put pressure on the EU to coordinate its response to the crisis. Security challenges. Globalization has led to the emergence of new security challenges that are difficult for states to address on their own. Issues such as terrorism, cyber attacks, and pandemics require international cooperation to be effectively addressed. This can limit state sovereignty, as they must work with other countries to address these challenges. Cultural globalization. The spread of cultural products and practices across national borders has challenged state sovereignty in terms of cultural identity. As people become exposed to new ideas and values from other cultures, it can erode the cultural traditions and values that define a nation. For example, the popularity of American culture around the world has led to concerns about the homogenization of global culture. Positives. Increased cooperation and partnerships. Globalization has led to increased international cooperation and partnerships between states, which can enhance a state's sovereignty. States can work together on common challenges such as climate change, terrorism, and economic issues. Access to technology. Globalization has increased access to technology, which can enhance a state's ability to exercise its sovereignty. States can use technology to improve their economic competitiveness, increase security, and enhance their citizens' quality of life. Overall, globalization has both enhanced and challenged state sovereignty. While it has made it easier for states to engage in global trade and investment, it has also limited their ability to control their own economies and populations. The impact of globalization on state sovereignty will continue to be a topic of debate as globalization continues to shape the world we live in. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya. India and globalization. India has had a complex and evolving relationship with globalization. The country began opening up its economy in the 1990s, moving away from the socialist policies of the past and embracing more market-oriented reforms. Since then, India has made significant progress in integrating into the global economy and has emerged as a major player on the world stage. Economic growth. India's economic growth has accelerated since the early 1990s when it started opening up to the global economy. According to the World Bank, India's gross domestic product, GDP, grew from $263 billion in 1990 to $2.8 trillion in 2020, making it the sixth largest economy in the world. Foreign direct investment, FDI. India has attracted significant FDI inflows over the past 2 decades, which have helped create jobs and promote economic growth. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, India was the 9th largest recipient of FDI inflows in the world in 2020 with $64 billion. Exports. India has become an important player in global trade, with its exports growing at a rapid pace. According to the World Trade Organization, India's merchandise exports increased from $17 billion in 1990 to $323 billion in 2020, making it the 18th largest exporter in the world. Employment. Globalization has created employment opportunities for millions of Indians, particularly in the services sector. According to the National Sample Survey Office, the number of people employed in the services sector in India increased from 13.3 million in 1993 to 94 to 34.7 million in 2017 to 18. Poverty reduction. Globalization has contributed to poverty reduction in India by creating jobs and boosting economic growth. According to the World Bank, the percentage of Indians living below the poverty line decreased from 45% in 1994 to 12.4% in 2016. Regionalism. Regionalism refers to the trend of countries or regions to cooperate and integrate more closely with other countries or regions in their vicinity rather than on a global scale. It can take many forms, including economic, political, and cultural cooperation among neighboring countries. Examples: European Union, EU, North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Why did regionalism emerge since the 1980s? Economically, the rise of regionalism can be linked to the failure of globalization to provide equal economic opportunities for all countries. Developing countries, in particular, felt left out and marginalized by the global economic system, which they perceived to be dominated by developed countries. In response, these countries began to form regional trading blocs as a means of increasing their economic competitiveness and negotiating better terms with other countries. Politically, regionalism emerged as a result of the increasing polarization of the world along political and ideological lines. The end of the Cold War in the early 1990s led to a shift in the global political landscape, with countries becoming more focused on their own national interests rather than a global agenda. Regionalism provided a means for countries to pursue their own interests and goals within their own regional sphere of influence. Culturally, regionalism was driven by a desire to preserve and protect local cultural identities and traditions in the face of globalization's homogenizing influence. Many people felt that globalization threatened their local cultures and sought to resist this by promoting regional identity and cultural distinctiveness. Overall, the emergence of regionalism in the 1980s and later was a response to the failures of globalization to provide equal economic opportunities, the increasing polarization of the world along political and ideological lines, and the perceived threat to local cultural identities posed by globalization. As a challenge to globalization. 1. Fragmentation of markets. Regionalism leads to the formation of smaller, regional markets, which can result in a fragmentation of global markets. This fragmentation reduces the potential gains from trade and investment and hampers the efficient allocation of resources across borders. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 41. 5. IAS. Example, in Europe, the EU has implemented strict emission standards that make it difficult for non-European automakers to compete in the region. 2. Trade diversion. Regionalism can result in trade diversion, where regional trade agreements between countries result in the diversion of trade away from more efficient producers outside the region. This can increase the cost of goods for consumers and reduce overall economic welfare. Example, with the creation of the EU, trade within the region became easier and more streamlined as countries within the EU agreed to eliminate tariffs and other trade barriers between themselves. However, this also meant that goods from outside the EU faced higher tariffs and trade barriers, which led to trade. 3. Proliferation of rules and standards. Regionalism can lead to proliferation of different rules and standards in diversion. Different regions, which can make it difficult for businesses to operate globally. This can create unnecessary barriers to trade and investment and increase the cost of doing business. 4. Erosion of the multilateral trading system. Regionalism can erode the multilateral trading system, which is based on the principle of non-discrimination and open markets. This can undermine the progress made in global trade liberalization and reduce the potential gains from trade for all countries. Globalization / impact on gender. Globalization has had a complex impact on gender relations, both positive and negative. On the one hand, it has created new opportunities for women to participate in the formal economy and gain access to education, healthcare, and other resources that were previously unavailable to them. On the other hand, it has also led to new forms of inequality and exploitation that disproportionately affect women, particularly those in developing countries. One of the positive impacts of globalization on gender relations is that it has created new job opportunities for women in the Global South. For example, the growth of the textile industry in countries like Bangladesh and Vietnam has created jobs for millions of women who would otherwise have limited employment opportunities. This has allowed many women to gain economic independence and contribute to their family's income. Globalization has also led to an increase in women's education levels. As more countries have become integrated into the global economy, access to education has become more widespread. This has resulted in an increase in literacy rates and a decrease in the gender gap in education. However, globalization has also led to new forms of exploitation that disproportionately affect women. For example, women working in the global garment industry are often paid very low wages and work long hours in unsafe conditions. In addition, many women in developing countries are employed in the informal economy where they are not protected by labor laws and often face discrimination and harassment. Moreover, the increasing availability of cheap consumer goods has led to a rise in consumerism, which can have negative consequences for gender relations. Advertising often promotes unrealistic and harmful images of women, which can lead to body dissatisfaction and low self-esteem. In addition, the commodification of women's bodies and sexuality is often used to sell products, further perpetuating gender inequality. In conclusion, while globalization has had some positive effects on gender relations such as increased access to education and job opportunities, it has also led to new forms of inequality and exploitation that disproportionately affect women. It is important for policymakers and activists to address these issues and work towards creating a more just and equitable global economy. Regionalism as building block of globalization rather than threat. 1. Regionalism has been motivated by competitive impulses and not merely protectionist ones. In these cases, countries have formed regional blocs not so much to resist global market forces but, rather, to engage more effectively with them. 2. Regional trade blocs have tended to be open and outward-looking, interested in engaging in global, not merely regional, free trade in embracing the market, competition, and entrepreneurialism. 3. Thus we can tell that regional blocs have functioned more as filters, resisting particular threats to internal interests and priorities rather than as stumbling blocks to globalization. 4. Hence, regionalism can be a building block to globalization in following ways. Such arrangements promote internal and international dynamics that enhance the prospects for PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part, Shunya IAS. Regionalism can have important demonstration effects in accustoming actors to the effects of liberalization and globalization. Increased numbers of regional arrangements can weaken opposition to multilateral liberalization because each successive arrangement reduces the value of the margin of preference. Thus, WC cannot give any monolithic view about regionalism and its impact on the globalization as the experiences has been different. However, theoretically, regionalism and globalization has been understood in two ways which are often contradictory to each other. For some, they are the building blocks of globalization, and for other, they may be protectionist group impacting multilateral process of integration. Standard conclusions. Though globalization today faces challenges from all sides, it still remains a vital solution for redressing many issues concerning growth and development. Globalization, to serve the purposes of future generation, must also evolve keeping in mind the climate and equality is upheld at the same time. In conclusion, globalization has had a profound impact on various aspects of human society, including the economy, politics, culture, and the environment. Its effects have been both positive and negative, depending on the context and perspective. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 43. Shunya's Unit 5. Approaches to the study of international relations. Background/historical development. Historically, there have been different models or paradigms used to explain international politics. The Westphalian Order, which emerged after the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, emphasized the principles of state sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the domestic affairs of other states. This model portrayed states as independent entities with their own interests and capabilities, interacting with each other in a system characterized by anarchy. The billiard ball model, often associated with realism, portrays states as individual units or billiard balls that collide with one another in the international arena. Sovereignty is seen as a protective shell that allows states to withstand the impact of these collisions. This model emphasizes the self-interest and power dynamics among states, highlighting competition and conflict as inherent features of international politics. During the Entenver period, 1919 to 1945, internationalism gained prominence with Woodrow Wilson's vision of a new world order based on liberal values and the establishment of the League of Nations. This period saw efforts to promote international cooperation, reduce barriers to trade, and resolve conflicts through negotiation and diplomacy. The Cold War era 1945 to 1991 was characterized by the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, known as superpowers with competing political and economic systems. The world was divided into two ideological blocs and conflicts were often fought through proxy wars. The establishment of international institutions like the United Nations, International Monetary Fund, IMF, World Bank, and the emergence of nuclear weapons further shaped international politics during this period. Cobweb model: in the present world order, there is a shift towards a more complex and interconnected system, often referred to as the cobweb model or complex interdependence. This model recognizes the interdependence among states and various non-state actors in addressing global issues such as climate change, terrorism, and economic interdependence. It highlights the importance of cooperation and collaboration among multiple actors to tackle shared challenges. Theories of international relations. The most important theories as far as global politics is concerned have come out of the discipline of international relations, which has spawned a rich and increasingly diverse range of theoretical traditions. The dominant mainstream perspectives within the field have been realism and liberalism, offering a different account of the balance between conflict and cooperation in world affairs. However, from the 1980s onwards, especially gaining impetus from the collapse of communism and the end of the Cold War, a series of new theoretical voices have emerged. These new voices have substantially expanded the range of critical perspectives on world affairs once dominated by the Marxist tradition. Why theories are classified as mainstream and critical? Mainstream theories of global politics, such as realism and liberalism, are based on the assumption that the state is the primary actor in the international system and that international relations are primarily driven by state interests. These theories tend to focus on the balance of power, the distribution of resources, and the importance. PSIR optional paper 2-part Shunya. Critical theories of global politics, on the other hand, challenge the assumptions of mainstream theories and seek to uncover power relations that are hidden or obscured by dominant narratives. Critical theories include Marxism, feminism, post-colonialism, and social constructivism. These theories emphasize the importance of social structures, identities, and culture in shaping global politics, and they often focus on issues such as inequality, imperialism, and the impact of globalization on marginalized groups. Mainstream theories. Realism. Previous year's questions. What are the great debates between classical and modern realists? Is there any thin line of continuity between these two traditions? 250 words 2012. Examine major principles of state-centric worldviews. 200 words 2013. Write a note on intellectual precursors of realism. 200 words 2013. Identify the major differences between the classical realism of Hans J. Morgenthau and the neo-realism of Kenneth Waltz. Which approach is best suited for analyzing international relations after the Cold War? 2015. Is realist approach the best method to understand international relations? Examine this in the context of classical realism. 2017. Bring out the major differences between the classical realism of Hans Morgenthau and the neo-realism of Kenneth Waltz. 2018. Discuss the emergence of neo-realism and its basic tenets. Discuss the emergence of neo-realism and its basic tenets. 2021. Discuss the commonalities between the Marxist and realist approach to the study of international politics. 2022. What is the realist prescription to the states to ensure their survival in an anarchical world? 2022. What do you mean by offensive and defensive realism? 2023. Standard introductions. Realism is a mainstream theory in the field of international politics, which contends that the nature of global relations is inherently anarchical and all actions are based on power and national perceptions of state actors. Realism is a theory that focuses on states as actors that constantly seek to improve their power and security situation vis-a-vis their rivals. Origin. In the modern era, the realist school of international politics emerged in the early 20th century as a response to the failures of idealism and the outbreak of World War I. Thucydides. Thucydides is considered one of the earliest and most influential thinkers in the realist tradition due to his emphasis on power, self-interest, and the competitive nature of international relations in his account of the Peloponnesian War. Kautilya, an ancient Indian political philosopher, is considered an early proponent of realism due to his emphasis on power and the use of force in international relations, as outlined in his work Arthashastra. Thomas Hobbes, due to his emphasis on the importance of power, the competitive nature of international relations, and the need for a strong central authority to maintain order in his work Leviathan. Machiavelli. Niccolò Machiavelli is considered a key figure in the development of realism due to his emphasis on the importance of power, the competitive nature of politics, and the need for political leaders to be ruthless and pragmatic in his work The Prince. In modern era, One of the early founders of the realist school was E.H. Carr, whose book The 20 Years' Crisis, 1939, challenged the idealistic assumptions of the interwar period and argued for a more pragmatic and realistic approach to international relations. Paper 2, PSIR optional, subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 45. Shunya's background. The realist school is thought to have emerged during the period between two world wars and consolidated further in the post-World War II era. The realist school of international relations emerged in response to the failures of idealism and the outbreak of World War I. Idealistic approaches to international relations, which emphasized international law, cooperation, and disarmament, had failed to prevent the outbreak of war. Realists argued that the international system was inherently anarchic and that power and self-interest were primary drivers of state behavior. Therefore, the realist school emerged as a more pragmatic and realistic approach to international relations, emphasizing the importance of power, national interest, and the competitive nature of the international system. Premise. Realism argues that the international system is anarchic, meaning there is no higher authority above states to ensure their security or well-being. In this environment, states must be self-reliant and act in their own national interests to survive. Realists see power as the central concept in international relations, and they argue that states must compete with one another for power and security. Idealism, or the idealist school of international politics. The idealist school of international relations emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries and was rooted in the belief that international relations could be governed by international law, morality, and cooperation among states. Idealists believed that by promoting international institutions, promoting free trade, and establishing rules of law and morality, states could work together to prevent war and promote peace and prosperity. However, the idealist approach as challenged by the outbreak of World War I, which demonstrated the limitations of international law and the inability of states to cooperate effectively to prevent conflict. The failure of the League of Nations to prevent the outbreak of World War II further eroded the credibility of the idealist approach to international relations. This led to the emergence of the realist school of international relations, which emphasized the importance of power, national interest, and the competitive nature of the international system. Realists argued that the international system was inherently anarchic, and that states were motivated primarily by self-interest and the pursuit of power. Realism provided a more realistic and objective approach to international relations, which sought to understand the behavior of states in a pragmatic and empirical manner. Overall, the failure of the idealist approach happy face wars led to the emergence of the realist school of international relations, which provided a more realistic and objective approach to understanding the behavior of states in the international system. Schools of realism. 1. Classical realism. 2. Neorealism. Defensive neorealism. Offensive neorealism. 3. Neoclassical realism. Classical realism. Scholars of classical realism. H. Carr, in his book The 20 Years' Crisis, Carr rejected the notion that international relations could be governed by international law or a higher moral order and argued that states were motivated primarily by power and self-interest. Hans Morgenthau, in his book Politics Among Nations*, he emphasized the importance of power and national interest in international relations. He argued that states act in accordance with their interests, and that PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya IAS. Key features of classical realism. State sovereignty. Classical realists believe that the state is the most important actor in international relations, and that its sovereignty must be respected. States are seen as independent entities that make decisions based on their own national interest. International anarchy. Classical realists see the international system as an anarchic environment where there is no higher authority to enforce rules and norms. This means that states must rely on their own power to survive and protect their interests. Power and security. Classical realists believe that the pursuit of power and security is the primary goal of states. They argue that states must be able to defend themselves and deter potential threats in order to ensure their survival. Human nature. Classical realists believe that human nature is fundamentally self-interested and that this drives the behavior of states in the international arena. States are seen as rational actors that pursue their own interests, even if this means using force to achieve their goals. Balance of power. Classical realists believe that the international system is most stable when there is a balance of power among states. This means that no single state is strong enough to dominate the others, and that states are incentivized to cooperate and avoid conflict. Morgenthau's 6 Principles of Realism. Morgenthau is regarded as the father of realism, for it is through him that we get the first systematic interpretation of the international politics and its nature. Morgenthau's book represents the first systematic work and served the purpose of guiding the American foreign policy. Hans Morgenthau's 6 Principles of Political Realism, outlined in his book Politics Among Nations, provide a framework for understanding the realist approach to international relations. Politics is governed by objective laws rooted in human nature. Morgenthau argued that human nature is the fundamental driver of politics, and that the behavior of states is rooted in universal human desires and needs, such as the desire for power and security. The main actors in international politics are sovereign states. According to Morgenthau, states are the primary actors in international relations, and their behavior is shaped by their national interests. National interest is defined in terms of power. Morgenthau believed that the pursuit of power is the primary goal of states and that the national interest is defined in terms of power and security. The pursuit of power leads to conflict. Morgenthau argued that the pursuit of power inevitably leads to conflict, as states seek to maximize their power and influence at the expense of others. Moral principles cannot be applied to the actions of states. According to Morgenthau, moral principles are not applicable to the actions of states, as states must be guided solely by the pursuit of power and the national interest. The international system is characterized by anarchy. Morgenthau believed that the international system is anarchic, meaning that there is no central authority to enforce rules and norms and that states must rely on their own power to ensure their survival. The main source of order in international relations is the balance of power. Morgenthau argued that in an anarchic international system where there is no central authority to enforce rules and norms, states must rely on their own power to protect their interests. This creates a situation where states are constantly seeking to increase their power and influence, which can lead to competition and conflict. However, Morgenthau believed that a balance of power could prevent this outcome. A balance of power occurs when no one state or group of states is dominant and all states are roughly equal in terms of power and capabilities. In this situation, no single state is able to impose its will on others and smaller states are able to band together to counterbalance larger states. This creates a stable and predictable international system as states are deterred from taking aggressive actions by the fear of being counterbalanced or isolated. Overall, Morgenthau's quote highlights the importance of power dynamics and the balance of power in shaping international relations. While the balance of power is not a guarantee of peace, it can provide a degree of stability and order in an otherwise anarchic system. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 47. Shunya's criticism of Morgenthau and classical realism in general. 1. Neorcalis S. Neorealists argue that this perspective fails to fully capture the complexities of the international system, which is characterized by the interactions of many states and other actors. Neorealists like Kenneth Walls, another, criticize the emphasis on human nature as a driver of state behavior. Neorcalists argue that while individual leaders and decision-makers are certainly important, they are constrained by systemic pressures and incentives of the international system. 2. Stanley Hoffman. He criticizes Morgenthau's trickery as power monism and states it in international arena. Though there is conflict, cleric is also cooperation. Therefore, it is not practically right to term all engagement as conflictual. 3. Robert Cohane. He argued that classical realism fails to fully account for the role of institutions in international relations and that cooperation and mutual gain can often be more important in the pursuit of power. 4. Alexander Wendt and social constructivists. Wendt is a prominent social constructivist scholar who challenges the realist assumption that the international system is inherently anarchic and conflict-prone. He argues that states and other actors are capable of constructing and maintaining social structures that promote cooperation and peace. 5. Hedley Bull, English School. Bull was a prominent scholar of international society which emphasizes the importance of shared norms and values among states. He criticized classical realism for its focus on power politics and its neglect of the role of norms and institutions in shaping state behavior. 6. Feminists and J. Tickner, a prominent feminist scholar who has criticized realism for its gender blindness and its narrow focus on state behavior. In her book, Gender in International Relations, Tickner argues that traditional approaches to international relations have ignored the role of gender in shaping state behavior and international relations more broadly. Happy face. Overall, classical realism's focus on power, security, state sovereignty, and human nature provides valuable insights into the nature of international politics. By emphasizing these core elements, classical realism offers a nuanced understanding of state behavior and the dynamics of power in the global arena. Neo-Real 1SM. Neorealism, also known as structural realism, emerged as a response to perceived limitations of classical realism in explaining and predicting international relations. Classical realism was dominant in the early decades of the 20th century and emphasized the importance of human nature and morality in shaping state behavior. Classical realists argued that the anarchic international system where there is no central authority to enforce rules and norms leads to competition and conflict between states. 1. Associated in particular with the American political scientist Kenneth Waltz, neorealism was an attempt to translate some of the key insights of classical realism into the language and methods of modern social science. In The Theory of International Politics, 1979, he argues that international politics could be developed on 3 levels of analysis: the human individual, the state, and the international system. In this light, the defect of classical realism was that it could not explain behavior at a level above the state. Factors that led to the rise of neorealism. Bipolarity. The post-war bipolarity that emerged between US and USSR changed the power dynamics in the world, notably on behavior of other states. Thus, neo-realists argued that this new distribution of power had important implications for state behavior. and emphasized the need to take into account systemic factors when analyzing international relations. Anarchical nature, contrary to Morgenthau's analysis where he gives primacy to human nature as the basis of international relations, neo-realists argued that this approach neglected systemic factors and constraints that shape state behavior in the international system. Neo-realists emphasized the importance of implied distribution of power among states, arguing that flus was the primary determinant of state behavior. Early globalization, with increasing interdependence and complexity of the international system, neo-realists argued that it was becoming more difficult for states to make rational decisions based on individual calculations of interest. Instead, systemic factors such as implied distribution of power played an increasingly important role in PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. Classical realism and seniorialism. The first difference pertains to the question, why states want seniorialism traces it to the structure of international power system. In an anarchical international system, states cannot trust each other's intentions, and it makes sense for. According to the classic realists, the answer is human nature, them to be powerful enough to protect themselves in case. They would argue that great powers are led by individuals they are attacked, who want to accumulate power and have their state dominate its rivals. For classic realists, power is an end in itself. For the neo-realists, power is a means to an end, and the ultimate end for a state is survival. Classical realism assumes that there is a natural hierarchy. It, however, assumes that the international system is among states, with some states having more power and anarchic, meaning there is no central authority or influence than others. Government to regulate the behavior of states. Kenneth Waltz and defensive realism. The international system is anarchic. There is no central authority or global government that can regulate the behavior of states. States are the primary actors in the international system. They are concerned with their own survival and security, and must rely on their own power to achieve these goals. The distribution of power within the international system is the key determinant of state behavior. States will balance against other states that they perceive as powerful, forming alliances and coalitions to counterbalance threats to their security. States are rational actors. They seek to maximize their own interests within the constraints of the international system. Waltz's structural realism emphasizes the importance of the international system as a whole, the distribution of power within that system, and the rational behavior of states as they seek to maximize their own interests and maintain stability. Defensive realism / 1. Since neo-realists agree that states seek power for their national interest, the diversion arises onto how much until what level states will acquire power. It is here that defensive realists differ from other realists. Defensive realists contend that states want an appropriate amount of power, not hegemony, due to a number of factors too. Tly reject the argument of offensive realists that states seek hegemony and say that it is strategically foolish to pursue hegemony. States are the security maximizers and go on acquiring power till their security is met. In other words, defensive realists urge for security maximization compared to power maximization of offensive realists. 3. According to them, constant quest for hegemony creates a situation where others may start to balance them and inherently create a power instability. Also, seeking power that outweighs the cost of their security is equally foolish. Example, if a nation is content with its military strength ensuring its security, it will not want to seek out nuclear weapons for the sake of hegemony, as this will cause other regional rivals to also seek nuclear weapons, which will cause an in-fight security dilemma. Aspect Hans Morgenthau Kenneth Waltz. Focus human nature and individual behavior. International system and structure approach. Reductionist systemic power means and end means security emphasized, but not the sole concern. Primary concern state behavior driven by power politics and self-interest driven by the pursuit of security. Units of analysis individual states international system and its structure. Balance of power important concept in understanding state behavior. Less emphasis system structure determines order. Diminishing returns not explicitly discussed highlighted. Excessive power may yield backlash. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya TSOO page 49. Shunya IAS. How Kenneth Waltz redefines realism. Waltz, in his book Theory of International Politics, redefines realism by shifting the focus from individual states to the international system as a whole. He argues that the structure of the international system rather than the nature of individual states is the most important factor in determining international behavior. Waltz's brand of realism is known as neo-realism or structural realism. He maintains that the international system is anarchic, meaning that there is no overarching authority or government to regulate the behavior of states. In such a system, states are primarily concerned with ensuring their own survival and security, and they must rely on their own power to achieve these goals. According to Waltz, the distribution of power within the international system is the key determinant of state behavior. States will balance against other states that they perceive as powerful, forming alliances and coalitions to counterbalance threats to their security. Ty's balancing behavior, he argues, helps to maintain stability and prevent the emergence of a dominant power that could threaten the security of other states. Overall, Waltz's neo-realism is a departure from earlier forms of realism which focused more on the internal characteristics of states, such as their ideologies or light personalities of their leaders. Instead, Waltz's neo-realism emphasizes the importance of the international system as a whole and the way in which the distribution of power within that system shapes state behavior. Offensive realism. In The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, 2001, John Mearsheimer described offensive realism as Kenneth Waltz's neoliberalism's successor. He contends that states prioritize increasing power over ensuring security. States constantly look for ways to increase their authority with hegemony as their ultimate objective. This makes it more difficult to balance your way to international political stability. According to offensive realists, balance is frequently ineffective, which permits an aggressor to exploit its enemies. Threatened states occasionally choose to pass the buck rather than form an alliance against a foe. This implies that they wait for other states to check the prospective opponent while they remain on the sidelines. Aggression is encouraged by such behaviors. Additionally, offensive realists have claimed that history overwhelmingly favors the side that starts a conflict in wanting it. Although hegemony may be hard to establish, the US had already achieved it in the Western Hemisphere by the 19th century. Kev Scholars of Offensive Realism. J. Owen Mearsheimer. Mearsheimer is one of the leading scholars of offensive neorealism. In his book, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, he argues that great powers are inherently aggressive and seek to dominate the international system. He contends that the best way to maintain stability and prevent war is for one state to achieve hegemony or overwhelming power in the international system. Robert Gilpin. Gilpin was an influential scholar of international political economy and a proponent of offensive neorealism. In his book, War and Change in World Politics, he argues that great powers are constantly seeking to expand their power and influence in the international system. He contends that the rise and fall of great powers is a key driver of change in the international system. Criticism. Postmodernist scholars like Richard Ashley have criticized Waltz's concept of scientific nature of realism. Ashley gives the concept of anarchy problematique. According to him, the way realists look at anarchy is problematic, and this view essentially will always lead to war. Hedley Bull, English School. He represents the English school, which contends that international arena is not just anarchy but rather composed on anarchical societies, which states that there is cooperation as well as and scope is neither complete anarchy and neither complete society. Conflict. Social constructivist Alexander Wenthes states anarchy is what states make of it, which means that the anarchy as claimed by realists is a matter of perception and not based on material reality. 2. PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Feminists, scholars like Cynthia Enlow and J. Tickner Krillick's realism and enseorialism for viewing security in narrow, military terms focused on state survival and territorial integrity. Feminist scholars argue that security should be understood more broadly to include economic, social, and environmental threats as well. Robert Cohane. Cohane is an American political scientist who has been critical of neorealism's emphasis on power politics and state-centric approach. In his book, After Hegemony, Cooperation and Discord in the World Political Economy, he argues that cooperation and institutions are key factors in international relations and that neorealism underestimates their importance. Neoclassical realists, oversimplification of state behavior. Neoclassical realists argue that neorealism's focus on systemic factors and structural constraints oversimplifies the behavior of states. According to neoclassical realists, while international system does influence state behavior, it is only one of several factors that shape state behavior. Domestic politics, bureaucratic interests, and individual leaders all play a role in shaping state behavior, and neorealism ignores these factors. Aspect. Defensive realism. Offensive realism. Time period. Cold War and détente period. Post-Cold War period. Attempt for preponderance considered foolish. Considered rational. State motivation. Security maximizers. Power maximizers. Escaping security. Dilemma. Possible to escape. Inescapable. Sufficiency of power. Appropriate power is sufficient. No amount of power is enough. Security dilemma. The concept was given by John H. Herz in his 1950 article, Security Dilemma Spiral. Idealist internationalism and the security dilemma. In the article, Herz argues that in a system of sovereign states, each state must rely on its own military capabilities for security. But the pursuit of security by one state can create a sense of insecurity in other states, leading to a vicious cycle of arms buildup and mistrust, and this can create a situation in which one state's efforts to increase its military strength are seen as threatening by other states. For example, if one state increases its military capabilities in order to deter potential threats, other states in the region may interpret this as a signal of aggression and respond by increasing their own military capabilities, leading to an escalation of the arms race and a heightened sense of insecurity. The security dilemma can therefore create a self-reinforcing cycle of mistrust and insecurity, making it difficult to achieve lasting peace and stability in the international system. Notable examples. India-Pakistan. The security dilemma between India and Pakistan is a long-standing issue rooted in historical and territorial disputes. Both countries have invested heavily in prior military capabilities, including nuclear weapons, and have engaged in multiple conflicts and military standoffs. The highly militarized border and the Kashmir dispute exacerbate tensions. Lack of trust and communication between the countries, domestic political pressures, and potential for miscalculation increase the risk of military South China Sea dispute. The dispute between China and its neighbors in the South China Sea. China has escalation claimed a large portion of the South China Sea as its territorial waters, which has led to tensions with other countries in the region, including Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia. These countries have responded by increasing their own military presence in the region, which has created a sense of insecurity and mistrust between them and China. Paper 2, PSIR optional, subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 51. Sunya's Neoclassical Realism. Neoclassical realism emerged as a theoretical perspective in the late 1990s and early 2000s, primarily in response to style limitations of neorealism. While neorealism had made significant contributions to the study of international relations by focusing on the role of the international system in shaping state behavior, it had also been criticized for oversimplifying state behavior and neglecting the role of domestic factors. Neoclassical realism seeks to address these limitations by building on neorealism's emphasis on the role of the international system, but also incorporating insights from other theoretical perspectives such as constructivism and domestic politics. Neoclassical realists argue that while the international system does influence state behavior, it is only one of several factors that shape state behavior. Domestic politics, bureaucratic interests, and individual leaders all play a role in shaping state behavior, and neorealism ignores these factors. How is neoclassical realism different from classical realism and neorealism? Systemic versus domestic factors. Neoclassical realism acknowledges that both systemic and domestic factors influence state behavior, while neorealism emphasizes systemic factors such as the distribution of power in the international system. Neoclassical realism argues that domestic factors such as the beliefs, preferences, and perceptions of decision-makers also play a role. State autonomy. Neoclassical realism sees states as having a degree of autonomy in their decision-making. Unlike classical realism, which sees states as primarily driven by a desire for power, and neorealism, which views states as passive actors in the international system, neoclassical realism recognizes that states make strategic choices based on their perception of the international system and their own interests. Strategic choice. Neoclassical realism emphasizes the role of strategic choice in shaping state behavior. While neorealism assumes that states are driven solely by their relative power in the international system, neoclassical realism recognizes that states can make decisions that are not based solely on systemic constraints. Role of ideas and norms. Neoclassical realism recognizes the role of ideas and norms in shaping state behavior. Unlike classical realism, which assumes that states are primarily motivated by a desire for power, and neorealism, which ignores the role of ideas and norms, neoclassical realism acknowledges that states are influenced by the ideas and norms that are prevalent in their domestic and international environments. Scholars / Gideon Rose. He is credited with developing neoclassical realism, and his 1998 article Neoclassical Realism and Theories of Foreign Policy he laid out foundations for theory. He argues that while systemic factors such as international power structures play a role in shaping state behavior, domestic factors such as political culture, interest groups, and individual leaders also matter. Randall Schweller, in his book Unanswered Threats, Political Constraints on the Balance of Power, he argues that domestic factors such as public opinion, bureaucratic interests, and preferences of individual leaders can constrain a state's ability to pursue its interests in the international system. Fareed Zakaria's views on the relationship between domestic and international factors in shaping state behavior align with key tenets of neoclassical realism, which argues that both systemic and domestic factors influence state behavior. Align with key tenets of neoclassical realism, which argues that both systemic and domestic factors influence state behavior. Case study: Israel. The events in Israel-Palestine can be analyzed through the lenses of both offensive and defensive realism, two theories within the broader framework of realism in international relations. Defensive realism: Israel's perspective, Palestine's perspective. Defensive realists contend that the goal of the Israel has taken steps to safeguard national security. Palestinian people is to attain security and shield its civilians from terrorist assaults. Autonomy within their own borders, which is why, including erecting walls and keeping a military, they engage in resistance and revolutions. Many. Presence in the West Bank. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. Defensive realists contend that the necessity to protect borders and stop hostile activity from organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah is what motivates these acts. Further, rather than pursuing growth, Israel's activities in Gaza, such as its recurring military operations against Hamas, are meant to neutralize tyrants and uphold stability. These actions are frequently justified as required countermeasures against rocket fire and other tyrants. Scholars assert the rise of Hamas as a symptom of Palestinian militarized defense against Israeli actions in Gaza and West Bank. Offensive realism: Israel's perspective, Palestine's perspective. Israel's military operations and settlements in the West Bank can be interpreted as attempts to increase its strategic depth and solidify its domination in the region from the standpoint of offensive realists. Israel seeks to maximize its might and ward off any enemies by holding control over strategically important territory. According to Mearsheimer in his book Tragedy of Great Power Politics, Israel's actions can be seen as attempts to power maximize. Offensive realism would interpret Palestinian actions, especially by groups like Hamas, as efforts to increase the power and influence in Palestinian society and against Israel. By engaging in militant activities and garnering support from regional actors, these groups aim to strengthen their position and challenge Israeli dominance. Standard conclusions. Though realists contend the international sphere is defined by anarchy, like all theories in political science, it remains heavily contested and criticized. In contemporary times, realist perceptions of global politics are gaining more impetus, especially with the rise of global conflicts and the apparent failure of global norms. Liberalism. Previous year's questions. What are the major critiques of liberal internationalism? 2009. Do you agree that liberal international theories are essentially Eurocentric and not necessarily imperialist? 150 words. 2012. Discuss the main factors that have contributed to the gradual transformation of the world from billiard ball model to cobweb model. 2014. What, according to Joseph Nye, are the major sources of a country's soft power? Discuss its relevance in contemporary world politics. 2018. What are the core assumptions of idealism as an approach to study international relations? Explain its continuing relevance in peacebuilding. 2020. In what ways does the functionalist approach in international relations help in maintaining peace and order in global politics? 2023. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 53. Shunya IAS. Background. Liberalism is a political ideology that emphasizes individual freedom, equal rights, and the rule of law. In the context of international politics, liberalism has its roots in the Enlightenment period of the 18th century, which saw the rise of ideas about human rights, democracy, and the social contract. These ideas eventually led to the development of liberal democracies where individuals are granted certain inalienable rights and the government is accountable to the people. In international politics, liberalism has been influential in shaping the global order since the end of World War I. The primary motivation behind the school is to establish measures and mechanisms to ensure cooperation amongst nations and limit the scope for conflict. Post-World War I, the first instance of liberal approach to international politics was in U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's 14 Points speech, which laid the foundation of liberal institutionalism through the League of Nations. Sources of influence. L. John Locke. Locke's ideas about individual rights and limited government had an impact on the development of liberal internationalism. He also gave the notion of man being rational and reason dictating him to not harm the other in life, liberty, or property. The same views are enshrined through liberal institutionalism, wherein nations are expected to act rationally and respect the respect of other nations. 2. Immanuel Kant. His concept of perpetual peace, which later formed the basis of the EU, suggests ways to establish peace amongst nations. 3. Woodrow Wilson. The 14 Points was a speech delivered by President Wilson in 1918, outlined his vision for a post-World War I international system based on democratic principles. The 14 Points included proposals for reducing armaments, creating free trade, and establishing a League of Nations to prevent future wars. The speech also called for national self-determination, which would allow people to choose their own form of government, and an end to secret diplomacy, which Wilson believed had contributed to the outbreak of the war. Key features of this approach. Individuals are the primary international actors. Liberals put individual at the center of the universe, and all progress is measured in terms of the interests of the individuals, as the two are perceived as inextricably intertwined. In other words, progress for liberals has always meant progress for individuals. John Locke, for example, is accredited with the creation of a constitutional state through a social contract to protect the liberties of the individuals. States' interests are dynamic. According to liberalism, the interests of states are not fixed, but rather change over time as individual values and power dynamics evolve. Liberals also believe that states are not solely motivated by self-interest, but rather see their policies as having some regard for others, particularly as liberal democracy grows. The origins of these ideas can be traced back to Locke, Rousseau, and Kant. While state survival and autonomy are important to liberals, they view them as secondary to the primary interests of individuals. Interests shaped by various conditions. Liberals believe that the interests of individuals and states are influenced by various factors at the domestic and international levels. While bargaining power ultimately determines interests, they are shaped by factors such as economic and political systems, personal values, technological capabilities, patterns of interactions, and international institutions. These factors affect states' relations with each other and their ability to influence one another. Cooperation through mutual benefit. With the growth of liberal democracies, interdependencies, knowledge, international social ties, and international institutions, the liberals have come to believe that cooperation can be possible among states without resorting to coercive means. Unlike the realists who believe that existence of a hegemonic, dominant power is a prerequisite to cooperation, the liberals are of the view that cooperation can be achieved through non-coercive bargaining based on identification of mutual interests. Evolution of liberalism in international politics. The evolution of liberalism is perhaps best explained in John Eikenberry's book Libera, Leviathan, The Origins, Crisis, and Transformation of the American World Order, where he distinguishes liberalism to have evolved over three distinct waves throughout history. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. First wave. This is the period just after the First World War. This period saw the first liberal institution at the global stage. The League of Nations (FT) was also seen through free trade, the gold standard, and the spread of democracy. Second wave. Due to the failure of the first wave and the eventual Second World War, the second wave emerged with the formation of the UN, Bretton Woods twins, as well as other regional blocs aimed at increasing cooperation amongst nations. This wave also can be seen in the backdrop of the Cold War, where the world was polarized between the liberal democracies and the communist nations. Third wave. This wave began since the fall of the Soviet Union and the eventual expansion of democracy into the former communist republics. FT also saw the establishment of the WTO and increase in globalization throughout the world. Decline in the liberal approach to international relations. According to Robert Kagan, liberal world order has also been seeing a decline due to a loss of confidence in neoliberal economic policies, institutions, and a rise of nationalist and right-wing politics. Some other reasons attributed to show a decline. The rise of authoritarianism in countries such as Russia, China, and Turkey, which have seen a rollback of political and civil liberties. The erosion of democratic norms and institutions in established democracies such as the United States, Hungary, and Poland. The growing popularity of populist and nationalist movements, which often reject liberal values such as individual rights, tolerance, and diversity. The increasing influence of the liberal states and non-state actors in global affairs, which challenge the liberal international order. **Happy face J. The failure of liberal policies to address growing economic inequality, leading to political polarization and social unrest in many countries. Threat of global challenges like climate change, terrorism, pandemics, which require collective action and cooperation, but which are often hampered by nationalist and protectionist impulses. Liberal institutionalism. Meaning, liberal institutionalism is a theory in international relations that focuses on the role of international institutions and organizations in promoting cooperation and peaceful conflict resolution among states. According to this theory, international institutions can help facilitate cooperation among states by providing information, setting standards and rules of behavior, and providing a forum for negotiation and dispute resolution. According to this theory, international institutions can help facilitate cooperation among states by providing information, setting standards and rules of behavior, and providing a forum for negotiation and dispute resolution. Quote, "We enter politics to make the jungle a zoo." Woodrow Wilson. Proponents. W. Woodrow Wilson. Wilson believed that international institutions, particularly the League of Nations, could help to prevent wars by providing a forum for peaceful negotiation and conflict resolution. He argued that the League could act as a mediator in disputes between states and use economic sanctions or military force, if necessary, to enforce its decisions. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 55. Hedley Bull. One of Bull's most influential contributions to liberal institutionalism was his concept of society of states. He argued that institutions such as the United Nations could help to overcome the problems of anarchy and power politics that often characterize international relations. Andrew Moravcsik. Andrew Moravcsik is a political scientist who has written extensively on the role of international institutions in promoting cooperation among states. He has argued that international institutions can help to overcome collective action problems by providing information, reducing transaction costs, and creating a shared normative framework. Anne-Marie Slaughter. Anne-Marie Slaughter is a legal scholar who has written extensively on the role of international law and institutions in promoting cooperation among states. She has argued that international institutions can help to create a more stable and predictable international order by providing a framework for cooperation and conflict resolution. Parag Khanna. Parag Khanna is a geopolitical analyst and author who has written extensively about the importance of global platforms in shaping the future of international relations. He has argued that platforms such as the G20, the World Economic Forum, and the Internet Governance Forum can help to create a more inclusive and effective global governance system. Nina Tannenwald, in her book, The Nuclear Taboo, The United States and the Non-Use of Nuclear Weapons Since 1945, Tannenwald argues that international norms and institutions have played a crucial role in preventing the use of nuclear weapons since the end of World War II. She emphasizes the importance of the norm of non-use of nuclear weapons, which has been reinforced by a variety of international institutions, including the United Nations and the International Atomic Energy Agency. SUI assumptions of liberal institutionalism. 1. Dispute resolution. According to scholars, such institutions can help in addressing bilateral or multilateral issues through dialogue and without the need for conflict. Example. The United Nations was envisaged for such a purpose and to ensure events that led to the world wars do not occur again. 2. National commitments. Liberal institutionalism also ensures that each member nation commits to the common notions of peace and stability and also abides by IL happy face. 3. Collective action. In the event of violation of any of its principles, the platform can be used to undertake penal actions on aggressors. In this way, each member nation has incentive to abide to mutually agreed norms. 4. Address global issues. This is also favorable while addressing issues that concern all nations equally. Such institutions can aid in agreeing to mutual goals and actions can also be coordinated. Example, Montreal Protocol agreed and ratified by all nations of the world to address the challenge faced by the ozone hole in the late 1980s. 5. More communication, less conflict. International institutions provide a means for states to communicate and coordinate with one another. SUS. L. Power imbalances. A limitation of liberal institutionalism is that it assumes that states are roughly equal in power and that institutions can serve as a neutral forum for negotiations and decision-making. However, in reality, there are often significant power imbalances among states, and powerful states may use institutions to advance their own interests at the expense of weaker states. X. At the UNGA, resolutions are heavily influenced by the larger nations like the US, China, and Russia. 2. Lack of inclusivity. Liberal institutionalism also assumes that all states have a stake in the success of international institutions, but in practice, some states may be excluded or marginalized from these institutions. This can create resentment and mistrust, and limit the ability of institutions to promote cooperation and reduce conflict. X. The United Nations Security Council has 5 permanent members with none from the Global South or from Africa. 3. Resistance to change. Liberal institutionalism assumes that institutions can adapt and evolve over time to respond to changing circumstances and new challenges. However, in practice, institutions may be resistant to change due to bureaucratic inertia, entrenched interests, or opposition from member states. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part. Shunya IAS. 4. Limited effectiveness. One of the key criticisms of liberal institutionalism is that international institutions have limited effectiveness in achieving their goals. Institutions may lack the resources or the authority to enforce their decisions, or they may be constrained by the interests and actions of member states. Example: UN could not prevent the Vietnam War, Afghan War, Iraq invasion, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Criticism. The major criticism to this school of liberalism comes from the nations of the Global South and the post-colonial states. According to them, the institutions are often dominated by the discourse of the Western nations. Another major criticism has been that the platforms are ineffective when it comes to take decisions against the powerful nations. Scholarly criticism. Marxists like Emanuel Wallerstein criticized liberal institutionalism from a broader historical perspective. He argues that the liberal international order has been based on a system of global capitalism that perpetuates inequality and exploitation, and pliant liberal institutionalism is unable to address these underlying structural issues. John Mearsheimer, realist John Mearsheimer, is a prominent international relations scholar who has been critical of liberal institutionalism. He argues that the liberal institutionalists' focus on international institutions and cooperation is misguided, and that states will always prioritize their own interests over international norms and institutions. Stephen Walt. Stephen Walt is another international relations scholar who has criticized liberal institutionalism. He argues that the emphasis on international institutions and cooperation overlooks the importance of power politics in international relations, and that the liberal institutionalist approach is too idealistic and naive. Sociological liberalism or transnationalism. The communications theory in international relations is considered to be an integral part of what has come to be called sociological liberalism strand of thinking. Unlike the realists who view international relations exclusively in terms of the study of relations between the governments of sovereign states, sociological liberals assert that it is also about transnational relations, i.e. relations between people, groups, and organizations belonging to different countries. Meaning, James Rosenau defines transnationalism as the processes whereby international relations conducted by governments have been supplemented by relations among private individuals, groups, and societies that can and do have important consequences for the course of events. 7. The concept of community and the interdependence process are thought to be significant components of international relations, as is clear from the definition above. The communication theory, which is based on the idea of transnationalism, makes the fundamental assumption that as transnational activities develop, people in far-off countries become connected and their governments become more interdependent. This creates a situation where acting alone and avoiding cooperation with neighbors becomes increasingly challenging and expensive for states. As a result, nations start to be cautious about the mounting cost of conflict and try to establish a peaceful world order. Proponents. James N. Rosenau. Rosenau is a political scientist who is widely considered to be the founder of transnationalism. He has written extensively on the changing nature of sovereignty and the role of non-state actors in global governance. John Burton. Burton also emphasized the importance of communication and dialogue in resolving conflict. He argued that communication was key to building trust between conflicting parties, and that this could help to break down the barriers of misunderstanding and mistrust that often underlie conflict. Karl Deutsch. Karl Deutsch was a German-American political scientist who is considered to be one of the pioneers of sociological liberalism. He argued that the world was becoming increasingly interconnected, and that traditional state-centric approaches to international relations were inadequate to address the challenges of this new global environment. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 57. Concept of security community. 1. The security community is a concept given by Karl Deutsch as part of communicative theory under sociological liberalism. Deutsch defined a security community as a group of states that have developed a shared sense of identity and common interests, which leads them to resolve conflicts peacefully and work together to enhance their collective security. Deutsch argued that such communities could arise through a process of communication and interaction, as states gradually developed a sense of trust and shared values. 2. Thus, when various societies and nations interact and communicate between each other, through various means like visa-free entries, cultural exchanges, military exercises, etc., they develop trust between each other to the level where they overcome their security dilemmas between each other. 3. This state of complete security between nations and their societies will help establish common global norms, which will be adhered to by all those who have formed such a community. 4. Achieving a security community is a complex process that requires a long-term commitment to building relationships and promoting cooperation among states. It requires a willingness to compromise and work towards common goals, as well as a shared understanding of the importance of maintaining regional stability and security. 5. In such a community, even if disputes arise, states will be bound to resolve them peacefully because the societies will be too integrated to be risked for the dispute. States in dispute will have enough trust between them to resolve the issue on mutually beneficial terms. 6. Examples. The European Union today represents a security community. With integrated markets and societies, the Union has adequate trust amongst members to resolve issues of bilateral or mutual concerns. Also, the North American continent, US, Canada, and Western Europe, are believed to be good examples of security communities /*. 7. This concept is further based on the notion given by Rosenau, which states that global norms are set by societies and the scope of states in this regard has been limited. Criticism. Potential for exclusion. Critics argue that the security community concept may lead to light exclusion of certain states or groups, particularly those that do not share the dominant values or identity of the community. Limited applicability. Critics argue that the security community concept is limited in its applicability to certain regions and contexts, and that it may not be relevant or useful in other areas of the world where there are deep-seated conflicts and tensions. $N. Billiard board and cobweb model. The billiard ball model of international relations, IR, is a metaphor used to describe a simplistic view of the international system, where states are seen as independent and self-interested actors, bouncing off each oilier like billiard balls on a tabak. This model assumes that states are the primary actors in international relations and that they are motivated solely by their own national interests. The billiard ball model emerged during the early days of IR theory, particularly in IB realist school of thought, which emphasizes the role of power and self-interest in shaping international relations. Realists argue that the anarchic nature of the international system, with no global government to enforce laws and norms, means that states must rely on their own military, economic, and diplomatic resources to protect their interests. The billiard ball model has nevertheless come under pressure as a result of recent trends and developments. Two of these have been particularly significant. The first is that there has been a substantial growth in cross-border, or transnational flows and transactions, movements of people, good, money, information, and ideas. In other words, state borders have become increasingly porous, and, as a result, the conventional domestic/intimational or inside/outside divide is increasingly difficult to sustain. The second development linked to the first is that relations among states have come to be characterized by growing interdependence and interconnectedness. For Cohane and Nye, such a web of relationships has created a condition of complex interdependence, in which states are drawn into cooperation and integration by forces such as closer trading and other economic relationships. This is illustrated by what has been called the cobweb model of world politics. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. The billiard ball model has been criticized for its oversimplification of international relations. Critics argue that this model ignores the complex network of economic, cultural, and social interactions that shape international politics. Additionally, the model fails to account for the role of non-state actors, such as international organizations, multinational corporations, and civil society groups, in shaping international relations. In conclusion, the billiard ball model of IR offers a simplistic view of the international system, which has been largely rejected by contemporary scholars. While states remain important actors in international politics, the globalized nature of the world means that the international system is far more complex than a simple game of billiards. Functionalism. The functionalist school of thoughts is an alternative view of international politics which rose in response to the security/conflict conception of the realist and neo-realist scholars. It argues that greater interdependence in the form of transnational ties between countries could lead to peace. Scholars. David Mitrani. Mitrani argued that functional cooperation, based on the principle of specialization, could promote peace and stability among states. He believed that states should work together to address specific functional issues, such as trade, health, or transportation, rather than focusing on broader political or strategic objectives. Ernst Haas. Haas views integration as a process by which the actors concerned begin voluntarily to give up certain powers and evolve new techniques for tackling common problems and resolving mutual conflicts. John McCormick, in his work Europeanism, states that functionalism achieves all the aims of realism like security, stability, and growth with peaceful means. European Union has successfully overcome its wartime past, especially a disturbed security situation that led to 2 world wars. Features of functionalism. 1. Functionalism posits that functional cooperation can create a sense of interdependence among states, leading to greater trust and collaboration in other areas. It also emphasizes the importance of technical expertise and rational decision-making in addressing complex global challenges. In this view, functional cooperation can build confidence and create the conditions for further integration and cooperation. 2. One of the most important assumptions of the functionalist school is based on the concept of what is called spillover effect. The concept of spillover is similar to that of demonstration effect as used in the discipline of economics. The underlying belief of the spillover concept is that cooperation in one area would open new avenues for similar cooperation in other areas. 1 foot. Example. A successful forging of cooperation in the area of coal and steel production would spill over into other functional areas like transportation, pollution control, etc. Such a process of cooperation, the functionalists argue, would eventually lead to political unification of a given region. 3. In simple terms, it means segregation of conflicts/issues between nations. Then start cooperation in the less conflictual areas. Doing so will create a sense of interdependence in those less conflictual areas. After this, a spillover effect will take place, or cooperation in less conflictual areas will help lay the ground to address more conflictual areas. Example, Japan, China, and South Korea have very strained political relations since the Second World War. There have been many unresolved political issues between the three nations. However, all three chose to engage in high volumes of trade as a means of functionalism. Today, political crisis and threats of aggression are avoided only due to high trade interdependency, which makes political conflict appear irrelevant. 4. Even functionalism appears to give less value to political actions and more to other aspects like economics and sociocultural areas. 5. In contrast to the realists who look at the world in terms of politics of conflict and irrationality, the functionalists view the world through the prism of cooperation and reason. Neo-functionalism. While observing the European Union, a good example of functionalism, it has been seen that the interdependence is not organic and at many times has stagnated due to various issues between members. It was thus realized that in such phases, Shunya IAS, of stagnation, only political will and action of political leaders ended the stagnation. In such a situation, it was observed the approach of functionalism, which keeps politicians away and focuses more on other aspects, was flawed. Thus it was realized that even for the goals of segregated approach, political will and the role of politicians is indispensable. Criticism. The major challenge with functionalism is that it is an extremely long-drawn process, which involves states to overcome security dilemmas and notions of national interest. Secondly, the whole process can be compromised with small instances like rise of rightist nationalism. Democratic peace theory. The democratic peace thesis resurfaced with particular force in the aftermath of the collapse of communism, notably in Die writings of Francis Fukuyama. In Fukuyama's view, wider acceptance of liberal democratic principles and structures and the extension of market capitalism amounted to the end of history and also promised to create a more stable and peaceful global order. Liberals have claimed empirical as well as theoretical support for such beliefs, especially in the fact that there has never been a war between two democratic nation-states, even though wars have continued to take place between democracies and other states. Meaning, democratic peace theory is the idea that democracies are less likely to go to war with each other than non-democracies. This theory suggests that democracies share certain values and norms such as respect for human rights, freedom of speech, and a commitment to the rule of law, which make them less likely to engage in violent conflict with one another. Scholars. Michael Doyle is a prominent scholar who has contributed significantly to the development of democratic peace theory. In his influential article, Kant, Liberal Legacies and Foreign Affairs, Doyle argues that democracies are less likely to go to war with one another because they share a set of liberal values and institutions that promote peaceful conflict resolution. Francis Fukuyama, although not directly but in his end of history thesis, Fukuyama has claimed that ideological victory of liberalism over all other ideologies. Major points 3 UNTVA. The theory arises from the assumption that democracies are inherently at a better position to resolve differences without the need to go to war. The reason for this assumption is that democracies hold certain values paramount like rule of law, sensitivity towards human rights, support for dialogue, representation, and communications. All these values are thus extended while dealing with other nations or democracies and thus limits the scope for war. Further, democracies also have democratic culture which helps them develop as a zone of peace. The democratic culture also makes them accountable to their citizens, and citizens will not support war for respect for human life. Examples: there has been no war in modern times between the world's most integrated democracies like US, Australia, UK, France, and the Nordic countries. Criticism. 1. Statistical artifact. One of the primary criticisms of the democratic peace theory is that the observed correlation between democracy and peace might be a statistical artifact rather than a real phenomenon. Critics argue that the observed peace among democracies may be due to other factors such as economic interdependence rather tightened democracy. 2. Definition of democracy. There is no clear consensus on the definition of democracy, and different scholars may use different criteria to classify states as democratic or non-democratic. This has led to debates over which states should be included in studies of democratic peace and which should not. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 3. Western propaganda. This theory has been criticized by Marxists and nations of post-colonial nature as a means for promotion of Western values and reduction of traditional political values. JT also has proved to be a cause of justifying invasions in countries seen as non-democratic. Example, U.S. invasion of Iraq. Exceptions to the theory. The Falklands War. In 1982, the United Kingdom, a long-standing democracy, went to war with Argentina, which had recently transitioned to democracy. The war was fought over the sovereignty of the Falkland Islands, a territory that both countries claimed. Ukraine-Russia conflict. Both Russia and Ukraine are apparently democracies, however both have had difficult relations since last few years, culminating into war in 2022. Interdependence. As the term suggests, interdependence involves the increased economic, social, and cultural integration of nations to the point where they can be regarded as dependent on each other for various purposes. The theory suggests that as states become more economically interdependent, they become more reliant on each other for trade and investment, creating a web of interdependence that makes conflict less likely. This is because conflict between two states could disrupt their economic relationship and cause both sides to suffer. Scholars. Thomas Friedman. Friedman's book, The Lexus and the Olive Tree, is a widely cited work on globalization and its effects on the world. In the book, he argues that globalization has created a new system of interdependence between states in which economic and social connections have become more important than traditional geopolitical factors like military power. Richard Rose Crane. He gives the notion of trading states which emerges as a result of such interdependencies. Explained further, Richard N. Cooper. Cooper's work focuses on the economic aspects of interdependence. In The Economics of Interdependence, 1968, he examines how economic policies and conditions in one country can significantly affect other countries. He emphasizes the importance of international economic cooperation and the role of international institutions in managing economic interdependence. WDIIA. Major features of the theory. Such liberals are of the view that a high division of labor in the international economy increases interdependence, i.e. mutual dependence between states, which discourages and reduces violent conflicts between them. Richard Rose Crane calls this the emergence of trading states such as Japan and Germany in the post-war. The underlying assumption of this strand of liberalism is that such trading states tend to refrain from the traditional period which provided the strength to the assumption of the interdependence liberalism, military political option of high military expenditure, and instead prefer to focus on the trading option of an intensified international division of labor that increases interdependence. Such an assumption received a tremendous fillip in the wake of the end of the Cold War, with the trading option being hugely preferred even by very large states. Rosecrans is of the view that the end of the Cold War has made the traditional military political option less urgent and thus less attractive. Shunya IAS. Complex interdependence. Complex interdependence is a form of interdependence keeping in view that modern international relations are not just interdependent through economic and social ties but also various other complex political and strategic calculations. Since security itself lies become more multidimensional, the interdependence of nations has also become more multidimensional. Influences. Richard Cobden. Cobden argued that free trade would draw people of different races, creeds, and languages together in what Cobden described as the bonds of eternal peace. Not only would free trade maintain peace for negative reasons, the fear of being deprived of vital goods, but it would also have positive benefits in ensuring that different peoples are united by shared values and a common commercial culture, and so would have a better understanding of one another. David Ricardo. The key theme within commercial liberalism was a belief in the virtues of free trade. Free trade has economic benefits as it allows each country to specialize in the production of the goods and services that it is best suited to produce, the ones in which they have a comparative advantage. Karl Deutsch's work on communication and political integration, particularly his book Political Community and the North Atlantic Area, 1957, influenced the idea that increased communication and interactions can lead to a more integrated and peaceful international system. Holers. Joseph Nye and Robert Cohane both have co-authored the book Power and Interdependence, which gives the current model of interdependence in the world as complex. They have stated that interdependence today is beyond just economics. Complex interdependence reflects the extent to which peoples and governments in the modern world are affected by what happens elsewhere, and particularly by the actions of their counterparts in other countries. Such a view suggests that realism's narrow preoccupation with the military and diplomatic dimensions of international politics, the so-called high politics of security and survival, is misplaced. Instead, the international agenda is becoming broader, with greater attention being given to the low politics of welfare, environmental protection, and political justice. Relations between and amongst states have also changed, not least through a tendency for modern states to prioritize trade over war and through a trend towards closer cooperation or even integration. Current position of the liberal world order v. The current position of the liberal world order is a subject of much debate among scholars and policymakers. Here are some critical and supporting views of scholars. Critical views. John Mearsheimer argues that the liberal world order is in decline due to the rise of China and Russia, which are challenging American dominance and undermining the institutions that support the order. Stephen Wald argues that the liberal world order has been undermined by the U.S., which has pursued a hegemonic strategy and alienated other great powers. Slavoj Zizek argues that the liberal world order is in crisis due to the failure of neoliberalism, which has created social and economic inequality and undermined the legitimacy of democratic institutions. Supporting views. Joseph Nye argues that the liberal world order is still strong but faces challenges from authoritarian powers, such as China and Russia. He suggests that the U.S. should work with other democratic countries to uphold the values of the order. John Eikenberry argues that the liberal world order is resilient and adaptable and can continue to evolve to meet new challenges. He suggests that the U.S. should continue to play a leadership role in upholding the order but also work with other countries to share responsibility and promote a more inclusive and cooperative system. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Ian Breminger argues that the liberal world order is undergoing a transformation but is not in decline. He suggests that the rise of China and other non-Western powers presents an opportunity for the order to become more diverse and inclusive. Views of Cohen and Nye in Power and Interdependence. Interdependence is a fundamental feature of contemporary international relations characterized by multiple channels of interaction among states and non-state actors. Complex interdependence emphasizes the growing importance of non-state actors in shaping international relations alongside states. Economic interdependence is a key element of complex interdependence, with trade, investment, and finance creating linkages between states and non-state actors. Soft power is an important resource for states in the context of complex interdependence, allowing them to shape the preferences and behavior of other states and non-state actors. Complex interdependence has important implications for how states behave in relation to each other, emphasizing the need for cooperation and negotiation to address global challenges and advance the interests of states and other actors. Robert Cohen argues that cooperation between states is possible in the absence of a hegemon and explores the conditions under which states can achieve mutually beneficial outcomes. Joseph Nye emphasizes the need for states to cultivate their soft power resources, such as culture, ideology, and institutions, in order to build relationships and influence the preferences of other states and non-state actors. Both Cohen and Nye see complex interdependence as a key feature of contemporary international relations and stress the need for states and other actors to adapt to this new reality in order to promote stability, security, and prosperity in the global system. Criticism of the liberal school of international politics. 1. Marxists argued that the liberal approach to IR fails to address the root causes of global inequality and conflict, which are the result of economic exploitation and domination by wealthy capitalist countries over poorer nations. This domination is reinforced by institutions like the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, and World Trade Organization, which promote free market policies and neoliberalism. 2. Cynthia Enloe is a feminist. $VHU critiques liberalism for ignoring the gendered dimensions of international politics, including the ways in which women's labor and experiences are affected by global economic systems. 3. Realists. Mearsheimer, liberalism can only be perceived in a unipolar world immediately after Cold War and not in a multipolar world where states are powerful enough to pursue their own ideologies. U.S. wanting China to turn into a liberal democracy has caused more insecurity between the two nations. E.H. Carr in his book 20 Years Crisis had called the liberals as utopians and says foreign policies of nations operate on logic of national interest. Standard conclusions. According to former EU President Tusk, whoever claims that liberalism is obsolete also claims that freedoms are obsolete, that the rule of law is obsolete, and that human rights are obsolete. Robert Axelrod, the evolution of cooperation in a world of egoists can be explained by the presence of complex interdependence, where states find it beneficial to cooperate for mutual gain. Bill Clinton, global interdependence today means that economic disasters in developing countries could create a backlash on developed countries. Context: Clinton emphasized the interconnected nature of the global economy and the need for cooperative policies to manage these interdependencies. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 63. Shunya IAS. Marxist approach to international politics. Previous year's questions. Comment: Marxist approach to international politics. 2002. Do you agree with the notion that Marxist approach to the study of international relations is largely based on economic reductionism? Give reasons. 2008. Docs the perspective of dependency theory offer a robust critique on the nature of mainstream development process taking place in Africa and Latin America? 2012. How docs Marxist approach explain contemporary international relations? 200 words. 2013. Explain the relevance of the Marxist approach in the context of globalization. 2019. Marxist approach to the study of international relations has lost its relevance in the post-Cold War era. Comment: 150 words. 2021. Standard introductions. Marxist theory of international politics refers to the understanding of the economic policies of the state and their consequences in the international sphere. Though Marx was not concerned with internationalism aspects, his concepts of capitalism and proletariat internationalism transcended national differences. His views on capitalism and its exploitation are equally valid in the international sphere. The Marxist approach to international relations (IR) is a critical perspective that emphasizes the role of capitalism, class struggle, and imperialism in shaping global politics and the global economy. Background: Marxism has always been seen as the dominant radical or critical alternative to realist and liberal mainstream thought, while its influence on academic theorizing has always been relatively small. Marxism, however, is a fairly broad field that contains two opposing orientations in international theory. The first of them places a heavy emphasis on economic analysis and is primarily concerned with exposing capitalism as a system of global and interstate class oppression. Marx's analysis of international politics may have been relatively overlooked, but he was aware of the expansionist nature of capitalism. This is evident in his Communist Manifesto, where he suggests that the drive for capitalism leads the bourgeoisie to Nestlé everywhere and to settle it. In this statement, Marx acknowledges the globalizing tendencies of capitalism as capitalist interests extend beyond national borders in search of new markets and resources. Schools of Marxism. Dependency School. Frankfurt School/Critical School. Neo-Marxist/Gramscian School. Dependency School. In the context of international relations, instrumentalist theorists argue that states use their economic and military power to compete with each other for resources, markets, and power. This competition is driven by light need to accumulate capital and maintain a favorable position in the global capitalist system. The instrumentalist theory also emphasizes the importance of imperialism in international politics. Imperialism refers to the domination of weaker countries by more powerful countries for economic gain. According to instrumentalist theorists, imperialism is a natural outcome of the capitalist mode of production as capitalists seek to expand their markets and access new sources of raw materials and labor. The school of thought is in direct opposition to the political modernization theory that says go for greater integration with the world. According to dependency school scholars, there's no worldwide modernization but rather development of underdevelopment. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya's Origins. Lenin. The origin of the school lies in Lenin's theory of imperialism, which states that the exploitation of colonies and semi-colonics by the imperial powers, he argues, is a key aspect of the global capitalist system. In 1R, this has been used to analyze the relationship between developed and developing countries, with some scholars arguing that the exploitation of the global south by the global north is a continuation of the imperialist practices of the past. French Annals School. The Annals School's focus on interdisciplinary research and the use of quantitative data also influenced the dependency school's approach to analyzing global power relations. Dependency theorists argued that the global economic system was characterized by a center-periphery structure in which the developed countries of the global north exploited the resources and labor of the underdeveloped countries of the global south. This analysis was often based on statistical data and quantitative analysis, as well as qualitative research on the social and cultural factors that perpetuated dependency. Modern proponents. A.G. Frank. He argued that the global economic system was characterized by a center-periphery structure in which the developed countries of the global north exploited the resources and labor of the underdeveloped countries of the global south. He also emphasized the role of colonialism and imperialism in shaping the global political economy. He coined the notion of development of underdevelopment to highlight the impact of the dominance of developed nations onto the resources of the developing. Samir Amin. He argued that the global economic system was characterized by a hierarchy of power and wealth, with the developed countries of the global north dominating the underdeveloped countries of the global south. He also emphasized the importance of social and cultural factors in shaping global power relations. Emanuel Wallerstein. Wallerstein has given the most comprehensive analysis of the school through his World Systems Theory, enumerating the relations between the developed and developing nations. Robert Cox. Cox's critical theory approach incorporates Marxist ideas, emphasizing the historical structures and entire role of social forces in shaping world orders. He critiques traditional IR theories for their lack of attention to power relations and economic factors. World Systems Theory. 1. According to the World Systems Theory, the world economy is best understood as an interconnected capitalist system that exemplifies many of the characteristics of national capitalism at the international level, including structural inequalities based on exploitation and a propensity for instability and crisis that is grounded in economic contradictions. 2. He describes three elements of world system: spatial dimension, core, periphery, and semi-periphery. Temporal dimension denotes the cycle of capitalism. According to him, capitalism is moving towards its end. He mentions about cyclic rhythms of boom and bust and secular trends, i.e., the expansion and contraction of economy. 3. Relationships between core, periphery. Point 11 and semi-periphery make up the world system. Core nations, these are the most developed and economically powerful countries in the world, with advanced industrial economies and strong political systems. Examples include the United States, Western Europe, Japan, and Canada. Periphery nations, these are the least developed and marginalized countries in the world, often characterized by poverty, underdevelopment, and political instability. Examples include many countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Semi-periphery nations, these are countries that occupy a middle ground between core and periphery. Nations with some degree of economic development and political stability, but not on par with the core nations. Examples include Brazil, China, India, and Mexico. Main features of the system. 1. The world is divided into a hierarchical system of core, semi-peripheral, and peripheral countries. The core countries are the dominant and wealthy nations that control the global economy, technology, and resources. The semi-peripheral countries are the intermediate states that are dependent on the core countries for economic growth and development but also exploit the peripheral countries for their resources and labor. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 65. Shunya IAS. The peripheral countries are the least developed and exploited nations that provide cheap labor and raw materials for the core and semi-peripheral countries. 2. The world system is a capitalist system and the goal of all countries is to accumulate capital and expand their economic power. 3. The system is characterized by unequal economic relations with the core countries benefiting the most and the peripheral countries being the most exploited. 4. The system is perpetuated through unequal trade relations, political domination, and cultural imperialism. 5. The system is not static but rather evolves over time as countries move between the core, semi-peripheral, and peripheral positions. 6. The system is inherently unstable with periodic economic crises and cycles of expansion and contraction. 7. The ultimate goal of the system is the accumulation of capital rather than the well-being of individuals or societies. Periphery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Rural source region. Low accumulation of capital, low development, low productivity, the unfair market for agricultural produce, poorly equipped schools. Low quality human resources based. Low educational outcomes, low socio-economic development, rural marginalization in the policy process. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Core urban. Center * high capital accumulation, centralization of development, centralization of industries, more and better quality schools and higher education, centralization of the decision-making process, perceive greener pastures, better social amenities, more access to national resources allocation, large quality human resources based. Wallerstein's world system theory model. Time dimension or temporal dimension of the world system. According to Immanuel Wallerstein, the temporal dimensions of the world system indicate that every system goes through different phases from its beginning to its end. Wallerstein disagrees with Francis Fukuyama's assertion that the current phase of capitalism signifies the triumph of capitalism and the pinnacle of human ideological evolution. In Wallerstein's view, it actually marks the beginning of the end for capitalism. Wallerstein argues that capitalism is rapidly approaching its demise as its exploitative nature becomes increasingly visible. He sees capitalism as a system fraught with contradictions and subject to regular cycles of economic booms and bursts. For Wallerstein, the real source of conflicts, whether it be poverty in Africa or civil wars in the Balkans, lies in capitalism itself. According to Wallerstein, humanity faces two choices, either socialism or barbarism. He presents this dichotomy to suggest that the future will be determined by transitioning to a socialist system that prioritizes social justice and equality, or descending into chaos and regression characterized by social, economic, and political turmoil. PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya's criticism. Reductionist, like mainstream Marxism which holds every development due to the economic factor even. Wallerstein's theory is not free from economic reductionism. Neo-Marxists like Robert Cox has suggested to study both material and ideological structure of capitalism. Post-colonial scholars suggest even the Marxist perspective is not free from Eurocentrism. Feminists, from the perspective of feminists, it continues to be masculinist perspective devoid of women perspective. Postmodernists. From the perspective of postmodernists, even world systems theory is a discourse and aims to build a meta-narrative. Criticism and modification to world system theory. World system theory is often criticized as economic reductionism. Wallerstein only focuses on the economic aspect of IP while rejecting all other parameters. Modification by Christopher Chase Dunn. Christopher Chase Dunn has tried to modify Wallerstein's model by bringing political and military dimension in world system theory. Rather than just explaining the pattern of world system, he also tries to put greater focus on interstate relations. Technology is a central factor in the positioning of a region in the core or the periphery. Advanced or developed countries are the core and the less developed are in the periphery. Peripheral countries are structurally constrained to experience a kind of development that reproduces their subordinate status. Please write it as same. Scholarly criticism *. William H. Sewell Jr. Sewell criticizes the deterministic nature of Wallerstein's approach, arguing that it underestimates the role of cultural and ideological factors in shaping historical change, the unconscious of social and cultural history, political. Charles Tilly has highlighted the importance of state formation and political structures which are inadequately addressed in world systems theory, big structures, large processes, huge comparisons. Samir Amin has contended that Wallerstein framework does not address the complexities of non-European societies and their roles in the world system, unequal development, an essay on the social formations of peripheral capitalism. Euro-HVA. Evaluation W-AD. Importance of theory is not just in understanding international politics but also its consequences. According to Wallerstein, the war in the Balkans and poverty in Africa can be traced to the needs of capitalist countries. The theory can be utilized to understand the current challenges faced by liberal world order based on neoliberal world order. Critical School/Frankfurt School, Origins and Premise explained in Paper I, Part A. Critical theory, often called Frankfurt School critical theory to distinguish it from the wider category of critical theories or perspectives, has developed into one of the most influential currents of Marxist-inspired international theory. Critical school or Frankfurt School of Marxism is concerned with various forms of domination and exploitation rather than their necessity of emancipation of people. Scholars. Max Horkheimer. Horkheimer was a founding member of the Frankfurt School and a key figure in developing critical theory. He was interested in exploring the relationship between reason and domination and how this relationship shapes social structures. Theodor Adorno. He was interested in exploring the ways in which culture and mass media can be used to reinforce oppressive power structures. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Sunya Tsoo, page 67. Sunyas. Andrew Linklater. He has suggested to end political boundaries and replace them with moral boundaries through network of citizen and civil society groups. In addition, he also supports the development of grassroots democracy. Jürgen Habermas. Habermas is a contemporary philosopher and sociologist who has been associated with the Frankfurt School. He has made significant contributions to the study of communicative action and the public sphere. In his 1986 article, Beyond Realism and Marxism, Critical Theory and International Relations, Andrew Linklater argues that neither Marxism nor realism in isolation can adequately explain international relations. Ho highlights the limitations of each approach. 1. Realism. Linklater criticizes realism for its exclusive focus on power, war, security, and the anarchical nature of the international system. While realism offers insights into these aspects, it lacks an emancipatory role in international politics. 2. Rationalism. Linklater contends that rationalism, often developed within the realist framework, primarily emphasizes the competitive world order. This perspective is Western-centric and neglects other global values and existing power dynamics. Marxism. According to Linklater, Marxism attributes international tension to growing economic inequality among nations, downplaying the importance of realism's emphasis on military dominance in world politics. Key themes of Critical School. Critical reflection on capitalism. Critical reflection on capitalism. The Frankfurt School is interested in exploring the contradictions and negative effects of capitalism, particularly in relation to the global economy and international relations. Emphasis on power and domination. The Frankfurt School is critical of mainstream theories that downplay the role of power in international relations. It emphasizes the importance of analyzing how power operates at different levels and in different forms, including economic power, political power, and cultural power. Focus on emancipation. Tyre Frankfurt School of International Relations is interested in exploring ways to create more just and equal global structures. It is committed to social transformation and emancipation from oppressive power structures. Recognition of the importance of culture. The Frankfurt School is interested in exploring the role of culture in shaping global politics, including the ways in which cultural norms and values can reinforce or challenge dominant power structures. Belkvin's Q8 KSV. In an increasingly conflictual world, the Critical School's emphasis on creating moral boundaries is very much required. Its focus on grassroots development and developing citizenry is similar to M. N. Roy's radical humanism, which also focused on emancipation and all-round development. Gramscian School. Robert Koch's theory is always for someone and for some purpose. The school traces its origin in the thoughts of Antonio Gramsci and his theories of consent and hegemony. If Gramsci had given his notions on how a capitalist state operates, neo-Marxists have studied it in the light of international relations. Gramscian scholars argue that power relations are not just about coercion or force but are also maintained through consent and persuasion. They argue that the dominant ideas, norms, and values of society are shaped by powerful groups and serve to legitimize their dominance. Therefore, to challenge these power relations, one must challenge the dominant culture and ideas that support them. Proponents. Robert Koch, explained below. Stephen Gill. Stephen Gill has focused on the systematic study of Gramscian epistemology and Gramscian. PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya IAS. Views of Robert Koch. A neo-Gramscian theorist, Robert Koch introduced Gramsci to world politics. Based on his reading of Gramsci, Koch has tried to explain key issues of contemporary global politics and global social movements. By using the Gramscian conception of hegemony, he has sought to explain the establishment and stability of world orders. Koch assumes that world hegemony is not only an order among states but also an order in world economy. Hegemony can be described as political structure, social structure, and economic structure. He argues that three forces: material capabilities, ideas, and institutions interact in the formation, maintenance, and declining of hegemony. While explaining the origin of hegemony, Koch establishes a correlation between social forces, forms of state, and world order. With the internationalization of production, the hegemony of social forces of the powerful state becomes transnational. Hegemony establishes when other states accept economic and social institutions, culture, and technology of the hegemonic state. How is hegemony maintained in international politics? The nation that obtains hegemony under Marxist approaches creates international groupings. Western developed nations. They are instrumental in maintaining and advancing the hegemonic world order in 5 different ways. First, the hegemonic global order is what led to the creation of international organizations. Secondly, the norms, regulations, and principles that contribute to the growth of the hegemonic world order are also found in international bodies. Third, global organizations ideologically legitimize the rules of the international system. Fourth, international organizations make the dominant class more popular in the peripheral governments by involving elites from the periphery in management. Fifth, international organizations preserve the hegemonic world order by regulating counter-hegemonic views. Thus, under the current world order, the institutions of the global civil society contribute to maintaining the dominance of the powerful state and its ruling elite. Criticism. Happy face. Happy face. Perry Anderson. Anderson argues that Gramsci's focus on cultural hegemony tends to overlook the central role of economic structures in determining political power and social relations. The antinomies of Gramsci and D-Z to the power of I. Antonio Gayatri Klayakravorty Spivala Spivak emphasizes the need to incorporate post-colonial perspectives and critiques the limitations of Eurocentric theories in understanding global power dynamics. Can the speak? Subaltern Joseph Femia. Femia points out that Gramsci's concepts, such as hegemony, are not always clearly defined, leading to varied and sometimes contradictory applications. Explain the relevance of the Marxist approach in the context of globalization. 2019. The Marxist approach has been highly relevant in the context of globalization as it provides a critical lens through which to view the global political economy and entire inequalities that exist within it. Marxist scholars argue that globalization is primarily driven by the interests of capital and that it reinforces global inequalities by increasing the power of transnational corporations and global financial markets, while eroding the power of labor and social welfare states. One key contribution of the Marxist approach to understanding globalization is its emphasis on the concept of class struggle. Marxist scholars argue that the global economy is characterized by a fundamental struggle between capital and labor and that this struggle is intensified by the globalization of production and finance. According to Marxist scholar David Harvey, globalization creates new opportunities for the accumulation of capital on a global scale, but it also creates new contradictions, tensions, and conflicts that threaten the stability of the system. Another important contribution of the Marxist approach is its analysis of the global economic system as a world system. Immanuel Wallerstein's world system theory, which is informed by Marxist thought, argues that the global economy is. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 69. Shunya IAS. Characterized by a corporiferacy structure in which wealthy core countries exploit and dominate peripheral countries to trade, investment, and other forms of economic activity. According to Wallerstein, this global economic system is fundamentally exploitative and reinforces global inequalities. The Marxist approach to globalization also emphasizes the importance of the state in shaping the trajectory of globalization. Marxist scholars argue that the state plays a key role in creating the conditions for capital accumulation and in maintaining the dominance of the global capitalist class. According to Marxist scholar Robert Cox, the state is both die-product and die-instrument of the dominant class, which uses it to protect its interests in the global economy. Overall, the Marxist approach provides a critical perspective on globalization by highlighting die role of capital accumulation, class struggle, and die state in shaping the global political economy. It offers a framework for understanding the power dynamics that underlie globalization and provides insights into die ways in which social and political movements can challenge global inequalities and promote alternative forms of economic and social organization. Overall criticism of the Marxist approach. Economic determinism. Marxist approach sees economic factors as the primary determinant of international relations. While economic factors can be important, other factors such as ideology, identity, and security concerns can also significantly impact international relations. Oversimplification of international relations. Marxist approach reduces international relations to a mere reflection of class struggle. This oversimplification neglects other important factors that shape international relations, such as culture, nationalism, ethnicity, religion, and gender. These factors can significantly affect the behavior of states and other international actors. Neglect of the role of the state. According to Marxists, the state is a tool used by entire ruling class to oppress the working class. However, in the international system, the state also plays a crucial role in mediating conflicts, negotiating treaties, and providing public goods. Marxist approach neglects the agency of the state in international relations. Standard conclusions. It is important to note that the Marxist approach to international relations is often critical and skeptical of the global capitalist system. However, it provides a valuable framework for understanding the structural inequalities and power dynamics that underlie global politics and the global economy. Marxist scholarship provides a useful critique of mainstream theories in international relations and encourages scholars to question dominant assumptions about the nature of the global political economy. Feminist approach of international politics. Feminist perspectives entered the international relations discipline at the end of the 1980s, at about the same time as the end of the Cold War. The first International Conference on Women, Gender, and the Study of International Relations (IR) was held in 1988 in Wellesley College, Massachusetts, United States. Origin. The conference in 1980 led to the start of a new discussion about gender issues in the discipline of international politics. The growing discussion led to the creation of a new discourse on the feminist perspective to IR with the publication of several foundational texts on the subject. Some of these publications were books like Women and War by Jean Elston in 1987, Bananas, Beaches and Bases, Making Sense of International Politics by Cynthia Enloe in 1990, Gender in International Relations by Judith and Tickner in 1992. Background. The study of international politics has been affected by feminist perspectives in a variety of ways. The sexist exclusion of women and women's issues from traditional analysis has been contested by so-called empirical feminists. From this vantage point, conventional approaches to international politics concentrate almost entirely on male-dominated organizations and bodies such as governments and states, transnational corporations, TNCs, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, global organizations, etc. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Scholars J. and Tickner, in her book Gender in International Relations argues that gender is a fundamental aspect of international relations and that gender analysis can provide a better understanding of power relations, security, and global politics. She advocates for a feminist approach to IR that challenges traditional notions of state-centric and militarized security. Jean Elston, she critiques feminist theories for being overly focused on the experiences of women in Western liberal democracies and for neglecting the experiences of women in non-Western contexts. She argues for a more inclusive feminist approach that recognizes the diversity of women's experiences and the complexities of power relations in the international system. Cynthia Enloe, in her book Bananas, Beaches and Bases, examines the gendered dimensions of international politics and power relations. She argues that women's experiences and contributions have been overlooked and marginalized to only labor in plantations, serve as wives to diplomats and as sexual labor at military bases. Major points. 1. Challenge the masculinist theories. Feminists have argued that the theory of power politics is premised on masculinist assumptions about rivalry, competition, and inevitable conflict, arising from a tendency to see the world in terms of interactions amongst series of power-seeking autonomous actors. Analytical feminism is concerned not only to expose such biases but also to champion alternative concepts and theories. Example, gender stereotypes have forced us to think of men as protectors and women as those who need protection. One of the stories that has been told throughout history is that men fight wars to protect and children. Tickner, women. 2. Emphasis on agency. Feminist approach recognizes the agency of women in shaping international politics and power relations, and it seeks to empower women in their roles as agents of change. Example, Sweden, Spain, France and Mexico all have announced their feminist foreign policies. 3. Lack of attention to social and cultural factors. Realism and other mainstream theories tends to prioritize military and economic factors in international politics, neglecting the importance of social and cultural factors such as gender in shaping power relations. 4. Absence of women. They also highlight the absence of women in key positions of power in the international space and also the neglect and marginalization of the few women who are in power. According to them, many women in power also behave according to the masculinist discourse rather than in an autonomous fashion. Cynthia Enloe has raised the question of where are the women? In this context, highlighting that women continue to be restricted to the private sphere and hot engaged in policymaking. 5. Women as victims. Feminist scholars have contested that the outcome of the major mainstream theories have always resulted in conflict and war, where women are the worst victims. Therefore, they criticize the existing notions of international relations, which are largely a reflection of the male ego and propensity to engage in conflict to satisfy those egos. Example, since the patriarchal system thinks of women and their bodies as properties, like the territorial land being conquered in a war, there is also an attempt to conquer and brutalize women's bodies, thereby owning them. This notion is best explained in the examples of military rapes and brutalization of women in the Korean War, World Wars, and the Balkan Wars. UN Security Council Resolution 1325. UN Security Council Resolution 1325, adopted on October 31, 2000, is a landmark resolution that recognizes the disproportionate impact of armed conflict on women and girls and calls for their full and active participation in peace-building and conflict resolution processes. The resolution emphasizes the need to protect women's rights during and after armed conflict and recognizes the important role of women in conflict prevention, peace negotiations, and post-conflict reconstruction. The resolution calls on all parties to armed conflict to take measures to protect women and girls from gender-based violence, including rape and other forms of sexual violence. It also emphasizes the need to incorporate a gender. Page 71. Shunya IAS. Perspective into all aspects of peacebuilding and conflict resolution, including disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration programs. Moreover, Resolution 1325 calls for the increased participation of women in decision-making processes related to peace and security, including in conflict prevention and resolution, peace negotiations, and post-conflict reconstruction. It also emphasizes the importance of providing women with training and support to enable them to participate effectively in GIZI processes. Since its adoption, Resolution 1325 has been followed by several additional resolutions on women, peace, and security, which have further strengthened the UN's commitment to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment in conflict and post-conflict situations. The resolution has also inspired the development of national action plans on women, peace, and security by several countries, which provide a framework for promoting women's participation in peace-building and conflict resolution processes. Feminist criticism of realism in international politics. Feminists argue that realism relies on a dichotomy between the public and private spheres, where the former is considered the realm of politics and the latter the realm of women and family. This dichotomy reinforces the idea that women's experiences and perspectives are irrelevant to the study of international politics. Feminist scholars argue that realism is based on a narrow conception of power and security that is rooted in the assumption of a competitive and conflictual world. They criticize the notion of slate security and urge for human security. Feminist scholars argue that realism ignores the experiences of marginalized groups, including women and non-Western actors. Feminist scholars argue that realism perpetuates gendered biases in the study of IR. Realism assumes that the study of IR is a neutral and objective enterprise, ignoring the ways in which gender shapes knowledge production. J. and Ticker's reformulation of Morgenthau's 6 principles. The male-dominated nature of traditional ideas of international politics has been made abundantly clear by standpoint feminism. Thus, J. and Tickner reworked Hans Morgenthau's 6 political realism principles in a groundbreaking analysis to demonstrate how ostensibly objective rules actually reflect masculine values rather than feminine ones. Morgenthau's account of power politics portrays states as autonomous actors intent on pursuing self-interest by acquiring power over other states, a model that reflects the traditional dominance of the husband-father within the family and of male citizens within society at large. However, this gendered view of power as power over or dominion ignores aspects of human interaction that may be more typical of the experiences of women, such as compassion, dependency, and cooperative behavior. The 6 principles that Tickner reconstructed are as follows. Objectivity is culturally defined and it is associated with masculinity, so objectivity is always partial. The national interest is multidimensional, so it cannot and should not be defined by one set of interests. Power as domination and control privileges masculinity. There are possibilities for using power as collective empowerment in international arena. All political action has moral significance. It is not possible to separate politics and morality. A narrowly defined and autonomous political realm defines the political in a way that excludes the concerns and contributions of women. Feminist foreign policies. Published by UN Women in 2014, Sweden adopted the world's first feminist foreign policy. Since then, more than a dozen countries and political parties have followed suit or have announced their intention of developing a feminist foreign policy. This trend has attracted considerable interest as an alternative approach to promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women in external action. While many of its goals overlap with long-standing commitments on women, peace and security or gender equality in development and humanitarian assistance, feminist foreign policies can, at the very least, provide a unifying political framework for the disparate strands of gender-related strategies being implemented by governments, improve coordination and effectiveness and the involvement of the highest levels of PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Leadership and become a clear and visible brand that makes it easier for the public, civil society, or journalists to hold governments accountable to their commitments to advance gender equality or women's rights. Most of these policies cover similar themes. They vow to mainstream a gender perspective in all foreign policy actions and agencies, advocate for progress in gender equality in their bilateral relations and in regional and adequate resources to gender equality as part of their development and humanitarian aid. Mexico, for example, has committed to reaching full employment parity, equal pay, and the application of a gender lens to every foreign policy position, resolution, and mandate by 2024. France has committed to reach 50% off gender-focused aid by 2022, up from a baseline of 30% in 2018. Their priority actions cover a very broad range of issues, many of them already well established in women, peace, and security frameworks, such as strengthening women's meaningful participation in preventing conflict and violent extremism or increasing the number of women in peacekeeping. Several of them place great emphasis on women's economic rights and empowerment, from women's rights to land, inheritance, and ownership to access to decent work, markets, capital, technology, or basic social services to addressing the unpaid care burden. Way forward according to Feminist School. Inclusion of women perspective in policy making, whether in foreign affairs or in developmental sphere, as a women's perspective is better suited to actually consider the practical and human considerations and cost of any decision. Human security should be prior to state security, meaning the state security should not come at the cost of marginalizing communities or conflicts that result in high human costs. To recognize women as the one of worst victims of war and conflict. Give an assessment of the feminist critique of contemporary global issues. 2017. The feminist critique of contemporary global issues is a broad and multifaceted approach that seeks to analyze and address the gendered dimensions of global problems such as poverty, conflict, environmental degradation, and human rights abuses. One of the key strengths of the feminist critique is its emphasis on the intersectionality of gender with other forms of social inequality such as race, class, and sexuality. Feminist scholars argue that these intersecting identities shape individuals' experiences of and responses to global issues. For example, women may face greater challenges in accessing healthcare or education due to their gender, race, or socioeconomic status. Moreover, the feminist critique recognizes the ways in which global issues are shaped by gendered power relations. Feminist scholars argue that patriarchal norms and values perpetuate gendered inequalities in areas such as political representation, economic opportunities, and access to resources. This has led to women being disproportionately affected by issues such as poverty, conflict, and environmental degradation. The feminist critique also emphasizes the importance of women's voices and agency in addressing global issues. Feminist scholars argue that women's experiences and perspectives must be central to policymaking and decision-making processes, and that empowering women is crucial for achieving sustainable and equitable solutions to global problems. However, one limitation of the feminist critique is that it is often criticized for being too focused on gender and neglecting other important factors such as economic and political structures. Moreover, some argue that the feminist critique can be overly essentialist, assuming that all women share the same experiences and perspectives. In conclusion, the feminist critique of contemporary global issues is a valuable approach that highlights the gendered dimensions of global problems and emphasizes the importance of women's empowerment and agency in addressing them. However, it must be complemented by other approaches that take into account the complex and intersecting factors that shape global issues. Standard conclusions. Though feminist thought has been partially successful till now, this provided an important discourse that international politics is not exclusively men's business. Feminism is not just restricted to uplifting female roles in internationalism but also provides a fresh discourse towards resolving major multilateral issues plaguing the world. Shunya IAS. Social constructivist approach to international politics. Social constructivism has been the most influential post-positivist approach to international theory, gaining significantly greater attention since the end of the Cold War. The constructivist approach to analysis is based on the belief that there is no objective social or political reality independent of our understanding of it. Constructivists do not therefore regard the social world as something out there in the sense of an external world of concrete objects. Instead, it exists only inside as a kind of intersubjective awareness. Thus they quote that reality exists only as an intersubjective awareness. Social constructivism stands, in a sense, between inside out and outside in approaches, in that it holds that interactions between agents and structures are always mediated by ideational factors, beliefs, values, theories, and assumptions. These ideational factors affect both how agents see themselves and how they understand and respond to the structures within which they operate. Social constructivism centers around the idea that the culture is a constituent of mind and therefore provides for structures which determine the construction of reality. In this sense, no knowledge constructions are a social or a cultural. The learner appropriate and constructs meanings in response to his or her experiences in the social contexts. Scholars. Nicholas Onoff. The term was coined by Nicholas Onoff in his book The World of Our Own Making, which was written on the occasion of the end of the Cold War. His work similarly was done in the context of the Cold War. He criticized the notion that US and USSR were in conflict due to the bipolar structure of the world. According to him, structures do not exist, rather it is constructed to fit into the narratives. Thus the Cold War was not based on a structure but rather on ideas, beliefs, and norms. 2. Alexander Wendt's work emerges as a criticism of the realist school. The realist school has termed the nature of international politics as anarchical and without any moral or legal imperatives. According to Wendt, this notion itself is problematic and leads to war. He says that whether we perceive it as anarchical or not is based on ideas and norms rather than material structures. Wendt argues that the type of international system that emerges depends on the shared beliefs and norms of the actors in the system. He sees international relations as a process of social construction in which actors negotiate and create shared meanings and understandings of the world. He emphasizes the importance of understanding how actors perceive their interests and the nature of the world around them and how those perceptions shape their behavior and interactions with others. Sunni / Major points. Social constructivism is a theory that challenges neorealist assumptions about the determinative power of the international system in shaping state behavior. Alexander Wendt's assertion that anarchy is what states make of is a key tenet of social constructivism. State behavior is shaped by the subjective perceptions and identities of states, which are constructed through social interactions and not solely determined by the international system. Nations are subjective entities, defined by their members through a particular set of traditions, values, and sentiments. Constructivist analysis highlights the fluidity of world politics as nation-states and other key global actors change. Their perception of who or what they are, their behavior will change. This perspective can have optimistic or pessimistic implications for global justice and international relations. Critics of constructivism argue that it fails to recognize the extent to which beliefs are shaped by social, economic, and political realities. Postmodernist approach to international politics. Lyotard has defined postmodernism as incredulity towards meta-narratives. This means that postmodernists reject the idea that there is a single overarching narrative or story that can explain or define human experience, history, or reality as a whole. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. According to postmodernists, meta-narratives are inherently limiting and exclusionary because they attempt to impose a single truth or perspective on complex and diverse human experiences. Instead, postmodernists argue that reality is inherently fragmented and subjective and that different individuals and groups experience the world in different ways. In practice, this means that postmodernists reject traditional forms of authority and expertise and question established ideas and practices. Postmodernists also emphasize the importance of language and discourse in shaping reality, arguing that language is not simply a neutral tool for communication but is itself a powerful form of social and cultural control. Influences and views of scholars. 1. Friedrich Nietzsche. The school traces its origin in the works of Friedrich Nietzsche, who argued that knowledge is always tied to power relations. In other words, what we think we know about the world is shaped by the dominant ideologies and power structures of our time, thus implying there is no objective truth or theory but rather constructed or invented truth. Example, during the Cold War, the American leaders used rhetoric to demonize communism, often portraying it as an evil force that needed to be defeated. This was the invented truth according to the US that was invented to establish themselves over the Soviet-led communist world. 2. Michel Foucault. Foucault's concept of governmentality has been particularly influential in IR. This concept refers to the ways in which power is exercised through the production of knowledge and the regulation of behavior. According to Foucault, power is not something that is exercised solely through coercion or force, but is also exercised through the production of knowledge and the regulation of behavior. In this sense, power is seen as something that is productive and positive rather than solely negative or repressive. Example, Foucault's concept of governmentality refers to the techniques, practices, and discourses used by the state to govern and control its citizens. In the case of Libya, the United States and its NATO allies argued that they had a responsibility to protect Libyan citizens from the violence of the Gaddafi regime. This discourse of humanitarianism served to justify military action against the Libyan government and contributed to the overthrow of Gaddafi. Postmodernist scholars have used Foucault's insights to challenge traditional notions of sovereignty and state power in IR. They argue that the state is not a fixed entity with a clear and unambiguous identity, but rather is a contingent and fluid construct that is constantly being redefined and renegotiated. They also argue that traditional approaches to IR have tended to ignore the ways in which power is exercised through discourse and the production of knowledge, and that a more nuanced understanding of power is needed in order to fully grasp the complexities of global politics. 3. Jacques Derrida. Jacques Derrida was a French philosopher who had a significant influence on postmodernism in general and on postmodernism in international relations IR in particular. Derrida's deconstruction method was applied to the analysis of texts, discourses, and practices in international relations. Derrida's deconstruction suggests that no theory is based on any absolute knowledge but rather knowledge, which best suits the entity creating the knowledge. Postmodernists in IR also emphasized the importance of language and discourse in shaping international relations. They argued that the way in which events and issues are framed and discussed can have a significant impact on the outcomes of international relations. Example, some postmodernist scholars have argued that the US invasion of Iraq was driven by a desire to maintain American global hegemony and that the Bush administration used the language of weapons of Example, some postmodernist scholars have argued that the US invasion of Iraq was driven by a desire to maintain American global hegemony and that the Bush administration used the language of weapons of mass destruction to construct a narrative that justified the invasion. In essence, deconstruction seeks to reveal how the meaning of a text or discourse is not fixed, but rather dependent on a set of contingent and unstable relationships. Example, LN international relations, where there is often a binary opposition between the West and the rest. Derrida's deconstruction would challenge this by showing how the category of the West is constructed through exclusion and the suppression of other voices and experiences. Shunya IAS. 4. James D.C.R. Dorian. Dorian emphasizes the importance of technology and the media in shaping our understanding of the world. He argues that new technologies and media forms have fundamentally transformed the way we think about knowledge, power, and representation. For example, Dorian points to the way in like the Gulf War of 1991 was portrayed in the media. He argues that the war was presented as a high-tech spectacle with precision bombing and smart weapons dominating the coverage. The media presented a sanitized, bloodless version of the war which masked the reality of the violence and suffering that was taking place on the ground. In this way, D.C.R. Dorian argues that the media played a key role in constructing a particular understanding of the war, one that reinforced the power of the United States and its allies. 5. Richard Ashley, critic of realist approach. In his influential essay, The Poverty of Neo-Realism, Ashley argues that traditional neo-realist approaches to IR are not only inadequate but dangerous. He contends that the neo-realist focus on power and self-help leads to a state of perpetual insecurity and the potential for violent conflict. He has also challenged the realist notions of anarchy and terms it as anarchy problematique, wherein he states that the whole concept of anarchy is problematic and its realist's interpretation leads to conflict, as it suggests that there are no laws in the international arena and states can act in arbitrary aggression. According to him, the notion of anarchy is perhaps non-existent, but it serves the interest of the powerful nations who can act arbitrarily and justify the anarchy clause. Major features -v. Skepticism about objective truth. Postmodernists reject the idea that there is a single objective truth about the world. Instead, they argue that reality is always socially constructed and therefore multiple and fluid. Focus on language and discourse. Postmodernists emphasize the role of language and discourse in shaping political reality. They argue that the meaning of political concepts is not fixed, but rather is constructed and reconstructed through language and communication. Deconstruction of power. Postmodernists reject traditional notions of power as something that is possessed or exercised by individuals or groups. Instead, they see power as something that is embedded in social structures and discourses and that operates in a diffuse and pervasive way. Critique of modernity. Postmodernists challenge the assumptions of modernity, such as the belief in progress, rationality, and individual autonomy. They argue that these ideas are historically contingent and culturally specific and that they have been used to justify domination and exclusion. Post-colonial approach to international politics. Post-colonialism emphasizes on the importance of cultural and historical context in understanding international relations. It challenges the idea that Western concepts and theories are universal and applicable to all societies. Instead, it suggests that different societies have different histories and experiences and that these must be taken into account in order to fully understand their political behavior. Standard introductions. The post-colonial approach to international relations is a critical perspective that seeks to challenge the Western-centric view of international politics and examine how colonialism and imperialism have shaped the discipline. The post-colonial approach to IR is characterized by a critical perspective that seeks to challenge dominant narratives and power structures in international politics while promoting a more inclusive and diverse understanding of the discipline. Background. Theorists of post-colonialism have tried to expose the cultural dimension of colonial rule, usually by establishing the legitimacy of non-Western and sometimes anti-Western ideas, cultures, and traditions. In one of the most influential works of post-colonial theory, PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Scholars. Edward Said developed the notion of Orientalism to highlight the extent to which Western cultural and political hegemony over the rest of the world, but over the Orient in particular, had been maintained through elaborate stereotypical fictions that belittled and demeaned non-Western people and culture. Gayatri Spivak is a literary theorist who has written on the intersection of post-colonial theory and feminism. She is best known for her essay, Can the Subaltern Speak?, which examines the ways in which Western feminism can sometimes exclude the voices of non-Western women. Chandra Talpak Mohanty is a feminist scholar who has written on the intersection of race, gender, and imperialism. Her work challenges the idea that Western feminism is universal and argues that it often ignores the experiences of non-Western women. Main assertions. 1. Deconstructing the West. Post-colonial scholars argue that the West has dominated the study of IR and that the discipline needs to be more inclusive of non-Western perspectives. They argue that the experiences of colonized peoples and their struggles for independence have been largely ignored by traditional IR theories. 2. Examining power relations. Post-colonial scholars emphasize the importance of examining power relations in international politics. They argue that colonialism and imperialism have been key drivers of power inequalities and that these power dynamics continue to shape global politics today. 3. Critiquing Eurocentrism. Post-colonial scholars critique Eurocentric assumptions and biases in IR theory. They argue that Western theories of international politics are based on a narrow understanding of the world and often fail to account for the experiences of non-Western peoples. An example of critiquing Eurocentrism in post-colonial IR can be seen in the study of the Cold War. Traditional Western narratives of the Cold War often focus on the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union while ignoring the experiences of non-aligned and non-Western countries. Post-colonial scholars argue that this Eurocentric view of the Cold War overlooks the fact that many non-aligned countries were directly affected by the Cold War and that their experiences are important to understanding the global impact of the conflict. 4. Analyzing language. Post-colonial scholars emphasize the importance of analyzing language and discourse in international politics. They argue that language can be used to legitimize power relations and reproduce dominant narratives and that deconstructing these narratives can help to reveal the underlying power dynamics at play. Example, terms such as civilized versus uncivilized, barbaric, and terrorist are often used to describe non-Western peoples and cultures, while Western nations are portrayed as liberators and protectors of civilization. 5. Empowering the marginalized. Post-colonial scholars seek to empower marginalized voices and perspectives in the study of IR. They argue that including these perspectives can help to challenge dominant narratives and promote a more inclusive and equitable understanding of international politics. Post-colonial nations suffer from insecurity dilemma rather than security dilemma. Mohammed Ayub argues that post-colonial nations face an insecurity dilemma rather than a security dilemma because their concerns about security are often more existential than material. Unlike the traditional security dilemma, which is focused on states' concerns about military power and territorial expansion, the insecurity dilemma faced by post-colonial nations is rooted in the perceived vulnerability of their national identity and state sovereignty. Post-colonial nations are often concerned about maintaining their newly gained independence and sovereignty in the face of internal and external challenges. This can lead to a focus on issues such as national unity, identity, and legitimacy rather than on traditional military threats. As a result, post-colonial nations may engage in efforts to project their power and assert their sovereignty even when they lack the military capabilities to do so effectively. The insecurity dilemma faced by post-colonial nations can also be exacerbated by external factors such as the legacy of colonialism, economic inequality, and the uneven distribution of power in the international system. These factors can contribute to a sense of insecurity and vulnerability among post-colonial nations, leading them to engage in defensive or assertive behavior in an attempt to secure their position in the international system. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50 page 77. Shunya's. Overall, Ayub's concept of the insecurity dilemma provides a useful framework for understanding the unique security challenges faced by post-colonial nations and the ways in which these challenges can shape their behavior in the international system. Standard conclusion: post-colonial approach helps understand the nature of international politics beyond the realm of just mainstream theories. Systems theory of international relations. Morgan Kaplan's systems theory is a conceptual framework in international relations that seeks to explain the behavior of states and other international actors as a part of a broader system of interdependent relationships. The theory emphasizes the importance of analyzing the entire system, including its inputs, outputs, and feedback loops, in order to understand how it functions as a whole. Kaplan argues that the behavior of actors in the international system can be understood by analyzing how they respond to changes in the broader system. For example, a change in the balance of power between states or a shift in global economic conditions may trigger a chain reaction of responses from other actors in the system. His major purpose has been the scientific analysis of international politics. Free from ideological bias, he came up with models to suitably define all possible models used in politics. Assumptions of the systems approach in international relations. International relations are viewed as an international system with interconnected components. The system involves national and supranational actors engaging in regular interactions. Actors participate consistently to preserve their national interests. Actors exhibit observable patterns of behavior within the system. Multiple variables influence the interactions among actors. The objective is to develop objective theories to understand the system. 10 models of international SY-STEM given B.V. Morgan Kaplan. Balance of power model. The balance of power model was prominent in international politics from the 17th century until the end of World War I. It can be understood through the analog of a billiards ball model. The main features include the security dilemma, a multipolar world order, and the absence of a centralized international authority or order. Bipolar model. Type bipolar model. In the bipolar model, there are two superpowers and outlier states are considered satellites or subordinate to these powers. The concentration of power is primarily between these two poles. Loose bipolar model. The emergence of a third actor weakens the magnetic force of the superpowers, leading to a loosening of their influence. Very loose bipolar model. In the very loose bipolar model, the power of attraction from the two poles diminishes further and satellites start breaking away from their orbits. Universal actor model. The universal actor model envisions the disappearance of poles and the establishment of a world government where all states come under the authority of a universal actor. However, this is a hypothetical model. Hierarchical system. In a hierarchical system, all states come under the domination of a single state, such as the United States in a unipolar world. It is the opposite of the universal actor model. Unit veto model. The unit veto model suggests that all states possess equal capacity to destroy each other, often referring to the possession of nuclear weapons. Incomplete nuclear diffusion model. The incomplete nuclear diffusion model refers to a situation where around 14 to 15 states possess nuclear weapons, creating an imbalance and potential risks. PSIR optional paper 2 part A. Shunya IAS. Détente system. Détente represents a period of reduced tension and improved relations between major powers, often characterized by diplomatic negotiations and arms control agreements. Unstable bloc model. The unstable bloc model is the opposite of the détente system. It signifies a high level of suspicion and rivalry among superpowers, often leading to a return of Cold War dynamics and representing a dangerous situation. Critical evaluation of systems theory. Robert J. Lieber has summarized the major limitations of the systems approach as follows. Only frameworks. The systems approach is seen as a conceptual framework rather than a comprehensive theory. It lacks the ability to provide an intellectual policy for international relations. Methodological inadequacy. One significant limitation is the methodological inadequacy of the systems approach. There is a lack of clear operationalization of concepts, making them difficult to test empirically. Gap between theory and research. Another limitation is the gap between theory and research. The separation between theoretical frameworks and empirical research has limited the practical usefulness and value of systems theory, according to David Singer. Limited scope. The systems approach is criticized for its limited scope. It neglects the study of political institutions and important domestic variables in international relations. It also overlooks the significance of historical and ideological factors in shaping international dynamics. Criticism by Stanley Hoffman. Misstep in the right direction. Recognizes the attempt at empirical analysis but finds it flawed. Focus on form over substance. Prioritizes structure over the essence of politics. Inability to capture politics. Fails to grasp complexities and reduces politics to something it's not. Models detached from reality. Seen as imaginary, like parlor games, lacking real-world applicability. Lack of basic system approach. Fails to define system, boundaries, and environment, hindering theory. Development. Limitations of the system theory, limited scope of models. Kaplan's models have a narrow focus and may not capture the full complexity of international relations. Happy face F35 impracticability of hypothetical models. Some of Kaplan's models are not feasible or applicable in real-world scenarios. Ignorance of geostrategic factors. The models may overlook the influence of geographical and strategic factors in shaping international dynamics. Neglect of national and sub-national factors. Important domestic factors within states are not adequately considered in the models. Generic analysis. The analysis provided by the models may lack specificity and fail to account for unique regional or conflict dynamics. Arbitrary classification. The categorization of international systems into specific models may lack clear criteria or justification. Limited predictability. The models may not possess sufficient predictive power to accurately anticipate future international events or outcomes. Conclusion. Systems approach has been influential in international relations theory, offering a comprehensive view of international relations and a holistic method of analysis. It encompasses microscopic and macroscopic perspectives, including the study of regional subsystems. However, criticisms regarding its focus on form over substance and lack of clear boundaries and environment definitions remain. Despite limitations, the systems approach contributes to our understanding of international dynamics. Paper 2, PSIR optional, subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya no Tsoo, page 79. Key concepts in international relations. National interest. Previous year's questions. National interest is an essentially contested concept. Comment, 2022. Explain instruments and methods devised for the promotion of national interest. 2016. National interests are dynamic. Identify contemporary world politics with suitable examples. 2013. Should national interest be viewed as a constant category or is it situation-specific? Bring out your perspective. 2010. Comment. The realist vision of national interest. 2004. Comment. National interest and ideology. 1999. Comment. National interest and capability. 1993. Standard introductions. In broad terms, the national interest refers to foreign policy goals, objectives, or policy preferences that benefit a nation and its people as a whole. National interest can also refer to the actions taken by a government to pursue these objectives, including diplomacy, military force, economic sanctions, or other forms of coercion. Scholarly views. 1. Morgenthau. National interest is the standard by which we judge a political act. There is one guiding star, one standard or thought, one rule for action, and that is national interest. Objective of foreign policy must be defined in terms of national interest. National interest will depend upon the political and cultural context in which foreign policy is formulated. 2. Charles Lurk. National interest means the general, long-term, and continuing purpose which the state, the nation, and the government all see themselves as serving. 3. Vernon van Dijk. National interest means the values, desires, and interests which states seek to protect or achieve in relation to each other, desires on the part of sovereign states. Background. Meaning, in international relations, the concept of national interest refers to the goals and objectives that a nation state seeks to achieve in its interactions with other nations. These interests may include economic, political, strategic, or ideological considerations, and they are often driven by a desire to ensure the security, prosperity, and well-being of right country 7 and its citizens. Composition. National interest can also refer to the actions taken by a government to pursue these objectives, including diplomacy, military force, economic sanctions, or other forms of coercion. The pursuit of national interest can often lead to conflicts and tensions between different countries as each seeks to advance its own interests. National interest according to realists. National interest is the core concept of the realist school of thought. Realists view national interest as the primary driver of international politics. They argue that states are motivated primarily by a desire to ensure their own survival and security, and that competition for power and resources is a fundamental feature of international relations. According to realists, states must act in their own self-interest and prioritize their national interests above all else. This may involve pursuing military power, economic wealth, or territorial expansion, among other goals. Quote, Hans Morgenthau defines national interest as survival that includes protection of physical, political, and PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS happy face 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 caret. Morgenthau's classification. According to Morgenthau, whatever the ultimate aim, power will always be the immediate aim of foreign policies. He has thus classified national interest as I-core and the second variable. He believes that though the sole aim is always the accumulation of power, he agrees that the means to achieve it are variable or dynamic. 1. Core national interest. Morgenthau defined core components as those elements required for a nation to survive or retain its identity. He separates identity into cultural, political, and physical components. Historical ideals upheld by a nation as a component of its cultural legacy make up its cultural identity. Political identity is the politico-economic system, whereas physical identity is geographical identity. The ability to survive is crucial to foreign policy. A state may even wage war to do this. Examples: the maintenance of peace and integrity of Jammu and Kashmir has been the core national interest of India since 1947. During the Cold War, the US government saw the spread of communism as a threat to its national security and believed that it had a vital interest in containing Soviet influence around the world. 2. Variable national interest. These elements vary depending on the situation. These include decision-makers, the general public, party politics, sectional or group interests, and political or moral considerations. The states want to see these goals achieved, but they will not go to war to achieve them. An example of Morgenthau's variable component of national interest can be seen in India's economic policy over the past few decades. India's economy has undergone significant changes since the 1990s, with a shift towards liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Thomas Robinson's classification. Thomas Robinson was known for his work on international relations theory, particularly his contributions to the study of national interest and foreign policy decision-making. In addition to Morgenthau's classification, Thomas Robinson has also further classified them into 6 types of interests. Primary interests. These are the interests that no state would ever compromise on, as they are crucial to preserving the nation's political, cultural, and physical identities. Secondary interests. These interests are of less importance than the primary interests but still necessary for the state's survival. They may include safeguarding residents who are traveling overseas and providing diplomatic immunity for diplomats. Permanent interests. These are the state's long-term interests and are usually driven by strategic considerations. They may include maintaining dominance in a particular region or securing access to key resources. Variable interests. Depending on the situation, these interests may occasionally take precedence over primary and permanent interests. For example, during a natural disaster, a state may prioritize providing humanitarian aid over pursuing its strategic interests. General interests. These interests are shared by many countries and may include promoting international peace, ensuring food security, and preserving the environment. Specific interests. These interests are specific to certain countries and may be driven by factors such as geography, history, or culture. For example, Japan's particular interest in whaling is not shared by many other countries. Methods to secure national interest. 1. Diplomacy. One of the effective ways to protect national interests is through diplomacy. To attain their desired goals and outcomes, nations bargain, compromise, and work together. It is a successful method of resolving disputes. Example: India and the United States have developed closer diplomatic ties over the past few decades in order to secure their national interests. One way that they have done this is through the signing of the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement in 2008. For India, it has allowed them to diversify their energy sources and reduce their reliance on fossil fuels. For the US, it has opened up a significant market for American nuclear technology companies. 2. Propaganda. According to Frankel, propaganda is an organized effort to influence the thoughts, feelings, and behavior of a certain group for a given public goal. The practice of statesmanship is a part of propaganda. It enables securing national interest by persuading others of the justice of their objectives. The spread of the internet has expanded the reach of propaganda. Social media platforms are utilized to shape public opinion. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 81. Example: the North Korean government uses propaganda to promote its national interests by portraying itself as a strong and powerful country both domestically and internationally. It also uses propaganda to discourage dissent and criticism of the regime by portraying the Kim family as heroic and infallible leaders who are working tirelessly for the good of the people. 3. Economic methods. Wealthy and developed nations employ loans and help to further their interests abroad. Powerful nations rely on weaker nations for technological know-how, international assistance, manufactured goods, and the sale of raw materials. The free economic exchange has grown in importance as a measure of securing the interests of nations during these times of globalization. Example: China's use of predatory 7 economics to secure control of markets in Africa and Asia. 4. Treaties and alliances. These are agreements made between 2 or more nations to protect each other's national interests. The allied nation is now required by law to cooperate towards the specified common objectives. Example: for instance, to combat the menace of communism, the US and its allies established military alliances like NATO and CENTO after the Second World War. On the other hand, socialist nations signed the Warsaw Pact. 5. Coercive actions. Coercive measures are used by states to achieve their goals and objectives. Coercive actions that are not war are also permitted under international law. Intervention, embargoes, boycotts, retaliation, penalties, severance of relations, and oleo-coercive tactics are used by states to further their objectives. Example, U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. Should national interest be viewed as a constant category or is it situation-specific? 2010. The view of whether national interest should be viewed as a constant category or as situation-specific depends on the perspective and approach of different schools of thought in international relations. Realists tend to view national interest as a constant category as they see the international system as an anarchic environment where states must act in their own self-interest and prioritize their national interests above all else. According to realists, states' national interests are shaped by objective factors such as geography, resources, and military power and are largely determined by the constraints and opportunities of the international system. In contrast, other schools of thought such as liberals, constructivists, and postmodernists tend to view national interest as situation-specific. They argue that the meaning and priorities of national interest are not fixed or objective, but rather are shaped by social, cultural, and historical factors as well as by the changing dynamics of the international system. Liberals, for example, emphasize the importance of cooperation and negotiation among states to achieve shared goals such as economic prosperity, human rights, and global stability. They argue that national interest should be defined in a more complex and multifaceted way and that states should pursue their interests through cooperation and negotiation rather than through force or coercion. Constructivists argue that national interest is shaped by social and cultural factors such as shared values and norms and that it can change over time as these factors evolve. They emphasize the importance of discourse and ideas in shaping national interest and international relations. Postmodernists take a critical and reflexive approach to national interest, arguing that it is not an objective category but rather is subject to interpretation and construction. They emphasize the need for a more nuanced and self-reflective approach to international relations and for greater attention to the ways in which power and inequality shape the pursuit of national interest. In conclusion, while realists tend to view national interest as a constant category, other schools of thought tend to view it as situation-specific, shaped by a variety of social, cultural, and historical factors and subject to change over time. National interest as a pseudo-theory. 1. The notion that national interest is a pseudo-theory emerges as a criticism to the realist perspective and importance asserted to the scope of national interest. 2. Raymond Aron has termed national interest as a pseudo-theory as its meaning is vague and ambiguous. Its ambiguity limits the concept from being formulated to a universally acceptable definition. 3. It is also regarded as vague as any action of states can be justified as national interest, no goal or aim is concrete, and national interest is anything that suits the objectives of a county or the persons in power. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Example, Hitler's concept of Lebensraum or invading Europe was termed as national interest when in reality it was only Hitler's interest and not that of the German people. 4. Similarly, Charles Beard in the 1930s criticized the notion of national interest, terming it a justification for the actions of those in power. 5. Accordingly, Muhammad Yunus has explained in his book how Pakistan's national interests are often what are decided by the military as its interest. Example, Pakistan military's interest is the destabilization and invasion of Jammu and Kashmir, and the same is promoted as the national interest of Pakistan. 6. James Frankel has said there is no single meaning of national interest and it is defined based on a variety of reasons and purposes. Criticism of national interest as a concept. Liberals view national interest as a more complex and multifaceted concept than realists do. They argue that states have many interests beyond just security, including economic prosperity, human rights, and global stability. According to liberals, states should pursue these interests through cooperation and negotiation rather than through force or coercion. They emphasize the importance of international institutions and norms in promoting cooperation and resolving conflicts. Social constructivists argue that national interest is not a fixed or objective concept, but rather is shaped by social and cultural factors. They emphasize the importance of shared values and norms in shaping national interests and international relations. According to constructivists, the meaning of national interest is constantly evolving and can be influenced by ideas, symbols, and discourse. Feminist IR scholars argue that traditional conceptions of national interest have been shaped by patriarchal assumptions and practices. They argue that the interests of women and other marginalized groups are often excluded from these traditional conceptions and that a more inclusive approach is needed. Feminist scholars often advocate for a more cooperative and egalitarian approach to international relations and emphasize the importance of addressing gender-based violence and inequality. Postmodernists challenge the idea that there is a fixed and objective national interest. They argue that all knowledge and meaning are socially constructed and that concepts like national interest are therefore constantly evolving and subject to interpretation. According to postmodernists, the pursuit of national interest can be a source of conflict and oppression, and they advocate for a more critical and reflexive approach to $IJM A International Analysis of the Theory of National Interest. Scott Burkill, in his book The National Interest in International Relations Theory, acknowledges that the concept of national interest lacks substantive meaning despite its widespread use in political writing as a tool for legitimization. Muhammad Yunus, in his book, argues that the theory of national interest reveals how the national interest of Pakistan has been compromised in favor of the national interest of the Pakistan Army. Lee Kuan Yew has introduced the idea of a new national interest for developing countries. According to him, this new national interest revolves around economic interests. It emphasizes that national interest should not be conflated with nationalism and should not be driven by emotional factors. Instead, it should be confined to the realms of the economy and pragmatism. Standard conclusions. Though the concept remains contested, national interest is still a relevant concept which helps understand how and why states behave the way they do. There is no common standardization way of defining national interest. Any theorist seeking precision is like a blind man touching elephant. Still, national interest is universally accepted, right of every state. Shunya IAS. Power. Previous year's questions. Comment, information technology an element of national power. 2000, international politics, like all politics, is a struggle for power. Comment, 2000, comment, changing nature and dynamics of national security. 2002, discuss various elements and limitations of national power. 2002, comment, international politics, like all politics, is a struggle for power. Why is the polarity of power thesis less relevant and meaningful in the present architecture of balance of power? 2012, the notion of balance of power is notoriously full of confusion. In light of this quotation, do you think that the concept of balance of power is relevant? 2016, discussed the utility of nuclear deterrence theory in the context of the recent standoff between India and Pakistan. 2019, identify the benefits of a multipolar world. 2019, explain the concept of balance of power. What are various techniques for maintaining balance of power? 2020, bipolar structure of the world is more stable than the multipolar one. Comment, 2022. Background meaning, in field of international relations, power refers to the ability of phone actor to influence the behavior of fanatlier actor in order to achieve its own goals or interests. Power can be seen as a multidimensional concept. It includes forms of capabilities, resources, and attributes that enable actors to exert influence over outliers. Various composition, power can be understood in terms of capability, that is, as an attribute, something that states or other actors possess. Power can be understood as a relationship, that is, as exercise of influence over other actors. And power can be understood as a property of a structure, that is, as the ability to control the political agenda and shape how things are done. To add to confusion, there are also debates about the changing nature of power and in particular about the key factors through which one actor may influence another. Power according to various schools of international politics, // Joseph Nye defines power as the ability to affect others to get outcomes one wants. He distinguishes between two types of power: hard power, which involves coercion, threats, and military force, and soft power, which involves attraction, persuasion, and the ability to shape preferences and values. Kenneth Waltz defines power as the ability to achieve one's objectives in the face of opposition. He emphasizes the importance of military power and the balance of power in shaping international relations. Michel Foucault defines power as a pervasive and diffuse force that operates through discourses, institutions, and practices. He argues that power is not something that individuals or groups possess, but rather a social relation that is constantly being negotiated and contested. Hedley Bull defines power as the ability to influence the behavior of others and distinguishes between two types of power: material power, which involves use of force or the threat of force, and institutional power, which involves the ability to shape the rules and norms of the international system. Determinants of power. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 2 Dimensions of Power. 1. Internal dimension. The internal dimension corresponds to definition of power as a capacity for action. A state is powerful to the extent that it is insulated from outside influence or coercion in the formulation and implementation of policy. A common synonym for the internal dimension of power is autonomy. 2. External dimension. The external dimension corresponds to definition of power as a capacity to control the behavior of others, i.e., to enforce compliance. For Morgenthau, international politics is struggle for power, and whatever may be the ultimate end, power is always immediate and both internal and external. Types of power. Recent debates about the changing nature of power reflect less on the emergence of conceptually new forms of power and more on the changing mechanisms through which relational power is exercised. 2 alleged shifts in this respect have attracted attention. The first is a general shift from military power to economic power. China. The second shift is the alleged wider decline of a hard power, which encompasses both military power and economic power. Hard power is command power, the ability to change what others do through the use of inducements, carrots, or sticks. By contrast, there has been a growth in soft power. Hard power. Hard power refers to the ability to influence others through coercion, threats, or the use of military force. It is the ability to achieve one's goals through the use of tangible and often aggressive means. Examples of hard power include military force, economic sanctions, and the threat or use of military intervention. Hard power is often associated with the realist perspective in international relations, which emphasizes the importance of military power, national interests, and the balance of power. Countries that possess strong military capabilities and are willing to use them are often seen as having more hard power than those that do not. SBL. H.D. Samiya. Scholars view 7 on hard power. Joseph Nye. Hard power involves the ability to use the carrots and sticks of economic and military might to make others follow your will. Here, carrots stand for inducements such as the reduction of trade barriers, the offer of an alliance, or the promise of military protection. On the other hand, sticks represent threats, including the use of coercive diplomacy, the threat of military intervention, or the implementation of economic. Ernest Wilson. Hard power is the capacity to coerce another to act in ways in which that entity would not have sanctions acted otherwise. Soft power. Soft power is a concept developed by political scientist Joseph Nye, which refers to a country's ability to influence the behavior of other countries through attraction rather than coercion or force. It is the ability to shape the preferences of others through culture, values, policies, and institutions rather than through military or economic means. Soft power can be projected through a range of channels, including diplomacy, media, education, and cultural exchanges. It is often based on a country's reputation, values, and the perceived legitimacy of its political system. For example, a country that is admired for its democracy, human rights record, or cultural achievements is more likely to exert soft power than a country that is seen as authoritarian or oppressive. Sumi AIS. Soft power. Hard power. Based on attraction and persuasion, based on coercion and force, involves cultural, educational, and diplomatic means, involves military and economic means. Focused on shaping others' preferences and values, focused on achieving strategic goals through dominance. Employ non-threatening and non-violent means, can involve threats, military interventions, or economic sanctions. Generally less expensive and less risky than hard power, can be very expensive and involve significant risk, takes longer to produce results, can produce results more quickly, can be used to build lasting relationships and influence long. Can produce short-term gains but may damage term behavior, relationships, and provoke backlash. Examples: diplomacy, cultural exchanges, development aid. Examples: military force, economic sanctions, trade barriers. Which power is relevant in the 21st century? The relevance of soft power and hard power is a subject of ongoing debate among scholars and policymakers. Here are some perspectives from scholars on both sides of the argument. Arguments for the relevance of soft power. Joseph Nye, the political scientist who coined the term soft power, argues that in today's interconnected world, where information travels quickly and power is diffuse, soft power is becoming more important than hard power. He suggests that account's ability to attract and persuade others through culture, values, and policies can be a more effective way to achieve its goals than relying solely on military or economic coercion. Nye also contests that soft power may also be liable to failure like hard power, however the costs of failure is much higher with hard power. Some scholars argue that soft power can be especially effective in promoting international cooperation and addressing global challenges such as climate change and pandemics. By emphasizing shared values and common interests, soft power can help to build consensus and mobilize collective action. Arguments for the relevance of hard power. Realist scholars argue that in an anarchic international system where there is no world government to enforce rules and norms, hard power is a necessary tool for maintaining security and order. They suggest that the tirade of military force can deter aggression and prevent conflict, while economic sanctions can be a powerful tool for coercing other countries into compliance. Some scholars also argue that soft power is often overrated and may not be as effective as its proponents claim. They suggest that cultural influence and attractiveness may not always translate into political influence, and that countries may be more likely to pursue their own interests regardless of their views of another country's culture or values. Chinmay Gair Kanyoga, Bollywood and butter chicken can create attraction for India but cannot force others to do what India wants. Neil Ferguson totally rejects soft power. Britain did not colonize the world through soft power. Overall, there is no clear consensus on whether soft power or hard power is more relevant. Even Joseph Nye concedes that soft power is not always enough and suggests a skillful combination of both hard and soft power, smart power. Such views were also supported by Hillary Clinton while describing smart power as the skillful use of diplomacy, culture, and military power. Smart power. Joseph Nye has indeed modified his views and introduced the concept of smart power. He suggests that countries should adopt a strategic approach that combines both hard and soft power. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Sunya's. Smart power involves skillfully using a combination of military strength and building partnerships, alliances, institutions, and adherence to the rule of law. According to Nye, the most effective foreign policy strategies today require leveraging a mix of hard and soft power resources. Nye argues that relying solely on hard power or soft power in any given situation will often prove insufficient. He illustrates this with the example of combating terrorism, stating that a smart power approach is necessary. In this context, he explains that relying solely on soft power measures, such as attempting to change the hearts and minds of the Taliban, would not be effective without a hard power component. Chester A. Crocker defines smart power as the strategic utilization of diplomacy, persuasion, capacity building, and the projection of power and influence in a cost-effective manner that maintains political and social legitimacy. This concept encompasses the engagement of both military force and various forms of diplomacy. Smart power in the real world. According to Hillary Clinton, smart power involves the skillful use of diplomatic, economic, military, legal, cultural, and political power. It encompasses a comprehensive approach that leverages different sources of power to achieve foreign policy objectives. During the Barack Obama administration, smart power was a key pillar of their foreign policy encapsulated by the 3 Ds: defense, diplomacy, and development. This approach recognized the importance of combining military strength, diplomatic efforts, and development initiatives to effectively address global challenges. In India, under the Modi administration, there is also a focus on smart power with an emphasis on democracy, demography, and demand. This suggests that our India seeks to leverage its democratic values, demographic advantage, and economic potential as sources of influence in international affairs. Fast power. According to John Chipman, the concept of fast power is relevant in the 21st century where speed has become the determining factor of power. It is based on the principle of survival of the fastest rather than survival of the fittest. Chipman argues that a nation's ability to influence global developments is determined by the speed of its diplomacy in a complex and rapidly changing world. While hard power and soft power are essential for sustainable power projection, smart and fast power can help nations navigate and adapt to dynamic strategic environments. Shunya. Polarity of power thesis. The polarity of power thesis was first introduced by Kenneth Waltz, a prominent international relations scholar, in his book Theory of International Politics, published in 1979. Essentially, the thesis implied that in global politics, power tends to be distributed in various ways: unipolar, bipolar, or multipolar. Each of the situations have a huge bearing on plus or minus E overall stability and security of the world. In his thesis, Waltz analyzes all 3 positions of power. 1. Unipolarity. In this situation, only a single country holds disproportionate sway over global politics. Its military, economy, and political clout outweighs all others even in combination. Scholars argue that this position is unstable as the unipolar power will tend to overstretch itself and its resources. Further, such a dominance would create opportunities and justifications for other powers to rise and challenge. Example: U.S. since 1991 has emerged a unipolar hegemon because off which we can see it has overstretched itself in Afghanistan and Iraq and is now increasingly being challenged by China. 2. Multipolarity. Essentially, a multipolar world involves the presence of many nations with adequate power to compete with each other. Such a world, according to Waltz, is unstable and the probability of war is much higher in regional as well as global scenarios. 3. Bipolarity. This, according to Waltz, is the most stable situation as less fingers on nuclear buttons. He gives the example of the Cold War, which was a result of bipolarity and which helped in avoiding the Third World War. Bipolarity implies less confusion and more alliances, which inherently help ensure deterrence. MBMMBHBA. Shunya IAS. Balance of power. The concept of balance of power refers to a situation in which different states or actors in international relations possess relatively equal levels of power, preventing any single entity from dominating others. It is a key principle in international politics and is aimed at maintaining stability, deterring aggression, and preventing the emergence of hegemony or an overly dominant power. It is also a mechanism of managing power on the global stage, the other being collective security. David Hume had termed the balance of power as common sense, and intrinsically, according to realists, it is the most resolute law in international politics where nations operate based on a wide variety of interests. Defining balance of power using scholars' name. Innes Claude, the balance of power is difficult to define not because it lacks meaning, but because it encompasses too many meanings. Its definition is broad and can vary depending on the context. Paul Schroeder considers the balance of power as an unsatisfactory state of theory. It is an ambiguous concept. With numerous ways of defining it, each definition carries a distinct meaning that can change over time, and the concept is subject to contestation. George Liska describes the balance of power as a misplaced desire to seek precision in its definition. It simultaneously functions as a dominant myth and a fundamental law, carrying both symbolic significance and practical application. According to Sidney B. Fay, the balance of power is a just equilibrium in power among nations that prevents any single nation from becoming strong enough to impose its will on others. George Schwarzenberger defines the balance of power as an equilibrium or a certain level of stability in power relations that is achieved through alliances or other means under favorable conditions. Assumptions that ensure balance of power. The presence of 5-6 major players with each having similar powers and security scenarios. There is an absence of any universal actor to ensure the role of global policeman. United Nations. Each state is concerned with its own state sovereignty. No nation is allowed to gain dominance over other, and if a nation tries, other nations challenge it. Alliances are fluid and no nations do not engage in ideological, ethical, and value-based considerations. Asterisk presence of an external balancer. Example, Great Britain during the Napoleonic era. Evolution. 1. Ancient Greece and Classical period. The concept of the balance of power can be traced back to ancient Greece, particularly during the Peloponnesian War 431 to 404 BCE between Athens and Sparta. The formation of alliances and leagues such as the Delian League and the Peloponnesian League aimed to counterbalance the growing power of Athens. 2. European Renaissance and early modern era. The balance of power became more prominent during the Renaissance and the subsequent centuries. European powers, including Spain, France, England, and later Austria and Prussia, sought to prevent any one state from dominating the continent. The Treaties of Westphalia in 1648, which ended the 30 Years' War, established the principle of state sovereignty and set the stage for the balance of power system in Europe. 3. Napoleonic Wars and Concert of Europe. The rise of Napoleon Bonaparte and his attempts to conquer Europe disrupted the existing balance of power. However, his ultimate defeat led to the establishment of the Concert of Europe, a diplomatic system in the early 19th century. The concert aimed to maintain the balance of power and stability through regular conferences among major powers. The concert ensured peace in the European continent for almost 100 years till the First World War. Quote, according to A.P.J. Taylor, this period is regarded as golden age of balance of power for World Wars and the Cold War. The balance of power was severely challenged during the two World Wars. After World War II, the bipolar world emerged with the United States and the Soviet Union as the superpowers. The Cold War era was characterized by intense competition and a balance of power between the two superpowers and their respective alliances, NATO and Warsaw Pact. PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. 5. Post-Cold War era. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War shifted the dynamics of the balance of power. The United States emerged as the sole superpower, leading to concerns about unipolarity and the need to manage the global balance of power in a multipolar world. 6. Contemporary international relations. In recent years, the balance of power has become more complex due to the rise of new powers, such as China and regional actors like India and Brazil. This has led to discussions about the potential shift towards a multipolar order where multiple powers play influential roles in global affairs. Norm.D. Palmer and Howard.C. Perkins describes major features of balance of power BP. Balance of power is about maintaining equilibrium in power relations among nations. It is a temporary and unstable state that requires continuous efforts to achieve. Active engagement is necessary to establish and maintain the balance of power. Balance of power tends to favor the preservation of the existing status quo. The true test of the balance of power is often revealed in times of war. It is not a mechanism solely for promoting peace. Major powers play a significant role in shaping the balance of power. The presence of multiple states is essential for the concept of balance of power. National interest serves as the underlying basis for pursuing and safeguarding the balance of power. Methods of balancing. Internal balancing. Internal balancing refers to a state's efforts to strengthen its own power and capabilities to counter potential threats or rivals. It involves developing and enhancing a state's military, economic, and technological capacities. Internal balancing measures may include increasing defense spending, modernizing the military, investing in research and development, and fostering economic growth and competitiveness. External balancing. External balancing involves a state's efforts to create alliances, coalitions, or partnerships with other states to counterbalance a more powerful or potentially aggressive actor. By aligning with other states, a weaker or threatened state seeks to combine its power with that of others to create a collective force that can deter or defend against a common adversary. Criticism of balance of power. 1. Liberalism. Liberalist perspectives criticize the balance of power for its emphasis on military capabilities and the potential for conflict. Liberal theorists argue that focusing on cooperative strategies such as diplomacy, negotiations, and institutions can lead to more effective and enduring peace. They emphasize the importance of democratic governance, economic interdependence, and international organizations in maintaining stability and resolving conflicts peacefully. Quotes, Woodrow Wilson had said that balance of power cannot guarantee peace on a durable basis. 2. Feminists. Feminist critiques point out that the balance of power is often rooted in a masculinist understanding of power as dominance and control. The focus on military strength and the notion of power as a zero-sum game reinforces traditional masculine attributes associated with aggression and competition. Feminists argue that alternative forms of power, such as relational power and cooperation, are neglected in the traditional balance of power approach. 3. Social constructivist. They criticize the notion of balance of power as it is solely based on material structures and does not consider the ideational or role played by beliefs and culture. 4. Randall Schweller. He has termed balance of power as a notoriously ambiguous notion which is endlessly debated and variously defined. 5. Hedley Bull, a leading scholar of international relations, raised concerns about the limitations and risks associated with the balance of power. He argued that relying solely on balancing strategies can lead to a state of constant rivalry and instability. Bull emphasized the importance of rules, norms, and institutions in mitigating conflicts and fostering cooperation among states. 6. Richard Ashley, a postmodernist scholar, critiqued the balance of power as a concept that reinforces power structures and perpetuates dominant narratives. He argued that the balance of power discourse tends to obscure the underlying power relations and the social construction of power, thereby limiting our understanding of alternative possibilities for security and cooperation. Shunya IS. The challenge to the balance of power after World War II. Since the balance of power operates best in a regional context with the presence of multiple players, the major challenge to it emerged with the bipolar nature of the world since the end of World War II. During this time, nations were either non-aligned or bandwagoned towards either of the superpowers USA, USSR. Thus their sovereignties became nominal, meaning that they would not be in any position to balance either of the superpowers and thus must only be limited towards being aligned or non-aligned. Further, even the presence of nuclear weapons challenged the notion of balance of power, as nuclear weapons required a new strategic balance. Because when nuclear weapons exist, war and conflict cannot be an option, and thus negating the notion of balance of power. This was termed the balance of terror by Charles A. Wolfers. Balance of terror. The concept of the balance of terror, coined by Charles A. Wolfers during the Cold War era, encapsulates the dynamics of stability and deterrence created by the possession of nuclear weapons. In TIN's context, the balance of terror refers to the equilibrium achieved through mutual possession of nuclear capabilities and the fear of catastrophic consequences that would ensue from their use. At the core of the balance of terror is the principle of deterrence. Both superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, possessed enough nuclear weapons to inflict devastating damage on each other. This assured that any act of aggression or nuclear attack would result in a retaliatory strike, leading to mutually assured destruction. The fear of such catastrophic consequences served as a powerful deterrent against initiating a conflict or deploying nuclear weapons. The balance of terror created a stable environment by discouraging aggressive actions. The perceived risk of retaliation and the potential for immense destruction acted as a restraint on both sides. This delicate equilibrium required constant monitoring and adjustments of military capabilities to prevent any significant advantage that could upset the balance. Arms control played a crucial role in managing the balance of terror. Agreements and negotiations aimed to regulate and limit the development and deployment of nuclear weapons. By establishing rules and transparency, these agreements aimed to enhance stability, prevent an arms race, and reduce the chances of unintended escalation. Balance of threat. The balance of threat theory, developed by political scientist Stephen Walt, offers an alternative perspective on the balance of power by focusing on the perception of threat rather than just the distribution of power. According to this theory, states form alliances and balance against other states not solely based on their relative power capabilities, but primarily in response to perceived threats. Walt argues that states assess threats based on four main factors. Power capabilities. States consider the military, economic, and technological capabilities of other states. However, Walt emphasizes that it is not the absolute power of a state that matters, but rather its relative power compared to other states. Offensive intentions. States evaluate the intentions of other states. A state is seen as a threat if it has aggressive or expansionist intentions that could potentially undermine security of other states. Geographic proximity. States tend to perceive neighboring states as more threatening due to their geographical proximity. Proximity increases the likelihood of direct conflicts, making neighboring states more significant threats. Offensive capabilities. States evaluate the offensive military capabilities of other states. A state with a large military force, advanced weaponry, or aggressive military doctrines is perceived as more threatening. Wall argues that states balance against threats not only against more powerful states, and that they may ally with weaker states if they perceive a common threat. For instance, a small state may align with other small states against a larger state if they perceive that larger state as a significant threat. The balance of threat theory challenges the traditional realist notion that states solely seek to maximize their power and security. Instead, it emphasizes that states are motivated by their perception of threats and the desire to protect their own security. Therefore, understanding the balance of power requires taking into account how states perceive and respond to different threats rather than focusing solely on their power capabilities. PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Similarities between balance of power and balance of terror. Both concepts involve nations seeking to maximize their power. Both interpret peace in terms of maintaining a balance which is consciously pursued. Both recognize that the vital interests of nations are at risk when the balance is upset. Both entail accepting policies that can be dangerous and risky. Both acknowledge the significance of military power in preserving the balance. Dissimilarities between balance of power and balance of terror. Balance of power accepts the use of war as a means, whereas balance of terror relies on the threat of war or the threat of nuclear weapons. Balance of power sees the arms race as a natural occurrence, while balance of terror seeks to limit or maintain a low level of armament. Alliances play a role in balance of power but have minimal impact on the balance of terror, as no alliance can create a power imbalance against a nuclear armed state. Balance of terror is closely linked to the concept of deterrence, while balance of power serves as a tool for power management and can also act as a deterrent against war and aggression. Relevance of BOP today. There has been a significant shift in international relations. In the past, European states held sway. The BOP principle has become obsolete as a result of the rise of numerous powers in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Second, the decline of the major BOP participants, the European powers, was also influenced by the end of imperialism and colonialism. Third, the balancer is no longer present in the global scene. Earlier, Britain completed this task. Fourth, there is a terrible predicament as a result of the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Their use can lead to a catastrophic war that can cause irreversible change. Total conflict is no longer desired by the nations. Regrettably, the balance of power leaves open the possibility of war. Fifth, the establishment of the United Nations and other global and regional entities has been crucial in easing tensions and promoting peace and harmony. BOP dates from a time when there were no international organizations. BOP is still relevant today, though. It has moved from the global stage to the regional one. Martin Wright and Friedrich, two of the BOP's detractors, acknowledge that the BOP is still a crucial component of international relations. Scholars' view on relevance of BOP. Jack Levy argues that BOP is not relevant because the ideal conditions for its operation, such as multipolarity or even bipolarity, are no longer present. In a unipolar world, BOP loses its significance. Christopher Lane believes that BOP-WLL remain relevant because unipolarity cannot be sustained indefinitely, and hegemons eventually face challenges from other powers. J. Ames Wertz acknowledges that the concept of BOP is flexible and often vague, but it continues to remain relevant. In some capacity, those who support balance of power, those who are against balance of power. Martin Wright asserts that the balance of power is nearly a fundamental law of politics in the highest possible sense. According to Palmer and Perkins, the balance of power is considered a basic principle of international relations. Richard Cobden criticizes the balance of power as an unreal, inadequate, and uncertain system. He argues that it perpetuates a cycle of war and fuels power-hungry behavior among nations. Jawaharlal Nehru describes the balance of power as a nervous state of peace, implying that it is a fragile and unstable arrangement. Paper 2, PSIR optional, subscribe from Telegram channel. Shunya Notes 50 page 91. Woodrow Wilson proposes that collective security is a preferable alternative to the balance of power. He suggests that cooperation among nations, rather than a focus on power dynamics, can lead to more sustainable peace. Arguments in favor of balance of power. Arguments against balance of power. Ensures multiplicity of states, guarantees the freedom of small states, a source of stability in international relations. Balance of power discourages war. It suits the real nature of international relations, a source of peace in international relations. Balance of power cannot ensure peace. States are not static units. Preponderance of one state in the world can also secure peace. BOP has a narrow outlook, a mechanical view of peace. Uncertainty of balance of power. Balance of power is unreal. Inadequacy of balance of power. Balance of power has now lost its relevance. Limitations to the balance of power in present context. 1. Rise of non-stack actors. There has been a rise of terror groups and other asymmetrical actors which have made the balance of power restricted. States today are faced with threats that are often from such sources. In such a situation, balance of power is redundant. 2. Nuclear deterrence. With the emergence of nuclear weapons, balancing has been replaced with nuclear deterrence, where acquiring nuclear weapons is seen as a security move, ensuring that potential aggressors are deterred from taking any conventional action. Example: Pakistan's nuclear weapon threats towards India as compensation for their tactical inferiority in conventional weapons. North Korea uses its nuclear threats to potentially offset any U.S. action. 3. Complex interdependence. The interdependence between states necessitates cooperation and coordination on a wide range of issues. Decision-making becomes more complex as states must take into account the interests and preferences of multiple actors. This can result in slower decision-making processes and need for compromise and consensus building, further shaping the dynamics of the balance of power. Example: U.S.-China's complicated trade and political relations. Explain balance of power. Lilial are various techniques for maintaining balance of power. 2020. The concept of the balance of power in international relations refers to the distribution and equilibrium of power among states or actors within the international system. It is based on the idea that no single state should be allowed to dominate others, as such dominance can lead to instability and aggression. Instead, states aim to maintain a balance of power to ensure stability, deter potential aggressors, and promote security. Various techniques have been proposed to achieve and maintain the balance of power. Arms race. All governments, especially very powerful nations, place a lot of importance on arms as a way to secure or retain a favorable position in the global balance of power. It can also be used to deter potential enemies or aggressors. However, an arms race between rivals or enemies might result in a very dangerous circumstance that might unintentionally start a conflict. In this way, the arms race may pose a threat to international stability and peace. As a result, disarmament and arms control are now seen as more effective means of sustaining and enhancing global peace and security. Counterbalancing. Counterbalancing entails states aligning with weaker actors to offset the power of a stronger actor. It involves creating a coalition that collectively counters the power of the dominant state. Kenneth Waltz, a neo-realist scholar, argued that the balance of power is maintained through counterbalancing efforts by states. The current China-Russia-Iran nexus is also an example of TINS. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Alliances. Alliances are formal agreements between states to cooperate and provide mutual security against common threats. By forming alliances, states enhance their collective power and deter potential aggressors. Scholars such as Joel and Mearsheimer support the importance of alliances in maintaining the balance of power. The recent inclusion of Finland in NATO post the Russian invasion of Ukraine is an example of this. Diplomacy and negotiation. Diplomatic efforts and negotiations play a vital role in maintaining the balance of power. By engaging in dialogue and negotiation, states can address disputes, manage conflicts, and prevent tensions from escalating. Diplomacy allows states to manage power dynamics and find peaceful resolutions. Joseph Nye emphasizes the significance of diplomacy and negotiation in maintaining the balance of power. International institutions. International institutions, such as the United Nations and regional organizations, play a role in managing power relations among states. These institutions provide platforms for dialogue, cooperation, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Robert Cohane argues that international institutions can help maintain the balance of power by regulating power dynamics and fostering cooperation. Soft power. SOFI power refers to a state's ability to influence others through attraction, persuasion, and the dissemination of values and ideas. A state that possesses significant soft power can shape the international system without relying solely on military might. Joseph Nye emphasizes the importance of soft power in maintaining the balance of power. These techniques demonstrate the diverse strategies employed to maintain the balance of power. Power balancing, counterbalancing, alliances, diplomacy, international institutions, and soft power all contribute to the goal of preventing any one state from dominating the international system and ensuring stability and security. The choice of techniques depends on the specific geopolitical context, the interests of states, and the distribution of power within the international system. Quotes. Balance of power is a basic principle of international relations. Palmer and Perkins' balance of power is nearly a fundamental law of politics as is possible to find. Martin Wright. Standard conclusion. Although the term may have lost its significance as it had earlier, in a world where UN and multilateralism are seen IOB failing, BOP still remains relevant. Power Transition Theory Scholar, A. F. Kenneth Organski. Organski's theory builds upon the realist perspective of international relations and posits that the likelihood of war increases when there is a power transition from one dominant state to another. According to Organski's theory, major conflicts, such as wars, are more likely to occur during periods of power transition, particularly when a rising power threatens to challenge the dominant power's position. The theory suggests that the dominant power is more likely to initiate conflict to prevent or delay the rise of a potential rival, whereas the rising power may seek to challenge the existing power structure to establish itself as a new dominant power. Power transition theory takes into account the changing distribution of power among states and the potential for shifts in the international system. It argues that power transitions create a period of instability and uncertainty, which can lead to conflict as states attempt to secure their positions and protect their interests. Hegemonic stability theory. Scholar Robert Gilpin, Charles Kindleberger. Who is a hegemon? Hegemony in international politics is different from the concept of hegemony given by Antonio Gramsci. Although both relate to the use of coercive power, the entire concept in international relations is related more to an attribute to a nation rather than a mechanism through which power is exerted. Sanyas, or that possesses a significant amount of power, influence, and control. A hegemon refers to a dominant state or act over others in the international system. A hegemon typically possesses economic, military, and political capabilities that far surpass those of other states. It has the ability to shape and dictate the rules, norms, and institutions of the international system according to its interests. Hegemonic power can be exercised through various means, including economic coercion, military force, diplomatic leverage, and cultural influence. Hegemon is also referred to as a global policeman who is tasked with restoring and ensuring the world order stays intact. Evolution of hegemons. European colonial powers. From the 15th to the 20th centuries, European colonial powers emerged as global hegemons. Countries such as Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, France, and the United Kingdom established vast colonial empires, dominating trade, resources, and political control over large parts of the world. British hegemony. By the 19th century, the British Empire had risen as a dominant global power. Controlled territories across various continents and possessed significant economic, military, and naval capabilities, allowing it to shape the world order during that era. American hegemony. Following World War XI, the United States emerged as a superpower and assumed a hegemonic role in global affairs. The U.S. dominated the international economic system, established military alliances, and played a crucial role in shaping the post-war order. The Cold War era saw the United States and the Soviet Union as the two main global hegemons, with the U.S. leading the Western Bloc. Post the Soviet fall, U.S. emerged as the sole hegemon within their moment of unipolarity. Hegemonic stability theory. 1. The theory has been propounded by Gilpin and also by Kindleberger. The theory is a combination of realist and liberal school of thoughts. The theory holds that global stability resides in a stable liberal world order. 2. Since the world order is frequently challenged by states causing instability and conflict, it is important to have a hegemon to keep such states in control. 3. A hegemon must be a nation with ample economic and military strength which enables it to exert influence on the behavior, and it must also have the willingness to act as a global hegemon. Other nations will listen to an hegemon as the hegemon also creates conducive conditions for them as well. 4. However, a hegemon often overexerts itself and other nations outcompete it soon. Usually a hegemon retains itself for 100 years, after which another power takes its place. Example, Britain was the global hegemon since the end of Napoleonic Wars till the World Wars. Since then US became a global hegemon. Now US is also increasingly being challenged in its role by China. Security. Security in international relations refers to the measures and policies aimed at protecting and ensuring the safety, stability, and well-being of states and individuals in the global arena. It encompasses a wide range of issues, including military security, political stability, economic security, environmental concerns, and human rights. The concept of security in international relations has evolved over time, reflecting changes in global dynamics and the nature of threats. Traditionally, security was primarily associated with military defense and the balance of power between states. However, contemporary understandings of security have expanded to include non-traditional threats such as terrorism, cyber attacks, transnational organized crime, pandemics, climate change, and resource scarcity. Security dilemma. The concept was given by John H. Herz in his 1950 article, Idealist Internationalism and the Security Dilemma. In the article, Herz argues that in a system of sovereign states, each state must rely on its own military capabilities for security, but the pursuit of security by one state can create a sense of insecurity in other states, leading to a vicious cycle of arms buildup and mistrust, and this can create a situation in which one state's efforts to increase its military strength are seen as threatening by other states. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. For example, if one state increases its military capabilities in order to deter potential threats, other states in the region may interpret this as a signal of aggression and respond by increasing their own military capabilities, leading to an escalation of the arms race and a heightened sense of insecurity. The security dilemma can therefore create a self-reinforcing cycle of mistrust and insecurity, making it difficult to achieve lasting peace and stability in the international system. Views of schools of thought. Realists. Realist theories, such as classical realism and neo-realism, emphasize the central role of the security dilemma. Realists argue that the anarchic nature of the international system, where there is no central authority, leads states to prioritize their own security. They view states as rational actors driven by self-interest and the pursuit of power. According to realists, the security dilemma is an inherent feature of international relations, and attempts to mitigate it are unlikely to succeed in the absence of a fundamental change in the structure of the international system. Liberalism. Liberal perspectives offer a more optimistic view of the security dilemma. Liberal theorists argue that international institutions, cooperation, and diplomacy can help mitigate the security dilemma by fostering trust and providing mechanisms for resolving conflicts. They emphasize the role of international law, multilateral organizations, and norms of peaceful dispute resolution. Liberals argue that through increased transparency, confidence-building measures, and shared norms, states can overcome the security dilemma and promote greater security. Social constructivist. Constructivist theories focus on the role of ideas, norms, and social interactions in shaping security dynamics. Constructivists argue that the security dilemma is not an inherent condition but rather a socially constructed perception. They emphasize the importance of building trust, shared identities, and cooperative norms among states. Constructivists believe that through collective efforts, states can reshape their understanding of security, and constructivists believe that through collective efforts, states can reshape their understanding of security and overcome the security dilemma by emphasizing cooperation and mutual gain. Reflectivists, critical theories such as feminism or post-colonialism offer alternative perspectives on the dilemma. These theories critique traditional security concepts and argue that the security dilemma is often rooted security in unequal power relations, gender hierarchies, or historical legacies of colonialism. Critical theorists highlight the need to address these underlying structures of power and advocate for a more inclusive and emancipatory approach to security that goes beyond state-centric perspectives. Copenhagen School scholars like Barry Busen have given the concept of securitization, which states that the security issue is dependent upon the way in which issues are talked about. For example, in India, terrorism is regarded as the biggest security threat because of the way it is talked about in the media and by politicians. He thus suggests to acquire a comprehensive and integrated approach to security. Insecurity dilemma. Discussed in previous chapter. Collective security. Previous year's questions. Collective security and collective defense are the institutional and state mechanisms to sustain the domination of powers that be in international politics. Elaborate. 2013. Enumerate the challenges in the operation of the principles related to collective security in the UN Charter. 2020. Discuss the conceptual dimensions of collective security. 2022. Background. It is a security arrangement in the political, regional, or global arena in which a state accepts that security of one is the security of all. Therefore, the states in a group collectively cooperate to provide security to all in case of any threat or breach of peace. Collective security acts as a deterrent against aggression because the collective power of all nations is used to repel aggression or war against any state. It is based on the principle that aggression against one is an aggression against all. For international peace and community, aggression has to be countered with collective action by a group of states. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 95. Premise. It is premised upon the belief Tliat power is antidote to power, and when Tli greed for power of one country threats the stability and sovereignty of others, then all others must come together and ensure such docs not happen. Defining collective security. Palmer and Perkins describe collective security as a concept that involves collective measures to address threats to peace. According to them, it implies joint action taken by multiple actors to prevent or counter any attack that poses a threat to the established international order. George Schwarzenberger defines collective security as a mechanism or machinery for joint action. Its purpose is to prevent or counter any attack that poses a threat to the established international order. Collective security involves coordinated efforts by multiple actors to maintain peace and stability on a collective basis. Organski in his book World Politics lists the 5 fundamental premises about collective security. Member nation states will be able to agree on who is the aggressor in an armed confrontation. All nation-state members have a common commitment to stop the aggression. All of the member nation states have the same degree of freedom and capacity for aggression. The member states' combined strength will be sufficient to repel the aggression. In die context of collective security, die aggressor nation must alter course or risk losing. Morgenthau gives 3 prerequisites for the success of collective security. The collective military strength has to be in excess to that of the aggressor in order to defeat him. The member states must share the same beliefs of the security of world order. Conflicting interests among member states should be subordinated to common good, which is common defense of all member states. Relation between balance of power and collective security. The relationship between the balance of power and collective security is intertwined. Tli balance of power can be seen as a means to achieve collective security. When power is distributed among multiple actors in a balanced manner, it can reduce the likelihood of a single slate becoming dominant and acting aggressively towards others. This balance can contribute to a more stable and secure international system, making it easier to establish and maintain collective security arrangements. Conversely, collective security can also influence the balance of power. When states join together in collective security arrangements, they can increase their collective power and deter potential aggressors. This collective power can act as a counterbalance to any state or group of states that may seek to upset the balance of power. By committing to collective security, states signal their willingness to defend each other and maintain a stable power equilibrium. Main features of collective security. It is a device of power management. It accepts universality of aggression. All nations are committed to pool their power for ending aggression. Global preponderance of power needed to counter violence admits the presence of an international organization. Collective security system is a deterrent against war. Aggression/war is the enemy and not the slate which commits it. Ideal conditions for the success of collective security. Agreement on Tli definition of aggression, clear understanding of what constitutes aggression and the need to respond collectively. More powerful and inclusive United Nations, a stronger UN with active participation from all nations. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. Strong role of the UN Security Council, commitment from permanent members to collective security. Permanent international peacekeeping force, having a standing force for prompt response to conflicts. Established procedure for ending collective security actions, clear guidelines for concluding actions once the threat is resolved. Popularization of peaceful conflict resolution, promoting peaceful methods to prevent escalation. Sustainable socio-economic development, addressing inequalities for a more stable international environment. Strengthening crisis management and peacekeeping, enhancing peaceful mechanisms and operations. Difference between collective security and balance of power. Concept, BOP is a realist concept, rooted in power politics, while CS is a liberal concept, emphasizing cooperation and collective action. System type, BOP is a competitive system where states aim to maintain a balance of power, while CS is a cooperative system where states work together to address common threats and maintain peace. Actors, in BOP, major states are the primary actors, while in CS, all states are considered actors and participants. Alliances, BOP relies on specific power alliances, often temporary and based on strategic interests, whereas CS emphasizes general cooperation among all participating states. Enemy perception, in BOP, the enemy can be either internal or external, while in CS, the focus is on addressing threats and conflicts within the international community. System scope, BOP is typically a group system involving specific regions or alliances, while CS aims to be a global system involving all states. S. Neutrality, BOP allows for neutrality where states can choose not to align with any power bloc, while CS generally discourages neutrality as it relies on collective action. Basis: BOP operates on the basis of mutual fear and balancing power, whereas CS is founded on mutual cooperation and collective security. Global organization: BOP can function without a global organization relying on state interactions, while CS often requires the existence of an international organization to coordinate collective action and maintain peace. Collective security under League of Nations. The League of Nations was the first institution of collective security formed at the end of the First World War. However, it could not achieve any of the objectives it was created for and failed to prevent the Second World War 20 years later. Causes of failure to ensure collective security. The concept was new and experimental at best. The European nations accepted it at the insistence of the US, but had no faith in how to effectively channel it. As a result, UK and France appeared to be dominating the grouping, while others were dissatisfied with the arrangement. Notable examples include Italy and Japan, both of which felt betrayed after helping the Allies achieve victory in the First World War. US was also excluded from the group, causing the absence of an external balancer to the grouping. Another reason for its failure had been the ideological orientation of the grouping had always been against the rise of the Communists and the Soviets. Due to this, the LEGO ignored and appeased the fascist leaders in Germany and Italy, events which later led to the Second World War. The League also ignored the issues of China and its invasion by Japan in 1936 and Italy's invasion of Ethiopia. Further, the collective security clause under the League was also flawed, as it stated that action could only be taken in unanimity, which meant that all members must agree to it without any single disagreement, which was impossible. Collective security under UN. The Charter of United Nations states that collective security system can be used for the preservation of international peace and security. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter talks about collective security system, and its title reads, Action with respect to threats to the peace and acts of aggression. Chapter 7 contains 13 articles, Articles 39 to 51, which provide for a collective system to secure international peace and security. UN Security Council has been assigned the job of initiating collective security action against the act of aggression. The 13 articles provide for the following. Paper 2, PSIR optional, subscribe from, Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 97. Shunya IAS. Articles in UN Charter relating to collective security. Article 39, responsibility of Security Council to determine whether an action is an act of aggression or not and to decide on the steps to secure international peace. Article 40, states that the first step towards prevention of war/aggression can be provisional measures like ceasefire. Article 41, refers to enforcement actions other than collective military actions. It can recommend sanctions against the aggressor. Article 42, Security Council can take military action to preserve international peace and security. Article 43, members of Security Council are required to contribute resources, effort and forces for raising collective security force that may have to take action under Article 42. Articles 44 to 47. Procedures for raising, maintaining and using UN peacekeeping force for collective security action. The UN's peacekeeping efforts in the aftermath of World War II have been generally successful. For instance, the UN played a crucial role in the resolution of conflicts such as the Korean War, the Suez Crisis, and the Balkan conflicts of the 1990s. These interventions helped stabilize situations, facilitate negotiations, and prevent further escalation of violence. However, since the Korean War, the Security Council has had issues, especially during the Cold War, where USSR and US would generally never vote on the same issue in the same manner. In this way, the UNSC was always a divided house, and any initiative of collective security became a hassle, especially when either side was always against it. This constant deadlock led to the creation of the Acheson Plan, or Uniting for Peace Resolution, which stated that in the event of a deadlock in the UNSC, the United Nations General Assembly was qualified to authorize a security operation. Initially, this worked as most nations in the UNGA were pro-US, however later it started failing for the US as nations increasingly became non-aligned or pro-Soviet. 1. UN peacekeeping. Although not within the text of Die Charter, the first UN peacekeeping mission was established in May 1948, when the UN Security Council authorized the deployment of a small number of UN military observers to the Middle East to form the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization, UNTSO, to monitor the armistice agreement between Israel and its Arab neighbors. It can be said that though UN's collective security has not been effective in many areas, its peacekeeping missions have largely helped to keep it relevant. Peacekeeping involves the deployment of troops from member nations, coordinated by the UN in areas of conflict to ensure peace is prevailed. However, there are some differences between collective security and UN's peacekeeping. Collective security is a military action against the aggressor, while peacekeeping is a policing action to maintain peace and ceasefire between conflicting groups. Peacekeeping is deployed when both conflicting parties agree and consent to the presence of peacekeepers, while collective security does not require any consent. Challenges to coactive security since the end of Cold War. Civil wars. The rise of civil wars within countries has had no response from UN's collective security. The Charter, nor the peacekeeping is empowered enough to ensure stability and action in the event of civil war or intrastate conflicts. Example: Rwandan genocide of 1994. Rise of asymmetrical warfare. the role played by terror groups and non-state agents have made it difficult to take collective action, as these groups are diffused within multiple nations who are themselves in perilous security situations. Diverse national interests. States have different national interests and priorities, which can hinder collective decision-making and action. This divergence often leads to inconsistent responses to security threats and PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Robert Jervis. He highlights the problem of trust and the security dilemma, where states' actions to secure themselves often lead to increased insecurity for others, complicating collective effort. Power rivalries. Rivalries among major powers often undermine collective security efforts. Competing interests and strategic goals can lead to a lack of cooperation or active opposition to collective security initiatives. Vested interests of state actors in conflict zones can prevent collective security actions from taking place. Weak multilateralism. International organizations designed to implement collective security, such as the United Nations, often suffer from structural and procedural weaknesses that limit their effectiveness. Evaluation. Though collective security was developed for the honorable purpose of maintaining global peace and security, its idealistic nature makes it unworkable. It is based on the supposition that all nations fully comprehend the importance of protecting one another. Additionally, sometimes it is difficult to pinpoint who was the aggressor. The aggressor might defend themselves. War can be used to maintain peace according to collective security. Furthermore, there is a good chance that a war will not be neutral and will be influenced by vested interests or ideologies. The UN's lack of a permanent international force to carry out the Security Council's decision on collective security is the other significant issue. The procedure takes a long time, and there is a significant lag between the date of aggression and the day that an international peacekeeping force is assembled and arrives to the disturbed area. Finally, the idea of collective security is risky because a local conflict could turn into a world conflict. Despite the aforementioned criticisms, collective security continues to be a crisis management tool to maintain international peace and avert war. Collective defense. Collective defense is an arrangement, usually formalized by a treaty and an organization, among participant states that commit support in defense of a member state if it is attacked by another state outside the organization. A collective defense arrangement is made by a group of nations who have a common perception of threat to their security from a common enemy. Usually, a collective defense system is organized as an alliance involving a regional defense system. Covers only the members of the collective defense system. NATO is the best-known collective defense organization. Difference between collective security and collective defense. Concept: collective security, collective defense. Aggressor from within or outside, external aggressor, political differences, and nations may need to sacrifice their political nations may need to set aside political. Personal choices. Differences, personal choices. Differences, personal choices, nature of cooperation, cooperative system, basis of action facilitated through international. Organized through regional defense. Organization or framework. Alliances or agreements. Deterrence. Deterrence, in simple terms, refers to the strategy of preventing an adversary from taking certain actions by creating a credible threat of punishment or negative consequences. It is a concept widely used in international relations to discourage potential aggressors or adversaries from engaging in actions that may harm one's interests. The idea behind deterrence is that if a country can convince its potential adversaries that the costs or risks of taking a particular action outweigh the potential benefits, they will be deterred from carrying out that action. Shunya. Deterrence relies on light belief that the fear of punishment or negative consequences can dissuade an adversary from pursuing a course of action that is against one's interests. In light post-World War era, deterrence is nearly always seen in form of having nuclear weapons or maintaining the ability to make weapons of mass destruction, WMD. Relevance. Since the end of the World War XI, balance of power has been replaced by deterrence. This is primarily due to the introduction of nuclear weapons in the security paradigms of the superpowers. Nuclear weapons and its threat create a perception that conflict will not be justified in any scenario as these weapons cause destruction beyond territorial boundaries. Further, the risk of retaliation by the same weapons makes any conflict counterproductive and not worth the risk. It can also be seen as psychological concept where effective deterrence only depends upon the right perception of the enemy. If the enemy nation fails to be convinced of the deterrent, deterrence will fail. Example: during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, the U.S. government made it clear that the deployment of Soviet missiles in Cuba was unacceptable and constituted a threat to U.S. national security. Despite the explicit threat of retaliation, the Soviet Union proceeded with the deployment of nuclear missiles in Cuba. This move challenged the credibility of U.S. deterrence, as it appeared that the Soviet Union was willing to take the risk of provoking a potential nuclear war. Scholars. Bernard Brodie. His book, The Absolute Weapon, Atomic Power and World Order, 1946, is considered a. Bernard Brodie. His book, The Absolute Weapon, Atomic Power and World Order, 1946, is considered a pioneering work in the field. Brody argued that nuclear weapons had fundamentally changed the nature of warfare and international relations, emphasizing the concept of deterrence through mutual assured destruction, MAD. He believed that the possession of nuclear weapons by both superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, created a delicate balance that deterred them from engaging in all-out war. Brody's insights into the strategic implications of nuclear weapons played a significant role in shaping Cold War deterrence strategies. Thomas Schelling. Schelling's work explored the concept of the stability-instability paradox, which suggests that nuclear weapons may deter large-scale conflict while potentially increasing the likelihood of smaller-scale, limited conflicts. Happy face. Kenneth Waltz. Waltz has favored nuclear proliferation as he feels that nations having nuclear weapons effectively deter any opponent from taking an aggressive stance. In this way, conflicts amongst nations can be reduced as each nation is effectively deterred from doing so. Fees of deterrence. Direct deterrence, where the purpose of deterrence is directly related to deter the threats from a known nation or group of nations. Example, during the Cold War it was between US and USSR extended deterrence, where deterrence is extended to other nations and help them create their own deterrence. As well. Example, US nuclear umbrella towards Japan. Carrot hat makes deterrence work. Credible threats. Deterrence relies on the credibility of the threats being communicated. The deterrent party must possess sufficient capabilities and demonstrate a willingness to follow through on its threats. Adversaries must believe that the consequences of their actions will be severe and that the deterrent party has the means to carry out those consequences. Perceived capability. Adversaries must perceive that the deterrent party has the necessary military, economic, or political power to inflict significant harm. The stronger the perceived capability of the deterrent, the more likely adversaries are to be deterred. Clear communication. Effective communication is crucial to deterrence. The deterrent party must clearly articulate its red lines, intentions, and potential consequences in a manner that is easily understood by adversaries. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Credible commitment. The deterrent party must demonstrate a credible commitment to its stated positions and threats. Consistent behavior and past actions that align with stated intentions increase the credibility of deterrence. Demonstrating resolve and consistency over time enhances the perception that threats will be carried out. Limitations/criticism of deterrence policy. Liberal perspective. Former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger regards deterrence as an unreliable option as it only works when the opposing party is a rational player. It will not work on non-state actors or nations that are under authoritarian dictators. Further, Joseph Nye believes that complex interdependence has reduced the scope for conflict and thus deterrence. Social constructivists. According to Nina Tannelwald, nuclear weapons do not enjoy the position of deterring as the world opinion has been against nuclear weapons. Thus, any nation acquiring them will be seen more of a pariah, North Korea, than seen as a nation offering deterrence. Scott Sagan. While not outrightly rejecting deterrence, Scott Sagan, an American political scientist, has raised concerns about the risks associated with nuclear deterrence. He highlights the potential for accidental or unauthorized use of nuclear weapons and calls for measures to reduce these risks, such as improved command and control systems and arms control agreements. Romesh Thakur. He says that nuclear weapons do not provide adequate deterrence as the risk for accidental war is quite high. This is due to the reliance on psychology. A nation may be inclined to believe that it will be attacked and may launch a preemptive strike. What is the relevance of deterrence in the post-Cold War scenario? Deterrence has lost relevance. 1. Deterrence was primarily used in the context of the USA-USSR relationship during the Cold War. The rationale for maintaining a massive stockpile of nuclear weapons is questionable in the post-Cold War era, especially with the growth of complex interdependence and limited possibilities of war. Deterrence theory assumes rational actors, but the main security threats now come from asymmetrical actors like terrorist groups, for which deterrence may not be effective. Deterrence remains relevant. 2. Many countries continue to invest heavily in defense budgets, indicating the continued importance of deterrence. AGG happy face. The post-Cold War order is argued to be more anarchical, increasing the need for deterrence measures. The fact that multiple countries possess or aspire to possess nuclear weapons suggests the continued relevance of deterrence. Mixed perspectives. 3. The USA has released various documents outlining its commitment to deterrence and has allocated significant funds for the development of sophisticated delivery systems, indicating its continued reliance on conventional and nuclear weapons. Russia has also expressed its plans to increase deterrence in its national security strategy. Other countries like India, China, France, and Pakistan have different approaches to deterrence, with varying nuclear doctrines and policies. Transnational actors. Previous year's questions. Is terrorism an essentially contested concept? What are the different manifestations of terrorism, as a concept and as practice? 250 words. Some feel multinational corporations, MNCs, are a vital new road to economic growth, whereas others feel discuss the efficacy of global conventions to combat international terrorism. 2022. They perpetuate underdevelopment. Discuss. 2018. Shunya IAS. Transnational actors, also known as non-state actors or international non-governmental actors, are entities that operate across national borders and have significant influence on global affairs. These actors play a role in various fields, including politics, economics, security, and social issues. These actors consider be of positive nature like MNCs and NGOs or negative nature like terror groups or organized crime groups. Role of transnational actors. Various schools view the influence and role played by transnational actors. While some schools feel transnational actors play a vital role, some feel they have negligible influence. Realists. Realism thought is a state-centric school of thought and thus they only accord importance to the state and its decision-making. For them, non-state actors or transnational actors play a negligible role in impacting the decisions and policies. Liberals. Liberals welcome the role played by NGOs and MNCs in supplementing the work done by states. For example, they support NGOs involved in social work and account them as intrinsic in ensuring welfare of the people. They are also aware of the debilitating impact played by terror and criminal groups and thus urge for more liberal institutionalism to resolve and tackle these issues collectively. Marxists. Marxists are extremely critical of MNCs and NGOs. According to them, these organizations are a reflection of the dominant classes. They believe that MNC operate on capitalistic notions of profit over anything else and thus reflect the aspirations of the production cost. Further, Gramscian School also believes that transnational actors also play the role of generating consent FOT the dominant class. Feminists. Feminists welcome the role played by pressure and advocacy groups that highlight the plight of the marginalized groups, but they are critical of the MNCs which have historically employed exploitative practices in developing nations to maximize their profits. Often women and children have been the worst sufferers of this. Some feel multinational corporations, MNCs, are a vital new road to economic growth, whereas others feel they perpetuate underdevelopment. Discuss. 2018. Multinational companies are companies that have business operations in at least one country other than its home country. They operate at a large global scale and are often at a position to influence the decision-making in the countries they operate. Thus, this poses economic advantages for the countries, but also their operations have often also been criticized. Arguments for MNCs as a road to economic growth. Job creation and economic opportunities. MNCs can contribute to economic growth by creating jobs, especially in countries with high unemployment rates. They often bring new technologies, skills, and knowledge which can enhance productivity and provide economic opportunities for local populations. Transfer of technology. 7 and knowledge. MNCs typically possess advanced technologies and expertise that they can transfer to host countries. This transfer can help upgrade local industries, improve productivity, and stimulate innovation, ultimately contributing to economic development. Foreign direct investment. FDI. MNCs often bring significant foreign direct investment into host countries, which can contribute to infrastructure development, improve production capabilities, and enhance the overall business environment. This infusion of capital can be crucial for developing countries that face limited domestic investment resources. Access to global markets. MNCs have established global networks and distribution channels, allowing local businesses to access international markets. Through collaborations and supply chain integration, local enterprises may benefit from increased exports, access to new markets, and opportunities for growth. Arguments that MNCs perpetuate underdevelopment. Exploitation of resources. Critics argue that MNCs often exploit natural resources and labor in developing countries without sufficient benefit flowing back to local communities. This can lead to environmental degradation, resource depletion, and economic dependency on specific industries, hindering long-term sustainable development. Neocolonialism. MNCs typically possess more resources, capital, and bargaining power than local governments and communities. This power imbalance can lead to unfavorable terms such as tax avoidance. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Limited technology transfer. While technology transfer is often mentioned as a benefit, critics argue that MNCs may selectively transfer only certain technologies, keeping more advanced knowledge and high-value activities within their headquarters or subsidiaries in developed countries. This can hinder the development of local industries and perpetuate technological dependence. Market dominance and dependency. MNCs' market power and ability to outcompete local businesses can create dependency and limit domestic economic diversification. This had also been one of the agendas of the non-aligned movement in the 1970s, which sought to highlight the exploitation and introduce regulation. To have a comprehensive understanding, it is important to recognize that the impact of MNCs on economic growth and development is nuanced and varies across different countries and industries. Government policies, regulations, and the ability to effectively harness MNC investments and activities can influence the outcomes. Striking a balance between attracting foreign investment, protecting local interests, and ensuring sustainable development is a key challenge for policymakers in managing the relationship between MNCs and economic growth. General impact of non-state actors on IP. Non-state actors and the nation-state system. The presence of non-state actors has brought significant changes to the nation-state system and the role of nation-states in international relations. These actors have contributed to increasing international interdependence and relations, leading to a shift from high politics to low politics at the international level. Non-state actors as the products of the new international system. Non-state actors are products of various developments in the international system, including the nuclear age, space age, communication revolution, transportation revolution, welfarism, internationalism, and globalization. International and intergovernmental organizations have been established in response to the demands and wishes of nation-states. A new complexity in international relations. The presence of non-state actors has introduced complexity and challenges to international relations. While some non-state actors work towards international peace, security, and development, others can act as agents of neocolonialism and dependency for underdeveloped countries. These actors have also contributed to the growth of internationalism and the emergence of peaceful, developmental, and ecological movements. Why the role of transnational actors have become more important. The nature of the world order has indeed evolved beyond a state-centric framework. The current international politics is better understood through models like the cobweb model and complex interdependence, which acknowledge the role of transnational actors and interactions. Joseph Nye provides a multidimensional view of the world order. Economically, the world is multipolar in terms of economic power, with multiple countries and regions having significant economic influence and interdependence. Socially, power is diffused among civil society institutions and even non-state actors, including uncivil society elements. The power of these organizations cannot be controlled by the state alone. Their influence has grown due to the spread of democratic consciousness and the information, communication, and technology (ICT) revolution. Terror groups. Terrorism, however, is only a meaningful term if it can reliably be distinguished from other forms of political violence. Terrorism differs from conventional warfare in that, as a weapon of the weak, it is most often embraced by those who have no realistic possibility of prevailing against their opponents in a conventional armed contest. Lacking the organizational strength or destructive capacity to engage in open conflict, terrorists rely on strategies of provocation and polarization. Indeed, terrorism can even be thought of as the negation of combat, as its targets are attacked in such a way as to make self-defense difficult or perhaps impossible. Terrorism, nevertheless, shares more in common with guerrilla warfare. Both are examples of asymmetrical warfare, in which tactics and strategies are adopted specifically to compensate for an enemy's greater technological, economic, and conventional military strength. Evolution. Prior to the 1990s, terrorism was frequently disregarded by textbooks on international politics and was generally regarded as a secondary security problem. The events of September 11, 2001, however, fundamentally altered this and spurred a thorough revaluation of terrorism's character and impact. According to some, what has been variously referred to as new, global, or catastrophic terrorism had emerged as the main security threat in the early 21st century, reflecting the fact that non-state actors, in this case, terrorist groups, had significantly more advantages over states under conditions of globalization. In addition, the start of the War on Terror implied that the resurgence of terrorism had exposed fresh fault lines that would shape world politics for the foreseeable future. However, terrorism is both a highly contested phenomenon and a deeply controversial concept. Types. Insurrectional * terrorism. These is aimed at the revolutionary overthrow of a state through violent means and are often ideologically charged. Example, left-wing extremist in India. Issue-based terrorism. These are aimed at the promotion of a single cause. They are also aimed at taking revenge on the state for actions taken by it. Example, Arakan Rohingya Army nationalist terrorism. This aims to overthrow colonial rule or occupation, often with light goal of gaining independence for an ethnic, religious, or national group. Example, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTT, in Sri Lanka. Global terrorism. This is aimed at inflicting damage and humiliation on a global power or at transforming global civilizational relations. Example, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, RRPR. As a contested concept. The central feature of terrorism is that it is a form of political violence that aims to achieve its objectives through creating a climate of fear and apprehension. Subjectivity. Terrorism often involves acts of violence or tlariats intended to instill fear and intimidate a population or a government. However, what constitutes terrorism can vary based on one's perspective and political, social, or cultural context. Example, terrorist groups operating in India are often not viewed as terror groups by Pakistan or China due to geopolitical rivalry, or the Taliban views the West as terrorists, whereas the West sees the Taliban as a terror group. 2. Political use and manipulation. The term terrorism can be politically instrumentalized, with different actors employing it selectively to advance their interests or delegitimize their opponents. Governments, in particular, may label certain groups or individuals as terrorists for populist purposes. Example, China often regards Tibetan independence activists as terrorists. 3. Resistance groups. The distinction between terrorism and legitimate forms of resistance or freedom struggles is often debated. Some argue that acts labeled as terrorism by one side are seen as legitimate resistance or liberation struggles by others. Example, the PLO was classified as a terror group by Israel, but for many other countries it was seen as a resistance group fighting for a free Palestine. 4. Legal and international disagreements. The lack of a universally accepted legal definition of terrorism further complicates the concept. Countries have divergent legal frameworks and definitions of terrorism. which can hinder international cooperation, legal proceedings, and efforts to combat terrorism on a global scale. Example, US and West often regard the Iranian government as a government that supports and harbors terrorists, whereas Russia and China do not view them as so. Similarly, Noam Chomsky views USA as a terror state for the acts of violence perpetrated on other nations. New terrorism. The concept of new terrorism emerged in the late 20th century to describe certain characteristics and trends observed in contemporary terrorist activities. While there is no universally accepted definition of new terrorism, it generally refers to a shift or evolution in the nature, motivations, strategies, and tactics of terrorist groups compared to traditional or historical forms of terrorism. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Although new terrorism supposedly has a number of features, its most important and perhaps defining feature is that religious motivations for terrorism have replaced secular motivations. Previously, terrorism was a product of political ambitions, as in the case of PLO. However, since the 1990s it has taken a religious or ideological turn. New terrorism is often transnational in nature, with global networks and connections. Terrorist groups may operate across multiple countries, forming alliances, seeking ideological inspiration, and mobilizing resources and support on an international scale. Similarly, at the same time, the rise in lone wolf attacks show that indoctrination can take place even without proper training, as was being done before, example, Al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan. New terrorism leverages advances in technology and media to propagate its message, recruit members, and amplify its reach. The internet, social media platforms, and encrypted communication channels have facilitated recruitment, radicalization, and dissemination of propaganda. This technological dimension enhances the global reach and influence of new terrorist groups. Further, contemporary terrorism has also evolved beyond religious indoctrination with the emergence of domestic terrorism, as seen in US with a rise in shootings. Since terrorism has not been defined suitably, its definition of inflicting terror and causing loss of innocent lives includes this. Nevertheless, the notion of new terrorism has also been subject to criticism, many arguing that distinction between new terrorism and traditional terrorism is largely artificial or, at least, much exaggerated. For example, religiously inspired terrorism is certainly not an entirely new phenomenon. Apart from more ancient examples, elements within the Muslim Brotherhood, which was formed in 1928, have often been linked to assassinations and other attacks, while nationalist groups such as the Moro National Liberation Movement, MLF, Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah have fused religious and political objectives. Shunya IAS. Unit 7 Changing International Political Order. Previous year's questions. Identify the challenges to American hegemony in post-Soviet world. 150 words 2013 discuss the collapse of the Soviet Union and its impact on international politics. 2015 discuss the positive and negative impacts of Soviet Union's disintegration on developing nations. 2016 identify the major changes in the international political economy in the post-Cold War period. 200 words. 2013 what does the pace of nuclear proliferation in post-Cold War suggest? 150 words 2013 discuss the evolution of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons in the post-Cold War period. 2016 examine in brief the rise and fall of the Cold War. 2016 the development of advanced missile Gulf War technology and nuclear threat by North Korea has challenged the American hegemony in Southeast Asia. Evaluate the above statement in the context of recent developments in the region. 2017 discuss the consequences of Trump's America First and Xi's Chinese dream on world politics. 2018 critically analyze the implications of Sino-American strategic rivalry for the South and Southeast Asian region. 2020 discuss the various constraints on American hegemony today. Which of these are likely to become more prominent in the future? 2023 Cold War. The Cold War was a period of geopolitical tension and ideological conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union and their respective allies, which lasted roughly from the end of World War II in 1945 to the early 1990s. Although the United States and the Soviet Union never directly engaged in open warfare, the two superpowers were locked in a state of political, economic, and military rivalry. The notion of a Cold War suggests a condition of neither war nor peace. However, to describe US-Soviet relations during this period as a war is to suggest that levels of antagonism between the two powers were so deep and impassionate that they would have led to direct military confrontation had circumstances allowed. In practice, this only applied to the first, most hostile phase of the so-called Cold War, as tensions began to ease after the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. The idea of an enduring Cold War may therefore have been shaped by ideological assumptions about the irreconcilability of capitalism and communism. Why was it called cold? The Cold War was supposedly cold in the sense that superpower antagonism did not lead to a fighting war. This, nevertheless, remained true only in terms of the absence of direct military confrontation between the USA and the Soviet Union. In respect of covert operations, so-called proxy wars and conflicts that were clearly linked to East-West conflict, Korean, Vietnam, the Arab-Israeli wars, and so on, the Cold War was hot. Events leading to the Cold War. World War II, the alliance between the United States, the Soviet Union, and other countries during World War II was primarily driven by the goal of defeating Nazi Germany. However, ideological differences and mutual suspicions between the United States and the Soviet Union emerged during the war. Yalta Conference, 1945. The Yalta Conference, held in February 1945, brought together the leaders of the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom to discuss the post-war reorganization of Europe. Disagreements arose regarding the political future of Eastern European countries and the extent of Soviet influence. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part *A. Shunya IAS. Potsdam Conference, 1945. The Potsdam Conference, held in July-August 1945, further highlighted the growing rift between the United States and the Soviet Union. Differences emerged over the issue of reparations, the division of Germany, and the status of Eastern European countries. The Iron Curtain Speech, 1946. JN March 1946, former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill delivered a speech in Fulton, Missouri, in which he used the term Iron Curtain to describe the division of Europe into Soviet-controlled Eastern Europe and the democratic Western Europe. The speech symbolized the ideological and geopolitical divide between the East and the West. Truman Doctrine, 1947. In response to Soviet expansionism and the threat of communism, U.S. President Harry S. Truman announced the Truman Doctrine in 1947. The doctrine outlined the United States' commitment to providing economic and military aid to countries threatened by communist forces, effectively marking the beginning of the policy of containment. Marshall Plan, 1948. The Marshall Plan, officially known as the European Recovery Program, was an economic aid package proposed by U.S. Secretary of State George Marshall in 1947. The plan aimed to provide financial assistance to war-torn European countries, including those in Eastern Europe, with the intention of fostering economic stability and preventing the spread of communism. Berlin Blockade and Airlift, 1948 to 1949, in response to the introduction of a new Western currency in West Germany and fears of a united West Germany, the Soviet Union blockaded West Berlin in 1948, cutting off supplies to the city. The United States and its allies organized a massive airlift operation to provide essential supplies to West Berlin, which lasted for over a year. This event highlighted the determination of the United States to defend Western interests. Historical basis. The origin of the Cold War may be traced back to the 1917 Russian Revolution, which gave birth to a new system. The system came to be known as socialist system, opposite to exploitative capitalist system. Whole of the capitalist world got terror-stricken and allied to crush the new state of the USSR. Failing to destroy it, they encouraged the emergence of the Nazi power in Germany so that it might be used against the USSR. The USSR made serious efforts to get the Western powers involved in checking the rapid rise of Nazi Germany. But the Western powers did not respond to the USSR's call. Meanwhile, the Second World War broke out in 1939. Germany attacked the USSR, violating the non-aggression pact between them. The USSR joined the Allied powers and made great contribution to defeat the Axis powers. Despite its sincere efforts to crush the Axis powers, the West always looked at the USSR with deep suspicion. The West is alleged to have desired the end of the USSR in the process of fighting against the Nazi-led Axis powers. That is why perhaps the Allies did not respond to the USSR's repeated appeal for opening second front in Eastern Europe against Germany. After the war, the Allies did not hide their fear and hatred towards the USSR, which now emerged as one of the superpowers in the world. Nature of Cold War. Bipolarity. According to realists like Kenneth Waltz, the Cold War brought by the bipolarity of the world was beneficial in many ways. Firstly, it prevented the Third World War due to the presence of effective nuclear deterrence between the US and USSR. Ideologically based, the Cold War was based primarily on the basis of the capitalist West versus communist East. In other words, it can be said a war between two ways of life or two political systems which were inherently threatened by each other. The Cold War resulted in the division of the world into distinct spheres of influence. Western Europe, along with the United States and its allies, formed the Western Bloc, while Eastern Europe, under Soviet influence, comprised the Eastern Bloc. This division was reinforced by military alliances such as NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the Warsaw Pact. Nuclear arms race. The Cold War witnessed an intense nuclear arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both countries developed and stockpiled vast numbers of nuclear weapons, creating a state of mutually assured destruction, MAD. The threat of nuclear war hung over the entire period, heightening tensions and shaping military strategies. Proxy wars. Instead of direct military confrontation between the superpowers, much of the conflict during the Cold War was fought through proxy wars. The United States and the Soviet Union supported opposing sides in conflicts in various regions such as the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Soviet-Afghan War. These proxy wars allowed the superpowers to compete indirectly and avoid direct confrontation. Sunya's. Unit -7 Changing International Political Order. Previous year's questions. Identify the challenges to American hegemony in post-Soviet world. 150 words. 2013. Discuss the collapse of the Soviet Union and its impact on international politics. 2015. Discuss the positive and negative impacts of Soviet Union's disintegration on developing nations. 2016. Identify the major changes in entire international political economy in the post-Cold War period. 200 words. 2013, what does the pace of nuclear proliferation in post-Cold War suggest? 150 words. 2013. Discuss the evolution of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons in the post-Cold War period. 2016, examine in brief the rise and fall of the Cold War. 2016, the development of advanced missile Gulf War technology and nuclear threat by North Korea has challenged the American hegemony in Southeast Asia. Evaluate the above statement in the context of recent developments in the region. 2017, discuss the consequences of Trump's America First and XFS Chinese Dream on world politics. 2018, critically analyze the implications of Sino-American strategic rivalry for the South and Southeast Asian region. 2020, discuss the various constraints on American hegemony today. Which of these are likely to become more prominent in the future? 2023. Cold War. Cold War was a period of geopolitical tension and ideological conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union and their respective allies, which lasted roughly from the end of World War II in 1945 to the early 1990s. Although the United States and the Soviet Union never directly engaged in open warfare, the two superpowers were locked in a state of political, economic, and military rivalry. The notion of a Cold War suggests a condition of neither war nor peace. However, to describe US-Soviet relations during this period as a war is to suggest that levels of antagonism between the two powers were so deep and impassionate that they would have led to direct military confrontation had circumstances allowed. In practice, this only applied to the first, most hostile phase of the so-called Cold War as tensions began to ease after the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. The idea of an enduring Cold War may therefore have been shaped by ideological assumptions about the irreconcilability of capitalism and communism. WHV was it called cold? The Cold War was supposedly cold in the sense that superpower antagonism did not lead to a fighting war. This, nevertheless, remained true only in terms of the absence of direct military confrontation between the USA and the Soviet Union. In respect of covert operations, so-called proxy wars and conflicts that were clearly linked to East-West conflict, Korean, Vietnam, the Arab-Israeli wars, and so on, the Cold War was hot. Events leading to the Cold War. World War II, the alliance between the United States, the Soviet Union, and other countries during World War II was primarily driven by the goal of defeating Nazi Germany. However, ideological differences and mutual suspicions between the United States and the Soviet Union emerged during the war. Yalta Conference, 1945. The Yalta Conference, held in February 1945, brought together the leaders of the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom to discuss the post-war reorganization of Europe. Disagreements arose regarding the political future of Eastern European countries and the extent of Soviet influence. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Potsdam Conference, 1945. The Potsdam Conference, held in July-August 1945, further highlighted the growing rift between the United States and the Soviet Union. Differences emerged over the issue of reparations, the division of Germany, and the status of Eastern European countries. The Iron Curtain Speech, 1946. In March 1946, former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill delivered a speech in Fulton, Missouri, in which he used the term Iron Curtain to describe the division of Europe into Soviet-controlled Eastern Europe and the democratic Western Europe. The speech symbolized the ideological and geopolitical divide between the East and the West. Truman Doctrine, 1947. In response to Soviet expansionism and the threat of communism, U.S. President Harry S. Truman announced the Truman Doctrine in 1947. The doctrine outlined the United States' commitment to providing economic and military aid to countries threatened by communist forces, effectively marking the beginning of the policy of containment. Marshall Plan, 1948. The Marshall Plan, officially known as the European Recovery Program, was an economic aid package proposed by U.S. Secretary of State George Marshall in 1947. The plan aimed to provide financial assistance to wartime European countries, including those in Eastern Europe, with the intention of fostering economic stability and preventing the spread of communism. Berlin Blockade and Airlift, 1948 to 1949. In response to the introduction of a new Western currency in West Germany and fears of a united West Germany, the Soviet Union blockaded West Berlin in 1948, cutting off supplies to the city. The United States and its allies organized a massive airlift operation to provide essential supplies to West Berlin, which lasted for over a year. This event highlighted the determination of the United States to defend Western interests. Historical basis. The origin of the Cold War may be traced back to the 1917 Russian Revolution, which gave birth to a new system. The system came to be known as socialist system, opposite to exploitative capitalist system. Whole of the capitalist world got terror-stricken and allied to crush the new state of the USSR. Failing to destroy it, they encouraged the emergence of the Nazi power in Germany so that it might be used against the USSR. The USSR made serious efforts to get the Western powers involved in checking the rapid rise of Nazi Germany. But die Western powers did not respond to the USSR's call. Meanwhile, the Second World War broke out in 1939. Germany attacked the USSR, violating the non-aggression pact between them. The USSR joined the Allied powers and made great contribution to defeat the Axis powers. Despite its sincere efforts to crush the Axis powers, the West always looked at the USSR with deep suspicion. The West is alleged to have desired the end of the USSR in the process of fighting against the Nazi-led Axis powers. That is why perhaps the Allies did not respond to the USSR's repeated appeal for opening second front in Eastern Europe against Germany. After the war, the Allies did not hide their fear and hatred towards the USSR, which now emerged as one of the superpowers in the world. Nature of Cold War. Bipolarity. According to realists like Kenneth Waltz, the Cold War brought by the bipolarity of the world was beneficial in many ways. Firstly, it prevented the Third World War due to the presence of effective nuclear deterrence between the US and USSR. Ideologically based, the Cold War was based primarily on the basis of the capitalist West versus communist East. In other words, it can be said a war between two ways of life or two political systems which were inherently threatened by each other. The Cold War resulted in the division of the world into distinct spheres of influence. Western Europe, along with the United States and its allies, formed the Western Bloc, while Eastern Europe, under Soviet influence, comprised the Eastern Bloc. This division was reinforced by military alliances such as NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and the Warsaw Pact. Nuclear arms race. The Cold War witnessed an intense nuclear arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Both countries developed and stockpiled vast numbers of nuclear weapons, creating a state of mutually assured destruction, MAD. The threat of nuclear war hung over the entire period, heightening tensions and shaping military strategies. Proxy wars. Instead of direct military confrontation between the superpowers, much of the conflict during the Cold War was fought through proxy wars. The United States and the Soviet Union supported opposing sides in conflicts in various regions such as the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Soviet-Afghan War. These proxy wars allowed the superpowers to compete indirectly and avoid direct confrontation. Cause of the Cold War. The causes of the Cold War were perceived differently by the Western countries, primarily led by the United States, and the communist countries, led by the Soviet Union. According to the West, primarily the United States and its allies. Expansionist Soviet policies. The West believed that the Soviet Union, under communist ideology, sought to spread communism and expand its influence worldwide. They viewed Soviet actions such as supporting communist movements and installing pro-Soviet governments in Eastern Europe as evidence of Soviet expansionism. Fear of communist domination. By 1948, the Soviets had installed left-wing governments in the countries of Eastern Europe that had been liberated by the Red Army. The Americans and the British feared the permanent Soviet domination of Eastern Europe and the threat of Soviet-influenced communist parties coming to power in the democracies of Western Europe. They saw the Soviet Union as a totalitarian regime that aimed to undermine and subvert Western democratic values and institutions. Ideological differences. The ideological conflict between capitalism and communism was a fundamental cause of the Cold War according to the West. The capitalist countries believed in free markets, individual freedoms, and private property, while the communist countries sought to establish a classless society with collective ownership of resources and centralized control. According to the communists, primarily the Soviet Union, lack of trust towards the USSR had always called out the West due to the lack of information sharing by the US during the World War. They give the example of the Manhattan Project, which was kept a secret from the Soviets, who were considered an ally in the war. This created a mutual distrust against the West. Soviets who were considered an ally in the war. This created a mutual distrust against the West by the Soviets. Security concerns. The Soviet Union, having suffered significant losses during World War II, felt a need for security and sought to establish buffer zones to protect itself from future invasions. They viewed the encroachment of Western influence and the establishment of military alliances like NATO as a threat to their security. Defense of the world revolution. The communists believed in the global spread of communism and considered themselves as vanguards of a worldwide revolution. They aimed to support communist movements in other countries and assist in their struggle against capitalism and imperialism. Iron Curtain. The term Iron Curtain refers to the ideological, political, arid physical division that existed between Eastern and Western Europe during the Cold War. Coined by British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in a speech in 1946, the Iron Curtain represented the metaphorical barrier that separated the communist states of Eastern Europe, which were under the influence of the Soviet Union, from the democratic, capitalist countries of Western Europe. The Iron Curtain represented not only a political and ideological division but also a physical one, as it was enforced by various means such as border controls, barbed wire fences, and fortified walls. It symbolized the stark contrast in political systems, economic structures, and personal freedoms between the Eastern Bloc and the Western democracies. The Iron Curtain effectively isolated the countries behind it from the influences of the Western world and limited the flow of information, people, and ideas. It was a prominent feature of the Cold War and remained in place until the late 1980s, when the fall of the Berlin Wall and subsequent events led to the dismantling of barriers and the reunification of Europe. Evolution of the Cold War. Phase 1. The first phase of the Cold War can be generally identified as the period from the end of World War II in 1945 until the early 1950s. During this time, tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union escalated, as they established their respective spheres of influence and competed for global dominance. Key events in this phase include the division of Europe into Eastern and Western blocs, the Berlin blockade and airlift, the establishment of NATO and the Warsaw Pact, and the outbreak of the Korean War. These developments laid the PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Phase 2, Stalin, the man who led Soviet Russia from the Second World War into the Cold War, died in 1953. He was succeeded by Nikita Khrushchev, and with that began the second phase of the Cold War. Although the tensions eased to some extent, the second phase of the Cold War, from the mid-1950s to the late 1960s, witnessed several significant events. The Berlin Wall was constructed to bifurcate the liberal West German and the communist East. The United States and the Soviet Union engaged in a nuclear arms race, developing more advanced weapons while attempting arms control agreements. The space race intensified as both superpowers achieved significant milestones in space exploration. Events like the Cuban Missile Crisis were also during this period. Proxy wars, notably the Vietnam War, became prominent battlegrounds for the superpower rivalry. Efforts were made to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons through the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Despite ongoing tensions, cultural exchanges and cooperation between the superpowers increased, fostering some degree of détente during Till's phase of the Cold War. Phase 3, as the 1960s ended, a major shift in Cold War patterns could be observed. This is often described by the French word détente, which means releasing stress or tension and is used to denote a thaw in tensions between hostile nations. Détente, or a period of reduced tensions between the US and USSR, was crucial to this effort. During the 1965 elections in West Germany, Willy Brandt, the head of the Social Democratic Party, also called for building bridges with Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. This period also saw US rapprochement towards China and the first US presidential visit to China in 1972. Phase 4, last phase. The last phase of the Cold War from 1979 to 1989 was marked by several significant events. The Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 strained relations with the West, while the rise of the Solidarity movement in Poland challenged communist rule. The election of U.S. President Ronald Reagan in 1980 intensified the arms race and led to increased tensions. It is said that the Afghan war exhausted the Soviet resolve. Gorbachev's policies of glasnost, openness, and perestroika restructuring brought about significant political and social changes in the Soviet Union, ultimately leading to the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the end of the Cold War. How were the relations improved during the détente? Arms control agreements. The superpowers engaged in negotiations to limit the arms race and reduce the risk of nuclear war. Important agreements during this period included the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT, and the Anti-Ballistic Missile (ABM) Treaty. Nuclear agreements. In 1964, the Partial Test Ban Treaty came into force, which banned the testing of nuclear weapons. Followed by TINS was the Non-Proliferation Treaty that restricting any new country trying to develop nuclear weapons. The Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty was also negotiated. Cultural exchanges. The United States and the Soviet Union increased cultural exchanges, scientific cooperation, and sports competitions. These initiatives aim to foster better understanding and create channels of communication between the two countries. Summit meetings. Leaders from both sides engaged in high-level summit meetings to discuss areas of mutual concern and find ways to reduce tensions. Notable summits included the meetings between U.S. President Richard Nixon and Soviet General Secretary Leonid Brezhnev. Trade and economic relations. Economic cooperation between the superpowers expanded during détente. There was increased trade, technological exchanges, and commercial agreements between the United States and the Soviet Union. Resolution of regional conflicts. Détente also saw efforts to resolve regional conflicts, such as the negotiation of peace agreements in the Middle East, including the Camp David Accords in 1978. Helsinki Accords. The Helsinki Accords, signed in 1975, had a profound impact on the Cold War. They provided a platform for dialogue and cooperation between the Eastern Bloc and the Western countries. The accords addressed various aspects, including human rights, security, and territorial integrity. They helped to promote transparency and encouraged exchanges, leading to increased cultural, scientific, and economic cooperation. The focus on human rights put pressure on the Soviet Union and its allies to improve their record, fostering a climate of openness and accountability. While not solving all issues, the Helsinki Accords contributed to a more constructive atmosphere, paving the way for further diplomatic engagement and reducing tensions during the later stages of the Cold War. Response of scholars. Traditionalist scholars argue that the Cold War was primarily driven by the Soviet Union's expansionist ambitions and aggressive actions. They emphasize the role of ideology and the Soviet Union's desire to spread communism as the main cause of the conflict. According to this view, the United States and its Western allies responded defensively to Soviet aggression, leading to the formation of military alliances and a global ideological standoff. Revisionist scholars challenge the traditionalist perspective and argue that the United States played a more active role in instigating the Cold War. They highlight U.S. policies of containment and the pursuit of global dominance as significant factors in fueling the conflict. Revisionists also emphasize the importance of misperceptions, miscalculations, and the role of individual leaders in escalating tensions between the superpowers. Francis Fukuyama, an American political scientist, famously argued that the end of the Cold War represented the triumph of liberal democracy and marked the end of history. He suggested that with the defeat of communism, liberal democracy had emerged as the dominant and final form of government, leading to an era of global stability and progress. Noam Chomsky, he offered a critical perspective on the Cold War, particularly from a leftist and anti-imperialist standpoint. He criticized the United States for its interventionist policies and highlighted the role of U.S. imperialism in fueling conflicts and supporting authoritarian regimes during the Cold War. Collapse of the Soviet Union. Events leading to the collapse of the USSR. Economic reform. Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev implemented policies of perestroika, restructuring, and glasnost openness in the mid-1980s, aiming to revitalize the economy and increase political openness. However, these reforms unleashed social and political forces that contributed to the unraveling of the Soviet system. The decentralization of economic decision-making led to conflicts between republics over resources and further undermined central control. Withdrawal from Afghanistan. The Soviet Union's defeat in the Afghan War played a significant role in the eventual collapse of the USSR. The war, which lasted from 1979 to 1989, drained Soviet resources and eroded morale among the Soviet military and the population. The guerrilla tactics employed by Afghan Mujahideen fighters, supported by international actors including the United States, weakened the Soviet military presence and strained the Soviet economy. The heavy casualties and the inability to achieve a decisive victory in Afghanistan exposed the limitations of Soviet power and contributed to growing disillusionment within the Soviet Union. Fall of Berlin Wall. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 marked a pivotal event leading to the end of the USSR. The wall's collapse symbolized the crumbling of the Iron Curtain and the reunification of East and West Germany. It showcased the power of people's desire for freedom and democracy. The event inspired similar movements across Eastern Europe, leading to the dismantling of communist regimes. and the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Nationalist movements demanding greater autonomy and independence gained momentum in various Soviet republics, particularly in the Baltic states, Ukraine, and the Caucasus. These movements challenged the central authority of the Soviet Union and sought to establish their own independent states. Political instability. The political landscape became increasingly fragmented and unstable, with power struggles and conflicts emerging within the Communist Party and among various political factions. Gorbachev's attempts at political reform ultimately weakened the authority of the Communist Party and the central government. August coup of 1991. Hardline members of the Communist Party attempted a coup against Gorbachev's government in August 1991, aiming to reverse his reforms. The coup failed, but it highlighted the deep divisions within the Soviet leadership and further weakened the central authority. Reasons for the collapse of USSR. 1. Political factor. Gorbachev's policies. When Mikhail Gorbachev was named the leader of the Soviet Union, his primary domestic goals were to lift the Soviet economy and to streamline the government bureaucracy. He thus instituted the policies of glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring. Target towards fostering PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Dialogue. While the latter introduced quasi-free market policies to government-run industries. However, glasnost proved to be a vital problem. The state lost control of both the media and the public sphere, and democratic reform movements gained steam throughout the Soviet bloc. Perestroika exhibited the worst of the capitalist and communist systems. Price controls were lifted in some markets, but existing bureaucratic structures were left in place, meaning that communist officials were able to push back against those policies that did not benefit them personally. End of communism in Europe. By the end of 1989, Hungary had dismantled its border fence with Austria. Solidarity had swept into power in Poland, the Baltic states were taking concrete steps toward independence, and the Berlin Wall had been toppled. 2. Economic factors. Fiscal issues. Mismanagement of fiscal policy made the country vulnerable to external factors, and a sharp drop in the price of oil sent the Soviet economy into a tailspin. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, the Soviet Union ranked as one of the world's top producers of energy resources such as oil and natural gas, and exports of those commodities played a vital role in shoring up the world's largest command economy. Stagnation. Economic stagnation had hobbled the country for years, and the perestroika reforms only served to exacerbate the problem. Wage hikes were supported by printing money, fueling an inflationary spiral. 3. Social factors. Dissatisfaction with the communist system. Over time, a significant portion of the Soviet population became disillusioned with the communist system. The centralized planning, lack of political freedoms, economic stagnation, and scarcity of consumer goods created frustration and discontent among the people. Nationalism and ethnic tensions. The Soviet Union was a diverse multinational state with various ethnic groups. The rise of nationalist movements and the desire for greater autonomy and independence among these groups challenged the unity of the Soviet Union. Ethnic tensions and conflicts escalated, putting strain on cohesion of the country. 4. Military factors. Arms race and economic burden. The arms race between the United States and the USSR during the Cold War put a significant economic strain on the Soviet Union. The USSR devoted a substantial portion of its resources to maintaining a vast military-industrial complex and nuclear arsenal, which diverted funds away from the economy, infrastructure, and social welfare programs. Further, Reagan's Star Wars proved to be too expensive for Soviets to compete against. Afghan War, the Soviet Union's military intervention in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989 was a costly and protracted conflict. The war drained Soviet resources, strained its military, and eroded morale among the Soviet population. The Anabla carrot achieve a decisive victory in Afghanistan contributed to growing disillusionment within the USSR. Nuclear deterrence, the presence of nuclear weapons in the hands of both the United States and the Soviet Union created a precarious balance of power known as mutually assured destruction, MAD. This balance deterred direct military confrontation between the superpowers as the use of nuclear weapons could result in catastrophic consequences for both sides. Impact of the fall of USSR. 1. Europe. Reunification of Germany. One of the most visible consequences of the USSR's fall was the reunification of East and West Germany. The Berlin Wall, which had symbolized the division between the two sides, was dismantled and Germany became a unified nation once again. Dissolution of Yugoslavia. The fall of the USSR and the subsequent dissolution of Yugoslavia were both part of the broader geopolitical shifts that occurred in Eastern Europe in the late 20th century. The collapse of the USSR weakened the centralized control over its satellite states and created a power vacuum, leading to increased tensions and conflicts in the region. Democratization and political change. The collapse of the USSR led to a wave of democratization in Eastern European countries that were previously under Soviet influence. Communist regimes were replaced by democratic governments, and these countries embarked on a path of political reform and integration into the European Union. Sunya's expansion of the European Union. The disintegration of the USSR created an opportunity for the European Union (EU) to expand its membership. Many former Soviet satellite states, including Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, and others, joined the EU, fostering greater political and economic integration in Europe. 2. United States. Unipolar world order. With the fall of the USSR, the United States emerged as the sole remaining superpower. It became the dominant global power, both economically and militarily. The absence of a major adversary allowed the United States to exert its influence more freely and shape international affairs according to its interests. Defense spending and military strategy. The decline of the Soviet Union reduced the perceived need for high levels of defense spending in the United States. The military budget was significantly scaled back and the focus shifted towards a more expeditionary and technologically advanced military adapting to new global security challenges. Economic opportunities. The end of the Cold War opened up new economic opportunities for the United States. With the collapse of the USSR and its satellite states, formerly closed economies became accessible markets for American businesses. Economic globalization accelerated and U.S. companies expanded their operations into Eastern Europe and Russia. Shifting foreign policy priorities. Without the primary focus of countering the Soviet Union, U.S. foreign policy priorities underwent a transformation. The United States shifted its attention to new challenges and regions such as combating terrorism, promoting democracy, and addressing humanitarian crises. 3. India. Economic impact. The collapse of the USSR had adverse economic consequences for India. India had been receiving economic and military aid from the USSR, and the abrupt end of the support created a challenging economic situation. India faced a severe balance of payment crisis and had to undertake economic reforms to stabilize its economy and attract foreign investment. These factors were major reasons for India to liberalize its economy in 1991. Political impact. The end of the USSR led to a shift in India's foreign policy priorities. During the Cold War, India had aligned itself with the USSR and had a close strategic partnership. With the USSR's collapse, India had to reorient its foreign policy and establish new alliances and partnerships with other countries. We see this in form of closer ties with China and US. Happy face nuclear policy. The fall of the USSR influenced India's nuclear policy. The disintegration of the USSR created uncertainties about the future of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation efforts. India, which had already conducted nuclear tests in 1974, faced new challenges and considerations in its nuclear program and thus had to conduct Pokhran II in a bid to secure its own nuclear abilities. Diversification of international relations. With the USSR's fall, India expanded its diplomatic engagements with other countries, particularly the United States and European nations. It sought to diversify its partnerships and build strategic relationships beyond the traditional Soviet bloc. India also focused on strengthening ties with neighboring countries and enhancing regional cooperation. Strategic and ideological bipolarity. As explained in the previous chapters, the notion of bipolarity emerges from the realist theory of polarity of power that essentially conveys that power has a tendency to be divided amongst groups, and in the case of bipolarity, power is concentrated within two poles or two nations. It typically refers to the period of the Cold War when the United States and the Soviet Union emerged as the primary global powers and engaged in ideological, political, and military rivalry. However, the concept is much older in regional contexts, for example in Sparta and Athens in the ancient period, while Europe saw bipolarity during Napoleon's rule between France and Britain. Views on bipolarity. Realists and Kenneth Waltz. This, according to Waltz, is the most stable situation as less fingers on nuclear buttons. He gives the example of TLI Cold War, which was a result of bipolarity and which helped in avoiding the PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Social constructivist thinkers focus on how ideas, norms, and social interactions shape international relations. They may view bipolarity as a socially constructed concept that influences the behavior and perceptions of states. Constructivists examine how shared beliefs and identity between the two dominant powers shape their interactions and the dynamics of the international system. Postmodernists approach the concept of bipolarity in international relations with skepticism and critique. They challenge the underlying assumptions and structures that support the notion of bipolarity, often questioning the objective reality of power dynamics and the binary categorization of states as dominant or subordinate. Liberals feel that the notion of bipolarity existed largely during the Cold War due to the absence of trade and communication. They feel with rise in interdependence, watertight notions of bipolarity cannot exist. Factors leading to emergence of bipolarity. Power vacuum. The Second World War left a power vacuum in the international system as many European powers, such as the United Kingdom and France, were weakened by the war. The two strongest countries remaining were the United States and the Soviet Union, which emerged as the dominant superpowers. Ideological conflict. The ideological conflict between capitalism and communism intensified after the war. The United States, representing the capitalist Western Bloc, and the Soviet Union, representing the communist Eastern Bloc, became the primary ideological rivals. Their differing political and economic systems heightened tensions and contributed to the bipolar power structure. Nuclear arms race. The development of nuclear weapons during the war and their subsequent proliferation set the stage for a bipolar world. Both the United States and the Soviet Union became nuclear powers, leading to a strategic balance of terror known as mutually assured destruction, MAD. The nuclear arms race reinforced the bipolarity by creating a deterrence-based stability between the two superpowers. Strategic alliances. The formation of military alliances further solidified the bipolar structure. The United States established the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, in 1949, which included Western European countries as a collective defense against the Soviet threat. In response, the Soviet Union formed the Warsaw Pact in 1955 with its Eastern European allies. Evaluation of a bipolar world. 1. Arguments in favor of bipolarity. Stability and predictability. Bipolarity can provide a relatively stable and predictable international system. With two major powers or blocks, there is a clear balance of power and a defined hierarchy which can reduce the likelihood of major conflicts and create a sense of order. Balance of power. Bipolarity can contribute to a balance of power between the two dominant actors. This balance can discourage aggression and maintain a state of equilibrium as both powers have a vested interest in avoiding direct confrontation due to the potential costs and risks involved. Simplicity in decision-making. In a bipolar system, decision-making for states becomes relatively straightforward. They primarily need to consider the actions and intentions of the other major power, which can lead to more efficient strategic calculations and quicker responses. Clear alliances. Bipolarity tends to create clear-cut alliances as states align with one of the two major powers. This clarity can simplify diplomatic relations and reduce ambiguity in decision-making processes. 2. Arguments against bipolarity. Potential for conflict escalation. The bipolar structure can increase the risk of conflict escalation. When there are only two major powers, any confrontation or competition between them can quickly escalate into a global conflict, with other states being forced to choose sides, leading to a potentially destructive and destabilizing scenario. Limited options for non-aligned states. In a bipolar system, non-aligned or smaller states may find themselves limited in their options and influence. These states might be compelled to align themselves with one of the major powers, potentially compromising their sovereignty and independence. Shunya IAS. Lack of flexibility. Bipolarity can lead to a rigid and inflexible system. The clear division between the major powers can create a static environment, making it difficult for emerging or rising powers to assert themselves and reshape the international order. Neglect of non-state actors. Bipolarity tends to focus primarily on the major powers, often neglecting the role and influence of non-state actors such as multinational corporations, non-governmental organizations, and regional organizations. These actors can play significant roles in shaping international affairs and may be overlooked in a bipolar framework. Can the present world be regarded as bipolar between US and China? Arguments in favor. Economic powerhouses. The United States and China are the two largest economies in the world, accounting for a significant portion of global GDP. Both countries possess immense economic influence and engage in extensive trade and investment with other nations. Their economic strength allows them to exert substantial leverage on international economic systems and policies. Military capabilities. The United States and China possess formidable military capabilities and have modernized their armed forces significantly. They have advanced military technologies, including nuclear weapons, aircraft carriers, and advanced cyber capabilities. This military prowess gives them the ability to project power and influence in different regions of the world. Global diplomatic influence. The United States and China have extensive diplomatic networks and engage in diplomatic efforts worldwide. They use their diplomatic influence to shape international norms, promote their interests, and engage in strategic partnerships with other countries. Their diplomatic engagements allow them to play significant roles in global governance and decision-making. Technological competition. The United States and China are engaged in intense competition in various technological domains such as artificial intelligence, 5G networks, and space exploration. Both countries invest heavily in research and development, aiming to achieve technological supremacy. This competition has significant implications for global innovation and the future direction of technology. 2. Arguments against multilateralism and multiple power centers. The international system today is characterized by the presence of multiple power centers beyond just the United States and China. Other countries, such as Russia, the European Union, India, and regional powers in various parts of the world hold significant economic, military, and diplomatic influence. These actors shape the global dynamics, contributing to a more multipolar world rather than a bipolar one. J. Complexity of interactions. Between the United States and China are not solely characterized by a binary opposition or zero-sum dynamics. While there are areas of competition and strategic rivalry, there are also instances of cooperation and interdependence between the two countries. Global challenges like climate change, terrorism, and public health require collaborative efforts and engagement with a broader range of actors beyond just the US and China. Interconnectedness and globalization. In today's world, economic and social interconnections have increased significantly. Globalization has facilitated the flow of goods, services, information, and people across borders. This interconnectedness means that power and influence are distributed among various actors and are not confined to a bipolar structure. U.S. economic strength. The United States maintains a significant influence on the world economy due to its status as the largest economy, its strong currency, the U.S. dollar, and its role as a global financial hub. The U.S. dollar is widely used as a reserve currency, and U.S. financial institutions play a dominant role in international markets. Arms race. An arms race refers to a competitive process in which nations or entities engage in the rapid and continuous build-up of military capabilities, particularly in terms of weapons and military technologies. It involves a cycle of one-upmanship where each party seeks to outdo the other in terms of military power with the goal of gaining a strategic advantage or maintaining a balance of power. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. The arms race between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War was one of the most notable and consequential arms races in history. It was characterized by a rapid and extensive buildup of nuclear and conventional weapons between the two superpowers. Aspects of arms race during Cold War. Nuclear weapons. The development and stockpiling of nuclear weapons were central to the arms race. Both the US and the USSR engaged in a competitive pursuit of more powerful and sophisticated nuclear weapons, including intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, and strategic bombers. The arms race led to an unprecedented accumulation of nuclear warheads and the concept of mutually assured destruction, MAD, where both sides had the capability to inflict catastrophic damage on each other. Conventional weapons. Alongside nuclear weapons, the US and the USSR engaged in a buildup of conventional military forces. Both countries developed advanced military technologies and deployed large conventional armies, armored divisions, and naval fleets. The arms race extended to areas such as missile defense systems, strategic bombers, and military technology research and development. Space race. The arms race also extended into the domain of space exploration. The US and the USSR competed fiercely to achieve milestones in space, such as satellite launches, manned space missions, and lunar landings. The space race was seen as a symbolic representation of technological and ideological superiority. Arms control agreements. Amid growing concerns about the risks of an uncontrolled arms race, the US and the USSR engaged in various arms control negotiations and agreements. These efforts included treaties such as the Limited Test Ban Treaty, 1963, Tri-Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT I and II, the Anti-Ballistic Missile ABM Treaty, and the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces INF Treaty. These agreements aim to limit the number of nuclear weapons, establish confidence-building measures, and reduce the risk of a catastrophic conflict. Impact of arms race during the Cold War. Nuclear deterrence and MAD. The arms race led to the development and stockpiling of a vast number of nuclear weapons by both superpowers. This resulted in a state of mutually assured destruction, MAD, where the possession of massive nuclear arsenals by both sides acted as a deterrent against direct conflict. The fear of catastrophic consequences helped maintain a tense stability during the Cold War. Increased global tensions. The arms race created a heightened atmosphere of tension and hostility between the US and the USSR, resulting in a deepening of the Cold War rivalry. The constant competition to develop more advanced and powerful weapons intensified the perception of a global struggle between opposing ideologies, leading to proxy conflicts and regional instability in various parts of the world. Arms control efforts. The escalating arms race prompted both superpowers to engage in arms control negotiations and agreements. Efforts like the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, SALT, and the Anti-Ballistic Missile (ABM) Treaty aim to manage the arms race, limit the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and establish confidence-building measures. These agreements help to stabilize nuclear balance and reduce the risks of a catastrophic conflict. Economic burden. The arms race placed a substantial economic burden on both the US and the USSR. Massive investments in military infrastructure and weapons development strained national budgets, diverting resources away from social programs and economic development. The sustained competition in military spending had long-term consequences for the economic stability and growth of both superpowers. Proxy wars and regional instability. The intense rivalry of the arms race played out through proxy wars in various regions, including conflicts in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Korea, and Angola. The US and the USSR provided military support to opposing sides, exacerbating regional tensions and perpetuating conflicts. The arms race indirectly contributed to regional instability and humanitarian crises. Consequences of arms race in general. Economic impact. Arms races require significant financial resources, diverting funds from other critical sectors such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and social welfare. The allocation of resources towards military buildup constrain national economies, exacerbate budget deficits, and hinder overall economic development. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya TSOO page 115. Escalation of tensions. Arms races can lead to a heightened sense of rivalry, competition, and distrust between nations. The continuous buildup of military capabilities can create a security dilemma where each party perceives the actions of the other as threatening, leading to a cycle of further escalation and mistrust. Destabilization and insecurity. Arms races can contribute to regional and global instability as they raise the risk of conflict and increase the likelihood of miscalculation. The presence of large military forces and sophisticated weaponry can create a volatile environment, heightening the chances of armed clashes or accidental escalations. Diversion of resources. The resources allocated to arms races could otherwise be utilized for productive and beneficial purposes such as poverty alleviation, infrastructure development, or tackling urgent global challenges like climate change. The diversion of resources towards military buildup may hinder social progress and impede efforts to address pressing societal needs. Proliferation and security dilemma. Arms races can trigger an heinous proliferation cascade as other nations seek to acquire similar capabilities to ensure their security or maintain a balance of power. This proliferation can lead to an increased risk of weapons falling into the wrong hands, heightening the potential for conflicts, terrorism, or proxy wars. Arms control challenges. Arms races complicate efforts for arms control and disarmament. The rapid and continuous buildup of weapons makes it difficult to achieve meaningful agreements or reductions in military capabilities. The distrust and rivalry created by the arms race can impede diplomatic negotiations and cooperative initiatives aimed at curbing arms proliferation and promoting stability. Humanitarian consequences. In the event of armed conflict, the presence of advanced weaponry developed during an arms race can lead to devastating humanitarian consequences, including civilian casualties, displacement, and long-term environmental damage. The destructive power of modern weapons exacerbates the potential harm caused during conflicts. /x$/ Various global treaties to reduce arms race and nuclearization. Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, 1968. His treaty aims to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons, promote disarmament, and facilitate the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Treaty on the Limitation of Anti-Ballistic Missile Systems, ABM Treaty, 1992. This treaty limited the deployment of anti-ballistic missile systems to prevent a strategic imbalance and maintain stability between the United States and the Soviet Union during the Cold War. It was terminated in 2002. Strategic Arms Reduction Treaties, START, 1991. START treaties were agreements between the United States and the Soviet Union/Russia to reduce and limit their strategic nuclear weapons. They aim to enhance stability and reduce the risk of nuclear conflicts. Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, 1996, not yet in force. The CTBT seeks to ban all nuclear explosions, whether for military or civilian purposes, to prevent the development of new nuclear weapons and advance disarmament efforts. It has not entered into force yet. Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, 2017. The TPNW is a recent treaty that prohibits the development, testing, production, possession, use, and threat of use of nuclear weapons. It seeks to promote disarmament and create a path towards a nuclear weapon-free world. These treaties have been established at different times with the aim of addressing various aspects of disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. Unipolarity and American hegemony. Unipolarity refers to a situation where the power dynamics in the world are defined by the presence of a single superpower with no single challenger or even multiple states in combination. Unipolarity essentially is seen in the context of the end of the USSR in 1991 when the bipolar world order transformed into a unipolar one with USA as the sole superpower. The collapse of the Soviet Union and subsequent end of the Cold War led to the emergence of the United States as the sole superpower, thereby establishing a unipolar world order. During this period, American hegemony was evident in various aspects of global politics, economics, and culture. The United States possessed unrivaled military capabilities with a vast arsenal of advanced weaponry and a global network of military bases. This military power allowed the United States to project its influence across different regions, deter potential adversaries, and intervene in conflicts worldwide. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Furthermore, American economic dominance was a key aspect of its hegemonic status during the unipolar era. The United States emerged as the world's largest economy with significant control over global financial systems and institutions. The US dollar became the primary reserve currency, granting the United States substantial leverage in international trade and finance. American multinational corporations also exerted significant influence in various sectors worldwide, contributing to the economic hegemony of the United States. Quotes. Unipolarity is a structure in which one state's capabilities are too great to be counterbalanced. William Walforth. American hegemony is not a static, monolithic force, but a complex and evolving process that involves the interplay of economic, military, ideological, and institutional factors. G. John Eikenberry. American hegemony is based on a combination of military power, economic influence, and a set of liberal, democratic values and norms that it promotes globally. Joseph S. Nye Jr. U.S. hegemony is characterized by its ability to shape the international agenda, set the rules of the game, and exercise disproportionate influence over global institutions and decision-making processes. Robert O. Cohane. Evolution of U.S. hegemony. 1. World War I. Before the First World War, USA followed the Monroe Doctrine, which essentially stated an isolationist foreign policy, and thus US kept away from most global and regional conflicts during this time. However, its participation in the First World War proved to be decisive and even helped the Allies defeat Germany. After the I World War, US achieved a dominant position in global affairs, as was seen with its impetus to forming the League of Nations. F. 2. World War II. USA was again not initially part of the war, however after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor it also entered the war. The USA played again a decisive role in the Allied victory over Hitler. In the aftermath of the war, Europe was devastated and USA emerged as the only credible nation to be in the position to offer aid for post-war reconstruction. The bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima also proved that USA possessed weapons and military strength that far outweighed any other nation in the world. Post-war. USA helped Europe reconstruct itself after the war through loans and assistance. It also helped establish the institutions of Bretton Woods, IMF, World Bank. Through this, it achieved a more dominant role in global affairs. 3. Cold War. During the Cold War, USA's hegemony was constantly challenged by the USSR, and for a small period, USSR enjoyed far greater legitimacy through the post-colonialist states, which saw more support in the Soviets. Even the non-aligned nations were regarded as Team B of the USSR. Its failure in Vietnam and Cuba was also seen as a question on its true hegemony. However, by the 1980s, the USSR weakened and once again USA started becoming a hegemon. 4. Post-Cold War. The most defining moment for U.S. hegemony was in the aftermath of the fall of the Soviet Union, marking America's unipolar moment. During the 1990s, U.S. was undisputedly a unipolar hegemon. 5. Since 9/11. The attacks of 9/11 on USA questioned the extent of U.S. hegemony, with scholars terming that U.S. had overstretched itself, and 9/11 was a response for the interventionist policies it pursued in the Middle East and Afghanistan since the last 2 decades. Further, the 2008 economic crisis, which started in the USA, also questioned the extent and effectiveness of US-led neoliberal world order. 6. Contemporary times. The contemporary times are marked with the rise of China, US withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the war in Ukraine. It has increasingly been seen that these events today have challenged US hegemony and to an extent proved that the US does not enjoy the hegemony it once did. Examples: US could not prevent the war in Ukraine, neither it has been able to deter Russian policies in Georgia, Crimea. US has also been unable to deal with China in the South China Sea and is increasingly being challenged in the Pacific. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Sunya TSOO page 117. There are also signs of NATO having internal discord, as the US insistence on its mechanism and operations have been the major source of conflict between Europe and Russia. The US economy is also saying slow down while those of India, China are still growing. It is predicted that by the next few decades the Chinese economy will overtake the US economy. China and the decline of US hegemony. China is widely seen as a significant threat to US hegemony due to its economic rise, technological advancements, and expanding global influence. Firstly, China's economic power poses a challenge to US hegemony. It has experienced unprecedented growth, becoming the world's second-largest economy. China's manufacturing prowess, export-oriented industries, and large consumer market have allowed it to compete with US industries and challenge American economic dominance. Its Belt and Road Initiative, an ambitious infrastructure development project spanning multiple continents, aims to enhance connectivity and expand China's influence globally. By investing in strategic infrastructure projects, China is creating economic dependencies and potential spheres of influence that could undermine US economic and political leverage. Secondly, China's technological competitiveness is a cause for concern. The country has prioritized technological innovation and is investing heavily in areas such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and 5G technology. China's advancements in these fields have the potential to disrupt global technological leadership currently held by the United States. The development of advanced technologies has significant implications for national security, economic competitiveness, and influence in the digital realm. China's pursuit of indigenous innovation and its efforts to become a global technological leader pose a direct challenge to U.S. technological supremacy. Furthermore, China's expanding global influence and assertive foreign policy contribute to the perception of a threat to U.S. hegemony. China has been increasing its military capabilities and modernizing its armed forces, challenging U.S. military dominance in the Asia-Pacific region. The count's assertiveness in territorial disputes, such as those in the South China Sea, and its growing presence in strategic regions through investments and partnerships raise concerns about China's intentions and its impact on U.S.-led alliances and security arrangements. China's growing influence in international institutions and its efforts to shape global governance norms, such as through the establishment of alternative development banks, also challenge the primacy of Western-led institutions and pose a potential threat to U.S. influence. It is important to note that the perceived threat of China to U.S. hegemony is not absolute, and opinions on the extent and nature of the threat vary. Some argue that China faces its own challenges, such as domestic economic imbalances, demographic shifts, and geopolitical constraints. Nevertheless, the combination of China's economic strength, technological advancements, and expanding global influence positions it as a significant challenger to U.S. hegemony in the entire 21st century. The evolving dynamics between China and the United States will shape the future of international relations and the balance of power on the global stage. China's statistics. 900% increase in defense expenditure since 1990. OBR has helped expand its economic outreach to nearly 70 countries. Average growth rate of 8 to 10% last 30 years. Previous year's questions discussed the various constraints on American hegemony today. Which of these are likely to become more prominent in the future? 2023. Hegemony in international relations refers to the ability of an actor with overwhelming capability to shape the international system through both coercive and non-coercive means. Realists limited hegemony to economic and military dominance, for Marxists like Graham Tsai and Robert Cox have broadened the concept of hegemony by considering cultural power. Robert Gilpin and Charles Kindleberger have given hegemonic stability theory based on liberal world order. Various constraints on American hegemony. 1. Economic constraints. Debt and fiscal challenges in the United States arise from a substantial national debt, potentially constraining its capacity to finance both domestic and global objectives. For example, the recent economic crisis in U.S. in 2023 was the fiscal deadlock that led to almost government shutdown. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Growing economic competition from emerging powers like China undermines American economic dominance and its influence in global financial institutions. For instance, the adoption of China's digital yuan challenges the U.S. dollar's role. 2. Geopolitical dynamics, arc evolving as the world transitions from a unipolar to a multipolar system. The ascent of countries such as China and a resurgent Russia is undermining American global supremacy. Furthermore, U.S. allies are more assertive in safeguarding their interests and making autonomous foreign policy choices, diminishing American influence. For example, strained U.S.-European relations over Nord Stream 2 reveal European nations asserting autonomy, moving away from alignment with U.S. interests, signifying a multipolar world. 3. Military constraints. Military limitations arise from overextension, with engagements in multiple regions straining resources. Additionally, technological advancements and military technology proliferation reduce the technological gap, challenging U.S. military dominance. 4. Diplomatic challenges, which stem from disputes with important partners like European allies, affecting U.S. diplomatic clout. Additionally, skepticism and neglect of international organizations, including the United Nations, constrain America's capacity to shape global standards. 5. Domestic challenges include political polarization that obstructs foreign policy consensus and public fatigue from extended military commitments and skepticism toward the advantages of international engagement, limiting foreign policy choices. For example, public skepticism towards prolonged military engagements influenced the decision to withdraw troops from Afghanistan. 6. Global challenges. Transnational challenges like climate change and pandemics necessitate multilateral cooperation. U.S. unilateralism can hinder such collaboration and provoke international backlash, as seen in the 2017 withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. The likely factors to become more prominent in the future can be as follows. Economic competition. The sustained rise of China's economy is expected to heighten economic rivalry, potentially diminishing American economic supremacy. Multipolarity. The emergence of formidable regional powers like India and Brazil may contribute to a more balanced global power structure, reducing American dominance. Technological challenges. Advancing technology may challenge the U.S.'s ability to maintain a technological advantage in areas such as defense and cybersecurity. Climate and pandemic concerns. Global issues like climate change and pandemics may necessitate enhanced international collaboration, potentially underscoring American hesitance to engage in multilateral efforts. Public opinion and political divisions. Ongoing domestic limitations, such as political polarization and public sentiment are likely to continue shaping American foreign policy decisions. It is also evident from the clash of civilizations theory that says US-led Western modernity faces challenges, particularly from elements in the Islamic world. Alternative viewpoints, like the Asian values debate on human rights, have limited US ideological dominance. Scholarly evaluation. Joel Mearsheimer argues that China's rise as a potential hegemonic power is a natural consequence of power dynamics in international relations. They believe that China's growing economic and military capabilities will inevitably challenge US hegemony, leading to increased competition and the potential for conflict. John Eikenberry notes that the rise of China and other emerging powers is contributing to a shift towards a more multipolar international system. He argues that while the US retains significant influence, its ability to unilaterally shape global affairs is diminishing. Eikenberry advocates for the US to reinforce the liberal international order by integrating rising powers into existing institutions. The rise of China and archie future of the West, can the liberal system survive? Foreign affairs. Power transition theory. Scholars like Graham Allison draw on power transition theory, suggesting that when a rising power like China challenges the dominant power, the United States, it can lead to a period of instability and potential conflict. They highlight historical cases such as the Thucydides trap, where a rising power and an established power clash due to the fear of losing power and status. Robert Kagan, a neoconservative scholar, expresses concerns about China's rise and its potential impact on US hegemony. He argues that China's autocratic regime, economic practices, and military expansion raise questions about its intentions and the compatibility of its rise with the existing on US hegemony. He argues that China's autocratic regime, economic practices, and military expansion raise questions about its intentions and the compatibility of its rise with the existing liberal international order. Kagan advocates for a strong U.S. response to ensure the presentation of democratic values and the balance of Farst Zakaria. Zakaria discusses the relative decline of U.S. economic dominance due to globalization and the power rise of other economics, particularly China. He also highlights domestic issues such as political polarization and economic inequality as factors that weakened U.S. hegemony. The post-American world. Eric Edelman, an American diplomat, has stated that the U.S. hegemony is on a decline mainly due to the economic downturn and the failed war on terror, as well as its loss of legitimacy after its poor interventionism in the Middle East. Anti-Kleinists. Michael Beckley, a political scientist, challenges the notion of U.S. decline by examining key indicators of power, such as military capabilities and economic resilience. He argues that the United States remains the most powerful country in the world and that its relative decline has been exaggerated. Beckley suggests that the United States maintains a significant lead over other major powers in key dimensions of power. Joseph NYC, he argues that while China's rise is significant, it does not necessarily mean a direct challenge to U.S. hegemony. Nye emphasizes the importance of distinguishing between different forms of power, including military, economic, and soft power, and how they are wielded in global affairs. He suggests that the United States should focus on maintaining its competitive edge by leveraging its soft power resources. Michael Austin, in his book End of the Asian Century, he says that China or Asian nations will not prove to be challenge to U.S. hegemony, as these nations come with their own conflictual domestic situations which run counterproductive to establishing themselves above U.S. globally. He gives the example of aging population China, high debt, and opaque governance. Of non-aligned movement. Questions from 2023 mains. During the Cold War, the non-aligned movement tried to become a third force in world politics but failed because it was too large and unwieldy. 2023 discuss the relevance of the normative ethos of the non-aligned movement in magnifying India's soft power. In pursuit of her national interest. 2023. The Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, is an international organization comprising a group of states that consider themselves not formally aligned with or against any major power bloc. The movement was formed during the Cold War era when the world was largely divided into two camps led by the United States and the Soviet Union. The non-aligned movement emerged in 1961 during the Belgrade Conference, which was attended by leaders from 25 newly independent countries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. These countries sought to promote clear common interests and maintain their independence and sovereignty in the midst of the intense geopolitical rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. The NAM aimed to provide a platform for developing nations to voice their concerns, assert their autonomy, and pursue their own paths of economic and political development. The movement emphasized principles such as national self-determination, non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, peaceful coexistence, and disarmament. The movement advocates a middle course for states in the developing world between the Western and Eastern blocs during the Cold War. The phrase itself was first used to represent the doctrine by Indian diplomat V.K. Krishna Menon in 1953 at the United Nations. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Meaning of non-alignment. 1. Non-alignment means the refusal of states to take sides with one or the other of the two principal opposed groups of powers such as existed at the time of the Cold War. Non-alignment can be defined as not entering into military alliances with any country, either of the Western Bloc led by the US or the Communist Bloc led by the UPSSR. It is an assertion of independence in foreign policy. 2. Some Western scholars have persistently confused non-alignment with isolationism, non-commitment, neutrality, neutralism, and non-involvement. Non-alignment is not neutrality. Non-alignment is a political concept, whereas neutrality is a legal concept. Unlike neutrality, non-alignment is not a law written into the constitution of the state. Neutrality is a permanent feature of state policy, while non-alignment is not. Further, unlike neutrality, non-alignment is not negative but is a positive concept. It stands for an active role in world affairs, friendship, and cooperation with all countries. 3. It consists of taking an independent position based on the merits of each issue and on the requirements of national interest. Why was non-aligned movement needed? The non-aligned movement, NAM, emerged during the Cold War as a response to the intense geopolitical rivalry between the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. The NAM was formed by countries that sought to distance themselves from this ideological divide and to pursue their own paths of economic and political development without being aligned with either of the two superpowers. Promoting national sovereignty and self-determination, the non-aligned movement emphasized the principle of national sovereignty and self-determination, which were important for many newly independent countries that were emerging from colonial rule. The NAM sought to promote the interests of these countries and protect their sovereignty from external interference. Avoiding Cold War entanglements. During the Cold War, the world was largely divided into two blocs led by the United States and the Soviet Union. Many countries felt pressure to align with one of these blocs, which often led to economic, political, and military entanglements. The non-aligned movement offered an alternative approach, allowing countries to pursue their own interests without being beholden to either superpower. Advocating for developing countries, the non-aligned movement provided a platform for developing countries to voice their concerns and advocate for their interests on the global stage. Many developing countries faced significant economic, social, and political challenges, and the NAM sought to address these issues and promote greater global equity. //A. Promoting peace and stability, the non-aligned movement emphasized the importance of peaceful coexistence and conflict resolution. During the Cold War, the NAM played an important role in mediating conflicts and promoting dialogue between nations, helping to reduce tensions and promote global stability. Fostering South-South cooperation, the non-aligned movement sought to promote greater cooperation and solidarity among developing countries, particularly those in the global South. The NAM encouraged these countries to work together to address shared challenges such as poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment. Aims. Ending colonialism. A major goal of the non-aligned movement was to end colonialism. The conferences of the NAM continuously supported the national liberation movements, and the organizations that led those movements were given the status of full members in these conferences. This support greatly facilitated the decolonization process in Asia and Africa. Condemning racial discrimination and injustice. The NAM aimed to combat racial discrimination and injustice, particularly in South Africa and Namibia during the apartheid era. The movement lent full support to the anti-apartheid movement in these countries and celebrated their achievement of independence and majority rule. Preservation of peace and disarmament. The NAM advocated for peace, peaceful coexistence, and human brotherhood. It opposed wars of any kind and worked towards lowering Cold War tensions. The movement emphasized the importance of disarmament and called for an end to the arms race, as it believed that scarce resources should be allocated to socio-economic development instead. Promoting economic development and social justice. The NAM strives to promote economic development, eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and enhance social justice among member states. It advocates for fair trade practices, increased access to resources and technology, and the pursuit of sustainable development. Fostering solidarity and cooperation among member states. The NAM encourages solidarity, unity, and cooperation among its member states. It aims to build strong partnerships and promote mutual support among countries of the Global South, fostering a collective voice on international issues. Various phases of the NAM 1. Till 1970, most successful phase. NAM focused on fighting against racialism, imperialism, and colonialism. India played a significant role in opposing expansionism and promoting stability in newly liberated zones. NAM opposed military alliances and worked towards maintaining independence and sovereignty. 1971 to 1990. The period saw the effectiveness of détente between superpowers and the emergence of the triad of neo-colonialism. NAM focused on the new International Economic Order (NIO) and called for regulating the work of multinational corporations (MNCs), responsible environmental practices, distributive justice based on historical responsibility, and socialist ideas of equal valuation of goods. NIO agenda was not successful and nuclear disarmament efforts faced challenges. 3. Post-Cold War. End of the Cold War led to a crisis of relevance toward Egypt questioned the existence of NAMT, and there were calls in India for declaring its mission accomplished. NAM reoriented its agenda by emphasizing that although the Cold War had ended, the problems of developing countries persisted. The Havana Declaration of 2006 aimed to strengthen the United Nations, reinforce multilateralism, address globalization challenges, and respect cult happy face for city. NAM also advocated for the objective and non-selective implementation of human rights. Achievements. Advocacy for economic equality. The NAM called for the establishment of a new International Economic Order (NIO) to address economic inequality and exploitation. It highlighted the economic disparities between developed and developing countries, particularly in terms of raw material production and trade imbalances. The NAM aimed to restructure the international economic and monetary systems based on equality, non-discrimination, and cooperation. Recognition of economic sovereignty. The NAM succeeded in promoting the principle of economic sovereignty over natural resources, emphasizing the rights of developing countries to control and benefit from their own resources. This achievement helped protect against exploitation and ensured that resources were used for the development of the respective nations. Influence on trade policies. The NAM legitimized the pursuit of interventionist trade policies by developing countries, allowing them to protect their domestic industries and promote economic development. The movement drew attention to the role of multinational corporations in the transfer of technology and successfully advocated for addressing the issues arising from their activities. Negotiation and compensatory finance. NAM's efforts made third world economic demands negotiable, forcing developed countries to come to negotiating table. The movement successfully pursued the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to establish a system of compensatory finance, providing assistance to developing countries in overcoming balance of payments difficulties. Cultural achievement. The establishment of the pool of news agencies is considered an achievement in the cultural field. It enabled politically and economically weaker nations to gather and communicate information. PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Without relying solely on the Western communication system, allowing for a more independent flow of information. Empowerment for independent economic development. The NAM's most significant achievement lies in teaching the developing world how to pursue independent economic development within the world capitalist economic order. Despite their dependence on developed states for capital and technology, the NAM empowered developing countries to assert their economic independence and pursue their own paths of development. Relevance of NAM. Some scholars argue that the non-aligned movement, NAM, was a product of the Cold War and bipolarism, and with the end of the Cold War and disintegration of the Soviet Union, the NAM has lost its relevance. Others believe that the NAM's work program, including gaining independence for colonies, dismantling apartheid, and reducing nuclear arms, has been accomplished, and question the importance of non-alignment in a world where alliances are disintegrating. However, it is important to note that the relevance of the NAM goes beyond the context of the Cold War or bipolarity. The policy originated based on the central basis of decolonization, and the aversion to Cold War bipolarity only influenced the future course of the movement. The world's configuration is no longer clearly defined, with different opinions on whether it is unipolar, led by the US, or multipolar, involving the EU, Japan, Russia, and China. Some refer to it as unicum multipolar. The US and the G7 powers have the ability to work together and manage the rest of the world, creating a new northern concert of powers. In this global scenario, non-alignment faces challenges as there is less room for maneuvering and an intermediary role. However, there is still a need for non-alignment as developing countries in South need to assert their independence and collaborate to avoid being overwhelmed by the North. The developing countries face uncertainties, complexity, and increased vulnerability in a multipolar world with limited opportunities to exploit differences among major economic powers. Developing countries are pressured to comply with the demands of the developed world regarding market opening, intellectual property rights, and environmental issues, even though protectionism is rising in developed countries. Restrictions on technology transfer to developing countries are increasing, depriving them of technological progress and impeding their industrial development. The world remains divided into nuclear haves and have-nots, with pressure on developing countries to refrain from acquiring nuclear weapons while the nuclear powers retain their arsenals. Multilateralism under the United Nations is being undermined, with economic issues transferred to institutions like the International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs controlled by developed countries. Discriminatory regimes for preventing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction limit the technological and industrial development of developing countries. The disintegration of nation-states poses a threat to third world countries, and some alliances encourage vociferous tendencies in politically and economically unstable countries. Unilateral and bilateral coercive measures in trade, such as cross-retaliation and the application of U.S. trade acts, continue despite international agreements. The newly formed world trading system exemplified by the GATT Treaty may not serve the interests of developing countries as new issues unrelated to trade, such as labor standards and environmental concerns, are introduced. Reinventing NAM. In order to stay relevant in the changing global political order, the non-aligned movement, NAM, needs to undergo a process of reinvention. Here are some key points that could be considered for the reinvention of NAM. Shifting global economic order. NAM should acknowledge the shift in global economic power from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indo-Pacific region. It should actively engage with rising powers like China and India to leverage their strength and amplify the voices of the developing world. Shunya IAS. Post-colonial view. NAM should prioritize the safeguarding of autonomy for post-colonial societies. It should work towards protecting the interests and independence of countries that have emerged from colonial rule. Addressing global threats. NAM needs to incorporate global challenges such as terrorism, pandemics, climate change, and other transnational issues into its agenda. These issues require coordinated efforts and should be addressed collectively by NAM member nations. Pursuing a world vision. NAM should promote the idea of a global village and emphasize the interdependence among all nations, including bridging the gap between the North and the South. This vision should aim for greater cooperation, understanding, and shared responsibility. Co-opting regional organizations, NAM should view regional organizations not as a threat but as partners that can be co-opted into the NAM framework. These organizations should coordinate and reconcile their often conflicting aims to achieve common goals within the NAM framework. Safeguarding member nations, NAM should work towards protecting its member nations from the negative impacts of neoliberal globalization. It should adopt a critical approach considering the potential drawbacks and ensuring its member nations are not adversely affected by unfair economic practices. Fight against protectionism and nuclear disarmament. NAM should take a stand against rising protectionism, anti-immigration sentiments, and advocate for nuclear disarmament. These issues are crucial for promoting peace, stability, and inclusive global development. NEW Charter. Some scholars like Vijay Prashad suggest that NAM should develop a new charter similar to the New International Economic Order (NIO), which would provide a fresh framework for addressing contemporary challenges and advancing the interests of member nations. During the Cold War, the non-aligned movement tried to become a third force in world politics but failed because it was too large and unwieldy. Discuss. 2023. Non-aligned movement NAM is forum of 120 developing nations formed after World War II when world was divided in two warring camps. NAM nations are not formally aligned with or against any major power bloc and tried to become a third force during Cold War. As stated by former PM P.J. Nehru at First NAM Conference in 1961, the power of the nations assembled here is not military power or economic power, nevertheless it is power. Call it moral force. NAM emerged as Southern vision of world order and as a third front in which the developing world would offer an independent center of gravity. For that first decade, agenda of NAMs focused on decolonization, moderating Cold War tensions, promoting nuclear disarmament, and pursuing greater equity in North-South relations. Non-aligned movement failed to become a third force in world politics due to following reasons. 1. Vastly different ideologies. Guy Arnold, specialist in North-South relations and scholar in international affairs, has observed that NAM consists of many governments with vastly different ideologies. It sought to emerge as a third force in world politics with an objective to maintain world peace and security, but it failed to be a major force. 2. Challenges in achieving unity. NAM aspired to present a united front of non-aligned countries. However, disparities in political beliefs, economic structures, and national priorities frequently resulted in disagreements, hindering the formation of a coherent and unified platform. For example, during the 1979 Iran-Iraq War, NAM struggled for unity as some member nations supported Iraq, while others backed Iran, showcasing internal divisions. 3. Unorganized organization. NAM continued to deal with the Cold War world politics in an unorganized manner as a group of ideologically, economically, and politically incompatible states having different orientations between communist and capitalist ideologies. 4. Sheer size. Another reason for the failure of NAM during the Cold was large or considerable number of members in the movement during the Cold War. PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. For example, membership of NAM grew continuously from 1961 onwards. It began as an Afro-Asian organization and later was joined by the Latin American countries as well. 5. Minimal influence on global affairs. NAM played a role in advocating for decolonization and promoting the rights of developing nations. It struggled to exert significant influence on major global issues. The superpowers continued to dominate international politics and decision-making. 6. Lack of coordination. According to Sally Morfitt, UK diplomat and worked on global issues for UK's Foreign and Commonwealth Office, there was no state among NAM countries that could organize communication and coordination between political units to reach a common strategy within which the members of the non-aligned movement work. 7. Absence of conflict resolution mechanisms. The lack of a mechanism for settling and containing conflicts between member states was a major weakness of NAM. For example, India-Pakistan conflicts in 1965 and 1971 war demonstrated NAM's inability to. For example, India-Pakistan conflicts in 1965 and 1971 war demonstrated NAM's inability to mediate effectively. 8. Lack of continuity in theory and practice. NAM's unity hinged on non-alignment but had weaknesses as states. Like India signed a military pact with the USSR while Pakistan and Iraq joined NAM despite their CENTO affiliations. However, though some failure of NAM to emerge as a third force has been discussed, but much of it is the Western discourse. Many other scholars have also pointed out successes of the NAM during Cold War, like NAM's advocacy for economic equality between developed and developing countries, recognition of economic sovereignty, etc. Thus, the NAM members, despite their ideological, political, economic, social, and cultural diversity, have accepted its founding principles and primary objectives, showing their readiness to realize them. As stated by T. P. Srinivasan, Indian diplomat, NAM stood for freedom of judgment and action. Therefore, NAM remains valid as a force whether there is one bloc or two. Non-aligned movement and India, etc. are covered in Part B. Nuclear threat topic covered in Part B along with India and nuclear weapons. Evolution of the international. Unit 8. Economic system. From Bretton Woods to WTO. Socialist economies and the CMEA Council for Mutual Economic Assistance. Third World demand for new international economic order, globalization of the world economy. Previous year's questions. Sketch the journey of global political economy from Washington Consensus to the present, 150 words, 2013. Explain the concept of the North-South divide and suggest how structural inequalities between high wage, high investment industrial North and low wage, low investment predominantly rural South can be reduced. 2016. The IMF, World Bank, G7, GATT and Otlier structures are designed to serve the interests of TNCs, banks and investment firms in a new imperial age. Substantiate with examples of governance of the New World Order. 2016. How are the rising powers challenging the USA and Western dominance in the IMF and the World Bank? 2019. Critically evaluate the role of the United States of America in the World Trade Organization (WTO) dispute settlement mechanism and its implications for the future of the WTO. 2020. Explain the significance and the importance of the demand raised by developing countries for a new international economic order (NIO). Are they likely to achieve higher objectives of NIO in the foreseeable future? 2020. Identify and evaluate the reasons for deadlock in the WTO negotiations on fisheries between developing and developed countries. 2022. Why is compromise reached at WTO regarding the COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing not a trade-related intellectual property rights TRIPS waiver? 2023. CIJVA. In action, economic issues have always been at the center of ideological and political debate. The core battleground was the contest between two economic models, capitalism and socialism. Economic system before the Bretton Woods system. Before the establishment of the Bretton Woods system, the prevailing economic system was characterized by mercantilism. Mercantilism was an economic theory and practice that focused on accumulating wealth through trade, particularly through the export of goods and the accumulation of precious metals. Mercantilism emphasized protectionist policies where countries imposed trade barriers such as tariffs, quotas, and subsidies to protect domestic industries and maintain a favorable balance of trade. The primary objective was to generate a trade surplus and accumulate wealth for the nation. However, this approach had several drawbacks. While it aimed to maximize a country's economic gains, it did not necessarily lead to overall profitability. It often created trade imbalances and hindered international cooperation. Mercantilism's emphasis on protectionism and self-interest among nations often resulted in conflicts and tensions. Trade wars could arise when countries implemented retaliatory measures against each other's protectionist policies. In some cases, these trade disputes escalated into actual military conflicts as nations sought to secure resources and markets. Prominent economists like Adam Smith were critical of mercantilism and advocated for free trade and market-oriented policies. The Bretton Woods system, established in 1944, aimed to promote economic stability. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Bretton Woods system. The Bretton Woods system refers to a monetary system established after World War II at the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference held in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, USA in 1944. The conference aimed to design a framework for international economic cooperation and financial stability. Under the Bretton Woods system, the participating countries agreed to peg their currencies to the United States dollar, which was in turn pegged to gold at a fixed exchange rate. This system provided stability and predictability in international currency exchange rates, facilitating trade and economic growth. The two main institutions created at Bretton Woods were the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, now part of the World Bank Group. The IMF was established to provide financial assistance and promote global monetary cooperation, while the IBRD focused on financing post-war reconstruction and development projects. Post-war need for Bretton Woods institutions. Post-war reconstruction. The conference took place in 1944 during the final years of World War II when the global economy was in disarray. The participating countries recognized the need for a coordinated international effort to rebuild war-torn nations, promote economic stability, and foster global prosperity. Preventing economic instability. The Great Depression of the 1930s highlighted the negative consequences of unregulated and unstable international financial systems. The Bretton Woods system aimed to create a stable and predictable framework for international trade and finance, reducing the likelihood of currency crises, competitive devaluations, and other disruptive economic events. Facilitating international trade. The system aimed to promote international trade by establishing fixed exchange rates between currencies. This stability in exchange rates provided confidence to businesses and facilitated the smooth flow of goods and services across borders. Fostering cooperation and development. The Bretton Woods institutions, such as the IMF and the IBRD, were created to foster international economic cooperation and provide financial assistance for countries facing balance of payments difficulties or seeking to finance development projects. These institutions aim to promote global economic growth and reduce poverty through coordinated efforts, managing exchange rate stability by pegging currencies to the US dollar, which was in turn linked to gold. The system provided a relatively stable exchange rate regime. This stability helped countries manage their trade and monetary policies, promoting economic growth and reducing uncertainty in international transactions. International Monetary Fund. The primary goals of the IMF was defined as promoting global monetary cooperation, facilitating the expansion and balanced growth of international trade, promoting exchange rate stability, and providing financial assistance to member countries facing balance of payments difficulties. In the 1980s and 1990s, the IMF played a significant role in addressing debt crises in developing countries. It provided financial assistance to countries in exchange for the implementation of structural adjustment programs which involved economic reforms aimed at stabilizing the economy, promoting growth, and addressing underlying structural issues. Since the late 1990s, the IMF's role has evolved to encompass a broader range of issues. It expanded its focus to include financial sector stability, poverty reduction, and social safety nets. The IMF also increased its emphasis on capacity development and technical assistance to help member countries strengthen their economic institutions and policy frameworks. Structure. Membership. The IMF consists of 190 member countries, each of which has a quota that determines its financial contribution and voting power within the organization. The member countries are represented by their governments or central banks. Respective Board of Governors. The Board of Governors is the highest decision-making body of the IMF and comprises one governor and one alternate governor from each member country. They meet once a year to discuss major policy issues and approve decisions concerning the IMF's operations. Executive Board. The Executive Board is responsible for day-to-day operations and policy-making. It consists of 24 executive directors who represent the member countries or groups of countries. The 5 largest economies, the United States, Japan, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, have their own appointed directors, while the other member countries are grouped into constituencies and elect or appoint their directors. Managing Director. The Managing Director is the Chief Executive Officer of the IMF and is appointed by the Executive Board. The Managing Director leads the IMF staff and is responsible for implementing policies and managing the organization's resources. Voting structure. The voting power at the IMF is distributed among member countries based on their quotas, following a weighted voting system. A member country's voting power is calculated as a combination of 2 components. Basic votes. Each member country is initially allocated 250 basic votes, regardless of its quota size. These basic votes provide each member with a minimum level of influence in decision-making. Quota-related votes. In addition to basic votes, each member country is allocated quota-related votes. The number of quota-related votes is directly proportional to a member's quota. The larger the quota, the more quota-related votes a member country possesses. Quota-related votes account for entire majority of the voting power in entire IMF. Major decisions within the IMF require a qualified majority, known as an 85% majority. This means that any decision must receive support from members representing at least 85% of the total voting power. In practice, the largest economies hold significant voting power within entire IMF due to their large quotas. The United States, as the largest shareholder, has the most significant voting share, followed by other major economies like Japan, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. Together, these 5 countries hold special status as they each have their own appointed executive director on the IMF's executive board. IMF conditionalities. IMF conditionalities refer to the policy, conditions, and reforms that the International Monetary Fund, IMF, requires countries to implement in exchange for financial assistance or loans. When a country faces a balance of payments problems or financial crises and seeks IMF support, the IMF typically sets conditions that the country must meet to address its economic vulnerabilities and restore stability. Macroeconomic policies. The IMF often requires countries to adopt specific macroeconomic policies as part of their loan programs. These policies typically include measures to stabilize the economy, such as fiscal consolidation, monetary tightening, and exchange rate adjustments. Structural reforms. The IMF often emphasizes the need for structural reforms to address underlying economic weaknesses and promote sustainable growth. These reforms may involve measures like improving governance and transparency, liberalizing trade and investment, and etc. Social safety nets and poverty reduction. Recognizing the potential social costs of economic adjustments, the IMF increasingly includes social safety net measures as part of its conditionalities. Policy monitoring and reporting. The IMF closely monitors the implementation of the agreed-upon policies and reforms during the program period. Regular reviews and assessments are conducted to evaluate progress and determine if the country is meeting the conditions set by the IMF. Non-compliance will, the agreed-upon conditions may result in the suspension or cancellation of further disbursements. Need for reforms. 1. Voting power and representation. One key area of reform is to revise the IMF's voting structure to better reflect the economic realities and relative importance of member countries. This would involve increasing the voice and representation of emerging and developing economies, which have seen significant growth and influence in the global economy. The aim is to make the decision-making process more inclusive and representative. Currently, nations cannot contribute to IMF as much as they want to. This is seen primarily due to the fact that PSIR optional paper 2-part Shunya IAS happy face 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 2. 2. Quota formula and updating. There is a call to review and update the quota formula used to determine member countries' voting shares. The formula should better reflect the changing economic dynamics, including factors such as GDP, trade openness, and financial flows. This would help ensure a fair and equitable distribution of voting power among member countries. Example, the United States has the largest individual voting share among all IMF member countries at around 16%. This gives the United States significant influence over IMF decisions, as any major decision requires a qualified majority, typically set at 85% of the total voting power. 3. Governance and leadership. Reforms related to the governance structure and leadership of the IMF have also been suggested. This includes increasing the representation of developing and emerging economies in the executive board and the selection process for the managing director to enhance diversity and inclusivity in decision-making. Fact: there has not been a non-European and non-US managing director of the International Monetary Fund, IMF. All previous managing directors have either been from Europe or the United States. 4. Conditionality and policy flexibility. Some recommend revisiting the IMF's conditionality framework to allow for more flexibility and customization. The aim is to ensure that policy recommendations and conditions are better tailored to each country's specific circumstances, taking into account their social, economic, and political context. Example, during the Greek debt crisis, the IMF, along with other international lenders, imposed strict austerity measures as a condition for financial assistance. These policies worsened the economic recession in Greece, led to a decline in living standards, increased unemployment and poverty rates, and undermined social welfare programs. How are rising powers challenging USA and Western dominance in IMF and World Bank? 2019. The rising powers, including countries like China, India, and Brazil, are actively challenging the long-standing dominance of the United States and Western countries in the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank. One of the main areas of contention is the issue of fitting power and representation. These rising powers argue that the current governance structure disproportionately favors Western countries and does not reflect the changing global economic landscape. They advocate for reforms that would rebalance voting shares and provide them with a greater voice in decision-making processes within these institutions. According to economist Barry Eichengreen, the increasing influence of the rising powers can be seen in the establishment of alternative financial institutions. For instance, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIB, and the New Development Bank, NDB, offer alternative sources of financing and development assistance to emerging economies, providing them with greater autonomy and choice outside the traditional Western-dominated institutions. In terms of currency internationalization, the rising powers are challenging the supremacy of the US dollar and the euro. Economist Ishwar Prasad points out that China, in particular, is striving to internationalize the Chinese yuan, seeking to reduce its dependence on the US dollar and establish the yuan as a global reserve currency. This would undermine the dominance of Western currencies and increase the influence of the rising powers in the global financial system. Additionally, the rising powers are increasingly engaging in bilateral and regional initiatives, providing financial assistance and investment to other countries. Economist Arvind Subramanian emphasizes China's Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) as a prime example. The BRI aims to boost infrastructure development and connectivity across regions, challenging Western-led development projects and promoting an alternative vision of economic cooperation. From the perspective of economists, there are differing opinions on the rising powers' challenge to Western dominance in these institutions. Some argue that the reforms proposed by the rising powers are justified and necessary to ensure greater inclusivity and representation in global economic governance. They view the shift in power as a positive development that can lead to more balanced decision-making and better alignment with the interests of developing countries. However, others express concerns about the rising powers' growing influence. They highlight potential risks associated with alternative financial institutions such as transparency, governance, and debt sustainability. There are also concerns that the rising powers may prioritize their own interests over broader global goals or use their influence to promote their own policy agendas. Sunya. In conclusion, the rising powers in challenging the dominance of the United States and Western countries in the IMF and the World Bank through various means. These challenges include demands for voting power and representation, the establishment of alternative financial institutions, efforts to internationalize their currencies, engagement in regional initiatives, and calls for reforms and alternative policy approaches. Economists have different views on the implications of these challenges, reflecting a broader debate on the future of global economic governance and the balance of power in the international financial system. World Bank. The World Bank is an international financial institution that provides financial and technical assistance to developing countries for development projects and programs. Its primary goal is to reduce poverty and support sustainable economic growth in member countries. The World Bank was established in 1944 during the Bretton Woods Conference in New Hampshire, United States. Its original purpose was to finance the reconstruction and development of war-torn Europe after World War II. Initially, it was known as International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD. Board of Governors. The highest decision-making body of ILI World Bank is the Board of Governors, consisting of representatives from each of the 189 member countries. The Board of Governors meets annually to discuss and decide on key policies, strategies, and overall directions of the World Bank. Board of Executive Directors. The Board of Executive Directors is responsible for the day-to-day operations of The World Bank. It is composed of 25 executive directors representing different groups of member countries or constituencies. The executive directors, appointed by their respective constituencies, oversee the bank's activities, including approving loans, grants, and policies. President. The president of the World Bank is the chief executive officer and is appointed by the board of executive directors. The president provides leadership and guidance to the World Bank Group, represents the institution at high-level events, and plays a crucial role in shaping the bank's overall direction and strategy. Its 5 institutions share a commitment to reducing poverty, increasing shared prosperity, and promoting sustainable development. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD. The IBRD is the primary lending institution of the World Bank Group. It provides loans, credits, and grants to middle-income and credit-worthy low-income countries to support development projects and programs. The IBRD focuses on financing projects in sectors such as infrastructure, agriculture, education, health, and governance. International Development Association, IDA. The IDA is the concessional arm of the World Bank Group. It provides grants and low-interest loans to the world's poorest countries. The IDA focuses on supporting countries facing significant development challenges with a particular emphasis on poverty reduction, basic service delivery, and social safety nets. International Finance Corporation, IFC. The IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. It provides investment, advisory services, and access to capital markets to promote private sector development in developing countries. The IFC works with private sector companies to finance projects that create jobs, spur economic growth, and contribute to sustainable development. Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA. The MIGA offers political risk insurance and credit enhancement to investors and lenders in developing countries. It helps attract foreign direct investment by mitigating risks associated with political instability, breach of contract, expropriation, and other non-commercial risks. Independent Evaluation Group, IEG. The IEG is an independent unit within the World Bank Group that assesses the bank's activities and provides evaluation reports to enhance transparency, accountability, and learning within the institution. Need for reforms. Adaptation to changing global realities. The global economic landscape has evolved significantly since the establishment of the World Bank. The rise of new economic powers, changing demographics, and emerging development challenges require the institution to adapt its strategies, policies, and governance. PSIR optional paper 2-part. Sunya's happy face, 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 happy face. Ensuring voice and representation. There is a need to enhance the voice and representation of developing countries within the World Bank. Historically, the decision-making power in the institution has been dominated by advanced economies. Reforms are needed to give a greater voice to developing countries, enabling them to participate more actively in shaping the policies and priorities of the institution. Addressing inequalities and promoting inclusivity, reforms are necessary to ensure that the benefits of development assistance and financing reach the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. This involves focusing on poverty reduction, social inclusion, gender equality, and environmental sustainability, as well as tailoring programs to address specific needs and challenges faced by different regions and countries. Enhancing transparency and accountability, reforms are aimed at improving the transparency and accountability of the World Bank's operations. This includes strengthening mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation, enhancing disclosure of information, promoting independent evaluation of projects and programs, and ensuring that affected communities have avenues for raising concerns and providing feedback. Promoting sustainable development. There is a growing recognition of the need to integrate sustainability considerations into development initiatives. Reforms within the World Bank focus on promoting sustainable development practices, including climate change mitigation and adaptation, environmental protection, and the promotion of renewable energy and green technologies. Strengthening partnerships and coordination. The World Bank is increasingly working in collaboration with other development partners, including regional development banks, civil society organizations, and private sector entities. Reforms aim to enhance the coordination, harmonization, and effectiveness of partnerships to leverage resources and expertise for greater impact. Scholarly evaluation. Shashi Tharoor, in his book New World Disorder, says the dominance of a handful of Western countries in global financial institutions is anomalous in a world where the economic dynamism has shifted irresistibly from west to east. Andrew Haywood, the disproportionate influence that the USA exerts over the World Bank and the IMF demonstrates the extent to which economic globalization was structured in line with U.S. priorities laid out to the Washington Consensus. Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate in economics, has been critical of the policies and practices of the IMF and the World Bank. He argues that the institution's focus on neoliberal economic policies, such as market liberalization and privatization, has often led to negative social and economic consequences, particularly in developing countries. Stiglitz advocates for a more inclusive and participatory approach to development that takes into account local contexts and promotes social justice. Ha-Joon Chang, an economist and author, has criticized the IMF and the World Bank for imposing one-size-fits-all policies on developing countries without considering their specific economic and social conditions. He argues that these institutions prioritize the interests of advanced economies over the needs of developing countries, leading to a lack of policy flexibility and harmful impacts on local industries and workers. Washington Consensus. The Washington Consensus refers to a set of economic policy prescriptions that were promoted by prominent economists and international financial institutions in the 1980s and 1990s. These policy recommendations were primarily aimed at developing countries, particularly those facing economic crises or seeking financial assistance from institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank. Here are the key elements of the Washington Consensus. Macroeconomic stability. The Washington Consensus emphasized the importance of achieving and maintaining macroeconomic stability, including low inflation, fiscal discipline, and stable exchange rates. This often involved implementing austerity measures such as reducing government spending and controlling budget deficits. Market-oriented reforms. The Washington Consensus advocated for market-oriented policies such as trade liberalization, deregulation, and privatization. It called for reducing barriers to international trade and encouraging foreign direct investment to promote economic growth and integration into the global economy. The consensus also stressed the importance of removing state interventions and allowing market forces to determine resource allocation. Shunya IAS. In conclusion, the rising powers are challenging the dominance of the United States and Western countries in the IMF and the World Bank through various means. These challenges include demands for voting power and representation, the establishment of alternative financial institutions, efforts to internationalize their currencies, engagement in regional initiatives, and calls for reforms and alternative policy approaches. Economists have different views on the implications of these challenges, reflecting a broader debate on the future of global economic governance and the balance of power in the international financial system. World Bank. The World Bank is an international financial institution that provides financial and technical assistance to developing countries for development projects and programs. Its primary goal is to reduce poverty and support sustainable economic growth in member countries. The World Bank was established in 1944 during the Bretton Woods Conference in New Hampshire, United States. Its original purpose was to finance the reconstruction and development of wartime Europe after World War II. Initially, it was known as International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD. Board of Governors. The highest decision-making body of the World Bank is the Board of Governors, consisting of representatives from each of the 189 member countries. The Board of Governors meets annually to discuss and decide on key policies, strategies, and overall directions of the World Bank. Board of Executive Directors. The Board of Executive Directors is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the World Bank. It is composed of 25 executive directors representing different groups of member countries or constituencies. The executive directors, appointed by their respective constituencies, oversee the bank's activities, including approving loans, grants, and policies. President. The president of the World Bank is the chief executive officer and is appointed by the Board of Executive Directors. The president provides leadership and guidance to the World Bank Group, represents the institution at high-level events, and plays a crucial role in shaping the bank's overall direction and strategy. Its 5 institutions share a commitment to reducing poverty, increasing shared prosperity, and promoting sustainable development. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD. The IBRD is the primary lending institution of the World Bank Group. It provides loans, credits, and grants to middle-income and creditworthy low-income countries to support development projects and programs. The IBRD focuses on financing projects in sectors such as infrastructure, agriculture, education, health, and governance. International Development Association, IDA. The IDA is the concessional arm of the World Bank Group. It provides grants and low-interest loans to the world's poorest countries. The IDA focuses on supporting countries facing significant development challenges with a particular emphasis on poverty reduction, basic service delivery, and social safety nets. International Finance Corporation, IFC. The IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. It provides investment, advisory services, and access to capital markets to promote private sector development in developing countries. The IFC works with private sector companies to finance projects that create jobs, spur economic growth, and contribute to sustainable development. Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA. The MIGA offers political risk insurance and credit enhancement to investors and lenders in developing countries. It helps attract foreign direct investment by mitigating risks associated with political instability, breach of contract, expropriation, and other non-commercial risks. Independent Evaluation Group, IEG. The IEG is an independent unit within the World Bank Group that assesses the bank's activities and provides evaluation reports to enhance transparency, accountability, and learning within the institution. Need for reforms. Adaptation to changing global realities. The global economic landscape has evolved significantly since the establishment of the World Bank. The rise of new economic powers, changing demographics, and emerging development challenges require the institution to adapt its strategies, policies, and governance structures to PSIR optional paper 2-part Shunya IAS happy face happy face happy face happy face happy face carrot. Ensuring voice and representation. There's a need to enhance the voice and representation of developing countries within the World Bank. Historically, the decision-making power in the institution has been dominated by advanced economies. Reforms are needed to give a greater voice to developing countries, enabling them to participate more actively in shaping the policies and priorities of the institution. Addressing inequalities and promoting inclusivity, reforms are necessary to ensure that the benefits of development assistance and financing reach the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. This involves focusing on poverty reduction, social inclusion, gender equality, and environmental sustainability, as well as tailoring programs to address specific needs and challenges faced by different regions and countries. Enhancing transparency and accountability, reforms are aimed at improving the transparency and accountability of the World Bank's operations. This includes strengthening mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation, enhancing disclosure of information, promoting independent evaluation of projects and programs, and ensuring that affected communities have avenues for raising concerns and providing feedback. Promoting sustainable development, there is a growing recognition of the need to integrate sustainability considerations into development initiatives. Reforms within the World Bank focus on promoting sustainable development practices, including climate change mitigation and adaptation, environmental protection, and the promotion of renewable energy and green technologies. Strengthening partnerships and coordination, the World Bank is increasingly working in collaboration with other development partners, including regional development banks, civil society organizations, and private sector entities. Reforms aim to enhance the coordination, harmonization, and effectiveness of partnerships to leverage resources and expertise for greater impact. Scholarly evaluation. Shashi Tharoor, in his book New World Disorder, says the dominance of a handful of Western countries in global financial institutions is anomalous in a world where the economic dynamism has shifted irresistibly from West to ESL. Andrew Haywood, the disproportionate influence that the USA exerts over the World Bank and the IMF demonstrates the extent to which economic globalization was structured in line with U.S. priorities laid out to the Washington Consensus. Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate in economics, has been critical of the policies and practices of the IMF and the World Bank. He argues that the institution's focus on neoliberal economic policies, such as market liberalization and privatization, has often led to negative social and economic consequences, particularly in developing countries. Stiglitz advocates for a more inclusive and participatory approach to development that takes into account local contexts and promotes social justice. Ha-Joon Chang, an economist and author, has criticized the IMF and the World Bank for imposing one-size-fits-all policies on developing countries without considering their specific economic and social conditions. He argues that these institutions prioritize the interests of advanced economies over the needs of developing countries, leading to a lack of policy flexibility and harmful impacts on local industries and workers. Washington Consensus. The Washington Consensus refers to a set of economic policy prescriptions that were promoted by prominent economists and international financial institutions in the 1980s and 1990s. These policy recommendations were primarily aimed at developing countries, particularly those facing economic crises or seeking financial assistance from institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank. Here are the key elements of the Washington Consensus. Macroeconomic stability. The Washington Consensus emphasized the importance of achieving and maintaining macroeconomic stability, including low inflation, fiscal discipline, and stable exchange rates. This often involved implementing austerity measures such as reducing government spending and controlling budget deficits. Market-oriented reforms. The Washington Consensus advocated for market-oriented policies such as trade liberalization, deregulation, and privatization. It called for reducing barriers to international trade and encouraging foreign direct investment to promote economic growth and integration into the global economy. The consensus also stressed the importance of removing state interventions and allowing market forces to determine resource allocation. Sunya's fiscal discipline. The Washington Consensus highlighted the need for fiscal discipline and reducing budget deficits. This often involved cutting public spending, including subsidies and social welfare programs, and increasing tax revenues to restore fiscal balance. Privatization. The Washington Consensus advocated for the privatization of state-owned enterprises and the opening up of industries to private investment. The idea was to increase efficiency, competition, and productivity by transferring economic activities from the public to the private sector. Financial sector liberalization. The Washington Consensus called for liberalizing and deregulating financial markets to attract foreign investment, promote capital flows, and increase access to credit. TINs involved measures such as removing restrictions on interest rates, allowing foreign banks to operate, and promoting financial market development. Criticism of the Washington Consensus has emerged over time. Some argue that the one-size-fits-all approach of the consensus disregarded diverse needs and contexts of different countries, leading to negative social and economic outcomes in some cases. Critics argue that the emphasis on liberalization and deregulation contributed to financial instability, income inequality, and the erosion of social safety nets. Additionally, it has been argued that the consensus prioritized economic efficiency over social development and ignored issues of poverty, inequality, and environmental sustainability. World Trade Organization (WTO). GATT. The World Trade Organization was formed in 1995 as a replacement for GATT, established in 1947. However, GATT only emerged as the basis of the post-war international trading order as a result of the failure to establish the International Trade Organization (TTO). The IDO had been proposed in 1945 by the UN Economic and Social Council and would have constituted a fully fledged international organization comparable to the IMF and the World Bank, with powers mode in line with those of the later WTO. GATT was essentially a pact among its members to apply the global principles of non-discrimination and reciprocity to trade-related issues. The necessity that each nation grant the most favorable nation status to all trading partners ensured this. Therefore, no trading partner could receive preferential treatment over another. Despite this, there were a few ways in which the GATT trade regime was constrained. GATT initially just existed as a set of standards and guidelines, and it wasn't until the GATT Council was established in 1960 that it began to resemble an institutional structure. Its focus, moreover, was restricted to the reduction of tariff barriers against imported manufactured goods. Not only did this mean that agriculture and the growing Sindhi sector of the economy were largely off the agenda as far as GATT was concerned, but it also meant that GATT had a limited capacity to check the growth of non-tariff barriers. Nevertheless, the Uruguay Round, which ended in 1993 with the proposal to establish the WTO, made the general limitations of GATT more and more obvious. In many aspects, the creation of the WTO was a reaction to the shifting demands of the global trade system in the 1980s, which were associated with the broader success of neoliberalism and the quickening of globalization. The broader responsibilities of the WTO were achieved through incorporation not merely of a renegotiated GATT, sometimes called GATT 1994 as opposed to the original GATT 1947, and its framework of agreements concerning manufactured goods, but also agreements on the trade in services (GTS) and on the protection of intellectual property (TRIPS). Background and evolution. GATT operated as a forum for negotiating trade agreements and resolving trade disputes. It focused primarily on the reduction of tariffs on industrial goods, but its scope expanded over the years to include discussions on agriculture, services, and intellectual property rights. Over time, several rounds of negotiations were conducted under the auspices of GATT, resulting in the progressive liberalization of global trade. Notable rounds include the Kennedy Round in the 1960s, the Tokyo Round in the 1970s, and the Uruguay Round in the 1980s and 1990s. PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part, a Shunya IAS. The Uruguay Round, launched in 1986, was the most significant and ambitious round of negotiations conducted under GATT. It addressed a wide range of trade-related issues, including agriculture, services, intellectual property, and trade in goods. The Uruguay Round also led to the creation of the World Trade Organization, WTO, as the successor to GATT. The decision to establish the WTO was made during the final stages of the Uruguay Round negotiations. The intent was to create a more comprehensive and institutionalized framework for governing international trade. The WTO was officially established on January 1, 1995 and absorbed GATT as its underlying agreement, making it the main international organization responsible for regulating global trade. The WTO expanded upon the scope and functions of GATT, incorporating new areas such as trade in services, intellectual property rights, and dispute settlement procedures. It also provided a stronger legal framework for the enforcement of trade rules and the resolution of trade disputes among its member countries. Structure and composition. Ministerial Conference. The highest decision-making body of the WTO is the Ministerial Conference, which is composed of representatives from all WTO member countries. It meets at least once every 2 years to discuss and make decisions on various trade-related issues. The Ministerial Conference provides strategic guidance and sets the overall direction for the organization. General Council. The General Council acts as the main governing body of the WTO between ministerial conferences. It is composed of representatives from all member countries and meets regularly to oversee the functioning of the organization. The General Council is responsible for making decisions on operational matters, coordinating the work of specialized committees and councils, and supervising the dispute settlement process. Specialized committees and councils. The WTO has various specialized committees and councils that focus on specific areas of trade and policy. These include the Council for Trade in Goods, the Council for Trade in Services, and the Council for Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, TRIPS. These bodies monitor and facilitate the implementation of trade agreements, provide a platform for negotiation and discussion, and address specific issues related to their respective areas. Dispute Settlement Body. The Dispute Settlement Body, DSB, is responsible for resolving trade disputes among WTO member countries. WTO member countries. It operates based on the Dispute Settlement Understanding, DSU, which provides a clear and structured process for resolving disputes. The DSB consists of all WTO member countries and establishes panels and the appellate body to examine and adjudicate trade disputes. Secretariat. The WTO Secretariat provides administrative and technical support to the organization. It is headed by the Director General, who is appointed by the Ministerial Conference. The Secretariat conducts research, provides legal and technical advice, assists in the negotiation process, and helps facilitate the work of various WTO bodies. Important milestones. Establishment of the WTO. 1995. The WTO was officially established on January 1, 1995, replacing the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade GATT as the main international organization responsible for regulating global trade. Uruguay Round and the agreement establishing the WTO. 1994. The Uruguay Round of trade negotiations, which began in 1986, concluded with the signing of the Marrakesh Agreement in April 1994. This agreement established the WTO and expanded the scope of trade rules to cover new areas such as agriculture, services, and intellectual property. Expansion of membership. The WTO has seen a significant expansion of its membership since its establishment. When the WTO was formed, it had 123 member countries. Today, it has 164 member countries, making it one of the largest international organizations. Doha Development Agenda, 2001. The Doha Development Agenda, DDA, was launched in 2001 with the aim of addressing the issues of developing countries and promoting their integration into the global trading system. The DDA negotiations have faced challenges and delays, but they continue to be an important part of the WTO's agenda. Shunya IAS. Dispute Settlement Mechanism. The WTO's dispute settlement mechanism is an essential component of its functioning. The establishment of the appellate body, which senses as the highest appellate instance in resolving trade disputes, has been a significant milestone in ensuring the effective enforcement of trade rules. Trade Facilitation Agreement, 2013. The Trade Facilitation Agreement, TFA, was concluded at the WTO's 9th Ministerial Conference held in Bali, Indonesia, in 2013. The TFA aims to simplify and streamline customs procedures and border controls, making trade more efficient and predictable. Nairobi Package, 2015. The 10th Ministerial Conference of the WTO, held in Nairobi, Kenya, in 2015, resulted in the adoption of the Nairobi Package. This package included agreements on agricultural export subsidies, duty-free and quota-free market access for least developed countries, and other issues. Ministerial Conferences. WTO holds ministerial conferences every 2 years to make key decisions and provide strategic guidance. These conferences serve as important milestones for setting the direction of the organization and addressing pressing trade issues. Peace Clause. The Peace Clause, officially known as the Understanding on the Interpretation of Article ZIV of TLI General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade 1994, is an agreement within TLI World Trade Organization, WTO, that provides temporary protection to developing countries against legal challenges regarding certain agricultural subsidies. It was established as part of the Uruguay round negotiations and is intended to provide a temporary respite from litigation while negotiations on agricultural subsidies take place. Under the WTO's Agreement on Agriculture, AOA, there are limits on TLI types and levels of domestic agricultural subsidies that countries can provide, as they can distort trade and undermine fair competition. However, recognizing the developmental needs of developing countries and their reliance on agricultural subsidies for food security and rural development, the Peace Clause was introduced. The Peace Clause essentially prohibits WTO members from initiating dispute settlement proceedings against developing countries for breaching their subsidy commitments under the AOA. It provides a temporary peaceful period during which developing countries can continue their existing agricultural subsidy programs without fear of facing trade disputes or retaliatory measures. The purpose of the Peace Clause is to create a conducive environment for negotiations on agricultural subsidies, allowing developing countries to maintain their support programs while discussions on long-term solutions take place. Agreement on Agriculture. It is a trade agreement negotiated under the World Trade Organization, WTO. It aims to liberalize and regulate international agricultural trade. It establishes rules and disciplines for agricultural subsidies, market access, and domestic support measures. The AOA addresses the concerns of both developed and developing countries regarding the impact of agricultural trade on their economies. Market access. The AOA's market access provisions focus on reducing trade barriers, such as tariffs and import quotas, to facilitate greater access to agricultural markets. WTO members commit to tariff reduction and the conversion of non-tariff barriers into tariffs through a process known as tariffication. This helps create a more open and predictable trading environment for agricultural products. Domestic support. The AOA aims to regulate domestic support measures provided to the agricultural sector by WTO member countries. These measures can distort production and trade, affecting global market dynamics. The AOA categorizes domestic support into different boxes. Green Box. The Green Box contains support measures that have minimal trade distorting effects and are deemed acceptable under WTO rules. Examples include government spending on agricultural research and development, infrastructure development, and environmental protection. Green Box measures are not subject to reduction commitments. Amber Box. The Amber Box includes domestic support measures that are considered trade distorting. These measures are subject to reduction commitments, as they have the potential to negatively impact agricultural trade. Examples of Amber Box measures include price supports, subsidies tied to production levels, and input subsidies. Reduction commitments aim to progressively reduce the trade distorting effects of these measures. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya. Blue Box. The Blue Box includes domestic support measures that are considered less trade distorting than those in the Amber Box. These measures are subject to certain conditions and are allowed to a greater extent. The Blue Box allows direct payments to farmers based on production limiting programs, such as production quotas or specific acreage set-asides. Export subsidies. The AOA seeks to reduce and ultimately eliminate export subsidies, as they can distort International trade by artificially lowering the prices of exported agricultural products. WTO members commit to reducing the use of export subsidies over time and work towards their complete elimination. Issues with the Doha Round, developed v. Developing nations. Divergent priorities. The Doha Round involves negotiations among a diverse group of WTO member countries with differing priorities and interests. Bridging the gaps between developed and developing countries on key issues, such as agricultural subsidies, market access, and services trade has proven challenging. Countries have been unable to find common ground and reach consensus on various contentious issues. Agricultural subsidies. Agricultural subsidies, particularly those provided by developed countries, have been a major sticking point in the negotiations. Developing countries have called for substantial reductions in developed countries' agricultural subsidies, which they argue distort global markets and disadvantage their own farmers. However, developed countries have been reluctant to make significant concessions on this issue. Market access. Negotiations on market access for agricultural and non-agricultural goods have also faced difficulties. Developing countries have sought improved market access for their products in developed countries, but developed countries have been resistant to significantly reducing trade barriers, citing concerns. Protecting domestic industries and sectors. About special and differential treatment. Developing countries have emphasized the need for special and differential treatment, which allows them flexibility and exemptions from certain obligations to accommodate their development needs. Developed countries have been cautious about granting extensive special treatment, as it may lead to asymmetrical obligations and perceived unfair advantages for certain countries. Others. Trade-related intellectual property rights. Trade-related intellectual property rights, the TRIPS agreement, which deals with intellectual property rights, has been a point of contention. Developing countries have raised concerns about the potential negative impact of strong intellectual property protection on their access to affordable medicines, technology transfer, and capacity building. Developed countries, which are often home to major innovators and have strong intellectual property industries, emphasize the importance of protecting intellectual property rights. Trade and environment. There are differing perspectives between developed and developing countries on the relationship between trade and environmental concerns. Developed countries often seek stricter environmental standards and regulations in trade agreements, while developing countries may argue that such measures can be barriers to their exports or impose disproportionate burdens on their economies. TRIPS and TRIPS, trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. The TRIPS agreement is an international agreement that sets minimum standards for intellectual property, IP, protection and enforcement. It aims to ensure that intellectual property rights are protected and enforced in a manner that contributes to innovation, technological transfer, and the dissemination of knowledge while striking a balance between the interests of rights holders and the public. TRIPS covers a wide range of intellectual property rights, including patents, copyrights, trademarks, industria, designs, and trade secrets. It establishes standards for the protection and enforcement of these rights, such as granting exclusive rights to creators and inventors for a limited period, providing procedures for the acquisition and maintenance of these rights, and setting out remedies and enforcement mechanisms in case of infringement. The agreement requires WTO member countries to provide adequate and effective protection of intellectual property rights within their territories. However, it also recognizes the need for members to incorporate flexibilities and exceptions to accommodate public health concerns, access to medicines, and other public policy objectives. Shunya's TRIPS trade-related investment measures. The TRIPS agreement addresses certain investment measures that may affect trade in goods and services. It aims to ensure that trade-distorting investment measures are eliminated or brought into conformity with WTO rules. TRIPS primarily targets investment measures that are trade-distorting or discriminatory. It prohibits WTO members from imposing certain types of measures that aren't considered trade-distorting, such as local content requirements, trade balancing requirements, and export performance requirements. These measures often favor domestic industries or restrict imports in ways that distort international trade. The agreement requires WTO members to eliminate or modify existing TRIPS that are inconsistent with its provisions. It also prohibits the introduction of new TRIPS that are inconsistent with WTO rules. However, it does allow for certain transitional periods during which members may maintain specific measures that are considered trade distorting but were in place at the time the agreement came into effect. Current issues at the WTO. 1. Appellate body crisis. The WTO's appellate body, which acts as the highest court for resolving trade disputes, has been facing a crisis. The United States blocked the appointment of new appellate body members, leading to a shortage of judges and rendering the body unable to function properly. This has raised concerns about the effective resolution of trade disputes and the functioning of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. The U.S. Trade Representative criticized the WTO for losing its focus on negotiations and becoming a litigation-centered organization. 2. Multilateral negotiations stagnation. The Doha Development Round of negotiations, which began in 2001 with the aim of addressing trade barriers and promoting development, has stalled. Despite efforts to revive the negotiations, member countries have struggled to find common ground on various issues, including agricultural subsidies, market access, and services trade. This has led to a lack of progress in multilateral trade liberalization. 3. Rising protectionism. The WTO faces the challenge of rising protectionism and trade tensions among its member countries. Bilateral trade disputes, imposition of unilateral trade measures, and an increase in trade restrictive measures pose risks to the multilateral trading system. The WTO's role in fostering open and rules-based trade is being tested in this environment. 4. Digital trade and e-commerce. The rapid growth of digital trade and e-commerce has presented new challenges for the WTO. Issues such as data localization, digital syndies, intellectual property rights, and cross-border data flows require new rules and agreements to address the evolving nature of global trade in the digital era. And trade and sustainable development. The WTO faces the task of balancing trade liberalization with sustainable development objectives. Ensuring that trade policies and agreements consider environmental, social, and economic sustainability concerns remains a challenge. Discussions on issues such as climate change, environmental standards, and labor rights are ongoing within the WTO. 10 and the developing world. Market access. The WTO has promoted market access for developing countries by reducing tariffs and eliminating trade barriers. This has provided developing countries with opportunities to expand their exports and participate in global trade. Special and differential treatment. The WTO recognizes the need to address the specific challenges faced by developing countries. It provides special and differential treatment, allowing developing countries more time to implement certain agreements and flexibility in their trade policies. Dispute settlement. The WTO's dispute settlement system has provided developing countries with a mechanism to resolve trade disputes with other countries. This has helped level the playing field and protect the interests of developing countries against unfair trade practices. Technical assistance and capacity building. The WTO provides technical assistance and capacity building programs to help developing countries build their trade-related infrastructure, enhance their participation in PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. Challenges for agriculture. Developing countries, especially those dependent on agriculture, have faced challenges in WTO negotiations, particularly in relation to subsidies provided by developed countries. The issue of agricultural subsidies has often been a point of contention, as subsidies in developed countries can distort global agricultural markets and hinder the competitiveness of developing country farmers. Access to medicines. The WTO's trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights (TRIPS) agreement has raised concerns regarding access to affordable medicines for developing countries. The TRIPS agreement establishes minimum standards for intellectual property protection, including pharmaceutical patents, which can restrict the production and affordability of essential medicines in developing countries. Development Agenda. The Doha Development Agenda, launched in 2001, aimed to address the development concerns of developing countries and ensure that the global trading system becomes more inclusive and supportive of their needs. However, progress on the Doha round has been slow, leading to frustration among many developing countries. Why is compromise reached at WTO regarding COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing not a trade-related intellectual property rights (TRIPS) waiver? 2023. Pandemic has shown that countries, especially those from Asian continent and across the global south, can powerfully unite in common cause for the betterment of humanity. India and South Africa have courageously led a group of over 100 nations demanding the rights to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines and treatments at the World Trade Organization (WTO). The European Union (EU) has been the world's biggest roadblock. The Quad, South Africa, and EU reached a compromise agreement. Hence, rather than a TRIPS waiver, it is more sort of Quad compromise agreement. Compromise reached at WTO regarding COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing not a trade-related intellectual property rights (TRIPS) waiver. TRIPS waiver versus compromise agreement. The TRIPS waiver initially aimed to suspend IP provisions on COVID-19 vaccines, allowing manufacturing in developing countries. The compromise promotes voluntary licensing and technology transfer instead. 2. Voluntary licensing and technology transfer. The compromise emphasizes voluntary licensing and technology transfer for vaccine production, promoting cooperation between manufacturers in developed and developing nations. It maintains IP protection while fostering broader vaccine access. 3. Encouragement. The compromise encourages vaccine manufacturers to engage in voluntary licensing agreements with manufacturers in developing countries. It also promotes technology transfer to facilitate local production. Unlike a TRIPS waiver, the compromise does not suspend or alter IP protection. Companies still retain their patents but are encouraged to cooperate in expanding vaccine access. 4. Support from vaccine manufacturers. Several pharmaceutical companies have expressed willingness to cooperate under the compromise agreement by providing licenses and transferring technology. They maintain their IP rights while participating in expanded vaccine production. But the compromise agreement encourages collaboration between vaccine developers and manufacturers, ensuring quality control and regulatory compliance. 5. Broader international support. The compromise garnered broader international support compared to the TRIPS waiver proposal. It involves negotiations among various stakeholders, including countries, vaccine manufacturers, and organizations like the WHO. It strikes a balance between protecting IP rights and addressing the urgent need for increased vaccine production, garnering a more diverse group of supporters. 6. focus on supply chain and distribution. In addition to addressing IP issues, the compromise emphasizes supporting the entire vaccine supply chain, including raw materials, equipment, and distribution networks. Additionally, it encourages investment in infrastructure and healthcare systems to ensure equitable access to vaccines. 7. Time-limited agreement. The compromise is framed as a time-limited agreement. Time-limited agreement. The compromise is framed as a time-limited agreement, allowing for periodic reassessment and adjustments based on evolving circumstances. Ongoing negotiations. Negotiations at the WTO regarding COVID-19 vaccine access are ongoing, and the compromise is one of the outcomes of these negotiations. The TRIPS waiver proposal remains part of the discussions. Shunya. But the barriers that remain are still enormous, and if the objective is to increase and diversify vaccine manufacturing, the EU has failed to deliver. Most fundamentally, EU-LCD compromise still denies developing countries and manufacturers essential information necessary to make COVID-19 vaccines. This includes manufacturing know-how, equipment, ingredients, and other information locked up as trade secrets, other forms of intellectual property, and other fortresses of commercial confidentiality. Thus, the compromise reached at WTO regarding COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing is not a TRIPS waiver but a diplomatic compromise, as well as an agreement for a necessary public good. D. Why do ethnic conflicts and insurgencies continue to remain major impediments to regional cooperation in South Asia? As South Asia is a multi-ethnic, multilingual, and multi-religious region, ethnicity plays a major role in shaping the conflict spectrum in South Asia. Ethnic conflicts and insurgencies have impacted almost every member state, which renders regional cooperation difficult. 1. Colonia, past. The traumatic partition of British India in 1947, which created India and Pakistan, laid the foundation for ethnic tensions and conflicts. The violent separation left deep scars and unresolved disputes. 2. Post-colonial past. Ethnic conflicts and insurgencies persist in South Asia, partly rooted in its post-colonial history. Gunnar Myrdal's concept of a soft state highlights governance challenges, hindering regional cooperation due to fragile institutions and governance. 3. Colonial legacy. Ethnic conflicts and insurgencies endure in South Asia due, in part, to the enduring colonial legacy of British divide and rule policies. These divisive strategies sowed seeds of discord, making regional cooperation challenging. 4. Ethnic conflicts. According to Ashgar Ali Engineer, South Asian societies suffer from ethnicity as the most pervasive off-political fault lines/ethnic conflicts affect the development, security, progress, and social fabric in the region. Hostile nations use proxies for insurgency and cross-border terrorism, exploiting ethnic divisions in South Asia. This weakens regional progress and peaceful development efforts. 5. Incredibly diverse region. South Asia is incredibly diverse, with numerous ethnic, linguistic, and religious groups. TIN's diversity, while culturally rich, can also lead to tensions and conflicts when these identities are politicized. 6. The intrastate ethnic conflict. It has potential to provoke people across boundaries, as seen with the Tamils of Sri Lanka and the Kashmiris and Nagas of India. These conflicts affect diplomatic, economic, and political relations between countries. Moreover, the SAARC Charter doesn't allow bilateral conflicts to be discussed on its platform. Over the years, the organization has become a scapegoat of conflicts in the region, particularly the Indo-Pak rivalry. 7. Persistent ethnic conflicts. Insurgencies in South Asia are exacerbated by unequal state development. The underdevelopment of regions like the Northeast creates disparities, fueling grievances and hampering regional cooperation. Third-party support, notably from China and Myanmar in Northeast India and Pakistan and Kashmir, exacerbates ethnic conflicts. These interventions are driven by geopolitical interests and hinder regional cooperation. However, according to Sundeep Walskar, South Asia Drama, Travails of Misgovernance, ethnicity in and of itself is not responsible for the rise of conflicts, but its politicization by elites. Resolving these issues demands a multifaceted approach, including conflict resolution, economic development, political will, and trust building between nations. Establishing lasting peace is a complex, ongoing process. The impasses in the WTO as a sign of deglobalization. Impasses in the WTO and the rise of deglobalization have raised concerns about the future of global trade and the role of the WTO as a flag-bearer institution for globalization. Several factors contribute to these challenges. PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part, Shunya IAS. Institutional issues. The appellate body, which is responsible for settling disputes, has effectively been paralyzed since December 2019 due to the USA's refusal to appoint new members. This impasse has undermined the effectiveness of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. Trade wars and protectionism. The trade war between the United States and China, along with other protectionist measures such as visa restrictions, indicates a shift towards deglobalization. These actions undermine the principles of free trade and hinder global economic integration. disdain for multilateralism and incompatible systems, the USA's skepticism towards multilateralism, and China's state-led economic model, which deviates from the liberal nature of the global trading system, have weakened the foundations of the WTO. These conflicting approaches challenge the process of globalization. If the impasses in the WTO persist, it risks becoming incapable of effectively mediating international trade disputes and building multilateral trust. This can further drive economies to seek individual leverage and solutions, leading to a path of deglobalization. To address these challenges and revitalize the WTO, several steps can be taken. Promoting trade liberalization. The WTO should initiate new trade liberalization initiatives, including negotiations mandated by previous agreements. This will help countries align with international norms and alleviate apprehensions. Expanding the WTO agenda, including new issues like investment, competition policy, and trade-related environment and labor issues can broaden the scope of the WTO. Accommodating countries' concerns about these issues will encourage their participation and reinforce the role of the WTO. Ensuring complementarity. Regional trade agreements should be complementary to multilateral trade reforms and align with WTO rules. Ensuring coherence and avoiding contradictory measures will strengthen the global trade framework. Augmenting institutional reforms. Crucial institutional reforms, such as restoring the dispute settlement mechanism and addressing deadlocks in appointments, are necessary to restore the WTO's functionality and mitigate deglobalization tendencies. By undertaking these measures, the WTO can regain its effectiveness, promote global trade, and counter the challenges posed by deglobalization. It is crucial for countries to work together to strengthen the institution and uphold the principles of open and inclusive global trade. Conclusion on WTO. WTO needs to build trust among its members that the UN needs greater engagement by all countries to stitch fair rules in the larger interest of all nations and thwart unfair trade practices of a few. In future, WTO members will have to strike a balance between moving forward with negotiations on 21st century issues and keeping sight of the unresolved, old trade issues, such as agriculture and development. Council for Mutual Economic Assistance. The Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, CMEA, also known as Comecon, was an economic organization that existed from 1949 to 1991. It was established by the Soviet Union and included several Eastern European socialist countries as its members. The primary objective of the CMEA was to promote economic cooperation and coordination among its member countries. Key points. Establishment and membership. The CMEA was formed on January 25, 1949, with the signing of the Agreement on Economic and Scientific Technical Cooperation among the member countries. The founding members included the Soviet Union, Albania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. East Germany joined later in economic integration. The CMEA aimed to achieve economic integration among its member countries through 1950. Various mechanisms. It established a system of centralized planning, coordination of production, and trade among member states. The organization sought to achieve balanced economic development and specialization based on comparative advantages. Sunya's division of labor. The CMEA encouraged the division of labor among its member countries, with each country specializing in specific industries and products. This specialization was intended to foster economic cooperation and reduce duplication of production efforts. Trade and payments. The CMEA facilitated trade among its member countries through bilateral agreements, setting quotas and prices for goods and cindies. It used a non-convertible currency, known as the transferable ruble, for trade settlements within the organization. This system aimed to promote trade and remove barriers to economic cooperation among member states. Scientific and technical cooperation. The CMEA emphasized scientific and technical cooperation among member countries. It promoted the exchange of technological expertise, joint research projects, and the sharing of scientific knowledge and innovations aid and assistance. The CMEA provided economic aid and assistance to member countries, particularly to support industrial development and infrastructure projects. The Soviet Union played a significant role in providing financial and technical assistance to other member states. Decline. The CMEA faced challenges in its functioning and effectiveness over time. With the political changes in Eastern Europe and the collapse of the Soviet Union in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the organization lost its relevance. The CMEA formally dissolved in 1991, marking the end of its existence. The Council for Mutual Economic Assistance played a significant role in shaping economic cooperation among socialist countries during the Cold War period. However, its effectiveness was often questioned, and the organization faced difficulties in adapting to changing economic and political circumstances. Third World demand for new international economic order, NIEO. The Bretton Woods system in its original form effectively came to an end in 1971 when the USA abandoned the system of fixed exchange rates. Even though their role and future policy focus were initially unclear, the institutions created as part of the Bretton Woods Agreement survived the switch from fixed to floating exchange rates. In this framework, regular meetings between the presidents and finance ministers of the major industrialist nations to address monetary issues and oilier subjects pertaining to the global economy began to take place. GIA. This eventually resulted in the Group of Seven, or G7, being established in 1975. The GATT's gains in lowering trade barriers was significantly eroded and, in some cases, reversed during the 1970s economic slump, with industrialist nations particularly pushing up so-called non-tariff obstacles. Due to the dissatisfaction this caused among developing nations and the recession, support for the new International Economic Order, NIEO, has grown. The premise for NIEO. The demand for a new International Economic Order, NIEO, is crucial for establishing a fair partnership between wealthy and poor nations. It is widely recognized as the most significant issue in present-day international relations. After the Second World War, the decolonization movement led to the emergence of numerous independent states in Asia and Africa. These states were driven by a strong desire for development and active participation in global affairs. Despite their efforts to secure their rightful rights and roles in international relations, their people's extreme poverty, limited resources, and underdevelopment posed challenges. As a result, they had to rely on developed and affluent countries, particularly for their economic needs, which led to their subjugation unthin the international system dominated by powerful states. Although the rich nations introduced various measures such as foreign aid, multinational corporations, IMF, SDR, etc., ostensibly aimed at assisting poorer countries, in reality, they served as instruments for maintaining neocolonial control over their former colonies. The new states became dependent on the wealthy nations even for meeting their basic requirements, and this dependency was exploited to influence their economies and policies. The international economic system has been and continues to be exploited by the rich states for their own benefit, resulting in a significant gap between the rich and the poor. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Need for MEO. Equity. NIEO aims to establish a more equitable partnership between rich and poor nations. It seeks to rectify the historical imbalances caused by colonization and exploitation, ensuring fair treatment and opportunities for all countries. Poverty reduction. NIEO focuses on alleviating poverty in developing nations. By providing access to resources, technology, and economic opportunities, it aims to uplift the living standards of disadvantaged populations and bridge the socioeconomic gap. Self-determination. NIEO promotes the sovereignty and self-determination of nations. It emphasizes the right of countries to determine their economic policies and pursue development strategies that suit their specific needs and aspirations. Sustainable development. NIEO emphasizes sustainable development practices that consider environmental, social, and economic aspects. It aims to ensure that economic growth is pursued in a manner that preserves the environment, promotes social well-being, and safeguards future generations. Global economic stability. NIEO seeks to establish a more stable and balanced global economic system. By addressing issues such as trade imbalances, debt burdens, and unfair market access, it aims to create a more predictable and harmonious international economic environment. Empowerment of developing nations. NIEO aims to empower developing nations to participate actively and meaningfully in global economic decision-making. It advocates for reforms in international institutions to give developing countries a greater voice and representation. Progress towards MEO United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD was established in 1964 with the goal of promoting the development of developing countries and addressing the structural imbalances in the global economy. It has played a significant role in advocating for the interests of developing nations and supporting policies aimed at reducing inequality and promoting sustainable development. Group of 77, G77 formed in 1964. The G77 is a coalition of developing countries that has advocated for the rights and interests of the Global South in international, economic negotiations. The group has pushed for reforms in the international economic system to create a more equitable and balanced order. Non-aligned movement, NAM. The NAM, consisting of over 120 developing countries, has been instrumental in advocating for the NIEO. Through their collective voice, NAM member states have called for fairer trade practices, debt relief, technology transfer, and increased development assistance to address the economic disparities between developed and developing nations. United Nations General Assembly resolutions. The UN General Assembly has adopted several resolutions supporting the NIEO and calling for reforms in the global economic system. These resolutions emphasize the need for a more just and equitable international economic order and provide a platform for developing countries to voice their consents. South-South cooperation. Developing countries have increasingly engaged in South-South cooperation, which involves collaboration and exchange of resources, knowledge, and technical expertise among developing nations. This form of cooperation aims to strengthen the capacity of developing countries and reduce their dependence on developed nations. Regional integration and trade agreements. Many developing countries have pursued regional integration initiatives and trade agreements to enhance their bargaining power in global trade negotiations. These agreements aim to promote intra-regional trade, foster economic cooperation, and increase the participation of developing countries in global value chains. Evaluation. Dependency theory scholars influenced by dependency theory, such as André Gunder Frank and Fernando Cardoso, have supported the NIEO. They argue that the global economic system perpetuates the dependency of developing countries on developed nations. They advocate for a restructuring of international trade, finance, and investment to promote the self-reliant development of developing countries. Shunya. Modernization theory scholars. Some scholars influenced by modernization theory have been critical of the NIEO. They argue that the focus on redistributive measures and protectionism may linker economic growth and development in developing countries. They emphasize the importance of free markets, liberalization, and technological progress as drivers of economic development. Marxist scholars have had diverse views on the NIEO. While some support it as a means to address global inequality and exploitation, others argue that it does not go far enough in challenging the fundamental structures of capitalism. They highlight the need for more radical transformations to achieve a truly equitable and just global economic order. Institutional and neoliberal scholars influenced by institutional economics and neoliberalism tend to be critical of the NIEO. They argue that protectionist measures and state intervention advocated by the NIEO may hinder market efficiency and economic growth. They emphasize the role of free trade, liberalization, and market-oriented policies in promoting development. India and the global economy. According to AMB Jayant Dasgupta, India's economic profile may be increasing with growth, investment, and structural reforms. Arvind Vermani states that India is fifth largest economy of the world, indicating that its influence on the world economy is indeed growing. Geopolitically, India is actively engaged internationally, but it has limited focus on geo-economic matters. Its primary attention is on issues related to the World Bank, IMF, WTO, and foreign investment. India has the potential to contribute substantially to various global economic issues, such as reshaping global financial regulations, designing frameworks for trade and services and the digital economy, and establishing transparent cross-border standards. Globalization of the world economy covered Unit 4. Shunya. PSIR optional paper 2-part Shunya. United Nations envisaged role and actual. Unit 9. Record specialized on agencies' aims and functioning, the need for reforms. Previous year's questions. Do you agree that the UN has failed to contain transnational terrorism? Elaborate your answer with examples. 2014. Argue a case for UN reform in the changing global milieu. 2014. How far are the world governance mechanisms dominated by the IMF and World Bank legitimate and relevant? What measures do you suggest to improve their effectiveness in global governance? 2015. Has the reform of the economic and social arrangements of the United Nations been effective? 2015. Do you endorse that the United Nations needs major changes in its structures and functioning? Suggest the changes for efficiency improvements. 2016. Do you agree with the view that despite the limitations in the functioning of the UN, it has distinguished and unique achievements to its credit? 2017. Discuss the relevance of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on the security of women in conflict zones. 2018. In what way does the predominance of the USA in the UN funding affect the decision-making? 2019. Do you think sustainable development goals will be attainable by 2030? 2019. Evaluate the role of the International Court of Justice in interstate disputes. 2019. Discuss the significance and the urgency of the UN Security Council reforms. Explain the relevance of the reform proposals made by the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres for developing countries. 2020. What measures have been undertaken by the United Nations for its reforms? 150 words. 2021. Discuss the importance of India's role in UN peacekeeping operations as a ground for its claim to a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. 2023. Standard introductions. According to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the UN is the most important political innovation of the 20th century and the best bargain on this planet. The United Nations has often been described as the world's most important international organization with a membership of 193 countries and a broad mandate to promote peace, human rights, and sustainable development. The United Nations was established in 1945 with the goal of promoting international cooperation and maintaining peace and security around the world. Since its inception, the UN has played a central role in global governance, with a range of specialized agencies and programs addressing issues such as poverty, human rights, and environmental sustainability. Background. The United Nations UN was established after World War II with the aim of promoting international cooperation, maintaining peace and security, and protecting human rights. The world had just experienced the devastation and loss of life of 2 world wars, and there was widespread recognition that a new approach to international relations was needed in order to prevent such conflicts from happening again. The idea of creating an international organization to promote peace and cooperation had been discussed for decades. prior to the establishment of the UN. However, it was the horrors of World War II that finally galvanized the international community into action. In 1941, representatives from 26 countries signed the Atlantic Charter, which set out a vision for a post-war world based on 4 key principles: self-determination, economic cooperation, collective security, and the promotion of human rights. Shunya IAS. Following the end of the war, representatives from 50 countries met in San Francisco in April 1945 to draft the UN Charter, which established the new organization. The UN was founded on the principle that all member states should work together to prevent conflict, promote cooperation, and uphold the rule of law. Today, the UN remains a key player in global affairs, working to address a wide range of issues from peace and security to climate change and sustainable development. United Nations as a form of liberal institutionalism. The United Nations (UN) can be seen as a manifestation of liberal institutionalism in international relations. Liberal institutionalism emphasizes the importance of international institutions and norms in promoting cooperation and peaceful conflict resolution among states. The UN was created with similar goals in mind and is designed to provide a forum for member states to address global problems and promote international cooperation. The UN Charter lays out a number of key principles and norms that reflect the tenets of liberal institutionalism. For example, the Charter emphasizes the importance of respect for human rights and the rule of law, and it establishes mechanisms for the peaceful resolution of disputes between states. The UN also encompasses a range of specialized agencies and bodies that are designed to address specific issues such as health, education, and economic development. These bodies reflect the belief in the importance of functional cooperation and the pooling of resources to address common challenges, which is a key aspect of liberal institutionalism. The idea of the UN has been based on the idea of rationalism emphasizes the preference for negotiation and diplomacy over war as a means of resolving conflicts. The United Nations was established to provide a platform for dialogue and peaceful resolution of disputes among nations. The concept of optimistic progress envisions the creation of a harmonious and prosperous world through international cooperation. The United Nations aims to promote global development, human rights, and social progress to improve the well-being of all people. Kant's pamphlet Perpetual Peace proposed the formation of a Pacific Union, advocating for the establishment of international institutions to prevent war and promote lasting peace. This idea influenced the vision of the United Nations as a collective security and peacekeeping organization. Woodrow Wilson's 14-point speech in 1914 laid out a vision for a new world order based on principles such as self-determination, disarmament, and collective security. This speech served as a catalyst for discussions and negotiations that eventually led to the formation of the League of Nations, a precursor to the United Nations. VW3V. Structure and organs. The General Assembly. The General Assembly is the main deliberative body of the UN and is composed of all 193 member states, with each member state having 1 vote. The General Assembly meets once a year in a regular session and may also hold special sessions as needed. The Security Council. It has primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. It is composed of 15 member states with 5 permanent members: China, France, Russia, United Kingdom, and United States, and 10 non-permanent members elected for 2-year terms. The International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice is the principal judicial body of the UN and settles legal disputes between states and gives advisory opinions on legal questions referred to it by authorized UN organs and specialized agencies. Economic and Social Council is responsible for promoting international economic and social cooperation and development. It is composed of 54 member states elected for 3-year terms. The Secretariat is responsible for carrying out the day-to-day work of UN and is headed by the Secretary General, appointed by the General Assembly on recommendation of Security Council. Specialized agencies. The UN has several specialized agencies, such as the World Health Organization (WHO), the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization (UNESCO), and the International Labour Organization (ILO), among others. These agencies work on specific issues such as health, education. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS. How the United Nations works. Security Council. This is in charge of maintaining global peace and security and oversees the UN's functions as an observer, mediator, peacekeeper, and eventually an enforcer of peace. In order to maintain or re-establish peace and security, the Council has the authority to adopt binding resolutions, suspend or expel members, impose economic sanctions, and use military force. The Security Council consists of 15 people. The Big Five, or P5, countries: the United States, Russia, China, the United Kingdom, and France have permanent veto powers that allow them to veto actions taken by other Council members. The General Assembly elects the other 10 non-permanent members for terms of 2 years that are consistent with an established, albeit unsatisfactory, regional balance. General Assembly. This is the UN's main legislative body, also known as the Parliament of Nations. All UN members participate in the Assembly and each member has 1 vote. The Assembly has the authority to discuss and decide on any issue covered by the Charter, and it is specifically tasked with reviewing and approving the UN budget, calculating member contributions, and electing the UNSC and the judges of the International Court of Justice along with the Security Council. Important Assembly decisions must be approved. Important Assembly decisions must be approved by a 2/3 majority. although it is important to note that these decisions are suggestions rather than binding international law. Assembly does not have legislative authority and does not control or monitor the Secretariat or the Security Council. The Secretariat. This provides support to the other major UN bodies and manages their established projects and policies. Although its primary operations are housed in the UN's New York headquarters, it maintains offices all around the world and a staff of roughly 40,000 people. The Secretary General, who serves as both the UN's main executive and public relations representative, is at its helm. The Secretary General, who is appointed by the Assembly on TLI Security Council's recommendation for a 5-year term that is renewable, manages a complex bureaucracy with employees from a variety of nations and cultures while attempting to uphold the UN's independence, frequently amid rivalry among the P5 states. C&INT. Economic and Social Council. This consists of 5 members elected by General Assembly. Its main responsibility is to coordinate UN and UN family of organizations' economic and social activity. This entails managing operations of numerous projects, funding, and specialized organizations. These organizations include 3 sisters, the World Bank, IMF, and WTO, as well as organizations like the International Labour Organization, ILO, World Health Organization, WHO, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. The growth of the UN's economic and social institutions was essentially functionalist in nature, with new organizations being established or existing ones being developed in response to emerging economic and social issues. 1 UV. United Nations Chart. The United Nations Charter is a document that establishes the principles and structure of the United Nations, which is an international organization created to promote peace, security, and cooperation among nations. The Charter was adopted on June 26, 1945, and it consists of 111 articles. Some of the most important articles of the UN Charter include Article 1, the purposes of the United Nations, which outlines the main objectives of the organization including maintaining international peace and security, promoting human rights, and fostering economic and social development. Article 2, the principles of the United Nations, which lays out the principles that all member states shall adhere to, such as the principle of sovereignty, non-intervention in the internal affairs of other states, and peaceful settlement of disputes. Article 5, the membership of the United Nations, which outlines the criteria for membership in organization, including being a peace-loving state that accepts the obligations of the UN Charter. Article 39, the Security Council, which establishes the Security Council as the main body responsible for maintaining international peace and security and gives it the power to take action, including the use of force, to address threats to international peace and security. Article 51, the right to self-defense, which recognizes the inherent right of states to defend themselves against armed attack. Shunya IAS. Article 55, the promotion of economic and social cooperation, which calls for the UN to promote higher standards of living, full employment, and conditions of economic and social progress and development. Article 56, the duties of member states, which outlines the obligations of member states to cooperate with TLI UN in the promotion of the organization's purposes and to respect and uphold the principles of the UN Charter. The principal aims of the UN, as spelt out by its founding charter, are as follows: to safeguard peace and security in order, to save succeeding generations from scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, to uphold respect for international law, to promote social progress and better standards of life. Envisaged role. 1. Protection of world peace. The UN's primary objective is to maintain international peace and security. It does this through various mechanisms, including the Security Council, which has the power to authorize the use of force to address threats to international peace and security. The UN also engages in peacekeeping operations, which involve sending troops and other personnel to areas affected by conflict to help maintain peace and stability. In addition to addressing conflicts, the UN also works to prevent them from occurring in the first place. Does this by promoting diplomacy, mediation, and other peaceful means of resolving disputes. The UN also works to promote disarmament and prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. 2. Protection of human rights. The UN is committed to promoting and protecting human rights around the world. It does this through a range of mechanisms, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international human rights treaties. The UN also has a number of human rights bodies, such as the Human Rights Council, which monitor and address human rights abuses and violations. The UN works to promote and protect a wide range of human rights, including civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, and the rights of marginalized groups such as women, children, and persons with disabilities. It also works to combat discrimination, racism, and other forms of intolerance. 3. Social and economic development. The UN is committed to promoting social and economic development around the world. It does this through initiatives such as TLI Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which aim to eradicate poverty, promote sustainable economic growth, and address other global challenges such as climate change and inequality. UN works with governments, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to promote sustainable development. It provides technical assistance, funding, and other forms of support to help countries achieve their development goals. The UN also promotes gender equality and the empowerment of women, as well as the rights of indigenous peoples and other marginalized groups. Protection of world peace. UN's record. The United Nations has made significant efforts to maintain international peace and security since its inception in 1945. It has achieved several successes in preventing spread of nuclear weapons, facilitating diplomatic negotiations, and prodding humanitarian aid to conflict-affected areas. However, the UN has also faced significant challenges and failures in preventing and resolving ongoing conflicts, effectively deploying peacekeeping operations, and combating terrorism. Success failures. Peacekeeping operations. The UN has been involved in ongoing conflicts. UN has been unable to resolve a number of peacekeeping operations around the world. Several long-standing conflicts around the world. These operations involve sending troops such as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the other personnel to conflict zones to help maintain conflict in Afghanistan and the conflict in Syria. Peace and security. For example, the UN has been, despite diplomatic efforts and peacekeeping involved in peacekeeping operations in places such as operations, these conflicts continue to cause Cyprus, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Mali suffering and instability. Ineffectiveness of peacekeeping. While the UN's diplomacy and conflict resolution, the UN has played. Peacekeeping operations have helped to prevent or a key role in facilitating diplomatic efforts to resolve. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Conflicts. For example, the UN played a pivotal role in negotiating the peace agreement that ended the war in Bosnia in the 1990s. More recently, the UN has been involved in negotiations aimed at resolving the conflict in Syria. Preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. The UN has played a key role in preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, which was negotiated under UN auspices, has been signed by almost all countries in the world. The UN also works to promote disarmament and prevent the proliferation of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. Mediation and conflict prevention. The UN has also been involved in mediation and conflict prevention efforts. For example, the UN has facilitated talks between the government of Colombia and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, in an effort to end the country's long-standing conflict. Mitigate conflict. In some cases, they have also faced criticism for their ineffectiveness and lack of resources. Peacekeepers have been accused of sexual abuse and other misconduct, and there have been instances where peacekeeping missions have failed to prevent atrocities such as the genocide in Rwanda in 1994. Proliferation of weapons. Despite the UN's efforts to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons, several countries have developed nuclear weapons outside of NPT framework, including North Korea and Pakistan. There are also concerns about potential for other countries to develop nuclear weapons in future. Terrorism. UN has struggled to effectively address the threat of terrorism. While it has taken steps to combat terrorism, including passing several Security Council resolutions and establishing the Counter-Terrorism Committee, terrorist attacks continue to occur around the world. Protection of human rights. UN's record success. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The UN's adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 was a significant milestone in the protection and promotion of human rights. The declaration has since served as a guiding framework for human rights protection and advocacy around the world. International human rights treaties. The UN has played a key role in the development and adoption of international human rights treaties such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. These treaties have helped to establish legal frameworks for the protection and promotion of human rights. Human Rights Council. The UN's Human Rights Council was established in 2006 to promote and protect human rights around the world. The Council is responsible for addressing human rights violations and making recommendations for action to address them. Support for human rights defenders. The UN provides support for human rights defenders who are at risk of persecution or other forms of repression. This support includes providing protection, advocating on their behalf, and raising awareness of their work. For example, failures ineffective response to human rights crises. The UN has often been criticized for its ineffective response to human rights crises. For instance, in the case of the Syrian conflict, the UN Security Council was unable to take decisive action to stop the conflict, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people and widespread human rights violations. Similarly, during the genocide in Rwanda in 1994, the UN peacekeeping mission was unable to stop the killings despite receiving warnings about the impending genocide. Ongoing human rights violations. Despite the UN's efforts to promote and protect human rights violations continue to occur around the world. For example, China's treatment of Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang has been widely criticized as a human rights violation, including forced labor, arbitrary detention, and systematic persecution. Despite international condemnation, the Chinese government has continued to deny the allegations, and the UN has been criticized for its limited response. Political influence and selectivity. The UN has been criticized for being influenced by political considerations and for being selective in its approach to human rights. Some countries have accused the UN of using human rights as a tool to exert political pressure on certain countries while ignoring human rights violations in others. For instance, the UN has been criticized for its limited response to human rights violations in countries like Saudi Arabia, which is a key ally of several Western countries. Sunya's social and economic development. UN's record. The UN played a key role in ending the apartheid regime in South Africa and has been involved in peacekeeping efforts in several conflict zones, including in East Timor and Sierra Leone. Limited enforcement mechanisms. The UN's ability to enforce human rights treaties and resolutions is limited. The organization relies largely on moral and political pressure to encourage countries to respect human rights, and there are few mechanisms in place to hold countries accountable for human rights violations. For example, North Korea's government has been accused of widespread human rights violations, including forced labor, torture, and public executions, but there are few effective measures that the UN can take to hold the government accountable for these violations. Success failure. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the 2030 Agenda, adopted by the UN in 2015, outlines a set of 17 Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) aimed at eradicating poverty, promoting sustainable development, and fostering inclusive economic growth. The SDGs build on the progress made under the MDGs and reflect a broader, more integrated approach to development. The SDGs have helped to focus international attention on key social and economic development issues, and many countries have made progress towards achieving these goals. The UN Development Programme, UNDP. UNDP works to support countries in achieving sustainable development and eradicating poverty. Through its programs and initiatives, the UNDP has helped to promote inclusive economic growth, improve access to education and healthcare and support environmental sustainability. Persistent poverty. Despite the efforts of the UN, poverty remains a significant challenge in many parts of the world. According to the World Bank, as of 2019, approximately 9.2% of the world's population lived in extreme poverty, defined as living on less than SI.90 per day. Inequality. Economic inequality remains a significant challenge both within and between countries. According to Oxfam, as of 2020, the world's billionaires had more wealth than 4.6 billion people combined. Climate change. The UN has been working to promote environmental sustainability and combat climate change, but progress has been slow, and the impacts of climate change continue to be felt around the world. For example, extreme weather events, such as floods and droughts, have become more frequent and severe, and sea levels are rising. Some specialized UN agency. Yes. Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. FAO is a specialized agency of the UN. Is dedicated to eradicating hunger and malnutrition, promoting sustainable agriculture, and improving the livelihoods of rural populations. Its membership includes 194 member countries and one member organization. N. The European Union. N. International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. IAEA is a specialized agency of the UN that is responsible for promoting the peaceful use of nuclear energy, preventing nuclear proliferation, and ensuring nuclear safety and security. Its membership includes 172 countries. International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD. IFAD is a specialized agency of the UN that is dedicated to reducing rural poverty and promoting sustainable agriculture. Its membership includes 177 countries. International Labour Organization, ILO. ILO is a specialized agency of the UN that is responsible for promoting social justice and decent work around the world. Its mandate includes setting labor standards, promoting social dialogue, and providing technical assistance and support to countries facing labor and employment challenges. Its membership includes 187 countries. International Monetary Fund, IMF. IMF is an organization that works to foster international monetary cooperation, promote economic growth and stability, and reduce poverty around the world. Its membership includes 190 countries. PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part, Shunya IAS. International Organization for Migration, IOM. IOM is a UN-related organization that works to promote safe and orderly migration, provide humanitarian assistance to migrants and refugees, and combat human trafficking. Its membership includes 174 countries. International Telecommunication Union, ITU. ITU is a specialized agency of the UN that is responsible for promoting the development of telecommunications and information and communication technologies, ICTs, around the world. Its membership includes 193 countries. United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. UNESCO is a specialized agency of the UN that is responsible for promoting education, science, culture, and communication. Its mandate includes promoting universal access to education, protecting cultural heritage sites, and promoting scientific research and innovation. Its membership includes 193 countries. United Nations Industrial Development Organization UNIDO is a specialized agency of the UN that is dedicated to promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Its mandate includes providing technical assistance and support to countries facing industrial development challenges. ILS membership includes 171 countries. World Bank. The World Bank is an international financial institution that provides loans and grants to support economic development in developing countries. Its membership includes 189 countries. World Health Organization, WHO is a specialized agency of the UN that is responsible for promoting public health around the world. Its mandate includes developing health policies and guidelines, supporting research on health issues, and providing technical assistance and support to countries facing health challenges. Its membership includes 194 countries. United Nations Human Rights Council UNHRC. The Human Rights Council is an intergovernmental body within the United Nations system responsible for strengthening the promotion and protection of human rights around the globe and for addressing situations of human rights violations and making. The Human Rights Council is an intergovernmental body within the United Nations system responsible for strengthening the promotion and protection of human rights around the globe and for addressing situations of human rights violations and making recommendations on them. It has the ability to discuss all thematic human rights issues and situations that require its attention throughout the year. It meets at the UN office at Geneva. Successes. The UNHRC has been successful in bringing attention to human rights violations around the world and holding governments accountable for their actions. For example, the UNHRC played a role in investigating and documenting human rights abuses in Syria, leading to the creation of a Commission of Inquiry in 2011. The UNHRC has also been successful in promoting the rights of vulnerable populations such as women, children, and persons with disabilities. For example, the UNHRC adopted a resolution in 2018 on the rights of persons with disabilities, which called for greater inclusion and participation in all aspects of society. Controversies. The UNHRC has been criticized for being biased against Israel and ignoring human rights abuses in other countries. Some countries, including the United States, have accused the UNHRC of being politicized and anti-Israel. In 2018, the United States withdrew from the UNHRC, citing bias against Israel and failure to address human rights abuses in countries like China and Venezuela. The UNHRC has also been criticized for its membership, which includes countries with poor human rights records. Some countries with poor human rights records, such as China, Saudi Arabia, and Cuba, have been elected to the UNHRC, leading to questions about the effectiveness and credibility of the body. Issues in United Nations 1. Perspectives. Realist views, represented by Kenneth Waltz, argue that the UN is manipulated by hegemonic states and is subject to power politics. Examples include the influence of the P3 plus P2 countries and the US involvement in the Korean War. Social constructivist perspectives view international organizations like the UN as products of ideas and constructions reflecting the intersubjective consciousness of their member states. Marxist and critical schools of thought argue that the UN represents the global capitalist system. 2. Institutional issues. Outdated principles and provisions such as the recognition of monistic sovereignty and labeling Germany and Japan as enemy states. Lack of transparency in UN institutions. Insufficient funds and limited number of functionaries. Western domination in UN bureaucracy. Cumbersome process of amendment requiring a 2 to 3 RD majority, consent from DI P5 and ratification by member states. Criticisms of DI UN's large size and complex organization as described by Dag Hanemars-Jold and SK Jold. 3. Performance. Ongoing conflicts and wars, including Soviet interventions in Hungary and Czechoslovakia and U.S. interventions in Iraq and Kuwait. Reluctance of member states to commit resources, with the new U.S. administration openly criticizing the UN. Concerns raised by neo-realists about the potential instability and fate similar to the League of Nations in a multipolar world. Need for UN reforms. Expansion of the Security Council, improving the efficiency of internal working, enhancing UN peacekeeping operations, reforms to the UN General Assembly. Security Council reforms. Veto reforms. The veto power was established as part of the UN Charter RN 1945 as a way to ensure the major powers had a voice in the decision-making process of the UN. The idea was by giving the permanent members veto power, they would be more likely to support the UN's decisions and take part in its activities. How does veto work? The veto power at the United Nations Security Council UNSC allows the 5 permanent members, United States, United Kingdom, France, China, and Russia, to block any substantive resolution, regardless of the level of support from other members of the Council. This means that even if a resolution has the support of 14 out of 15 members of the Council, it can still be vetoed by any one of the permanent members. Criticism of veto powers. Lack of accountability. Since the veto power can only be exercised by the 5 permanent members of the UNSC, it gives them an unfair advantage and allows them to act with impunity. This lack of accountability can lead to abuses of power, as the permanent members can veto resolutions that are against their interests, even if they are in the interest of the international community. Inequity. The veto power is viewed as being undemocratic and unfair as it gives the 5 permanent members of the UNSC a privileged position over other member states. It is argued that the current composition of the UNSC does not reflect the current global balance of power and that it needs to be reformed to better reflect the diversity of the international community. Example, Europe is overrepresented while Africa, South America have no representation. Hinders progress. The veto power has been used on several occasions to block important resolutions aimed at resolving conflicts and promoting peace and security. This has led to frustration and a lack of progress on important global issues such as the Syrian conflict and Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Delayed action. The threat of a veto can also cause delays in decision-making as member states may be reluctant to bring formed resolutions if they know they will be vetoed. This can lead to inaction in the face of urgent issues and can undermine the effectiveness of the UNSC. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Self-interest. The veto power can be used to further the self-interest of the permanent members rather than promoting the broader interests of the international community. This can undermine the legitimacy of the UNSC and reduce the effectiveness of its decision-making processes. Reforms proposed. Expansion of the UNSC. One proposal is to expand the number of permanent and non-permanent members of the UNSC to better reflect the current global balance of power. This would make the UNSC more representative and ensure that a wider range of countries have a say in decision-making. Countries such as Brazil, Germany, India, and Japan have been lobbying for permanent membership on the UNSC, while other proposals have suggested adding more non-permanent members. Abolition of the veto power. The G4 countries have called for the abolition of the veto power held by the 5 permanent members of the UNSC. They argue that the veto power is undemocratic and has been used in the past to block important resolutions, which has hindered the effectiveness of the UNSC. Code of conduct for the use of the veto. Another proposal is to establish a code of conduct for the use of the veto power, which would prevent the permanent members from using it in certain circumstances, such as when there is a risk of mass atrocities or when there is a clear international consensus in favor of a resolution. This proposal has been supported by countries such as France and the United Kingdom. Uniting for Consensus (UPSC) proposal. This proposal advocates for an intermediate approach to UNSC reform. It suggests that instead of creating new permanent members, new semi-permanent members could be created that would be elected for longer terms than non-permanent members. These semi-permanent members would have increased privileges, including longer terms and more influence, but without the veto power. Conflicts arising. Put improper use of veto. The Syrian conflict. Since the outbreak of the Syrian conflict in 2011, Russia and China have used their veto power to block several resolutions aimed at addressing the humanitarian crisis and holding the Syrian government accountable for human rights violations. This has prevented the UNSC from taking effective action to end the conflict and has prolonged the suffering of the Syrian people. The Iraq War. In 2003, the United States and its allies invaded Iraq without the authorization of the UNSC. This was partly due to the threat of a veto by France, which opposed military intervention. The lack of a UN mandate for the invasion has been a source of controversy and has undermined the legitimacy of the action. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, UNSC, has been unable to take effective action to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict due to use of the veto power by the United States, which has consistently vetoed resolutions critical of Israel. This has prevented the UNSC from holding Israel accountable for human rights violations and has hindered efforts to find a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The Kosovo crisis. In 1999, Russia and China vetoed a resolution authorizing the use of force in Kosovo to prevent ethnic cleansing by Serbian forces. This led to NATO launching a military campaign without UN authorization, which was criticized by Russia and China and led to tensions between these countries and the Western powers. Ukraine-Russian War. 2022, Russia vetoed Security Council resolution condemning attempted annexation of Ukraine regions. Israel-Gaza conflict. 2023, from 2020 to February 2024, the U.S. cast 14 vetoes, 12 of them relating to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In April 2024, the Biden administration vetoed a resolution that would have recommended that the General Assembly hold a vote on the state of Palestine's full membership of the organization. G4 nations. The G4 nations, which include Brazil, Germany, India, and Japan, are a group of countries that support each other's bids for permanent scats on the United Nations Security Council, UNSC. They seek to expand the UNSC to better represent the current global balance of power and address the underrepresentation of developing countries in the Council. The G4 nations believe that the UNSC should be more democratic, effective, and representative. The G4 nations believe the UNSC should be more democratic, effective, and representative. They argue that the current composition of the UNSC, with its 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members, does not accurately reflect the world's current political and economic realities. The G4 nations seek to have more permanent seats on the UNSC, with themselves included as members, and also want more non-permanent seats to be added to the Council. G4 nations have proposed various models for expanding UNSC, including increasing number of both permanent and non-permanent seats, and have emphasized importance of maintaining the veto power as a means of ensuring the participation and engagement of the permanent members of the UNSC. G4 nations have faced criticism from Coffee Club, a group of small and medium-sized countries that oppose expansion of the UNSC. They argue that adding more permanent members to the UNSC would only increase the power of a few dominant countries and further marginalize smaller and developing countries. The Coffee Club has also expressed concern that expanding the UNSC could result in gridlock and inaction, as more permanent members could lead to more vetoes and less cooperation. Little satisfaction. 2. On January X, India began its tenure as *T non-permanent member of the powerful TJF. The G4 case. 15-nation UN organ for 2021 by 22 term. India, Norway, Kenya, Ireland and Medco join non-permanent members T, Niger, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, Tertzla and Vietnam and of permanent members in the Cornell Tour 2021. India WBB UNSC president in August 2021 and will preside ever the Council again tar a month in 2022. The presidency of the Council is held by each member in inter 1 month, stowing the English alphabetical order of the member states' names. By 1992 India, Brazil, Germany and Japan aired their claims demanding inclusion as permanent number. India has been part of UN since inception, has the world's second largest population, is the world's largest democracy and has contributed max hum peacekeepers to UN. On June 1. 7. Tafia was elected to the UN Security Council with I say of the total 192 vote. A member country needs 2/3 majority of votes in the General Assembly to become a non-permanent member. This. B. The Jane Tyro into has an ejected Asa Aron Karanate ran. 2. NDI. B. Razzle. Brazil is the largest country in Latin America, unrepresented continent and 5th largest in the world. Japan and Germany are one of the largest financial donors to UN. Besides Uatries, South Africa, largest economy in African continent, is also a claimant as the continent remains unrepresented on high table of permanent members. Therobod is that Articles 108 and 109 of the United Nations C. Harder. The UNSC has 15 members. The 10 elect. Germany -J peace does vomito a toto pound the charter requiring them to prove. And 5 of them US non-permanent members UK, Russia, China and Franco 1. A tenure of 2 years. And no veto are. This makes a permanent mean bears SKJ IKJ WUIK. Aim. With veto rights them a toothless grouping degree. Japan. Of Ari Modlika.ions to the UNS veto paper that they themselves hold. So even hone member of PS doesn't agree to any reform, the JNSC cannot be reformed. Steps taken for reform at the UNSC EUKA. In 1993, an open-ended working group on the question of equitable representation and increase in membership IP of the Security Council was set up. This is the main platform for negotiations on reforms. In 2003, a high-level panel on threats, challenges, and change was set up. This panel gave its report in 2004. In 2005, the UN Secretary-General gave his own report on the matter titled In Larger Freedom, Awards, Development, Security and Human Rights for All ***. In 2007, the intergovernmental negotiation process started with veto and membership reforms as its core in Terrorist. In 2015, members agreed to go forward with text-based negotiations replacing the previous informal mechanism of dialogue. Discuss the relevance of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on the security of women in conflict. 2018. UN Security Council Resolution 1325, UNSCR 1325, was adopted by the UN Security Council in 2000 to address the issue of women's participation in conflict prevention, management, and resolution and the impact of armed conflict on women. The resolution recognizes the disproportionate and unique impact of armed conflict on women and calls for their full and equal participation in all efforts to maintain and promote peace and security. The relevance of UNSCR 1325 on the security of women in conflict zones is signified. The resolution acknowledges the importance of considering the different needs of women and men in conflict situations and calls for the protection of women and girls from all forms of violence, including sexual violence, and for the prosecution of those responsible for such crimes. It also recognizes the critical role that women can play in peace-building efforts and calls for their participation in decision-making processes related to conflict prevention and resolution. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Since its adoption, UNSCR 1325 has led to a number of positive developments for women in conflict zones. It has helped to raise awareness of the unique challenges that women face during conflict and post-conflict situations and has led to increased efforts to address sexual and gender-based violence. The resolution has also played a key role in promoting the participation of women in peacekeeping missions, peace negotiations, and other peace-building processes. Despite these positive developments, challenges remain in implementing the provisions of LTNSCR 1325. There is a need for increased funding and resources to support the implementation of the resolution, as well as greater political will among member states to prioritize women's participation and protection in conflict situations. Moreover, more needs to be done to address the root causes of gender inequality and violence against women in conflict zones. Overall, UPSC 1325 has had a significant impact on the security of women in conflict zones by promoting their participation in decision-making processes related to conflict prevention and resolution, and by calling for greater protection of women and girls from violence. While there is still much work to be done to fully implement the provisions of the resolution, its relevance and importance in promoting women's security in conflict situations cannot be overstated. Is the UN relevant today anymore? For, yes, it is relevant. Against, no, it is no longer relevant. Global nature. One important point must be kept in mind: despite the UN's shortcomings, the world is safer with the UN than it would be without it. Even while it will never be able to do so, the UN offers an essential foundation for cooperation should the international community decide to make use of it. The UN helps, however, imperfectly, increasing the likelihood that international disputes may be settled without going to war, and that if a war does break out, the armed confrontation will swiftly result in peacemaking and peace-building. Flawed world government. Because it was intended to be a supranational organization that would regulate the world order, the UN has major flaws. As a result, the UN has all the flaws of a potential global government, including a lack of legitimacy, responsibility, and democratic credentials. The UN not only meddles in national matters as evidenced by its waning support for state sovereignty, but it also tampers with the functioning of the balance of power system, threatening peace and stability. As a peacekeeper, the UN's effectiveness in maintaining peace has been tarnished by well-publicized peacekeeping failures. Most studies indicate that UN peacekeeping operations succeed more often than they fail. Operationally, the UN is unquestionably superior to other organizations in fulfilling tasks like small-scale peacekeeping, providing humanitarian aid, and overseeing elections. It has been advantageous to move towards multidimensional peacekeeping. Per effectiveness, many believe that the UN's inefficiency rather than its ability to influence in international affairs is the main issue with the organization. As is frequently noted, there have been more wars since the UN's founding than there had been previously, and the agency frequently takes a back seat as significant global events take place. The inability of the Security Council to enact resolutions and get the USA's backing as well as regional support before action can be done sometimes causes paralysis. Dynamic role-playing. The UN has succeeded in changing and redefining itself in light of new global concerns rather than fossilizing around its original objective. In addition to becoming the world's foremost organization promoting economic and social growth, the UN has also shaped the agenda for contemporary global challenges, from population control and pandemic preparedness to climate change and gender equality. Selective bias. According to this argument, the UN was founded with the moral imperative to uphold human rights and fundamental freedoms as a result of the struggle against fascism. The UN, however, veered towards a form of moral relativism in which it tries to be all things to all of its members as it grew and became a truly global organization. The UN has a dismal track record of opposing dictators, denouncing human rights abuses, and stepping in to stop genocide and other grave crime. Paper 2, PSIR optional. Subscribe from Telegram channel, Shunya Notes 50, page 1. 53. Shunya's views of scholars. Reformatio. It is absurd to say that the UN cannot be changed despite its flaws. Both the operational and strategic approach to maintaining peace and providing humanitarian help have considerably improved recently, although further improvements may surely be made. For instance, the coordination of UN agencies could be improved. The UN could sanction international action rather than always carrying it out, and connections with regional organizations could be improved. Dysfunctional due to rivalry. Most POP believe that UN urgently needs reform, but it's unclear how such reform can be implemented. Due to permanent members' veto power, it is impossible to restructure the Security Council. The organization is simply dysfunctional, being sprawling, convoluted, and rife with overlaps and redundancy. Additionally, efforts to streamline the business appear to worsen rather than improve the situation. 1. Ban Ki-moon. The former Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, has argued that the UN remains relevant but needs to adapt to new challenges such as climate change and cyber threats. He has also called for reforms to the Security Council. 2. Joseph Nye. He has argued that the UN remains relevant as a forum for international cooperation, but that it needs to be complemented by other forms of governance such as regional organizations and public-private partnership. 3. Kofi Annan, another former UN Secretary General, argued that organization needs to focus more on preventing conflicts before they occur, rather than simply responding to them after the FAC. 4. Jaishankar. In a speech at UN General Assembly in 2019, Jaishankar emphasized the importance of the UN as a forum for cooperation and dialogue, stating that multilateralism is not an option, but a necessity. Why? In a 2020 interview with the Council on Foreign Relations, Jaishankar discussed the need for the UN to be more responsive to emerging challenges such as climate change and cyber threat. He also emphasized the importance of building consensus among member states, stating that the UN is on ly as effective as the political will of its member stat. Yes. Standard conclusions with global conflict. It is not the time to term the UN as irrelevant but rather find constructive ways to reform and make it more effective. P/F. Although it faces issues, the UN still stands as the most successful platform of global cooperation. Thus, with reform it promises much more global cooperation. N. With the COVID pandemic, the importance of global institutions like the UN are much more highlight. D. India and permanent member seat, UN peacekeeping is covered in Part B Unit 6. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Regionalization of World Politics. EU. ASEAN. Unit -10. APEC. ARC. NAFTA. Previous year's questions. Give reasons for the regionalization of world politics. 200 words. 2013. Substantiate APEC as a regional economic and trade arrangement. 200 words. 2013. Despite so many agreed areas of cooperation, innumerable institutional mechanisms and a permanent secretariat, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, have not taken off as a meaningful regional. The European Union has become the most politically influential, economically powerful, and demographically grouping. Discuss. 2014, diverse regional entity in the world. Discuss. 2015. How does regionalism shape world politics? Explain with examples. 2016. American President Donald Trump's proposal to withdraw from NAFTA would bring unforeseen consequences to the regionalization of world politics. Elaborate. 2017. How has Brexit affected the regionalization process initiated by European Union, and what could be its likely impacts on the regionalization process of world politics? 2017. Since its inception, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, has failed to deliver on its promises. What initiatives should be taken to reinvigorate the organization? 2018. Evaluate the role of BIMSTEC in multisectoral technical and economic cooperation. 2019. Critically analyze the role of ASEAN in the promotion of regional peace and security through economic cooperation and trade. 2020. Explain the success of ASEAN as a regional organization. 2021. Account for the rise of European Union as a highly influential regional organization. 2023. How does the regime change and political crisis in Myanmar threaten regional security and peace? 2023. Introduction to Regionalism. Regionalism is the theory or practice of coordinating social, economic, or political activities within a geographical region comprising a number of states. On an institutional level, regionalism involves the growth of norms, rules, and formal structures through which coordination is brought about. On an effective level, it implies a realignment of political identities and loyalties from the state to the region. The extent of regional integration may nevertheless range from cooperation amongst sovereign states on the basis of intergovernmentalism to the transfer of authority from states to central decision-making bodies, in accordance with supranationalism. Since 1945, regional organizations have sprung up in all parts of the world. The first phase of this process peaked in the 1960s, but the advance of regionalism has been particularly notable since the late 1980s. This has given rise to the phenomenon of the so-called new regionalism. Whereas earlier forms of regionalism had promoted regional cooperation and even integration over a range of issues: security, political, economic, and so on, the new regionalism has been reflected in the creation of regional trade blocs, either the establishment of new ones or the strengthening of existing ones. Some even believe that this is creating a world of competing trading blocs. Types/costs of regionalism. 1. Economic regionalism. Economic regionalism refers to the integration of economies in a specific geographic region. The main objective of economic regionalism is to promote economic growth, reduce trade barriers, and enhance economic cooperation. Example: the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. NAFTA is an agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico to eliminate tariffs and other trade barriers between the three countries. 2. Security regionalism. Security regionalism refers to the cooperation of countries in a specific geographic region to address security challenges. The main objective of security regionalism is to promote regional stability, prevent conflicts, and enhance security cooperation. Example: the use of military personnel from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to restore peace and stability to Liberia, 1990-98. 3. Political regionalism. It refers to attempts by states in the same area to strengthen or protect shared values, thereby enhancing their image and reputation and gaining a more powerful diplomatic voice. Example: the Arab League was formed in 1945 to draw closer tie relations between member states and coordinate collaboration between them, to safeguard their independence and sovereignty, and to consider in a general way the affairs and interests of Arab countries. Why states choose to integrate regionally. The reasons for the growth of regionalism frequently overlap with those for the more general phenomena of international organizations. However, the trend towards regional integration has sparked a specific theoretical discussion concerning the drivers and mechanisms that lead to international integration and institution building. Three main theories have been advanced: federalism, functionalism, neo-functionalism. Federalism. The federalist vision of unity through diversity is achieved by a system of shared sovereignty between international and national bodies and undoubtedly had a powerful impact on the founders of the European communities, expressed, in the words of the Treaty of Rome, 1957, in the desire to establish an ever closer union. However, federalism has had relatively little impact on the wider process of integration or on the trend towards global governance. This is both because federalist projects have been too ambitious, if not utopian, in that they require states voluntarily to sacrifice sovereignty, and because enthusiasm for federalist projects have been too ambitious, if not utopian, in that they require states voluntarily to sacrifice sovereignty, and because enthusiasm for federalist projects has invariably been confined to political and intellectual elites, while political nationalism has continued to hold sway over the wider public. Functionalism. Functionalism is a theory of regional integration that suggests that regional cooperation can be driven by the need to solve specific functional problems. The idea behind functionalism is that regional integration can be used as a means to achieve specific functional goals that individual countries cannot achieve on their own. These functional goals can range from economic issues like trade liberalization to security issues like the coordination of counterterrorism efforts. In the context of regionalism, functionalism emphasizes the importance of cooperation among member countries to address specific functional problems. Example, regional organizations like the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) were created in response to functional challenges such as the need to promote economic development and regional security. Neo-functionalism. As a result of the deficiencies in functionalism, a growing emphasis has therefore been placed on what is called neo-functionalism. In the writings in particular of Ernst Haas, neo-functionalism recognizes the limitations of the traditional functionalist idea that integration is largely determined by a recognition of growing interdependence in economic and other areas. Instead, it places greater emphasis on the interplay between economics and politics. From this perspective, functional cooperation tends to produce transnational constituencies of advocates for still closer cooperation, creating a dynamic that leads to wider political integration. European Union. Without doubt, the most advanced example of regionalism anywhere in the world is found in Europe. The European Union (EU) has engaged in experiments with supranational cooperation that have involved political and monetary union as well as economic union. In the process, it has developed into a political organization that is neither, strictly speaking, a conventional international organization nor a state, but lies features of each. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Sunva IAS. Intellectual origins. Sonic scholars have identified Kant's ideas as having contributed to the development of a political culture in Europe that emphasizes the importance of cooperation and peaceful relations among nations. One of Kant's most famous works, Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch, was published in 1795 and presented a vision of a world in which nations would be bound together by a system of international law and institutions that would prevent war and promote peace. Background. The European Union (EU) was created in the aftermath of World War II, a period of unprecedented destruction and suffering in Europe. The war had left the continent devastated, with millions of people dead or displaced and its economies in ruins. In this context, there was a growing recognition among European leaders that closer economic and political cooperation was needed to rebuild and stabilize the region. One of the earliest steps towards European integration was the creation of the European Coal and Steel Community (ECSC). In 1951, the ECSC was formed by 6 countries, Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, and aimed to pool the coal and steel industries of these countries under a common authority. The idea was that by cooperating in these strategic sectors, these countries would be less likely to go to war with each other. The success of the ECSC led to the signing of the Treaty of Rome in 1957, which established the European Economic Community (EC). The EC aimed to create a common market among its member states with the free movement of goods, services, capital, and people. The EC was also designed to promote economic growth, reduce trade barriers, and increase competition among its member countries. Over time, the EU has expanded to include more member states and has developed a complex system of laws and institutions that regulate economic, social, and political relations among its members. The EU has also expanded its areas of cooperation to include foreign and security policy, justice and home affairs, and other issues. Evolution of European Union. The Treaty of Rome, 1957 created the European Economic Community (EC), which aimed to create a common market among its 6 founding member states, Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. The first enlargement, 1973, Denmark, Ireland, and the United Kingdom joined the EC. The Single European Act, 1986 created the single market, which aimed to remove barriers to trade and establish a free movement of goods, services, capital, and people within the EC. The second enlargement, 1986 to 1995, Greece, 1981, Portugal, and Spain, 1986, joined the EC. Austria. Finland and Sweden joined the EU in M95/H/J. The Maastricht Treaty, 1992 created the European Union as a political and economic union of its member states. It also introduced the concept of European citizenship, established the European Monetary Union (EMU), and created the euro as a single currency. The Third Enlargement, 1995 to 2004, Austria, Finland, and Sweden joined the EU in 1995. Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia joined in 2004. The Treaty of Amsterdam, 1997, expanded the EU's areas of cooperation to include foreign and security policy, justice and home affairs, and other issues. The Treaty of Nice, 2001, reformed the EU's institutions to prepare for the admission of new member states. The Fourth Enlargement, 2004 to 2007, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia joined the EU in 2004. Bulgaria and Romania joined in 2007. The Treaty of Lisbon, 2007, further reformed the EU's institutions and increased the powers of the European Parliament. The American interest in formation of the EU. United States played important role in creation and evolution of European Union (EU) as way to promote economic and political stability in Europe and counter influence of Soviet Union during Cold War. After World War II, the US recognized the need for European countries to rebuild their economies and cooperate to prevent another war. The US also saw the Soviet Union as a threat to Western Europe and believed that a unified Europe would be better equipped to resist Soviet aggression. In 1947, the US implemented the Marshall Plan, which provided financial aid to help rebuild the economies of Western Europe. The plan was successful in promoting economic growth and stability, but it also had political implications as it encouraged countries to work together towards common goals. The US also supported the creation of the European Coal and Steel Community (ECSC) in 1951, which aimed to integrate the coal and steel industries of Western Europe. The ECSC was seen as a step towards greater European cooperation and economic integration, which was viewed as a way to promote peace and stability in the region. The US continued to support European integration and expansion throughout the Cold War, including the creation of the European Economic Community (EEC) and the signing of the Maastricht Treaty, which established the EU in 1992. Overall, US saw creation of the EU as a way to promote economic and political stability in Europe, prevent another war, and counter the influence of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. The US continues to support the EU as an important partner and ally in promoting global peace and prosperity. How do the EU institutions work together? European Council. Nominate *, approve *, PN Kiant or reject * European Parliament. Nominate * Latdile. P. European Central Bank. K. European Commissai. On. Set # policy again. Duh. Proposes and implement. TS. And in £2 raw pound. And P. Interprets A. ND. Council of the EU, Council of NISTA. RS. Approves or reject. CTS. Approve * of Regio. ETT. Audit # BU. Get. APO. INTs. Court of Jostles of THS. EU. European Court of Audi. Tor *. Account for the rise of European Union as a highly influential regional organization. ION. 2023. The post-World War II efforts to ensure peace and stability in Europe led to the idea of formation of EU. The need to prevent nationalist militarism and promote European political integration were among the driving forces behind its format. ION. EU traces its origin to European Coal and Steel Community and the European Economic Community established, respectively, by Treaty of Paris 1951 and Treaty of Rome 957. The European Union (EU) has emerged as one of the most influential regional organizations globally. Ally. Kev factors contributing to rise of EU as a highly influential regional organizer. Tie-in. 1. Historical factors. After 2 world wars, Europe needed reconstruction, peace, and integration to prevent conflict, combat communism, promote capitalism, and emphasize human rights. This led to the formation of the European Union. 9. 2. Political factors. The EU has played a pivotal role in maintaining peace and stability in Europe by fostering cooperation and conflict resolution among member SD. Atesh. For example, PLE. The EU's expansion from 6 founding members to 27 as of 2021 showcase its increased reach and influence. INS. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 3. Economic factors. EU's single market eliminated trade barriers and promoted economic growth. Further, EU also acts as an economic union. Introduction of a common currency, the euro, enhanced economic integration among Eurozone countries. 4. Visionary leadership like Robert Schuman of France and Konrad Adenauer of Germany championed supranational politics, fostering reconciliation between these once warring nations. Contrasting with regions like East Asia, Japan and China, and South Asia, India and Pakistan, historical enmity has hindered regional cooperation. 5. Development aid. The EU is one of the largest donors of development aid worldwide, promoting its values and interests in partner countries. For example, European Development Fund focused on reducing poverty in African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. European Neighborhood Instrument aiding countries in the EU's neighborhood to promote stability, security, and prosperity. 6. Influence on global affairs. EU holds considerable soft power through its commitment to democracy, human rights, and environmental standards. Additionally, EU is a key player in international trade negotiations and economic diplomacy. 7. Military influence. With a high defense spending, the EU's combined forces are the second largest in the world. For example, France and Britain collectively have over 550 nuclear warheads. Moreover, the region is advanced in terms of space and communication technology. However, there are certain limitations in the functioning of the EU. For example, the EU has failed to adopt a common constitution and not all member states have adopted a common currency. Further, the member states stood divided about the US invasion of Iraq, with France and Germany resisting such a decision. Nevertheless, the underlying importance of the EU's increased influence in global politics cannot be ignored. Thus, a variety of historical, geographical, political, economic, and ideological factors are responsible for the rise of the EU as an influential regional organization. General criteria to join the EU. Political criteria. The country must have stable institutions guaranteeing democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and respect for and protection of minorities. The country must also have a functioning market economy and the capacity to cope with competitive pressure and market forces within the EU. Economic criteria. The country must have a functioning market economy and capacity to cope with competitive pressure and market forces within EU. This includes having stable macroeconomic environment, sustainable public finance situation, and functioning financial sector. Acquis communautaire. The country must have the ability to adopt and implement EU laws and regulations, known as the acquis communautaire, which covers all areas of EU policy and legislation. This includes everything from agriculture to foreign policy to environmental regulations. Administrative and institutional capacity. The country must have the administrative and institutional capacity to effectively implement and enforce the acquis. This includes having a well-functioning public administration, an independent judiciary, and an effective system of law enforcement. Criticism of EU's joining criterions. Enforcing political criteria equally. Some critics argue that the EU has not always enforced the political criteria for membership equally. For example, Turkey's long-standing application for EU membership has been stalled for years due in part to concerns over human rights violations, while other countries such as Hungary have been allowed to remain in the EU despite concerns over democratic backsliding and human rights abuses. Economic criteria. Being too strict. The economic criteria for joining the EU can be difficult to meet, particularly for poorer countries. For example, when Bulgaria and Romania joined the EU in 2007, they were required to meet strict criteria on issues such as inflation, fiscal discipline, and banking regulation. However, many argue that these criteria were too strict and that the two countries have struggled economically since joining the EU. The complexity of the acquis communautaire. The acquis communautaire can be very complex and difficult to implement, which can be a challenge for smaller, less developed countries. For example, when Croatia joined the EU in 2013, it had to adopt over 170,000 pages of EU law. Some argue that this process is too complicated and can be a barrier to entry for countries that are not as familiar with EU regulations. High administrative and institutional capacity criterion. The requirement that countries have the administrative and institutional capacity to effectively implement and enforce the acquis can be very high, particularly for poorer countries with weaker institutions. For example, when Kosovo applied for EU membership in 2018, it was criticized for not having a strong enough legal system and public administration. Some argue that this criterion can be too high and can make it difficult for countries to join the EU. Challenges faced by European Union. Internal challenges. External challenges. Internal challenges. Breaking internal solidarity. The EU has demonstrated solidarity in responding to Russia's war against Ukraine. Although the conflict has contributed to rising energy prices and inflation in the EU, the war also has galvanized debate on several long-standing EU initiatives, including related to EU defense, energy, and climate policies, and EU enlargement. Brexit. The UK was one of the largest and most influential members of the EU, both economically and politically. 2. Its departure from the EU has reduced the bloc's overall economic and political clout. Further, Brexit has also impacted the general notion of European solidarity within itself. Economic inequality. The EU has faced ongoing challenges in addressing economic inequality among its member 3. States. This has led to tensions between richer and poorer countries and has made it difficult to achieve consensus on issues such as fiscal policy and the distribution of funds. Example, according to Eurostat, in 2020, the GDP per capita in Germany was €41,400, while in Bulgaria it was only €6,700. Similarly, the unemployment rate in Greece was 16.7% in 2020, while in Germany it was only 4.5%. Democratic backsliding. Several EU member states, including Hungary and Poland, have been criticized for their 4. Policies on issues such as press freedom, judicial independence, and the treatment of minorities. This has led to concerns about democratic backsliding within the EU. Migration. The EU has faced challenges in managing migration flows, particularly in the wake of the 2015 refugee 5 crisis. The issue of migration has been a source of tension among EU member states and has led to debates about how to manage borders and share responsibility for refugees. External challenge. ES. 1. Russia. Russia's invasion of Ukraine that began in February 2022 has broken the post-Cold War European security order and completely rewritten the EU-Russia relationship that had formed over the last 30 years. For 3 decades, the foundations of those relations were economic and energy interdependence. Now, as Russia poses the biggest threat to peace and stability in Europe, all areas of relations have been securitized. Through 8 comprehensive sanctions packages adopted by the EU, the Union's member states are systematically cutting all economic ties. Europe's decoupling from Russian oil and gas ends 50 years of connectivity and mutually beneficial energy ratio. Data. Because of the sanctions, Germany, Russia's most important trading partner in the EU, recorded a 34% drop in exports to Russia in the first half of 2022 compared with the same period in the previous year. 2. Trade conflicts. The EU faces ongoing trade conflicts with several countries, including the United States, China, and Russia. These conflicts have led to tariffs and other trade barriers that can harm the EU's economy and damage its relationships with these countries. 3. Refugee and migration crisis. The EU has faced a significant refugee and migration crisis in recent years, with millions of people fleeing conflict and persecution in the Middle East and Africa. This crisis has put pressure on the EU's borders and has created tensions among member states over how to address the issue. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 4. Terrorism. The EU faces the threat of terrorism from both internal and external sources. Terrorist attacks have occurred in several EU countries, and the EU has had to work with other countries and organizations to coordinate efforts to combat terrorism and extremism. 5. Climate change. Climate change is a significant external challenge facing the EU and the world. The EU has set ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address the impacts of climate change, but achieving these goals will require cooperation and collaboration with other countries and organizations. 6. Israel-Gaza conflict. The 2023 Israel-Gaza war significantly impacted the European Union by straining its diplomatic relations and increasing internal divisions over Middle East policy. The conflict heightened security concerns, with fears of terrorism and anti-Semitism rising. Additionally, it exacerbated humanitarian challenges, including managing refugee influxes and addressing regional instability. Europe's response to Russia and the future. The EU member states have shown unprecedented unity in their sanctions policy toward Russia. The decline in economic relations has already been huge. Because of the sanctions, Germany, Russia's most important trading partner in the EU, recorded a 34% drop in exports to Russia in the first half of 2022 compared with the same period in the previous year. Russia thus slipped from 14th to 25th place in terms of destinations for German exports in that period. After years of conflict among EU member states over the completion of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline from Russia to Germany under the Baltic Sea, the war in Ukraine led German decision-makers to abruptly suspend their approval of the project. EU member states like Germany, which are heavily dependent on Russian gas, are developing alternative energy sources in the Middle East, Norway, and the United States, mainly for the supply of liquefied natural gas. The war shows that the EU needs new short-, medium-, and long-term strategies for dealing with Russia in a completely different security reality so as to change Russia itself and affect its ability to act in the common neighborhood. Such a policy shift was probably inevitable. A key reason for the Ukraine war was Russia's perception of geopolitical competition in its shared neighborhood with the EU. The Russian leadership was not willing to lose what it feels to be Russia's traditional sphere of influence, including de facto control of Ukraine. Despite weaknesses and contradictions in the EU's approach, the Union's neighborhood policy and soft power had begun to foster transformation in the common neighborhood through its impact on societies. Russia's elites, by contrast, could resort only to military power in a desperate attempt to prevent a further loss of influence in Ukraine. But the brutal use of force to subjugate another country is precisely what is causing the further decline of Russian power and has strengthened European unity against Russian aggression. The EU now needs to maintain the unity it has forged in response to the Ukraine war to meet 3 big challenges with regard to Russia. First, the EU must build a foreign and security policy vis-a-vis Russia on the basis that the Union is now a geopolitical actor and Russia is the major threat to European security. Second, the EU must devise more proactive policies to integrate the eastern neighborhood outside Russia. And third, the EU must design a new Russia policy that is maximally tough on the regime of President Vladimir Putin while keeping alive the idea of a post-Putin Russia that is part of Europe. Future of EU-Russia relations. With the current regime in Moscow, there will be no reset of EU-Russia relations. Only deep regime change in Russia will create the opportunity for a fundamentally different EU policy toward the country. Russia itself has changed rapidly and for the worse since the war started. It is becoming more closed and more repressive of civil society and any kind of opposition. A key precondition for political change in Moscow but no guarantee of it is a Russian defeat in Ukraine, meaning the ouster of Russian forces from Ukrainian territory. The integration of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine into the EU, which would help create successful examples of transformation, democratization, and reform in post-Soviet countries beyond the Baltic states, is crucial for change in Russia. If Ukraine wins the war, is reconstructed, and at the same time is integrated into the EU, this will have a major impact on Russia. It would counter the Russian leadership's argument that there is no alternative to authoritarian rule and would confirm that democratization and successful reforms can take place in post-Soviet countries and would also be possible for Russia. Beyond the ongoing war in Ukraine, European countries need a long-term vision and strategy for a different Russia in Shunya IAS. Europe. A crucial element of a new, common European policy toward Russia is making the EU member states and their societies more resilient against Russian influence. Better coordination among the member states is especially important. Self-protection against disinformation and hybrid attacks, military deterrence, and economic and energy decoupling to decrease vulnerabilities will be the main elements of the EU's policy toward Russia in the short and medium term. The proposition that Germany should not lead a new Russia policy because Berlin's approach failed in the past needs critical reflection. A balanced approach is required between the interests of bigger and smaller member states, meaning that countries like France and Germany should not dominate the EU's Russia policy and should learn lessons from the past yet. The EU can have a more effective Russia policy only if the bigger member states change their approaches and become less vulnerable to external influences, such as Russia's role in gas supplies or China's huge market and role in supply chains. For this, the EU needs to account for the failures of the past so it can redefine its policy for the future. If the EU is to become a global actor, its foreign policy toward powers like China and Russia needs to show more ambition. Those member states that have historical and societal ties with Russia will always have an influence on EU-Russia relations. At the same time, Europe's energy and economic decoupling from Russia will make it easier to formulate a common European policy toward Moscow. The economic component in several member states' approaches to Russia will decline. But different traditions in dealing with Russia will persist. It is also important for the EU to coordinate its Russia policy with Washington while keeping a European profile in dealing with Moscow and countries in the Eastern neighborhood. Published in Comedic Europe by Stefan Meister in November 2022. India-EU relations are covered in Part B. Standard conclusion. With its unique issues, the EU still continues to be the most successful example of regionalism, and thus members must focus on reform and innovation to ensure future existence. Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN. FHC most important regional initiatives to have emerged in Asia have come out of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN. ASEAN was established in 1967 by Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand, with Vietnam 1995, Laos and Burma 1997, and Cambodia 1999, joining subsequently. ASEAN was a product of the Cold War period, its initial interests focusing mainly on security matters, especially those linked to settling intra-regional disputes and resisting superpower influence. However, Thai organization moved steadily towards cooperation on economic and trade matters, leading in 1992 to the agreement to establish the ASEAN Free Trade Area, due to be completed by 2007. This was complemented by the growth of political regionalism in the form of an emphasis on so-called Asian values. Intellectual origins. The intellectual origin of ASEAN can be traced back to the Cold War period, when Southeast Asian countries were concerned about the spread of communism in the region. The idea of regional cooperation was first proposed by Indonesia's then Foreign Minister, Dr. Sutomo, in 1949. However, it was not until the 1960s that ASEAN as we know it today began to take shape. Background. ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, was established on August 8, 1967 with the signing of the Bangkok Declaration by Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. The creation of ASEAN was a response to the changing political and economic landscape of Southeast Asia in the aftermath of World War II and the Cold War. During the Cold War period, the Southeast Asian region was viewed as a potential battleground between the United States and the Soviet Union. As a result, Southeast Asian countries faced the threat of being caught in the middle of a global power struggle, which would have had disastrous consequences for their economic and political stability. The creation of ASEAN was seen as a way to promote regional cooperation and stability and to avoid PSIR optional paper 2-part assignments. At the same time, the Southeast Asian countries were grappling with their own internal challenges, including poverty, underdevelopment, and political instability. By joining together in ASEAN, these countries hope to strengthen their collective bargaining power and promote economic growth and social development. Over the years, ASEAN has evolved into a regional organization that is focused on promoting economic integration, political cooperation, and social and cultural development in Southeast Asia. ASEAN has also expanded its membership to include Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam, and has become a significant player in regional and global affairs. Objectives. The main aims behind the establishment of ASEAN were to promote economic growth, regional peace and stability, active collaboration, and mutual assistance on matters of common interest to all the members. ASEAN also seeks to maintain close and beneficial cooperation with existing regional and international organizations that share common aims and objectives. Evolution of ASEAN. ASEAN Declaration, Bangkok Declaration. The ASEAN Declaration is the founding document of ASEAN. IL outlines the principles and objectives of ASEAN, including the promotion of regional peace and stability, economic cooperation, and the promotion of social progress and cultural development. Zone of Peace, Freedom and Neutrality. ZOPFN signed in 1971. ZOPFN aimed to establish Southeast Asia as a zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality. It committed ASEAN countries to refrain from using force in entire relations with one another and to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each member state. Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia (TC). The TC was signed in 1976 to provide a legal framework for regional cooperation and to promote friendly relations among ASEAN member states and other countries in the region. It includes principles of mutual respect, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, and peaceful settlement of disputes. ASEAN Free Trade Area (AFTA). AFTA was launched in 1992 with the aim of creating a free trade area among ASEAN member states. It included the elimination of tariffs and non-tariff barriers to trade in goods, services, and investment. ASEAN Regional Forum (ARF). The ARF was established in 1994 as a forum for security dialogue and cooperation among ASEAN member states and other countries in the Asia-Pacific region. It aims to promote confidence-building measures and preventive diplomacy to address regional security challenges. ASEAN Economic Community (AEC). The AEC was launched in 2015 to promote regional economic integration and create a single market and production base among ASEAN member states. It includes the free flow of goods, services, investment, skilled labor, and freer movement of capital. Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership (RCP). RCP is a trade agreement signed in 2020 between ASEAN member states and five other countries, including China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. It is the largest trade agreement in the world, covering over 2 billion people and around 30% of the world's GDP. Success of ASEAN. ASEAN operates under 6 fundamental principles, 2 of which are mutual respect for independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, and non-interference in member countries' internal affairs. Non-interference policy. One of the key factors that have contributed to the success of ASEAN is its policy of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. This policy has helped to prevent conflicts between member states and maintain regional stability. Consensus-based decision-making. ASEAN operates on a consensus-based decision-making process, which means that all member states must agree on a decision before it can be implemented. This has helped to promote cooperation and prevent any member state from dominating the organization. Economic integration. ASEAN has been successful in promoting economic integration among its member states through the ASEAN Free Trade Area (AFTA) and other regional economic initiatives. This has helped to increase intra-regional trade and investment and boost economic growth in the region. Sunya's. ASEAN centrality. ASEAN LIAS maintained its centrality in the region by engaging until external partners through mechanisms such as the ASEAN Regional Forum (ARF) and the East Asia Summit (EAS). This has helped to ensure that ASEAN remains the primary driver of regional cooperation and integration. Flexibility. ASEAN has been flexible in its approach to regional cooperation, allowing for different levels of integration and cooperation depending on the specific needs and circumstances of member states. Comparative analysis of ASEAN and European Union. While both ASEAN and the EU are regional organizations until similar goals of promoting regional cooperation and integration, there are some differences in their approaches and levels of success. One key difference is that the EU has achieved a much higher level of economic integration and cooperation among its member states, with a single market, a common currency, and a range of other economic policies and institutions. This has helped to promote economic growth and stability among EU member states, as well as increased intra-regional trade and investment. In contrast, ASEAN's economic integration has been more limited, with the ASEAN Free Trade Area (AFTA) and other regional economic initiatives not yet leading to a single market or common currency. However, ASEAN has made progress in other areas of regional cooperation, such as in the areas of security, social and cultural cooperation, and environmental sustainability. Another key difference is that the EU has a more centralized and supranational governance structure, with a range of institutions and decision-making processes that are binding on member states. In contrast, ASEAN has a more decentralized and consensus-based approach to decision-making, with member states retaining significant sovereignty over their domestic affairs. Overall, while the EU has achieved a higher level of economic integration and governance, ASEAN has been successful in maintaining regional stability, promoting cooperation in a range of areas, and maintaining its centrality in the region. Both organizations have their strengths and weaknesses, and their success depends on their ability to adapt to changing circumstances and challenges. Challenges faced by ASEAN. 1. Geopolitical stability. ASEAN states are located at a strategically important junction, bordering 2 of the world's most populous economic powers, China and India, which makes ASEAN a focal point for both regional and global powers. ASEAN member states are also enmeshed in territorial disputes with interested powers. China's claim to territories in the South China Sea, for example, overlaps with competing claims by Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. 2. Myanmar. Human rights issues. According to the report of Amnesty International, AI, since 1978 the Rohingyas continue to suffer from human rights violations in their home country Myanmar under the regime of military junta, and many have fled to neighboring Bangladesh as a result. Apparently, the vast majority of them have been denied Myanmar citizenship. The reason that ASEAN did not take any response about human rights issues is TLI doctrine of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. Coup. Following the military coup in February 2021 and the subsequent crackdown on pro-democracy protesters, there has been widespread international condemnation and calls for action to restore democratic governance in Myanmar. ASEAN has been criticized for its perceived lack of a cohesive and proactive response to the crisis, with some commentators arguing that the bloc's principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states has hindered its ability to take a strong stance against the military junta. Some ASEAN member states have also expressed reservations about getting involved in the Myanmar issue, citing concerns about sovereignty and the potential for further instability in the region. 3. Stagnated economic integration. ASEAN has not yet achieved its major goal of economic integration. The establishment of the ASEAN Economic Community, AEC, in 2015 was viewed as the first step in addressing this, but it still lacks a common regulatory framework, ultimately preventing ASEAN from becoming a major economic player. PSIR Optional Paper 2-Part. Shunya IAS. 4. Terrorism. Terrorism and drug trafficking are also major challenges to ASEAN's stability and development. The region has been a target of terrorist attacks by groups such as Jemaah Islamiyah, JF, and the Abu Sayyaf group. Drug trafficking is another significant challenge facing ASEAN, as the region is a major producer and transit point for illicit drugs. 5. Divergent political systems. The ASEAN member states have diverse political systems ranging from democratic to authoritarian, which can make it difficult to achieve consensus on some issues. Some countries may prioritize their national interests over regional goals, which could undermine ASEAN's collective efforts. 6. Institutional limitations. ASEAN's decision-making processes can be slow and consensus-driven, which could hinder its ability to respond quickly to emerging issues and crises. Additionally, ASEAN's institutional framework is relatively weak compared to other regional organizations, which could limit its effectiveness in implementing its policies and programs. Explain the success of ASEAN as a regional organization. 2021. ASEAN has been a successful regional organization in Southeast Asia since its establishment in 1967. The organization has contributed to the promotion of peace, stability, and economic growth in the region. One of the key factors in ASEAN's success is its commitment to the principle of non-interference in the domestic affairs of member states. This has enabled the organization to maintain good relations with all member countries, including those with differing political systems and ideologies. Another important factor in ASEAN's success is its ability to facilitate regional economic integration. The establishment of the ASEAN Free Trade Area, AFTA, in 1992 and the subsequent formation of the ASEAN Economic Community, AEC, in 2015 have helped to promote trade, investment, and economic growth in the region. According to the ASEAN Secretariat, the region's total GDP has increased from $147.4 billion in 1975 to $3 trillion in 2020, with intra-ASEAN trade accounting for 23.5% of the region's total trade in 2020. Moreover, ASEAN's role in promoting regional security and cooperation has been widely recognized. The organization has played an important role in resolving conflicts and promoting stability in the region, including the resolution of the Cambodia conflict in the 1980s and the management of the South China Sea dispute in recent years. Additionally, ASEAN has been successful in fostering cooperation on non-traditional security issues, such as counterterrorism and disaster management. Political scholars have offered different views on ASEAN's success. Some scholars argue that ASEAN's success is due to its ability to balance power and maintain neutrality in the region. Others point to the organization's ability to maintain a high degree of consensus among member states, which has enabled it to act as a cohesive and effective regional actor. Additionally, some scholars credit ASEAN's success to its ability to adapt to changing regional and global circumstances, such as the rise of China and the increasing importance of non-traditional security issues. Thus, ASEAN's success as a regional organization can be attributed to its commitment to non-interference, economic integration, and regional security and cooperation. The organization has been able to maintain good relations with all member countries, promote economic growth and integration, and resolve conflicts in the region. While challenges remain, ASEAN's success thus far offers valuable lessons for other regional organizations seeking to promote peace, stability, and economic growth in their respective regions. Comparing EU and ASEAN. Aspect European Union, EU, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Approach supranationalism, intergovernmental decision-making, qualified majority, consensus-based majority imposition of imposes conditionalities on member. Follows the ASEAN way based on the Conditionalities countries even in the domestic sphere. Principle of non-interference in domestic affairs. Promotion of political not used for promoting a particular model. Not used for promoting a particular model of political life. Model of political life. Sunyas. India-ASEAN covered in Part B. Human rights and democracy. Why? Criticized for not giving enough importance to human rights and promotion of democracy. Why? Recently adopted charters on human rights. Monetary union has a monetary union. Eurozone currency swap arrangements charter/constitution does not have a specific charter or constitutio. N. Has its own charter or constitutio. N. Focus nation is of less importance. Nation is at the cente. R. SAR. C. South Asian Association 01 Regional Cooperati. On. SARC South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation is a regional intergovernmental organization comprising 8 countries in South Asia, namely Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The organization was established on December 8, 1985 with the aim of promoting regional cooperation and economic development among member countries. Intellectual origin. NS. The idea of forming SARC was first proposed by Bangladesh President Ziaur Rahman in 1980. Following his proposal, a meeting was held in Colombo, Sri Lanka in 1981, which was attended by the heads of state or government of Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. The meeting resulted in the signing of the Declaration on South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, which laid the foundation for the establishment of SARC. C. Bakru. ND. The establishment of SARC was seen as necessary to promote regional cooperation and economic integrity. On. Among South Asian nations. The South Asian region is home to more than 1/5 of the world's population and is rich in natural resources, including oil, gas, and minerals. However, the region has also been plagued by political instability, conflicts, poverty, and underdevelopment. Therefore, the establishment of SARC was seen as a means to promote peace, stability, and development in the region through regional cooperation and integration. N. SARC was also seen as a way to counterbalance the influence of larger neighboring countries such as China and India and to strengthen the bargaining power of smaller South Asian nations in regional and international affairs. Objective. Yes. SARC aims to promote economic growth, social progress, and cultural development within the South Asia region. The objectives of SARC as defined in its charter are as follows. S. Promote the welfare of the peoples of South Asia and improve their quality of life. Accelerate economic growth, social progress, and cultural development in the region by providing all individuals the opportunity to thrive in dignity and realize their full potential. Promote and strengthen collective self-reliance among the countries of South Asia. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Promote active collaboration and mutual assistance in the economic, social, cultural, technical, and scientific fields. Strengthen cooperation with other developing countries. Strengthen cooperation among themselves in international forums on matters of common interest. And cooperate with international and regional organizations with similar aims and purposes. Evolution of SARC. The first SARC summit was held in 1985 in Dhaka, where the SARC Charter was adopted. The Charter provides a framework for cooperation among the member states in various sectors. Since then, SARC has held 18 summits, with the most recent one being held virtually in 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. SARC has signed several agreements and declarations to enhance cooperation among the member states. These agreements include the SARC Preferential Trading Arrangement, SAPTA, which was signed in 1993 and came into effect in 1995. SAPTA aims to promote trade among the member states by reducing tariffs on selected products. In 2004, SARC signed the SARC Framework Agreement for Energy Cooperation, Electricity, which aims to promote energy cooperation among the member states in the areas of electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. SARC has also signed agreements on tourism, agriculture, health, and education. 2010, the 16th SARC Summit was held in Thimphu, Bhutan. The SARC Food Bank was established. 2014, the 18th SARC Summit was held in Kathmandu, Nepal. The SARC Framework Agreement for Energy Cooperation was signed. Since 2016, SARC has faced several challenges that have hindered its progress and effectiveness as a regional organization. The most significant challenge has been the ongoing tension between India and Pakistan, which has resulted in the postponement of the SARC Summit since 2016. SAPTA. SARC Preferential Trading Arrangement, SAPTA, was signed in 1993 and entered into force in 1995. The agreement reflected the desire of the member states to promote and sustain mutual trade and economic cooperation within the SARC region through the exchange of concessions. The agreement provided for a positive list. The trade of the items on positive list could be regulated. There was a lack of commitments on tariff reduction. It was a completely voluntary arrangement. SAFTA. South Asian Free Trade Area, SAFTA, is an agreement reached in 2004 to create SARC Free Trade Area. The members of SARC signed a framework agreement on AFTA to reduce customs duties of all traded goods to zero by the year 2016. The SAFTA agreement came into force on January 1, 2006 and is operational following the ratification of the agreement by the 7 governments. Major instruments of SAFTA trade liberalization program, rules of origin, institutional arrangements, consultations and dispute settlement procedures, safeguard measures, special provisions for least developing countries of SARC. Though an advance over SAFTA has not been able to improve the trade relations of SARC members significantly. Reasons for failure. Cultural identities. The South Asian region comprises countries sharing common history, heritage and culture. The horrors of divisions and subdivisions have however created fissures. These fissures are commonly articulated through the ideas of distinct cultures. Pakistan wants to assert itself as Islamic State and calls India a Hindu state. The debates regarding identity are similarly going on in Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. The pursuit of maintaining distinct cultural identity by every country has not allowed the region to come together. Rivalry between India and Pakistan, the 2 largest members of SARC, has hovered hugely on SARC. The rivalry continues to restrain SARC from functioning as a sub-regional organization. India is a preponderant country both in terms of size and economy in the SARC region. India's neighboring countries have often felt insecure about India's ambitions. Thus, any attempts to secure free trade area are met with the concerns of Indian businesses disrupting the indigenous business of countries. This in turn leads countries to use SARC as an anti-India platform. Shunya IAS. Indian foreign policy actions. The 1971 War, Indo-Sri Lanka Accord continue to haunt the neighboring countries. India has not forcefully articulated South Asian vision. Even the progressive ideas like the Gujarat doctrine have not been implemented on ground. Security issues. The region is still beset with many unresolved border and maritime issues. These unresolved borders have led to problems of terrorism, refugee crisis, smuggling, narco-trade. The unresolved issues continue to mar cooperative relations. SARC Charter Article X2 of the SARC Charter mandates that decisions at all levels in SARC are ONLY of multilateral issues, and only those issues are for inclusion in the agenda in a SARC summit meeting on the basis of unanimity. The SARC platform thus cannot be used to resolve bilateral issues. This has undermined the scope and potential of SARC. India's history with SARC. Pratap Mehta in his book Shaping the Emerging World, India and the Multilateral Order described India's initial attitude towards SARC as akin to attempt by Lilliputs to tie down Gulliver. The Gujarat doctrine played a significant role in India assuming a greater role as a regional leader. Prime Ministers Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Manmohan Singh continued to engage with India's neighbors, emphasizing regional cooperation. According to Modi government, with deteriorating relations with Pakistan, SARC's future is ambiguous and India is focusing more on BIMSTEC and IRARC to isolate Pakistan. Issues with SARC. Kenneth Waltz, a realist scholar, argues that SARC is manipulated by hegemonic states, such as the power politics of P3 plus P2 and U.S. influence in the Korean War. Social constructivists view SARC as a product of ideas and constructions reflecting the intersubjective consciousness of its members. Critics from Marxist and critical school argue that SARC represents the global capitalist system. Outdated principles and provisions, including the recognition of monistic sovereignty and labeling Germany and Japan as enemy states, pose institutional challenges for SARC. Lack of transparency, inadequate funds and functionaries, and dominance of Western countries in the UN bureaucracy hinder SARC's effectiveness. The cumbersome process of amendment and the divergence between the working of UNSC and UNGA add to SARC's challenges. Despite SARC's existence, wars and interventions have continued, highlighting its limited impact on conflict resolution. Multipolar world dynamics, according to neorealists, may lead to instability and a fate similar to that of the League of Nations. Way forward. PM Modi's suggestion of a two-speed SARC or consensus-1 approach could facilitate progress. Including the South Asian diaspora and involving regional players like China, Japan, and Australia may address concerns of smaller states within SARC. Learning from ASEAN's experience, more frequent meetings, and a pragmatic approach towards Pakistan cowl. Bridge the trust deficit and promote regional prosperity. Emphasizing regional connectivity and India's leadership role can contribute to revitalization of SARC. Conclusion. SD Muni suggests that it should not be seen as history but as future prospect, reconnecting region. India's focus on other regional initiatives does not diminish the need for SARC's relevance. Adapting to new dynamics and addressing the challenges will be essential for SARC's success. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. BIMSTEC as an alternative to SARC? BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, is a regional organization comprising of 7 member states: India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. The organization was established in 1997 with the objective of promoting cooperation among the member countries in various areas such as trade, investment, energy, tourism, and technology. As for the question of whether BIMSTEC can replace SARC for India, it can be argued that the two organizations have different objectives and functions, and hence it may not be a matter of one replacing the other. SAARC was established in 1985 with the aim of promoting economic and cultural cooperation among the South Asian countries, while BIMSTEC is focused on promoting cooperation among countries in the Bay of Bengal region. India has been a member of both organizations and has been actively participating in their activities. However, in recent years, India's focus seems to have shifted towards BIMSTEC due to Pakistan's refusal to redress issues of cross-border terrorism. India has been pushing for greater cooperation among the BIMSTEC countries in areas such as connectivity, trade, and counterterrorism. However, it is important to note that SAARC still remains the only regional organization that includes all the South Asian countries, including Pakistan and Afghanistan. Despite the challenges faced by SARC, there have been some positive developments in recent years, such as the establishment of SAFTA, South Asian Free Trade Area, and the signing of the SARC Framework Agreement for Energy Cooperation. Moreover, it is also worth noting that the success of regional organizations depends not only on the commitment of member states but also on the geopolitical environment and the broader global context. Thus, it is important to continue efforts to strengthen both SAARC and BIMSTEC and explore ways in which the two organizations can complement each other's efforts towards regional cooperation. In conclusion, while India may see BIMSTEC as a viable alternative to SARC, it is important to recognize that both organizations have their own unique roles and objectives. Rather than replacing one with the other, efforts should be made to strengthen both organizations and promote greater cooperation among their member countries. India and SAARC covered in Part B. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC. APEC stands for Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, which is a regional economic forum that promotes free trade and cooperation among its members. It was established in 1989 and currently has 21 member economies, including the United States, China, Japan, South Korea, and Canada. APEC's primary goal is to advance economic growth and prosperity in the Asia-Pacific region by promoting trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic cooperation. The organization aims to achieve this by enhancing economic integration and removing trade barriers through various means, such as the implementation of the Bagar Goals, which call for free and open trade and investment in the region by 2020 for developed member economies and by 2025 for developing member economies. Shunya's background. The idea behind APEC was to establish a forum where leaders and officials from member economies could meet and discuss ways to promote trade and investment in the region. It was also seen as a way to provide a platform for dialogue on economic and trade issues and to facilitate cooperation and collaboration among member economies. At the time of its establishment, the Asia-Pacific region was experiencing rapid economic growth, and there was a growing recognition of the importance of economic cooperation and integration for sustaining this growth. The establishment of APEC was seen as a way to harness the economic potential of the region and promote its development. Since its establishment, APEC has played an important role in promoting economic growth and development in the Asia-Pacific region. Through its various initiatives and programs, it has helped to reduce trade barriers, promote investment, and foster economic cooperation among its member economies. Structure. Leaders' meetings, APEC's highest-level meeting held annually, attended by the heads of state or government of member economies. Ministerial meetings, attended by ministers responsible for various economic sectors, including trade, finance, and energy. Working groups covering various areas of economic cooperation, such as trade and investment, transportation, and food security. APEC Secretariat, responsible for providing technical and advisory support to member economies and organizing APEC meetings. Bagar Goals. The Bagar Goals refer to a set of free trade and investment targets that were established at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) meeting held in Bagar, Indonesia in 1994. These goals were aimed at creating a free and open trade and investment environment in the Asia-Pacific region by 2020 for industrialist member economies and by 2025 for developing member economies. The Bagar Goals were seen as an ambitious agenda for trade liberalization which aimed to create a level playing field for all economies in the region and to promote economic growth and development. The Bagar Goals included specific targets for tariff reductions, non-tariff measures, and trade in services, among others. These goals were implemented through a process of voluntary, non-binding commitments by APEC member economies rather than through binding legal agreements. This approach was chosen in order to encourage participation and ownership by member economies and to allow for flexibility in implementation. Thus, the Bagar Goals represented a significant milestone in the history of APEC and in the promotion of regional economic integration in the Asia-Pacific region. While progress has been made towards achieving these goals, challenges remain, particularly in the area of non-tariff barriers and in achieving more balanced and inclusive economic growth. India and the APEC. India's interest in APEC stems from its potential to enhance economic cooperation and integration with the Asia-Pacific region, which is one of the fastest-growing regions in the world. APEC's focus on trade liberalization, business facilitation, and economic cooperation aligns with India's economic reform agenda, which aims to promote trade and investment in the country. India's participation in APEC as an observer has allowed it to engage with member economies and participate in APEC activities and initiatives. India has also used its participation in APEC to promote its Act East policy, which aims to deepen economic and strategic ties with the Asia-Pacific region. India's potential in the APEC. India's growth trajectory aligns with APEC's agenda of enhancing regional integration through trade and investment liberalization and facilitation across the Asia-Pacific. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Critically, foreign trade accounts for an increasing share of India's GDP, growing from less than 15% in the early 1990s to around 40% at present. Its status as an emerging power has played a role in this realization, as has the changing structure of its economy. New requirements have come to the fore, such as the further integration of its flourishing services sector into global value chains, greater foreign investment, and easier skilled worker flows. The material benefits on offer to APEC member economies by the addition of India to the forum include increased access to India's labor force and booming consumer markets, as well as increased investment opportunities. In return, India will gain opportunities to raise its trade and investment profile in the region, gain access to APEC's resources and expertise, including, importantly, the APEC Business Advisory Council, and proactively participate in topics of conversation at APEC forums that strongly resonate with India's own developmental interests, such as automation, SMEs, and women's economic participation. Indian membership of APEC thus helps respond to the opportunities and challenges of increased protectionism and slowing growth in the West on one hand and China's unchecked regional advance on the other. In India, APEC will find an alternate market for labor, consumers, and investments, and an additional counterweight to help check unilateral economic ambitions in the region. It will also help APEC embrace some notion of Indo-Pacific and give it a renewed purpose in a renewed 21st century. Advantages for India if it joins APEC. Trade negotiations. Membership in APEC would provide India with the opportunity to negotiate trade agreements with member economies, facilitating greater integration into the global economy. This could lead to expanded market access for Indian goods and services, promoting economic growth. Investment inflows. Being a part of APEC would attract investment inflows into India. APEC member economies have significant investment potential, and India's membership would enhance its attractiveness as a destination for foreign direct investment (FDI). Enhanced competitiveness. APEC's mechanisms and best practices would enable Indian officials and businesses to learn from the experiences of member economies. This knowledge sharing and capacity building would help Indian businesses become more competitive in the global market, driving innovation and productivity. By joining APEC, India can leverage the platform to strengthen its economic ties with key regional players, expand its trade networks, attract investments, and gain access to valuable knowledge and practices. These advantages would contribute to India's economic growth and development. Anya. APEC's reservations. According to scholars, there is thus a gap between India's protectionist impulses and its globe-trotting economic diplomacy. Note the 2014 blockade of the WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement by the government, which has prioritized economic relations in its foreign policy engagement. There are also some concerns among existing APEC members about India's economic policies and regulatory environment, which may not be fully aligned with the free trade and investment principles espoused by APEC. Thus, several APEC members are wary of India playing spoiler to the forum's economic agenda. Given the consensus-based nature of the forum, India could slow the pace of reform. However, just as New Delhi needs to narrow the divergence between its foreign and trade policies, India should reassess whether time has come and gone for it to truly capitalize on its membership in APEC. At the same time, APEC must conduct its own bracing reality check on the extent of its function and ambition. Conclusion. Alyssa Ayres, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, argues that Washington should support India's membership in APEC as a gesture of goodwill towards Indian priorities. Despite having a sizable economy of over $2 trillion, India has been denied entry into APEC for more than 2 decades, which Ayres believes lacks strategic rationale. Shunya loss. Background. The idea behind APEC was to establish a forum where leaders and officials from member economies could meet and discuss ways to promote trade and investment in the region. It was also seen as a way to provide a platform for dialogue on economic and trade issues and to facilitate cooperation and collaboration among member economies. At the time of its establishment, the Asia-Pacific region was experiencing rapid economic growth, and there was a growing recognition of the importance of economic cooperation and integration for sustaining this growth. The establishment of APEC was seen as a way to harness the economic potential of the region and promote its development. Since its establishment, APEC has played an important role in promoting economic growth and development in the Asia-Pacific region. Through its various initiatives and programs, it has helped to reduce trade barriers, promote investment, and foster economic cooperation among its member economies. Structure. Leaders' meetings. APEC's highest-level meeting held annually, attended by the heads of state or government of member economies. Ministerial meetings, attended by ministers responsible for various economic sectors, including trade, finance, and energy. Working groups covering various areas of economic cooperation, such as trade and investment, transportation, and food security. APEC Secretariat, responsible for providing technical and advisory support to member economies and organizing APEC meetings. /A. Bagher Goals. The Bagher Goals refer to a set of free trade and investment targets that were established at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) meeting held in Bagher, Indonesia in 1994. These goals were aimed at creating a free and open trade and investment environment in the Asia-Pacific region by 2020 for industrialist member economies and by 2025 for developing member economies. The Bagher goals were seen as an ambitious agenda for trade liberalization which aimed to create a level playing field for all economies in the region and to promote economic growth and development. The Bagher goals included specific targets for tariff reductions, non-tariff measures, and trade incentives, among others. These goals were implemented through a process of voluntary, non-binding commitments by APEC member economies rather than through binding legal agreements. This approach was chosen in order to encourage participation and ownership by member economies and to allow for flexibility in implementation. Thus, the Bagher goals represented a significant milestone in the history of APEC and in the promotion of regional economic integration in the Asia-Pacific region. While progress has been made towards achieving these goals, challenges remain, particularly in the area of non-tariff barriers and in achieving more balanced and inclusive economic growth. India and the APEC. India's interest in APEC stems from its potential to enhance economic cooperation and integration with the Asia-Pacific region, which is one of the fastest-growing regions in the world. APEC's focus on trade liberalization, business facilitation, and economic cooperation aligns with India's economic reform agenda, which aims to promote trade and investment in the country. India's participation in APEC as an observer has allowed it to engage with member economies and participate in APEC activities and initiatives. India has also used its participation in APEC to promote its Act East policy, which aims to deepen economic and strategic ties with the Asia-Pacific region. Indian potential in the APEC. India's growth trajectory aligns with APEC's agenda of enhancing regional integration through trade and investment liberalization and facilitation across the Asia-Pacific. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS happy face happy face happy face happy face happy face happy face happy face. Critically, foreign trade accounts for an increasing share of India's GDP, growing from less than 15% in the early 1990s to around 40% at present. Its status as an emerging power has played a role in this realization, as has the changing structure of its economy. New requirements have come to the fore, such as the further integration of its flourishing services sector into global value chains, greater foreign investment, and easier skilled worker flows. The material benefits on offer to APEC member economies by the addition of India to the forum include increased access to India's labor force and booming consumer markets, as well as increased investment opportunities. In return, India will gain opportunities to raise its trade and investment profile in the region, gain access to APEC's resources and expertise, including, importantly, the APEC Business Advisory Council, and proactively participate in topics of conversation at APEC forums that strongly resonate with India's own developmental interests, such as automation, SMEs, and women's economic participation. Indian membership of APEC thus helps respond to the opportunities and challenges of increased protectionism and slowing growth in the West on one hand and China's unchecked regional advance on the other. In India, APEC will find an alternate market for labor, consumers, and investments, and an additional counterweight to help check unilateral economic ambitions in the region. It will also help APEC embrace some notion of Indo-Pacific and give it a renewed purpose in a renewed 21st century. Advantages for India if it joins APEC. Trade negotiations. Membership in APEC would provide India with the opportunity to negotiate trade agreements with member economies, facilitating greater integration into the global economy. This could lead to expanded market access for Indian goods and services, promoting economic growth. Investment inflows. Being a part of APEC would attract investment inflows into India. APEC member economies have significant investment potential, and India's membership would enhance its attractiveness as a destination for foreign direct investment (FDI). Enhanced competitiveness. APEC's mechanisms and best practices would enable Indian officials and businesses to learn from the experiences of member economies. This knowledge sharing and capacity building would help Indian businesses become more competitive in the global market, driving innovation and productivity. By joining APEC, India can leverage the platform to strengthen its economic ties with key regional players, expand its trade networks, attract investments, and gain access to valuable knowledge and practices. These advantages would contribute to India's economic growth and development. Shunya. APEC's reservations. According to scholars, there is thus a gap between India's protectionist impulses and its globetrotting economic diplomacy. Note the 2014 blockade of the WTO's Trade Facilitation Agreement by the government, which has prioritized economic relations in its foreign policy engagement. There are also some concerns among existing APEC members about India's economic policies and regulatory environment, which may not be fully aligned with the free trade and investment principles espoused by APEC. Thus, several APEC members are wary of India playing spoiler to the forum's economic agenda. Given the consensus-based nature of the forum, India could slow the pace of reform. However, just as New Delhi needs to narrow the divergence between its foreign and trade policies, India should reassess whether time has come and gone for it to truly capitalize on its membership in APEC. At the same time, APEC must conduct its own bracing reality check on the extent of its function and ambition. Conclusion. Alyssa Ayres, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, argues that Washington should support India's membership in APEC as a gesture of goodwill towards Indian priorities. Despite having a sizable economy of over $2 trillion, India has been denied entry into APEC for more than 2 decades, which Ayres believes lacks strategic rationale. Shunya. North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which was enacted in 1994 and created a free trade zone for Mexico, Canada, and the United States, is the most important feature in the U.S.-Mexico bilateral commercial relationship. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, was established on January 1, 1994 as a trilateral trade agreement between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. The idea of a free trade area between the three countries was first proposed in 1980 by Ronald Reagan, the President of the United States at that time, and was further developed during the administration of George H.W. Bush. NAFTA was seen as a way to promote economic growth, increase trade, and create jobs in North America. The agreement was signed by the leaders of the three countries in December 1992 and was ratified by their respective legislatures in the following year. Provisions. Tariff reduction. One of the primary goals of NAFTA is to eliminate tariffs on goods traded between the member countries. Over the years, NAFTA has phased out tariffs on most goods traded between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Rules of origin. NAFTA has established rules of origin which determine whether a product is eligible for preferential treatment. Under the agreement, to qualify for preferential treatment, a product must meet certain criteria, such as being produced in a NAFTA country or containing a certain percentage of North American content. Dispute settlement. NAFTA has a dispute settlement mechanism that allows member countries to resolve disputes related to the agreement. This mechanism involves a panel of experts who review the case and issue a binding decision. Investment. NAFTA includes provisions that protect and promote foreign investment in the member countries. These provisions provide investors with a set of basic rights, such as the right to fair and equitable treatment and protection against expropriation. Labor and environmental standards. NAFTA also includes provisions that aim to promote labor and environmental standards. These provisions establish minimum standards for labor and the environment and require member countries to enforce these standards. Challenges. Job losses. One of the main criticisms of NAFTA is that it has led to job losses in the United States as companies moved production to Mexico to take advantage of lower labor costs. Trade imbalances. Critics argue that NAFTA has led to trade imbalances between the United States and Mexico, with the United States importing more goods than it exports to Mexico. Environmental concerns. Some critics argue that NAFTA has led to environmental degradation as companies in Mexico may not be subject to the same environmental regulations as those in the United States. Labor concerns. Labor advocates have criticized NAFTA for failing to address labor rights and protections, leading to low wages and poor working conditions in Mexico. Dispute resolution. Dispute resolution mechanisms under NAFTA have been criticized for being too slow and cumbersome, making it difficult for companies to seek recourse for unfair practices. Intellectual property rights. Some critics argue that NAFTA's provisions on intellectual property rights disproportionately benefit large corporations, making it difficult for smaller businesses and individuals to compete. Agriculture. NAFTA has had significant impacts on the agriculture sector, with some arguing that it has led to the displacement of small farmers and the consolidation of larger agribusinesses. United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. In 2018, Trump successfully negotiated a new trade agreement with Mexico and Canada called the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, which replaced NAFTA. The USMCA includes provisions on labor rights, environmental protections, and digital trade that were not part of NAFTA, and it also includes updated rules on intellectual property and agricultural trade. Trump claimed that the USMCA was a better deal for American workers and businesses than NAFTA. PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya IAS happy face happy face happy face happy face happy face carrot. Differences with NAFTA. Labor and environmental standards. The USMCA includes new provisions to promote higher labor standards and strengthen environmental protection. For example, the agreement requires Mexico to pass new labor laws that recognize workers' rights to organize and bargain collectively, which was a major concern under NAFTA. Auto rules of origin. The USMCA includes stricter rules of origin for auto production. Under the new agreement, a higher percentage of a vehicle's parts must be manufactured in North America to qualify for duty-free treatment. The USMCA also requires that a certain percentage of auto production be done by workers earning at least $16 per hour. Sunset clause. The USMCA includes a provision that requires the agreement to be reviewed and renewed every 16 years. This is designed to provide more certainty and stability for businesses and investors. Digital trade. The USMCA includes new provisions to support digital trade, such as rules prohibiting data localization requirements and measures to protect cross-border data flows. Shunya. Unit 11 Contemporary Global Concerns. Previous year's questions. The struggle for democracy has been marked by bitter strife and tribulations. Examine the statement illustrating the cases of Pakistan, Nepal, and Myanmar. 2015. Examine the main problems and challenges in looking after world politics environmental concerns. 2016. Give an assessment of the feminist critique of contemporary global issues. 2017. The recent move of the USA to withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement is a setback in the consensus achieved on protecting the world environment. In this context, assess the future perspective on climate control. 2017. Would you agree that the ongoing debates on international environmental politics continue to be marred by a new North-South ideological divide over historical responsibility and developmental model? Illustrate your answer with suitable examples. 2018, discuss the importance of personal data protection in the context of human rights. 2019, is democracy promotion in developing countries a feasible idea? 2019, examine the role of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change (UNFCCC) and other major efforts by the UN to address the global environmental crisis. 2020, narrate the various ways in which rapid environmental degradation is posing a serious threat to human security. Illustrate your answer with suitable examples. 2023, democracy. Standard introduction. The concept of democracy is at the center of fierce debates in political theory as well as in commonplace discussions on politics. To begin with the idea of democracy, it can be argued that it is central to any discourse on politics and government in modern times. Because any discourse about politics or the state or the government in modern times revolves around the idea or FLC5#T. It can be understood in two dimensions. A form of governed narrow view. Here it represents the government by the people. Several exponents of democracy have treated democracy chiefly as a form of government. John Austin, James Bryce, A.V. Dicey, Joel Seeley, and A.L. Lowell are some prominent supporters of this view. As a value system, broad view, a respect for human rights, human dignity, liberty, equality, fraternity, rule of law, etc. Democracy has both instrumental and intrinsic values. Intrinsic values of democracy lies in moral superiority and giving political equality, whereas its instrumental value lies in the common good of all, like giving the better leadership choice and minimizing the abuse of political power by distributing it equally among citizens. Phases of democracy. First phase, 1828 to 1926, occurred between 1828 and 1926. Involved countries such as the USA, France, and the UK. Second phase, 1943 to 1962, occurred between 1943 and 1962. Involved countries such as West Germany, Italy, Japan, and India. Third phase, 1974 onwards, began in 1974.